My name is Lon Fong. I was a regular university student with a talent for sleeping through anything. During a boring psychology lecture on a typical Monday, I fell into a deep sleep in the corner of the classroom. While I was dreaming, a chemistry experiment downstairs went wrong and caused a massive explosion. The entire building collapsed, and because I am such a heavy sleeper, I was the only person left behind and buried under the ruins. When I finally woke up, I was not in a hospital or under rubble. I found myself in a strange room filled with old, European-style furniture. At first, I thought I was still dreaming or that I had been hypnotized. I am actually a world-class expert in hypnosis and a practitioner of the turtle breathing technique, a form of Qigong that helps me stay healthy and calm. Using these skills, I quickly realized that I was wide awake and definitely not in my own world. I wondered if I was on a secret movie set, like in a reality show. I looked around for hidden cameras, but found none. My clothes had been changed into an old Western style, and when I stepped outside, I saw a massive city filled with ancient buildings. The sky was incredibly clear, and the mountains looked real. This was far too big to be a film set. I tried to talk to a local man, but he told me to speak in the common tongue. I realized then that I could understand his strange language perfectly, even though I had never heard it before. The biggest shock came when I looked into a jar of water and saw my reflection. My face had changed into someone else's. I was younger and looked a bit rougher. Just as I was trying to process this, a red light flashed in my eyes, and I passed out again. When I finally came to, it was night. I realized the impossible truth. I had died in the explosion back home, and my soul had traveled to another world. I was now inhabiting a new body in a land I knew nothing about. I was shocked to discover that the body I now inhabited shared my name. It felt like a strange twist of fate, or perhaps a parallel world. I am now 15 years old, living on the sacred land continent in the Chile Kingdom. This world is a mix of different cultures, and while I have Eastern features, people here do not see race the way we did back home. They simply see one human race. My new life is complicated. I am technically a noble, the son of a general who earned the title of count through battle. However, my family is gone, and I am incredibly poor. All I have left is a small courtyard and a noble title that allows me to attend a famous academy for martial arts and magic. I learned from inherited memories that the original Lan Feng actually tried to end his life with poison. When I took over his body, I had to fight his fading consciousness to survive. My first major challenge was dealing with the poison still in my system. Unlike the stories where heroes heal instantly, I had to suffer through it. I used my knowledge of inner energy and the turtle breathing technique from my old world to fight the toxins. Even though this world uses something called battle energy, the principles felt similar enough. I focused on circulating my energy to push the poison out. The process was slow and exhausting, but my training allowed me to drift into a deep sleep while my body continued the work. By morning, I was completely healed. I realized that the martial arts stories I read back on Earth were actually useful. My inner energy had successfully purified my body. However, the process left me covered in sticky, black grime and smelling terrible. It was a sign that the detoxification worked, but it also meant I had to rush to find a bathroom. Despite the lack of technology in this world, I was relieved to find that my house had basic plumbing. I had survived my first night, but I still have a long way to go to understand this new life. Cleaning up in the bathroom, I realized how strange this world is. It feels like the Middle Ages, yet it has plumbing and toilets that run on magic instead of electricity. As a lazy person, I appreciate these conveniences. I also made a shocking discovery about my training. Back on Earth, I heard that small amounts of poison could speed up martial arts progress. It turned out to be true. In just one night, I gained as much inner strength as I usually would in 3 years. This process also cleared my skin, making it so smooth and fair that I looked like a pampered noble. While I joked about getting a tan to look tougher, I couldn't deny that the results were impressive. I eventually became dependent on these small doses of toxins, which made me almost immune to any poison. However, reality hit me hard when I went to the kitchen. I found nothing but a single clove of garlic. I realized the previous owner of this body had been living in extreme poverty. After his father died in battle, the family fortune vanished. Former friends turned into bullies, and the original Lan Feng eventually gave up on life because he was starving. I felt he was too weak and held on to his pride for too long. I knew I had to be flexible to survive. I still had my father's magic crystal sword, a ninth-grade weapon. Even though it is the lowest rank, magic crystal weapons are rare and valuable tools that amplify a warrior's power. Higher-grade crystals are treasures that only kings can afford. While this sword is my only inheritance, I won't let pride stop me from selling it if I have to. I believe true strength comes from the person, not the tool. Hungry and tired of being poor, I grabbed the sword and headed out. I refused to be the first person to travel to another world only to die of hunger. My new goal is simple. I am going to escape poverty and find something to eat. Carrying my only treasure, a ninth-grade magic crystal sword, I walked through the city of Chile toward the academy. I realized I was quite behind in my studies here, because my battle energy was so weak. I hadn't even learned how to use my sword properly. While other students were moving ahead, I was still stuck at the basic level. But I had a more urgent problem: hunger. I didn't have a single coin, so I used a clever trick at a local restaurant. I acted like a wealthy, arrogant noble to get a heavy breakfast. When it was time to pay, I used confusing logic to trick the owner into letting me leave for free. It was a shameless move, but it saved me from starving. As I walked away, I made a new vow. I will escape this poverty and become the richest man in the world. I don't want to conquer kingdoms. I just want to be wealthy enough to never worry about a meal again. When I arrived at the academy, I was stopped by Coville Lacey, a bully from a powerful family. He and his servants, whom I jokingly called dogs, tried to humiliate me like they did every day. However, I wasn't the same weak person anymore. I mocked them so effectively that Coville lost his temper and accidentally insulted his own followers in front of a laughing crowd. To regain his honor, Coville threw a white glove at me to challenge me to a duel. At first, I just thought the gloves looked expensive and tucked them into my coat to sell later. When I realized it was a formal challenge, I saw a golden opportunity. I played hard to get, pretending I didn't want to fight because it was too much trouble. I even reminded him that private fighting is against school rules, which could get us expelled. Finally, I backed him into a corner. I told him I would only fight if there was a wager. Since he was desperate to beat me, he eventually agreed. I set my sights on his heavy money pouch, which likely contained a fortune in gold coins. If I win this duel, my days of starving are over. I might have just hit the jackpot. Fine, as you wish, Coville said impatiently. Now you're satisfied, right? Then let's go to the A-Zone arena. Ergo, take him there. Coville didn't care about Lan Feng's wager. He only wanted to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Besides, everyone in the academy knew Lan Feng's situation. He owned nothing except a ninth-grade magic crystal sword. To these young nobles, Lan Feng's small courtyard was no better than a shack. As for the sword, it was awarded to the Lan family as a merit gift, so no one dared to covet it. Although a ninth-grade magic crystal sword was valuable, it wasn't worth the trouble of provoking unnecessary conflict. Wait, Lan Feng shouted. As an upright gentleman, how could he agree to a one-sided bet? That was absolutely unacceptable. A person's attitude toward gambling reflected their character, and his character was excellent. Lan Feng said seriously, I'm a man of principle. Even if you don't want any prize, I'll still offer something as your reward if you win. How about this? I'll use my money pouch as the prize. Everyone fell silent. The place became strangely quiet. Does your money pouch even have any money? Having a single copper coin in it would be a miracle. Well, actually, I'm just betting the pouch itself. What's inside doesn't matter at all. Really, not at all, huh? Do as you like. Can we go to the arena now? Although Coville felt an urge to rush forward and teach this kid a lesson, he managed to hold back. His future was more important. This could affect his whole life. He didn't want to ruin his future because of someone so insignificant. However, this decision would still end up changing his life. If he had known what would happen, he would never have picked a fight with Lan Feng. Ahem, if no one else will do it, I'll do it myself. I've been wanting to make an example of someone, to show those who bullied Lan Feng that he's no longer easy to push around. They'd better stop bothering me from now on. It's good to stay humble, but if you're so humble that people bully you every day, that's not humility, it's suffering. A person like that is either extremely patient or not thinking straight. With Ergo accompanying him, Lan Feng arrived at the arena he remembered but had never actually visited before. He had also never participated in a match like this. Surrounded by a crowd of curious onlookers, Lanfeng and Coville stood in the center of Arena A, about 10 meters apart. One looked serious, while the other was eager to fight. Don't get the wrong idea. The serious one was Lanfeng. Although he was a traveler from another world, that only meant he was experienced in crossing worlds, not that he was strong. In this fight with Coville, he would most likely lose. His inner strength had improved greatly overnight, but that was only from starting at zero. Compared to his abilities back on Earth, the difference was huge. After all, one night of training could only do so much. The turtle breathing technique is not known for its power, but for its long and steady breathing. So this time, Lanfeng never planned to win through normal means, or rather, not by the usual ways of this world. Snap! Lanfeng flicked his sword and tossed it behind him, then said arrogantly, "I don't want to use my sword this time. I don't want people saying I'm bullying others." TCH. Disdainful looks shot toward Lanfeng from all around. Everyone could tell what he was trying to do. He wasn't good with the sword and wanted to trick that fool, Huel, into putting his sword down and fighting with his fists. Anyone with a bit of sense could see through it. If they fought with swords, Lanfeng would definitely lose, since he still couldn't use a magic crystal weapon, while Huel had already mastered it and was quite skilled. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. So what? Lanfeng muttered to himself, trying to stay calm. Even though everyone knew it was a trap, he was sure that fool in front of him would still fall for it and give up his sword. If you're not using a sword, then I won't either. I don't want people saying I bullied a weakling, Huel said confidently, tossing his sword aside. He wasn't unaware of Lanfeng's trick, but he didn't care. In fact, he thought it was better this way. He could use his fists to teach Lanfeng a lesson. That would be much more satisfying than using a sword. Now his chances of winning were about 70%. If it's hand-to-hand combat, then you're done for, Lanfeng thought. I may not know swordsmanship, but I do know a family martial art. It's not bad at all. In this world, few people practiced unarmed combat, and Huel clearly hadn't trained in it. Oh, right. The technique was called the 8 trigrams palm, a well-known martial art. When mastered, it was no weaker than any other technique. In martial arts, there are no bad skills, only people who fail to master them. Once you reach the peak, all paths lead to the same truth. That truth, that all ways of martial cultivation lead to the same end, had long been understood by generations of martial artists. The only difference lies in how long it takes to reach that understanding. A good internal method simply helps one avoid detours. Lanfeng took his stance, forming the opening move of the 8 trigrams palm. Everyone around was startled, though mostly puzzled. They couldn't see what was special about this strange posture. Don't talk about them. Even if all the masters in the world came, they still wouldn't understand the mystery of Lanfeng's palm technique, because they don't know what the 8 trigrams are. Without a foundation in the 8 trigrams, one can never truly master the 8 trigram palm, only learn a little of its surface. Back then, Lanfeng spent more than a year studying the Book of Changes just to understand a bit of the 8 trigrams theory, and only then did he barely manage to master the technique. But effort always brings reward. The 8 trigram palm is a skill that trains both body and mind. While practicing the palm, one also cultivates inner energy, which greatly speeds up Lanfeng's progress. Although he mainly practiced the turtle breathing technique, because it worked even while sleeping and was his favorite way to train, he still needed to practice the palm technique. A person must balance movement and rest. One can't just sleep all day. Come on. Lanfeng kept his stance and waved at Huel, his gesture full of challenge. Without a word, Huel rushed toward Lanfeng, planning to defeat him with his iron fists. The people outside, members of the 8 trigrams group, watched the duel with excitement, their eyes following Huel as he got closer and closer to Lanfeng. Lanfeng, however, stood calmly, full of confidence. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. At the tense moment, Lanfeng suddenly shouted in surprise, making Huel slow down instinctively. Lanfeng pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, a flying pig." Everyone, including Huel, turned to look in that direction. But they quickly realized it was a trick. There wasn't even a bird there, let alone a flying pig. Too late. Huel turned back quickly, but Lan Feng had already disappeared from his sight. He only felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and then everything went dark. A true fight between experts can be decided in an instant. Though Lan Feng wasn't a master, he seized that moment. Moving like a dragon, he slipped behind Kuel and struck the back of his head with a single palm. The match was over. Looks like the story's getting popular. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lan Feng in the arena. None of them had expected him to win, let alone with a single move. Even though trickery played a big part, the results still shocked everyone. What happened next left them even more speechless. Seriously? I can't believe it. A young master from the Laisai family only carries 10 gold coins? Lan Feng quickly searched Kovil's pouch and found only 10 gold coins and 2 silver coins. In fact, Kovil usually carried quite a bit of money. Today was no different, but by coincidence, he had spent most of it that morning on something he wanted. Lan Feng didn't know that. He was annoyed. After all that effort, he only got a tenth of what he had hoped for. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. If he had known from the start there were only 10 coins, he might have been satisfied. Now, secret martial art, the face-changing kick. Bang, bang. Lan Feng kicked and stomped at Kovil's face several times. That felt good. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Lan Feng picked up the sword from the ground, struck a pose he thought looked cool, and walked away toward his classroom. After he left, "Young master, are you all right?" Urga hurried to help Kovil up, calling out to him. After a while, Kovil slowly woke up. "What happened? Why does my face hurt so much?" He mumbled, his words a bit slurred. Lan Feng entered the classroom and saw it was already full of students, except for him. After what had just happened, class had already started, and he had barely made it in time. Luckily, the instructor hadn't arrived yet. Even if he had, being late didn't really matter here. In this class, no one cared much about such things. As one of the weakest students in the school, Lan Feng naturally belonged to the worst class. Most of the students here were either troublemakers or those who had been given up on. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, being late or skipping class wasn't a big deal. This class was called Martial Arts Class Z01. At the Martial Arts Academy, classes are normally divided into 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and E. The best students are in Class A, followed by Class B, and so on. However, Lan Feng's class is an exception. It's called Class Z, something completely outside the usual system. Although the class is considered poor in performance, the teachers still take their work seriously. They teach carefully, though the quality is not quite as high as in the regular classes. After all, every student wants to improve and work hard. The problem is that no teacher wants to be officially in charge of this class. In simple terms, no one wants to be the class advisor, since that affects both their reputation and their bonuses. In the end, the academy found a compromise. One teacher who already had another class would also take care of this one, but the students' grades wouldn't count, and the class wouldn't appear in the teacher's official record. Not long after Lan Feng sat down, a woman entered the classroom and stood at the podium. She was the teacher responsible for Lan Feng's class, a beautiful, mature woman with long sky-blue hair resting on her shoulders. Her white dress showed her graceful figure, and she wore crystal glasses, probably for nearsightedness. From her gentle expression, it was clear she was a kind person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to teach this so-called hopeless class. Despite her gentle nature, her strength was among the best in the academy's teaching staff. Interestingly, her other class was the one every male student dreamed of joining. It was made up entirely of beautiful and talented girls, the only all-female class in the school. Because of this, many people envied Lan Feng's class. Not only did they have a beautiful teacher, but they also had a reason to interact with that dreamlike class. By the way, the teacher's name was Emily Hogg. She seemed to be single, as no one had ever seen her walking with any man. Emily glanced around the classroom, her eyes pausing briefly on Lan Feng before she began the lesson. This puzzled him. Why did she look at him like that? They had no special connection, just a normal teacher-student relationship. Why was today different? Lan Feng didn't think about it for long. He focused on the lesson instead. He was far behind in the basics of martial arts in this world and needed to catch up quickly. But soon, his old problem returned. I can't fall asleep. I must stay awake. The atmosphere made him drowsy. Habit was a serious problem. He had brought his old tendency of dozing off in class with him. Tying his hair to stay awake was no longer an option, and pricking himself to stay alert was just foolish. So, Lan Feng decided to find something to do. He happened to have many questions about magic crystal sword techniques and battle energy, so he asked his teacher, Emily. Emily's eyes showed a hint of surprise at his questions, but she answered each one patiently, as a good teacher should. The whole class turned into a session of Lan Feng asking and Emily answering, while the others listened. Because of this, Lan Feng's understanding of martial arts improved greatly, and his level rose noticeably. However, the more he learned, the more questions he had, and the more he realized there was still to study. Whoever said that traveling to another world made one unbeatable, Lan Feng would argue with them. The martial arts of this world had been refined through countless trials. How could someone dominate the world after learning just a few basic moves? He knew he had to train hard and grow stronger. Otherwise, he could easily be defeated. This class made him determined to practice diligently. This was not his old world. Without strength, survival was uncertain. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, his first class in this world had ended. At the end, Emily looked at him. Her soft voice carried across the room. Lan Feng, you did well today. Keep working hard. But next time, don't rely on tricks to win a duel. Use your own strength to defeat your opponent. Keep training your skills. Hearing this, Lan Feng understood why she had looked at him earlier. She must have seen his recent duel with Coville. Boring? Maybe. But at least he wouldn't have to worry about food and shelter for a while. Who said that? 10 gold coins were enough to live on for a year. 2, if he was careful. That was true, but if he could get free meals, why not? Shameless. Teacher Emily, I completely agree about training hard, Lan Feng replied boldly. But as for not using any tricks, I can't agree with that. When there's a big gap in strength, if I don't use some strategy, I might as well surrender. Then there wouldn't have been a duel at all. Emily frowned and said, even so, using tricks like that is never good. You should win with real skill if you want others to respect you. Between life and death, everything else is just talk. Any method that defeats the opponent is a kind of skill, a kind of martial art. Whether you win fairly or by strategy, everyone would make the same choice. Respect? I don't need it. I just want to live. Lan Feng said calmly. Staying alive was what mattered most. Once you were dead, everything was over. Traveling through worlds was a rare miracle, and if you died now, you'd just be a lifeless body. But today isn't like that. It's just a match between you two, Emily said. Although it was called a duel, it wasn't meant to be a fight to the death. Humph, don't pretend you don't know. If Coville had won today, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, Lan Feng said coldly. He had no good feelings toward anyone in this school. They either bullied him or stood by and did nothing. Emily fell silent. She realized she had ignored many things. At first, she might have felt sympathy, but over time she had grown indifferent. That didn't make her right. She was wrong. Maybe she really hadn't cared enough about her students. Since she was their teacher, she shouldn't have ignored what happened in her class or allowed others to bully her students. In the end, Emily said nothing more and left the classroom deep in thought. But whether it was Emily or the other students, everyone could feel that the Lan Feng before them was different from the one they knew yesterday. What had happened to make him change so much overnight? They would never know the answer. Lan Feng, how dare you speak to the teacher like that? After Emily left, the whole class turned their anger on him. TCH, I just talked a bit coolly. What's so rude about that? Lan Feng ignored their complaints and walked straight to the door. Still, he thought to himself, this woman sure has a lot of fans. Not just here, but outside too. Generally speaking, these fans are quite intense, especially the male ones. If they find out that I offended their beloved idol, they might all want to tear me apart. Ugh, it feels cold. I can already sense their hostility. Looks like I didn't think this through. As the saying goes, better to offend a petty person than a woman. Now I finally understand what that really means. Ahem, no, it's not like that. My tone might have been a bit strong, but we were just discussing something. I was simply reporting to the teacher about my duel with Coville this morning. A wise man knows when to back down. If I become enemies with Emily's fan club now, that would be a huge problem. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lan Feng quickly changed the topic. He knew that as soon as he mentioned the duel with Coville, everyone's curiosity would take over. He could already tell from their eager looks during his talk with Emily earlier. Sure enough, everyone became very interested and started asking about every detail of the duel. But halfway through, Lan Feng claimed he was hungry and didn't want to talk anymore. Immediately, several people volunteered to treat him to lunch so he could continue the story while eating. Nice. Another free meal secured. The cafeteria was crowded and lively, showing how popular it was. Don't think the food here was amazing, it was just decent. For these noble students, it wasn't anything special. Still, it was always packed at noon. The reason was simple. It was the only cafeteria on campus, and the school gates were closed at midday. Unless there was a special reason, no one was allowed to leave, though people could still enter. In fact, this rule applied not only at noon, but for morning classes until the end of the day. Students could enter but not leave, or they would face a warning or punishment. This rule was set by the current principal, who claimed it was to help students focus on their studies and not think about skipping class or leaving early. But many doubted that reason. Some said the principal just wanted to make more money by keeping everyone on campus to spend. It seemed suspicious that this rule appeared right after the cafeteria was expanded. The principal really is a business genius. Lan Feng concluded after learning about the cafeteria's situation. Everyone knew that the students of this academy were all nobles. And since they were nobles, they naturally carried a noble attitude. For example, when buying things, they always chose the most expensive ones instead of the most suitable ones. The same applied to food. Even though the cafeteria offered many affordable and tasty dishes, few people chose them. Instead, the expensive and less practical ones sold the best. That was one part of it. Another was the dining area itself. Besides the public area on the first floor, there were also private rooms and elegant suites on the second floor, all of which cost extra. The principal was truly clever, understanding the idea that rarity increases value. Since there were only a few private rooms and suites, the wealthiest and most powerful students paid huge sums to secure them. It was said that a private room cost 10 gold coins per day, and that was only for lunchtime. A suite, however, cost 100 gold coins. As Lan Feng put it, that's daylight robbery. Still, many people fought over them. Lan Feng's comment on this was simple, a bunch of foolish show-offs. Those who couldn't get one, didn't want to fight for one, or knew they couldn't compete, simply ate in the public area. There, besides set meals, they could also order dishes just like in the private rooms, another way for the cafeteria to make money. Although it was called a cafeteria, it was decorated elegantly. After all, the students were nobles. If the place looked too plain, they would rather skip meals or bring their own food. There was no need to line up either. Waiters took orders and served the dishes. Give each of us an A-level lunch. Make that 2 for me. Also, 10 pounds of cooked beef and a bottle of. Does that sound enough? Lan Feng ordered first, then asked for everyone's opinion. Everyone shook their heads. Lan Feng had ordered quite a lot, but it only cost about 5 or 6 gold coins. Not much for them. They also thought the extra lunch was just for him. 15 students made up Lan Feng's class, with only one girl among them. 12 of them were present now. The other 3 weren't interested and had gone to do something else. As they sat around a long table waiting for their food, they urged Lan Feng to continue the story he had been telling earlier. Don't overthink it. That girl isn't a great beauty, nor is she someone with a special background. Just an ordinary noble girl. Well, maybe not completely ordinary, since her family is quite wealthy. She wears her hair in a ponytail and has a few freckles on her face. She's not exactly beautiful, but not unattractive either, just an average girl. She's only 14 now, though, so who knows? She might grow up to be very pretty. Her name is Lin Xiaoyu. She's a girl who loves money. No, more accurately, she loves business. She's far more interested in trade than in sword training. But her family insisted that she learn swordsmanship, so she ended up at this school. Maybe she really has no talent for it. Or maybe she just doesn't want to practice, but her sword skills are poor, so she was placed in the beginner class. Of course, as a girl, she's naturally curious about gossip, so she followed Lan Feng to ask about the details of the duel. Ahem, since everyone wants to hear about my heroic deeds, I'll begin now. Lan Feng cleared his throat and started telling his story. Yes, like a storyteller. So, it all began when Lan Feng's storytelling skills weren't great, but since no one in this world had ever seen this kind of performance before, everyone found it fresh and interesting. They all turned to watch him speak. Amazing, truly amazing. Everyone who knew what really happened couldn't help but think it was clearly just one move. Yet he made it sound like a fierce battle that lasted hundreds of rounds, full of thrilling moments. Of course, everyone also looked down on Lan Feng a little, because he described himself as tall, brave, and unbeatable, while his opponent, Huel, was made to sound plain, and compared to Lan Feng's exaggerated image, that plain became pathetic. Fortunately, Huel was still in the school infirmary, which, by the way, charges fees, school rules set by the principal, receiving treatment. Otherwise, he might have fainted from anger after hearing Lan Feng's version. Well, that's the whole story, everyone. The tale ends here. Now, please show your appreciation with a little reward, Lan Feng said at the end, making everyone burst out laughing. Thud, thud, the sound of people collapsing in disbelief. Oh, cries of surprise filled the air. Wow, I didn't know someone could be this shameless. We're getting ready to climb the rankings. Ladies, be our cheerleaders. Gentlemen, let's move forward together. Please give your support. Shameless loser, it's your fault. We were all right there when it happened. Yeah, it started with. And then, with Lan Feng causing a fuss, the whole cafeteria became lively. People who saw what happened earlier jumped in, each sharing their version of the truth. Are you making this up? Lin Xiaoyu asked during the discussion. Lan Feng responded. Lan Feng you. After hearing everyone's story, the classmates from Combat Skills Class Z01 looked at Lan Feng, wanting to ask him questions. But they saw that Lan Feng was busy cleaning up the food on his plate. What made everyone angrier was that Lan Feng not only ate his own 2 lunches, but also finished the shared beef, which everyone thought was for sharing. And he was almost done. Ugh, Lan Feng let out a big burp, patted his stomach, and said, I'm full. Haven't had alcohol in a while. The taste's pretty good. Hey, you don't need to watch me. Eat your food. What kind of stomach does he have? Not only did he eat 2 lunches, but also a 10-pound piece of beef and a bottle of. That's more than someone his size should handle. Where did all that food go? Magical stomach. Lan Feng, you're so shameless. Lin Xiaoyu spoke for everyone, then started eating her lunch. She was worried Lan Feng might steal her share later. Thinking like a woman, I wouldn't steal a little girl's lunch. If I were to steal, I'd go for someone else's. But what if there's no one else around? Ahem, then I'd have no choice but to steal. At this moment, a young beautiful girl approached Lan Feng. She's called a young girl because she's only about 15, wearing a light blue dress, with shiny black hair and a delicate face. Lan Feng was sure that in a few years, this girl would be stunning and captivating. But right now, she was standing next to a brave and handsome young man. Their close relationship made it clear she already had someone special. It's a shame when a beautiful flower already has an owner. Everyone might wonder why. Despite feeling so uncomfortable and not wanting to invite Lan Feng, he still came. The reason is simple. The young woman in front of him is Lan Feng's fiancée, and their engagement was arranged before he was born. Their fathers were close friends, so it was a traditional arranged marriage. The young woman, Murong Qinshuan, was born 10 days before Lan Feng. Her family name is Murong, and her father's name is Murong Qinyun, a powerful official in the current court. When their engagement was arranged, he was just an ordinary officer. Over the past few years, he rose rapidly and became one of the key figures in the kingdom. Their engagement has not been broken yet. One reason is that Murong Qinyun still remembers old friendship and considers Lan Feng's father as a brother. The other reason is that it is not the right time yet, so there is no rush. Murong Qinshuan dislikes Lan Feng now. Not only is his fighting skill weak, but he is also soft and lacks ambition. Even though she is his fiancée, she never helps him and avoids him completely. If his father hadn't asked him to come, she wouldn't have spoken to him at all. However, Murong Qinshuan is not entirely bad. She hasn't hurt Lan Feng. Even when everyone calls her a useless fiancée, she just laughs it off and stays calm. Although she now treats Lan Feng as a stranger, they used to be very close when they were children. They played together every day and even shared the same bed. But that was when they were young. As they grew up, they drifted apart. Now she has a boyfriend, a young man who is the son of the current Prime Minister, Roger Taylor. His name is Bill Taylor. They seem well matched, especially compared to Lan Feng, who is from a noble family. Since they got together, Murong Qianxuan and Lan Feng's relationship has worsened. She is eager to end the engagement, but her father hasn't agreed. Lan Feng feels resentful, but can only endure silently. Lan Feng has no friends anymore. He sees Murong Qianxuan, his childhood playmate and fiancé, as his lifeline and clings to the engagement. The more he does, the more she dislikes him, thinking he is blocking her happiness. Women tend to become irrational when they fall in love. Bill has threatened to surround and confront Lan Feng several times, but each time it ended without result. He cannot kill Lan Feng because that would cause others to look down on him and make Murong Qianxuan dislike him. Although Murong Qianxuan dislikes Lan Feng, she doesn't want him to get into trouble. Deep down, she still cares about him. Actually, she doesn't know herself whether she truly hates Lan Feng or just thinks he's useless. Maybe it's both, or maybe one of the two. She's a bit confused. I understand. I'll go over when the time comes, Lan Feng said with a frown, sounding a little annoyed. And, you're still my fiancé, so don't mess around with other men. Even though it's just a formal title, you should still be careful. As a Chinese man, I can't tolerate my woman being unfaithful or impure. After Lan Feng said this, everyone in the room fell silent. They all stared blankly at him, including Murong Qianxuan and Bill. None of them expected Lan Feng to speak so directly. In the past, Lan Feng also opposed things, but he never criticized Murong Qianxuan like this. You. Murong Qianxuan pointed at Lan Feng, but couldn't speak. She immediately thought he was accusing her of being unfaithful. She cares a lot about her reputation. So at this moment, she took her hand away from Bill and instinctively kept some distance. Before, she never considered Lan Feng as her fiancé, but as a special relative. So she thought she was single and not engaged to anyone. Lan Feng, what do you want? You're useless and not worthy of Qianxuan. Do you think you have the right to interfere in our matters? Seeing Murong Qianxuan's reaction, Bill's anger exploded. He had always kept Lan Feng away from Murong Qianxuan, but before it was just formal, and it didn't matter much. Now, things are different. Lan Feng directly told Murong Qianxuan to keep her distance, which made Bill furious. Blue Maple responded directly, clearly taking a firm stance on this matter. If you want to die, I will help you, Bill shouted angrily. Come if you dare. Who's afraid? Honestly, I'm just a barefoot guy, so why fear you? Someone wearing shoes? You're fragile like porcelain, and I'm tough like tiles. Let's see who ends up losing, Blue Maple said confidently, refusing to back down. Blue Maple, Bill, stop right now, Murong Qianxuan shouted angrily. Then she adjusted herself and continued. Bill, Blue Maple is right. I am now his fiancé, and we have a marriage agreement. So, it's best we keep our distance in the future. And you, Blue Maple, listen up. I am only your fiancé in name. I will never marry you. I will make my father cancel this marriage. After saying this, Murong Qianxuan angrily left, not even finishing her meal. You little brat, how dare you talk about me like that? Now that you're gaining confidence and talking back, it's driving me crazy. You useless waste, be careful, Bill said harshly, then ran after Murong Qianxuan. Blue Maple, oh Blue Maple, how many messes have you left me in? Blue Maple also got up and left, feeling helpless inside. Tonight is the big ranking event. Everyone, stay in formation and shout. Vote every day? Blue Maple, you looked so heroic just now. Lin Xiaoyu sat in front of Blue Maple in the classroom, eyes shining as she stared at him. Remember, you're still my fiancé. Don't flirt with other men. Lin Xiaoyu mimicked Blue Maple's tone. Blue Maple stayed silent because he had already said this several times. Luckily, the classroom wasn't just the two of them, or he would be in trouble. Honestly, Blue Maple, did you take some magic pill yesterday? That's why you changed so much, Lin Xiaoyu asked, starting to get serious as she saw he was getting bored. I took some medicine. It helped me see things clearly, so I changed, Blue Maple said with a smile. Just then, some students nearby gathered around and asked, what kind of magic pill is so amazing? Tell us about it. It seemed they were very interested in Blue Maple's transformation, and their conversation was focused on that. 5 poison death pill. That's poison. Do you think we don't know? Everyone sneered together. Yes, it's definitely poison. It made me realize some things. If you don't understand something, I don't mind if you try to copy me. But if something bad happens, that's not my fault, Lan Feng said seriously. Seeing Lan Feng's expression, someone believed him. Really? You actually ate that stuff? It's a miracle you're still alive. I understand now, Lanfeng. You probably wanted to end your life, but failed, and that changed your personality. People say that in life and death moments, you can see things clearly and change your life. It seems you've come to terms with it, Lin Xiaoyu said. Little girl, you're quite clever, Lanfeng complimented. Lin Xiaoyu isn't very beautiful, but she's very smart. Maybe it's true that a woman's looks and intelligence are inversely related. He wasn't afraid to admit this because it gave him a good excuse for his sudden change in attitude. Are you crazy? Who would want to commit suicide for no reason? Others said dismissively. They didn't believe it and certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Come on, eating that stuff and staying alive is impossible. The 5-poison deadly pill is a deadly poison. Basically, anyone who takes it won't survive. It's very famous. At that moment, a tall, strong middle-aged man entered and said to everyone, "All right, students, today we go to training ground 2. Remember, don't fight with others." The last part was clearly directed at Lanfeng, who had already clashed with 2 people today. Now, everyone in the school knew that Lanfeng from Combat Skills Class 01 was no longer the weakling who was bullied yesterday. Instead, he was now someone who liked to fight others. Well, in everyone's mind, he was still a weakling, but his personality had changed, and he had learned to give up and not care, so people didn't dare to trouble him easily. No one wanted to lower themselves to fight a weakling. Although people's view of him as a weakling hadn't changed, at least he wasn't bullied like before. It seemed today's events had achieved their purpose, and he had reached his goal. Getting back to the main point, this middle-aged man was the school's combat instructor, Lei Hu. He specialized in practical combat training, teaching everyone how to use martial skills. Usually, the school's mornings were for theory and afternoons for actual combat. Since this is real combat training, it doesn't happen in the classroom but on the outdoor training grounds. The school has 7 training fields that can theoretically hold up to 8,000 students. In reality, there are only about 6,000 students, and some are traveling outside to gain experience and improve their skills and magic. After Lei Hu took Lanfeng and others to Training Field 2, he said he would practice alone and went to check on students from other classes. The students in Class Z were used to this. They found their own spots and trained casually. Class Z is the most special class. Other classes have fixed training grounds, but theirs are flexible because they don't have a dedicated combat instructor. Lei Long, for example, is the combat instructor for Class A03. Unlike Class Z, which is considered an elite class, each of the other classes has between 40 and 60 students. Lanfeng didn't practice right away. Instead, he found a place to sit and watch everyone train. It wasn't because he was lazy, but because it was very beneficial for him. He could observe many fighting techniques. Basically, he was secretly learning from others. Out of about 700 or 800 people on the training field, he was quietly studying from all of them. The others in Class Z usually ignored his presence, so no one paid attention to Lanfeng sitting aside. He just continued his own training. 3 hours passed. Some students finished their training and left. Lanfeng gained a lot from this session. He learned new skills and gained a clearer idea of how to train himself, forming a better plan. One of the students from Class Z said, "I'm so tired, Teacher Lei Hu. We're going back." Lei Hu waved his hand to signal they could leave. Lanfeng thought it was about time to go, so he prepared to leave too. But unexpectedly, a dozen students from Class Z surrounded him and dragged him away. Hey, what are you doing to me?" "I'm not a bag," Lanfeng said, clutching his clothes, looking like a bullied little kid. One of them scolded, "I have no interest in that." Although he didn't know what that was, he could tell from Lanfeng's disgusted expression. "Then what are you doing?" Lanfeng asked, confused. "There's only one reason. You tricked us into lunch today, and tonight we're returning the favor. This morning, you beat that idiot Cover by 10 gold coins, which was just enough for us to have a meal." Most of the people in Class C are quite eccentric. They wouldn't bully the usually timid Blue Maple, but they also wouldn't be afraid of the current Blue Maple. Basically, they are fearless people. Actually, that's impossible, Blue Maple refused. He planned to survive on these 10 gold coins. If he spent them, he wouldn't have anything left. He also wanted to use the coins to buy some training equipment. "No way. This time, you have to pay, even if you don't want to. At most, we'll let you choose the place and order the food. The The people from Class Z knew Blue Maple's situation. They wanted him to spend all his coins just to get back what they believed was rightfully theirs. They still longed for the beef and, "All right, fine. I'll take you to a place," Blue Maple said helplessly. "This is the place." Blue Maple led the 11 people from Class Z to a familiar restaurant, the same one he had tricked for breakfast. "You're here again? We don't welcome you." The owner immediately told Blue Maple to leave. He didn't even want the money from breakfast, just hoped Blue Maple would go away. "Boss, there's no need to treat a guest like that. You're probably still thinking about this morning, right? I was just testing your restaurant's service. I only did that because I wanted to bring friends here for dinner tonight," Blue Maple said with a smile. The owner looked at the 11 well-dressed people behind Blue Maple. They all looked like nobles. He hesitated but decided to accept them and led them to a private room. Finally, Lin Xiaoyu ordered a table full of food and drinks, and she and the other 10 people started eating, clearing the table. Meanwhile, Blue Maple sat alone in the hall outside, drinking free well water. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu and her friends finished eating and left proudly. After about 10 minutes, Blue Maple also got up to leave. "Hey, you haven't paid yet." The owner kept watching Blue Maple, wary that he might run away because of past issues. Blue Maple asked, "Boss, do you also charge for well water here?" "Of course not." "So, what do you want from me?" "I just drank a glass of well water." "You only drank one glass, but your friends ate a whole table of food. That costs 5 gold coins. Wow, these troublemakers really know how to eat." "What they eat has nothing to do with me." Blue Maple looked confused and asked. The boss angrily said, "They are brought by you, so you have to pay." "Boss, is there something wrong with your brain? When did I say I would pay for them?" "How much they ate? You asked them for the money. It has nothing to do with me. I was just trying to help you get a big deal, but you didn't ask them for money. You're really sick." After saying this, Blue Maple swung his sleeve and left. The boss was stunned again. "Hey kid, don't come to my restaurant again, or I'll break your legs." Such a dramatic shout. This time, those beautiful eyes appeared once more by coincidence. "Help me climb the ranks. Please recommend and support." Walking through the city of Chile, Blue Maple felt like a country person entering the city, looking around at everything with curiosity. He had never seen a city like this before. He had seen many ancient Chinese-style towns, but Western-style cities he only heard about, never seen. Although he remembered some scenes, the feeling of being there in person was different. This morning, he was too busy thinking and didn't look around, but now he could take the chance. However, his route seemed a bit strange, not the way home. Could he be lost? After all, this was his first time outside. Lost. Who am I? Even if I entered a tricky formation, I could find my way out. A small Western ancient city wouldn't make me lost. That would be ridiculous. Isn't this? Better ask someone for directions. Blue Maple approached a woman who looked like an ancient creature and asked with a smile, "Beautiful lady, could you tell me how to get to Eric's weapon shop?" Don't get the wrong idea. He wasn't lost. He was heading to the most famous weapon shop in the city. Blue Maple had never been there before. His life used to be simple, with a small range of activities, mainly between the academy and home. Go straight from here, then turn right at the third intersection, keep going, and it's about 2 miles. The woman happily pointed the way. No one had ever praised her beauty before, so her mood was very good because of Blue Maple's words. She even asked excitedly, "Little brother, do you really think I'm pretty?" After saying this, Lan Feng immediately left. "Beautiful water lily. Huh. Little brother, come play here again someday. Sister Lily will definitely treat you well," the woman called out loudly, giving herself a fancy nickname, Sister Lily. Yes. Sister Lily, that's a lovely name that suits you." He quickly disappeared from sight. Following the route indicated by Sister Lily, Lan Feng easily found the weapon shop he was looking for. Although it was the most famous in the city, its appearance was quite ordinary, like a simple family courtyard. It looked like a regular house, similar to Lan Feng's own small yard. The reason it was famous was because it was run by a dwarf, and his skill was excellent, not because the shop was large. Lan Feng's purpose this time was to order something custom-made, so he needed to find the best blacksmith. The dwarf, Erek, was definitely his top choice. Asking for weapons with specific materials, payment in gold. "Come back in 3 days to pick up the items," a voice said as soon as Lan Feng entered. It was Erek, the shop owner, who was used to dismissing customers this way. He now only made magic crystal weapons or weapons with special materials because ordinary weapons weren't worth his time. Although his weapons were the best, they also cost the most to make. Usually, nobles ordered from him. They weren't afraid of spending money. But Erek didn't make decorative weapons, so they wouldn't pay for ugly, ornamental pieces. The only customers he had were those who truly needed weapons. Whether it was magic crystal weapons or those with special materials, they all required rare ingredients. That's what made them valuable. Clearly, Erek wouldn't provide these materials. You had to gather them yourself before he would craft your weapon. Lan Feng spoke up, saying, "I'm not here to buy weapons. I want you to help me make some special items. You're the best in the city at forging. If you can't do it, then it will be really troublesome." "What kind of items?" Erek's interest was piqued. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Lan Feng. "The items are like this." Lan Feng explained step by step what he wanted to make and his requirements. After hearing Lan Feng's explanation, Erek frowned and looked down in thought. "Let me think about it. Blue Feng actually wants to create a set of weighted gear divided into 3 parts. One like a shirt worn on the body, one like a wrist guard worn on the hand, and the last for the lower leg. If it were ordinary weighted gear without special requirements, it wouldn't be complicated. But Blue Feng's design is different. He wants it to be worn on the body without restricting movement, invisible to others, and capable of gradually increasing weight. Clearly, he plans to wear this weighted gear not only during training, but also in daily life." After a long while, Erek looked up and said, "I can do it. Come back in 10 days to pick it up. No need for the materials, just a few special ones. Considering the difficulty of your request, I will provide them for free." For Erek, improving his skills is the main goal. For someone like Blue Feng, who wants challenging things, this is the best way to improve. But 10 days, even if you pay 1 gold coin a day. And I can help you refine your weighted materials, giving you a small discount. Just 2 silver coins. This money still needs to be paid. Otherwise, how would he make a living or buy materials for his own projects? When Erek mentioned the weighted materials, he was talking about a special type of stone unique to this world. It is very heavy. Just a small piece can weigh 10 jin. This is essential for the gear to meet the weight requirements. However, this material is cheap and easy to find, and polishing it doesn't require much skill, so its price is actually very low. All right, here are exactly 10 gold coins and 2 silver coins. Blue Feng handed the money pouch to Erek. On the surface, it seemed like nothing, but inwardly he was cursing. You little dwarf, did you see my money pouch? You took exactly what I had, not a coin more or less. But there's no choice. Dwarves never haggle. They state a price, and that's it. Everyone knows dwarves don't cheat on prices, so no one argues. By the way, can I borrow that bow? Blue Feng saw a bow lying in the corner. He walked over, took it in his hand, and tested it. It was quite powerful, able to be drawn only a little. "If you want this bow, I'll give it to you. It's a bit stronger, but it's not a magic crystal bow. Nobody likes to use those." Erek casually said that although the material was good and strong, it didn't require much material, just his time. It had been sitting here for years without anyone paying attention. For a craftsman like him, his creations only have value if someone uses them, so he decided to give it directly to Lan Feng. He also gave him a quiver filled with arrows. Lan Feng, carrying a bow and arrow and holding a magic crystal sword, walked down the street. Thinking about how he was now broke again, he started shouting in a voice he thought sounded rough and experienced, which is howling like a wolf. My new book is tough to publish. Please support with some votes. In the evening, Lan Feng went home with a bag of flour, some vegetables, and seasonings. He placed everything in the kitchen, which only had a clove of garlic. Don't get the wrong idea. These weren't stolen. He bought them from the market. As for where the money came from, don't forget, he still had a pair of Covial's gloves. Luckily, on this continent, there are pawn shops where you can items. Lan Feng sold the gloves without plans to buy them back. He got more money this way. The gloves seemed pretty good, and he earned a silver coin from selling them. With that silver coin, he bought the ingredients mentioned earlier. The main food in this continent is mostly made from flour, so he could only buy that. Also, in northern China, flour is a staple food and can be used to make many dishes, so he didn't mind. However, if people found out he sold Covial's gloves for just 1 silver coin, it would cause a big fuss. Everyone knows that a glove used to challenge someone in a duel symbolizes honor. If you win, you get the glove back. If you lose, the glove becomes someone else's treasure. Note, it's a treasure. The winner keeps it as a trophy and shows respect to the opponent. If someone throws away the glove, it means they look down on the challenger and trample on their dignity. Lan Feng's actions this time went even further. He sold the glove for money, for just 1 silver coin. If Koviel found out, he would definitely chase him relentlessly. Ugh, I'm not cooking tonight. Saving 1 meal. Because of overeating at lunch, Lan Feng's stomach still isn't hungry now. He decides to save food and not eat anymore. He takes a shower and washes clothes at the same time. Fortunately, he is a country kid. When he was at home, on Earth, he did everything himself: cooking, laundry, even hunting and farming. Back then, he used a gun for hunting, but now he only has a bow and arrow. Everyone now understands why Lan Feng wants that bow. It's for hunting and getting meat himself. Remember, he is still only 15 years old, at the age of growing taller. He needs a lot of good nutrition. After his shower, Lan Feng tidies up his room, then goes to bed. Actually, he practices a special breathing technique called turtle breathing. Before practicing, he takes out a small piece of the leftover poisonous death pill. He eats a little, but not too much. He's afraid that last time, maybe because of crossing over, his immunity increased too much. If he loses that immunity now, he might get into serious trouble. He starts with a small amount and plans to increase it later if needed. He uses his energy to fight the poison, stimulating his energy growth. The next morning, Lan Feng feels that his energy is increasing, but not as fast as yesterday. Still, it's much faster than on Earth. It seems his method is working. However, this method is quite troublesome, and his body is covered in a layer of black. He thinks to himself, from now on, he will sleep to avoid washing clothes. He also won't use a blanket, since practicing energy keeps him warm and blankets cost money. After a quick rinse in the bathroom, Lan Feng puts on his underwear and practices Bagua Palm in the yard. Early morning is a good time for training. After about an hour, the sky brightens. Lan Feng finishes his practice, washes again, and puts on clean clothes. Then he makes a bowl of noodles, hand-pulled noodles. Practicing Bagua Palm has another benefit. Kneading and pulling noodles become very easy. He finishes quickly, and the noodles are very elastic. Don't think this is Lan Feng's first time making noodles. When he was at home, he was often asked to knead and pull noodles with Bagua Palm. People joked it was to help him practice, but really, they just wanted to eat delicious food. Thinking of this, Lan Feng secretly thinks, maybe I should sell noodles at the night market tonight. That way, I won't have to worry about running out of money to buy food. Because of his idea, a strange stall appeared in the night market of Chili City. This is a later story, so I won't mention it now. After eating noodles, Lan Feng took his magic crystal sword to the academy. As for the bow and arrow he got yesterday, he used it for hunting and naturally wouldn't carry it around. Today, Lan Feng received many looks of attention at the academy. This time, people's gazes were different from before. Earlier they looked at him with contempt. Now they looked with curiosity. The events of yesterday had spread throughout the entire academy, so everyone was curious about Lan Feng's change. But even though they were curious, they wouldn't lower themselves to talk to him, and Lan Feng ignored them, walking straight to his classroom. If people knew what he was thinking now, they would be speechless. Why didn't anyone challenge me today? How will I get my living expenses in the future? Oh, Lord Kover Razy, are you coming to seek revenge? No one would bother to challenge him now. It was pointless. Winning wouldn't be honorable, and losing would make people laugh at him, just like Kover. But that was fine. Lan Feng preferred to stay quiet and peaceful. Today's classes were the same as usual, with nothing special happening. The only difference was that the teacher had changed, which was common in Class C, where teachers often rotated. Lan Feng didn't do anything special today. He just went to the library to borrow a few books, one on basic swordsmanship, one on how to activate the magic crystal, and another about poisons. The first 2 books were easy to understand. Everyone knew what they were for. The last one, Lan Feng borrowed to prepare for future medicine taking. He needed to take medicine before practicing every day, and the family's medicine supply would run out in a month, so he would have to buy more. But he couldn't afford to buy it, so he had to gather herbs himself. When he went hunting in the forest, he could pick some herbs along the way. Since he was gathering herbs, he needed to learn about them, so he borrowed this book about poisons. Generally, anyone in the martial world who practices qi would have some knowledge of traditional medicine. Lan Feng didn't know much, but he often went mountain climbing to gather herbs. So, understanding the shapes and habits of herbs in this world would help him get started quickly. Blue Feng doesn't know this now. He originally just wanted to take drugs as a hobby, but in the end, he became a famous drug maker. Because later, ordinary poisons were no longer enough for him, so he started to research on his own. At noon, he had lunch with Lin Xiaoyu. Since he had no money, he had to rely on her, and Lin Xiaoyu was the easiest to talk to. They also spent a relaxing afternoon sitting by the training ground reading books. Blue Feng's day at the academy was over. Now, Blue Feng is looking for a place in Chili City, somewhere that exists in every world, an adventurer's guild. Readers, please give some recommendation votes. Unfortunately, my usual promotion rate is very low. Since this is a new book, recommendations are very important. The Adventurers Guild is a well-known organization. According to the Multiverse Records, it accepts missions from clients and assigns tasks to its members. It is also a passionate organization that has trained countless heroes, created many inspiring stories, legendary figures, and legendary tales. But this is only part of what it does. There is also a quieter side, which is quite ordinary. Not all missions are grand and heroic. Some are very simple. Not all missions are dangerous. Some are completely safe. Because the tasks entrusted to the guild include not only high-risk jobs like guarding, escorting, exploring, or even war, but also simple chores like finding pets or doing odd jobs, anything you can imagine. In simple terms, the Adventurers Guild is basically a job agency that introduces adventurers to work. Of course, the guild will verify the client's requests, assign a difficulty level, and determine the reward. If the client hides something and it is discovered later, they will face a penalty that is at least twice the reward, depending on how serious the issue is. However, the guild's intelligence network generally allows no secrets to remain hidden, unless in very special cases. So, most clients do not dare to hide anything because it only brings trouble to themselves. Once a mission is accepted, the guild will organize the task based on its details. Since most missions are regional, they are not announced everywhere. For example, there is a hotel in Chili City, not a modern hotel, but a place similar to a bar, that needs someone to help out for a few days. Naturally, they wouldn't wait for mercenaries from other places to arrive, and those mercenaries wouldn't come because the pay isn't enough to cover their travel expenses. Generally, the larger the shared mission area, the higher the mission level. Missions that are shared across the entire world are usually top-level tasks that require experts from different regions working together to complete. This is also why Lan Feng came to the Mercenary Guild. He wanted to find some small, miscellaneous mercenary jobs to earn some money. He couldn't take on high-risk missions because he lacked the strength and time. Those missions often require leaving Chili City for a while or long periods without personal time. Right now, Lan Feng's main goal is to improve his strength and learn about this continent through the system. He can't waste time elsewhere, so he only takes small tasks and helps people with chores. This situation is quite common on Earth, working part-time while studying. Unexpectedly, things he once wanted to try but had no chance for are now unavoidable. Lan Feng looked at the guild sign and sighed. When he entered the guild, he saw a lively hall. Most people were looking at a notice board, searching for suitable tasks and preparing to accept missions from guild staff. This scene reminded Lan Feng of a stock exchange hall in China. He approached a window. Of course, the staff there shouldn't be disturbed. There needs to be a clear boundary between mercenaries and staff. Otherwise, if mercenaries wander around pointing and talking, it would be strange if they could work properly. "Miss, I want to join the Great Mercenary Guild and become an honorable mercenary," Lan Feng said seriously. "Oh, right. I forgot to mention, there are actually multiple staff members." The reason he chose this window is obvious if you look at the others. It's not just a coincidence. Those other windows are staffed by old men or fierce women, but this one is run by a young girl. She's not very beautiful, but in this situation, she's definitely better than a beauty. "Fill out the information." The young girl didn't care how Lan Feng reacted. She simply handed him a document, with no change in her expression, not even lifting her head. This could be called calm under pressure or simply ignoring someone. Actually, Her behavior was just routine. She wasn't ignoring him at all. Lan Feng comforted himself and took the document. He quickly filled out the form with a few details, name, gender, age, and address, and handed it back to her. He wasn't fast because he knew more. He only had a few pieces of information. Congratulations, you are now an apprentice mercenary. Would you like to get a mercenary card? The girl was very formal. After seeing Lan Feng's simple information, she wasn't surprised by how little he provided. She smiled and asked politely, though her smile felt more like a standard greeting than genuine warmth. No, thank you, Lan Feng replied directly. An apprentice mercenary doesn't need a mercenary card. Strictly speaking, they aren't full mercenaries yet. To become a real mercenary, you need to complete some small tasks and have your information verified by the Mercenary Guild, which then grants you official status. Don't think the Mercenary Guild is just a place where anyone can sign up with a fake name and become a mercenary. That's a wrong idea. Many of the tasks issued by the Guild are closely related to people's safety and property. Can such jobs be trusted to someone with a fake name and no background? The answer is no. The Guild has strict rules. They have a complete credit and ability rating system. Only mercenaries who reach a certain level can accept corresponding tasks. They strictly prevent anyone from taking higher-level jobs without proper authorization, unless the client issues an unrestricted task. One function of the mercenary card is to record the mercenary's information, how many tasks they've completed, and the guild's evaluation of their work. Another function is like a bank card. On this continent, there is a special bank called the Holy Land Bank, independent of any faction, doing work similar to a modern bank. The bank card they use is called a magic crystal card, which stores and records your deposits and transaction history at the Holy Land Bank. This kind of card has a blood recognition function. You just need to drop a drop of blood on it, and the card will record your aura. Only you can use this card. No matter what others do, they cannot use it. During transactions, they use a very special and secret technology to ensure the transactions are accurate and error-free. So far, no one has made a mistake. This is much safer and more reliable than modern banks, which often have errors but claim to be very secure and precise. Note, this is not some futuristic technology. They use special materials and magic to make it, but it is top secret and no one knows how it works. A bank needs branches. To make things easier, the Holy Land Bank cooperates with the Mercenary Guild, which is also an independent organization. Each guild has at least one bank staff member and a vault for easy cash withdrawals. As a partner, the Mercenary Guild gets their own special magic crystal card, which is combined with their mercenary card to create a new type of mercenary card. As for why Blue Maple doesn't want this mercenary card, the reason is simple. He has no money. Although joining the guild is free, getting the mercenary card costs 1 silver coin. Blue Maple doesn't have that spare change right now. No, you're broke. You can't afford it. Hey, who said that? I just don't want to waste money. Anyway, after completing a certain number of tasks, the Mercenary Guild will make me a full member and will even give me the mercenary card for free, which costs 1 silver coin. Still shouting for votes. The Mercenary Guild has a section for each level of tasks, plus an unlimited task board. This setup is to make it easier for mercenaries and to improve efficiency. The guild doesn't want its employees wasting time looking for tasks. In the beginner task section, Blue Maple spent some time choosing a few suitable jobs, especially those with good pay. His task requirements are, first, to be within Chile City, so he doesn't waste time on travel. Secondly, the task should be scheduled at night, so he can use his free time. During the day, he can continue attending school or take a break during holidays. With these two main conditions, the remaining factors are the amount of time and energy needed for the task, as well as the reward received. As for why he chooses a few options, it's just in case the first choice is taken by someone else. Then he can pick others as replacements. Some tasks have a limit on the number of participants, so once one person takes it, no one else can join. Back to the young girl. Lan Feng reports the number of the task he wants most. The girl checks and is relieved. Luckily, the task hasn't been taken yet. Holding the guild's introduction letter and the client's token, Lan Feng heads out to the task location. People might wonder why so many items are needed. It's simple. The client's token is essential. Without it, how can they tell if a person is a mercenary from the guild or if they are the one assigned to the task. Usually, a token is given to each mercenary. It doesn't have to be valuable. It can be a simple stone or something ordinary, with no special requirements. Only the client and the guild know what the token looks like. So, pretending to be someone else is impossible because you wouldn't know what the token is, even if it's an everyday object. The introduction letter is used in special cases, especially for new members like Lan Feng, who just joined the guild. When mercenaries first join, their background isn't verified, and they haven't proven themselves yet. So, they don't receive the guild's badge, an official symbol of a mercenary. The mercenary badge is made with special craftsmanship and cannot be forged. Unlike what Lan Feng previously thought, it doesn't have a rank indicator. Without a rank, the badge only proves you are a member of the guild, but it doesn't show your level. So, there's no point in showing off a high-level badge. The only way to prove a mercenary's level is with a special mercenary card, but the information on it is kept secret. Only the mercenary and the guild know. Even if you are the emperor of the Holy Empire, the guild won't reveal any details. Therefore, unless you want others to know, no one can find out what tasks you've done or what level you are in the guild. Not bad. The private privacy rules of the mercenary guild are quite good. Only I know what I did. Only heaven, earth, the guild, and I know. No third party will find out. Blue Feng fully supports this rule. In the future, when taking on difficult tasks, he won't worry about being exposed. Haha, stay low-key. Back to the main topic. Today, Blue Feng's task is to help a jewelry shop with not enough staff to polish some rough stones. The work is from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. each night for 7 days. He will earn 5 copper coins each night, and he can choose any 7 days. Naturally, Blue Feng chose 7 days. Making jewelry shouldn't be too tiring. It mainly requires some effort and skill. This is too easy. I used to be quite skilled, especially in technical work back in school. Are you Blue Feng? You should stop polishing. The beautiful woman frowned slightly, then spoke softly, her charming voice ringing in Blue Feng's ear. I think polishing is a waste of my talent. Blue Feng thought proudly. Go over there and smash the raw stones. She pointed to a pile of stones in the corner. Blue Feng's excellent craftsmanship is true, but it's a negative trait. His manual skills are terrible. The woman, who is the owner of this jewelry shop, has a batch of goods to finish quickly and couldn't find anyone. So she used the most popular method on the continent, hiring temporary workers. Polishing rough stones is simple. Anyone can learn it quickly. But I've never seen someone like this, unable to polish even a rough stone. When asked to do it, he even ground away the inside, clumsy and awkward. But he works very seriously, which might be his only good point. For Blue Feng, earning a salary means he must be worth it. So he won't slack off or complain. Thus, Blue Feng shifted from technical work, maybe, to physical labor, becoming a stone-breaking worker. I'll smash. It seems my decision was right. Although he's a bit slow, he has good strength. He quickly breaks the raw stones into pieces. Wait a minute. Blue Feng, stop. The shop owner called out again. What's wrong now? Blue Feng stopped his hammer and asked. What are you smashing? The beautiful store manager's face looked a bit pale. Lan Feng looked at the ground and didn't see anything wrong. He replied, I'm smashing the stones. Isn't that what you asked me to do? I asked you to smash the raw stones, not to break the materials inside. Is this the material? Nonsense, you've smashed so many. Haven't you noticed it's different? Usually, raw stones don't always contain valuable material. Generally, smashing a dozen or so stones gives a chance to find something valuable. Lan Feng knew this common sense, but I can smash as many as I want. I thought this was just a bad stone, Lan Feng said innocently. He believed that the amount he smashed was proportional, so he thought it was just a stone and wanted to keep looking. The beautiful woman looked at the ground and saw that what Lan Feng said was true. Her jaw dropped instantly. What? How is that possible? Usually, finding a piece of material is already good, but you keep smashing and finding more. Keep going. Lan Feng nodded and continued smashing. The more he smashed, the closer her jaw got to the ground. Could it be that he's a lucky star reborn? Maybe it was just a coincidence. Or perhaps Lan Feng was truly blessed by luck. Maybe heaven was compensating him for his hardships. Every raw stone he smashed turned out to contain some material, and one was even a top-quality piece. Because of this, Although his first task wasn't very successful, he received excellent praise. Of course, he deserved it. Paying 5 copper coins to smash stones and getting materials worth nearly 1,000 gold coins. No, I want to share. Even 1% would be fine. Because of the materials Lan Feng uncovered, this shop quickly rose to become one of the top jewelry stores in Chile City within a few years. The beautiful store manager became a prominent figure in the city, and Lan Feng, who made a significant contribution but remained largely unknown, also gained many benefits. For example, he could take materials from the shop freely. For example, he could use the shop's tools at will. And also, he could casually invite people from the shop. In the following days, Lan Feng went to classes during the day and broke stones at night. He also played with jewelry making, which was allowed by the beautiful shopkeeper, who even personally taught him. Lan Feng made a necklace. Although his craftsmanship was a bit rough, it proved he wasn't stupid, just lacked practice. With more practice, he would improve. You ask what the necklace looks like. Well, besides an ugly crystal pendant, it's just a black string. He tied the ugly crystal to the black string, and it became a necklace. You wonder how to judge this as a necklace? Ignore you, this is my decision. Lan Feng was very happy as he stored the necklace away, hiding it in his chest. He didn't plan to give it to the shopkeeper. In fact, she didn't care for it either and would throw it away if she saw it. So, she saw him hide it, but didn't say anything. It's not that she ignored his stealing. Rather, Lan Feng openly put the item into his chest in front of her. It wasn't stealing, she had agreed to it. Lan Feng knew this would happen. He knew the shopkeeper wouldn't blame him. Plus, the materials he used were very common and worth very little, so he felt justified in taking them. In the end, the shopkeeper only said one thing. Hey, remember, don't say this was made by our shop. During these days, besides finding a job that allowed him to survive on this continent, Lan Feng also discovered something very important and meaningful to him. He studied several books about awakening magic crystals and some techniques for using magic crystal weapons. He found that although their methods varied, they all shared the same core idea: how to use the energy inside the body to resonate with the magic crystal, then control the crystal's energy to attack in different ways. After reaching this conclusion, his first thought was, controlling qi with the mind. Mind's finger, power at your command. Isn't this similar to infusing internal energy into weapons? So, Lan Feng made a bold attempt. He used his qi to stimulate the magic crystal. Unexpectedly, frost appeared on the sword, quickly freezing the air around it. If he weren't an awakener, he might have been frozen himself. Seeing the magic crystal sword frozen by a large ice ball, Lan Feng felt happy and also secretly grateful. I am glad to find out that I can use my internal energy to activate magic crystals. Blue Feng vaguely feels that this method is more flexible and efficient than the traditional way used on the continent. Fortunately, I am fine. Doing that just now was very dangerous. Theoretically, magic crystals are a form of energy, and their properties are still unknown. I don't know if my internal energy can synchronize with them. If there is a backlash, it would be a big problem. There is also an issue with control. If I hadn't immediately dispersed my internal energy when I sensed something was wrong, I could have become frozen like the sword in front of me. After discovering this, besides practicing energy control and physical training, I added a new practice: how to use my energy to activate magic crystals so that my magic crystal skills can reach higher and stronger levels. To do this, I study books about this at the library every day and learn systematically about magic crystal techniques. Luckily, my hypnosis is strong enough to self-hypnotize, improving my memory and learning ability, which helps me handle this difficult research easily. My hypnosis power is not just limited to this. It's just a small part of its potential. By the way, I forgot to explain what magic crystal skills are. They are simple. Any move made with a magic crystal is a magic crystal skill. Since the continent has magic crystal weapons, people have developed magic crystal martial arts. After many years, only the most practical and powerful moves remain. Also, magic crystals have attributes. The most common are wind, fire, earth, and ice. Rarer types include lightning, dark, light, and a very special space attribute. These are the known types so far. Rarity doesn't mean they are stronger than other types. It just means they are less common. Now, Everyone can guess that the magic crystal sword in Blue Fang's hand belongs to the ice attribute. These days, my life has been quite peaceful. At school, those who used to bully me haven't come to bother me anymore. It seems the Coville incident had an impact, and my current attitude makes people less likely to provoke me. See, this is what we call attitude determines everything. If I act a little more confident, I won't have trouble. Otherwise, I'd be harassed and bullied all the time. Blue Fang is now walking through the school, acting very confident. However, his confidence is not as strong as that of the noble young masters, so no one pays much attention to him. Instead, he becomes almost invisible. This makes him realize what it means to be the one who stands out too much. If you are too prominent in one area, you will attract attention, and being timid is one way to avoid that. Although Blue Fang has become much stronger than before, he receives less attention now, which is quite frustrating. If it weren't for Murong Qianxuan's birthday, Blue Fang might be forgotten in a few days. It is the 6th day of the 6th month in the Holy Land calendar 11953, which is Murong Qianxuan's birthday. In the evening, Blue Fang takes a shower, puts on his best clothes. Well, the best clothes he has at home, not the best on the continent. And, as a noble, he has a fancy outfit for special occasions. But among nobles, it looks quite ordinary. He ties his magic crystal sword around his waist and steps out of the courtyard, heading toward the high-end residential area of Chili City. Today, he has already told the jewelry shop he won't be coming for 7 days, but not all at once. He will go during specific times and complete 7 days in total. When he arrives at the area where high officials and important people live, the scene is very different from where Blue Fang lives. The environment is elegant and quiet, with well-maintained buildings that are not damaged. Although it's not a paradise, the difference is quite noticeable. Murong Qianxuan moved here 5 years ago, which is one of the signs of his rise to power. Compared to him, Blue Fang feels a bit out of place, but he doesn't mind much. In his view, if two people are truly meant to be together, they wouldn't care about these things. He also believes that someday he will become incredibly wealthy and powerful, and then he will be worthy of her. Wait, no, why am I saying this? Her good conditions have nothing to do with me. Focus on the main task. Please vote for me, brothers. Oh no, this is a serious problem now. Blue Fang stands in the middle of the road, looking at the luxurious buildings nearby. He faces a big issue. Hey, can someone tell me where the Murong family lives? Blue Fang knows where Murong Qianxuan's old house is, but since she moved here, he has never been there. There is no way around it, so I have to use the most common method, asking questions humbly. Excuse me. Never mind. Blue Maple was about to ask a question but realized it wasn't necessary because the random passerby he chose turned out to be, Blue Maple, do you need something? Why are you standing here instead of coming to my house? The person speaking was none other than Murong Qianxuan, the birthday girl today. She was not alone. She was with a group of girls and a woman. The woman Blue Maple knew was his mentor, Emily Hogg. By the way, Murong Qianxuan was in the same class as that woman. She was Emily's student. Since Emily was a martial arts instructor, her class was naturally a martial arts class. That means this group of girls were all tough types. Blue Maple could imagine why Murong Qianxuan chose martial arts instead of magic. In his memory, Murong Qianxuan had always been strong-willed. When they were kids, if something happened, she was usually the one to step forward, seeming to want to protect Blue Maple. In his memory, she always used being the older sister as a reason to protect her younger brother, but she was only 10 days older than Blue Maple. Well, Blue Maple didn't answer Murong Qianxuan, but instead greeted Emily. Hello, Teacher Emily. Are you here to attend Miss Murong's birthday party? Then, let's go together, Miss Murong. Murong Qianxuan suddenly felt that Blue Maple, who was already a stranger, seemed even more unfamiliar now. She even felt like Blue Maple had changed into a different person. Going together? That means he wants to walk with us. Dream on. We won't walk with you, let alone go into Qianxuan's house with you. The group of girls looked at Blue Maple with disgust. They thought he was trying to get close to them, but they had seen many people trying to approach them and knew all the tricks. From what just happened, they believed Blue Maple was deliberately waiting for them here. Otherwise, how could he have just happened to block Murong Qianxuan's questions? But none of them spoke out against him because they knew their mentor would protect them and refuse on their behalf. However, sometimes things happen unexpectedly. In the next moment, they looked at Emily in disbelief because she said one sentence. Since we all have the same goal, let's go together. No way. Teacher Emily actually agreed and wants to walk with this useless man. Seems like man is pretty important here. But what surprised them even more wasn't that. They were more shocked by what happened next. Chihiro, you all go ahead. Blue Maple and I need to talk, Emily said. All the girls felt like they might have heard wrong or that their ears were playing tricks on them. Otherwise, how could Emily, who usually avoids being alone with boys, want to walk with such a useless man and talk privately? If the school found out about this, it would be one of the most unbelievable stories in the school's history. The male teachers and noble students who liked Emily would probably start to chase after Blue Maple. Teacher Emily, isn't that not a good idea? One girl said for everyone. What's wrong with it? You are my students, and Blue Maple is my student too. Don't forget, I am also his class teacher, Emily replied, noticing the girls' doubts. Okay, teacher, we'll go ahead first, Morong Chihiro said, grabbing one of her close friends and walking ahead. The other girls saw this and had no choice but to follow, but they glared at Blue Maple as they left, warning him not to cause trouble. Hey, why are you all glaring at me? This isn't my decision. It's your teacher's idea. Don't take your anger out on me, okay? Blue Maple felt frustrated. He didn't understand what Emily was trying to do or why she wanted to talk alone. Was she planning something sneaky? Ahem, this is a busy street. Your imagination is running wild. I'm not that kind of person. I'm very proper and innocent. Maybe she was just angry that I didn't give her face, so she asked the others to leave and teach me a lesson. Yeah, that must be it. Blue Maple immediately kept his distance from Emily and asked carefully, Teacher, what did you want to talk to me about? This doesn't seem like a good place. What's wrong with it? Never mind. I just want to say sorry. I've been neglectful these past few years, rarely took care of your class, and didn't stand up for you in difficult times. I'm really sorry, Emily said sincerely, lowering her head to apologize. Lanfeng paused for a moment. Then, after reacting, asked, Teacher, are you apologizing to me? What's wrong? Do you think I want to do something? Emily chuckled softly. She had seen Lanfeng's recent actions clearly and could guess his intentions toward her. Such a charming smile. This woman is truly beautiful when she smiles, but trying to tempt me? No way. Narcissist. Who's trying to you? Lanfeng showed a faint smile and said calmly, Actually, there's no need for you to apologize, teacher. You shouldn't feel guilty about Lanfeng. Most of it was my fault. If I could be stronger, the outcome might have been different. Emily frowned and sighed softly. That may be true, but I also have to take responsibility. I am your teacher, and I shouldn't ignore what happened or pretend I didn't see. Let bygones be bygones. If the teacher really wants to take responsibility, then she can make it up to me in the future, Lanfeng said with a smile. Emily thought for a moment and replied, All right, whatever you want, I can give it to you, as long as I can do it. Really? I can have anything I want. Lanfeng's eyes lit up as he looked at Emily. Yes, as long as I can do it. You can have anything you want. Emily's tone was a bit weaker, because someone's eyes were too bright, and it seemed like she was drooling. Here we go again. That weak expression isn't trying to tempt me? Since that's the case, then Teacher, you can definitely do this. I want you to, fellow readers, Smile is trying her best. Please show some support and vote. Teacher, I want you to help me get a premium library card, Lanfeng said seriously. What do you think I want? Her person? Your thoughts are really bad. How could a pure boy like me say such inappropriate things? Lanfeng's body is indeed 15 years old, but we must stick to the good spirit of studying hard and making progress every day, focusing on our studies. Emily didn't expect Lanfeng to want this. She paused for a moment but quickly recovered. You want a premium library card? That's easy. But you can't just read books all the time. You also need to combine practical experience. Bluefeng only borrowed a library card to make her think he was a good student. Recently, she also noticed that during practical classes, Bluefeng was just sitting alone reading books and not participating in training. This made her a bit worried. Although the knowledge in books is based on others' experiences, it is still from others, not your own. You need to absorb and understand it, not just read without practicing. Overall, Emily still thinks Bluefeng has improved. He is teachable. I know this. I just want to read for reference. Blue Feng naturally understands this. He reads to learn about the martial arts of this continent, the magic here, and some basic information about the continent's situation and culture. His current memory is limited, so if he wants to survive and succeed, he must learn these basics. Where does he want to go? Naturally, he plans to travel across different countries on the continent, not just stay in this city forever. This idea goes against common sense. Every traveler wants to explore the world. But who told you that? Without talking about common sense, Blue Feng's mind certainly won't stay in this city forever. As long as he has enough strength, he will go out and see this beautiful world. Good, as long as you understand. I'll help you handle the formalities tomorrow. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Emily said no more, just letting Blue Feng know he can come to her anytime with questions. For Blue Feng, this is natural. She is his mentor, so who else should he ask? Now, he wants to ask her right away. So, Blue Feng started talking to Emily about martial arts, wasting precious time with a beautiful girl. If those who pursue Emily knew, they would surely scold him fiercely. But if Blue Feng really takes this chance to gain Emily's favor and makes her like him, causing her to develop feelings, wouldn't those pursuers be heartbroken? So, they should be glad that he doesn't know how to flirt with girls and only studies martial arts. While they talked, they forgot to watch the people in front. Morong Qianxuan and others initially kept an eye on them, but when they realized it was just a teacher-student conversation, they stopped paying attention. Thus, one was distracted and the other was not paying attention, and they ended up losing each other. When Lan Feng and Emily realized they had gotten separated, they didn't pay much attention at first. They just kept talking and walking. But then Lan Feng started to feel something was wrong. "Teacher, are you maybe shopping?" Lan Feng asked cautiously. He didn't know where the Morong family lived, but he wasn't bad with directions. They had just walked this way before, and Emily seemed to be leading him in circles. Emily looked at Lan Feng confused and said, "I haven't been shopping. I've just been walking with you." "You've been walking with me? Don't you know where the Morong family lives?" Lan Feng asked immediately. Emily blushed and nodded shyly, saying, not knowing is just not knowing. What's there to be shy about? Why are you blushing so much?" Lan Feng found Emily's reaction a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it now. Lan Feng sighed weakly. "Wow, I thought you knew, so I followed you. I didn't expect you to be lost too. Why did you follow me? You could have just taken me there." Emily frowned. "Miss, I really don't know the way," Lan Feng said tiredly, even calling her Miss instead of teacher. "How can you not know? She's your fiancée," Emily said in surprise. She couldn't believe Lan Feng didn't know where his fiancée lived. "Well, after she moved to her new house, we hardly kept in touch. I've never been to her new place," Lan Feng admitted honestly. Emily was speechless. She didn't know what to say because she understood there was some problem between Lan Feng and Morong Qianxuan, but that was something they had to solve themselves. "So what do we do now? How do we get to her house?" Emily asked. "What else? We ask someone," Lan Feng replied, glancing around. Was this really a hard question? Doesn't this woman go out often? Lan Feng was also confused about where they were. Both of them thought the other knew the way, so they wandered around, only to realize neither of them knew where they were. They had no idea where to go. But for Lan Feng, it was almost the same as at the start. Neither of them knew the way. So, he decided to keep asking for directions. Thanks to Lan Feng's willingness to ask, they finally figured out how to get to the Morong family's house, and then they headed in that direction. Looking at the Morong family's gate, Lan Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. Finally, we're here. It seems like we've been on a long journey. Now he understands why Emily was blushing earlier. It turns out she is really bad with directions, and what's worse, she is nearsighted and couldn't see clearly. Today, she wore formal clothes for the dinner and forgot her glasses. Just now, when Lan Feng asked for directions, he turned around and she was gone. After searching for a while, he finally found a confused Emily in a small alley. It turned out she had walked away with someone who looked similar to Lan Feng. When they realized it was wrong, she kept wandering around there. What made Lan Feng feel helpless was that, even though she was right beside him, he still accidentally lost her again. He had no choice but to hold her hand while walking, gripping it tightly so she wouldn't get lost. Emily only felt a little embarrassed about this, but it was nothing serious. Lan Feng was just a 15-year-old boy, much younger than her, and he was also her student. She blushed, feeling a bit awkward, worried that her students might see this side of her. Actually, the girls in her class knew she was bad with directions, but they never said anything. Tonight, they surrounded her to prevent her from getting lost. They didn't expect that Lan Feng wouldn't know where Murong Qianxuan's house was, and both of them had disappeared. Teacher, Lan Feng, why are you so late? Murong Qianxuan and the group of girls had been waiting at the door for a long time. Although she was the host today, her teacher was missing, so she had to wait here. She also took the opportunity to greet her friends and the guests invited by Murong Qianxuan. Welcoming guests at the door with the girls was quite a unique and interesting way. Now, Murong Qianxuan and the girls looked at Lan Feng and Emily holding hands with some surprise. Lan Feng realized he was still holding Emily's hand, so he quickly let go and said, "We just lost track of time while talking. Anyway, we're not late." He thought, "Should I tell them we got lost because we didn't know the way, and your teacher got lost twice? Not late, but almost. Let's go inside quickly," Murong Qianxuan said. For some reason, when she saw Lan Feng holding Emily's hand, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. "Go ahead with your own things. I need to find Uncle Murong. I have something to discuss with him." Blue Feng said goodbye, knowing he couldn't be with these girls. He had something to do, so he took the initiative to break up. Uncle Murong? Even that title felt unfamiliar now. Before, you always called him Uncle Murong, right? Murong Qianxuan looked at Blue Feng. After Blue Feng took a few steps away, Emily suddenly asked, "Blue Feng, were you looking for us just now? Were you asking for directions?" Yes. I didn't know how to get to the new Murong family house," Blue Feng replied honestly, even though he found Emily's question strange. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Oh my, does anyone really not know where their fiancé's family lives? Is he an idiot? The girls were stunned and looked at Blue Feng in disbelief. Murong Qianxuan trembled slightly. Now she understood why she felt so distant and unfamiliar. This was all her own fault. Since that time, she had rarely cared about Blue Feng and gradually kept her distance. She didn't even tell him the address of her new home, let alone bring him there. "Please support me with some votes. Carrot, carrot. What do you want to do?" Blue Feng looked calmly at the person in front of him. He had just entered the Murong house when the person blocked his way, standing in front of him. This person was no stranger. He was Bill Tyler, Murong Qianxuan's boyfriend. No need to ask. His purpose was clear. He came from Murong Qianxuan. Yes, Bill was here because of the love obstacle between Blue Feng and Murong Qianxuan. Knowing Blue Feng would come today, he had been waiting here alone. In the past few days, he really wanted to find Blue Feng, but Blue Feng was elusive, disappearing after school. At school, he didn't dare approach Blue Feng, afraid others might see and laugh at him. Do you think he didn't arrange for someone to block Blue Feng at the school gate? Wrong. He did, but Blue Feng somehow managed to avoid them. This puzzled him. So now, he was alone, without any companions. Maybe he thought Blue Feng was harmless and wouldn't threaten him. "Blue Feng, let's find a place to talk," he said. "No need," Blue Feng immediately rejected. Bill didn't expect Blue Feng to be so disrespectful, but he managed to hold back and said, "I think there is a need for this." "No, there isn't." After saying this, Blue Feng looked at Bill, who was in a bad mood, and continued, "I already know what you're going to say, but I still say this. Until Miss Murong and I officially end our marriage, you can't be together. No negotiations. Blue Feng, you're being selfish. You're blocking Qianxuan's happiness. I tell you, anything that harms her happiness, I won't allow. I will erase it from this world. Do you understand?" Bill looked at him with a fierce gaze. "Well, just a little fierce, calm and steady. I also clearly tell you again, this is my business, and it's none of your concern." Blue Feng responded coldly, but secretly cursed himself. He knew that doing this would offend Bill and cause trouble in the future, but on principle, he couldn't compromise. "Honestly, if I need someone else to control this, and I have to be interfered with, am I even a real man? So even if I announce the end of the engagement now, I can't say it yet. I won't let Bill here feel proud, thinking he forced me to break the engagement. Although the outcome is the same, the way I say it is completely different. Many people say, I want an explanation, which shows how important this explanation really is. Bah, in the end, it's all about saving face. A man whose fiancée is taken by another man, though not officially married, still can't be forced to end the marriage. Otherwise, it would shame all Chinese men. Yes, yes, exactly. I'm just doing this to protect the dignity of Chinese men. Otherwise, I'd lose face in another world, and that's very serious. I think I am truly great, sacrificing my own safety for everyone. Blue Feng seemed to find a good reason for himself to continue his noble, sacred, and difficult task, saving face. Let's see what happens. Don't show your face and still act tough. Humph. Bill snorted coldly, then turned and left. If it weren't for the Murong family and the many guests here, he would have already drawn his sword and attacked Blue Feng, just for the sake of power and pride. Otherwise, he'd be fighting now. Let's see what happens. I can't afford to offend him, but I can definitely avoid him. After today, if you can find me outside the school, then you have won. Because I often skip class at home, he has become quite skilled at hiding and escaping. Blue Maple's current plan is to hide as long as he can. He knows he can't fight these people now. Not only is their family much stronger than him, but even Cover, who defeated him a few days ago, could beat him again. That day, he only won by trickery, not strength. However, tricks are also a kind of strength. Even if those tactics no longer work, there are other ways. Blue Maple, what did you just say to Bill? Murong Qianxuan and Emily approached after Bill left. They saw Bill walking away upset and knew someone had offended him again. It's nothing, Blue Maple said calmly, noticing Murong Qianxuan's worried look, then left ahead of them. Come on, what kind of person am I? What power do I have to hurt your loved one? Why are you so worried? Blue Maple was mistaken this time. Murong Qianxuan was actually worried about him. She knew that if Bill got angry, the consequences would be more than Blue Maple could handle. Although Bill couldn't openly hurt Blue Maple, he might do something secretly, and that was hard to predict. You little rascal, I am worried about you. Can we really not go back to the past? Can't I protect you anymore? Murong Qianxuan suddenly remembered the past. Back then, Blue Maple was still young, and she was too. But every time she faced danger, she bravely protected the timid Blue Maple, even risking her life once. That time, she impulsively took Blue Maple outside the city to play in the forest, hiding from adults. They encountered a wind wolf. Blue Maple was so scared she hid behind her, while she, a little girl, had to face a wind wolf that even adults might struggle to defeat. No one knew how she managed to survive. All they knew was that the wind wolf retreated. She was badly injured, but Blue Maple was unharmed. Her scars still remain on her back today, an obvious, shocking scar. That's why she never wears the backless dresses other girls like, even though she herself loves them. Well, the backless part is just a little, not like modern styles. Why did I risk everything to protect her before, but now I just ignore her? Because Blue Maple was very sad when his father died in battle, he naturally felt upset at times. Since that day, for reasons neither of them remembers, they only recall that they argued a few times, and Blue Maple once said, "My matters don't need your involvement." Murong Qianxuan replied, "Your matters, I will never interfere with them again." Then they each went home angry. At first, it was just a small disagreement, but later, out of stubbornness, mainly Murong Qianxuan's, they rarely saw each other. Later, Murong Qianxuan moved away, and Blue Maple performed poorly at school, being transferred to martial arts class Z01. Their chances of meeting became almost zero. Blue Maple's performance always disappointed Murong Qianxuan. Over time, their relationship grew more distant. People are strange. Often, a tiny thing or a faint remark can change everything. If neither side values the relationship or tries to fix it, they might lose it forever. Maybe you could say that as people grow up, childhood innocence and friendship start to fade with new feelings. By the way, Blue Maple doesn't know much about these past events because his incomplete memories are blurry about that period. But to him, those details don't matter. Even if Blue Maple and Murong Qianxuan used to be very close, that was the past Blue Maple, not him now. In short, he is himself. The Blue Maple of this world is a different person from the past. Different people, different feelings, and different ways of dealing with things naturally lead to different experiences. The reason he came here now is just to solve some issues. After all, he will continue using Blue Maple's identity in the future. That means everyone's view of Blue Maple is essentially his view. This is also why he's willing to offend Bill over matters that aren't really his fault, because these issues will be closely related to him in the future, and chances to get rid of them are almost zero. Everyone, please vote quickly. The future of this story depends on you. The Morong family's banquet hall is now full of guests. These guests are not waiting anxiously, and it seems they don't mind that the main characters are absent today. This kind of banquet is mostly for socializing, not really for Morong Qianxuan's birthday. The guest's presence is mainly to add to the scene. In simple terms, to show off. Generally, the more people there are, especially those of high status, the more face the host gains. Clearly, Morong Qingyun's reputation is quite good. Many nobles from Qili City are here today, including some members of the royal family. It seems to be the current king's beloved daughter, but she appears to have a good relationship with Morong Qianxuan. So, her attendance is not only to represent her father, but also for personal reasons. As for the name of this princess, Lan Feng doesn't know. He only remembers that he saw her a few times when he was young, and they played together once or twice. Among the guests is the current Prime Minister, Roger Taylor. According to Lan Feng, he and Morong Qingyun belong to the same political group, or in other words, Morong Qingyun is on his side. In these political circles, there are always different factions, which is the same in any world or country. Rumor has it that Morong Qingyun's rapid rise to his current position was partly thanks to Roger's help. In this situation, if Bill and Morong Qianxuan could be together, it would be beneficial for everyone involved. Since it's such a formal occasion, everyone is dressed very brightly and neatly, worried about looking worse than others. When Lan Feng stepped into the banquet hall, the scene was shockingly impressive. Everyone was wondering where this beggar came from and how he managed to get in. Some thought he should be kicked out. No, he definitely should be. Harsh eyes all focused on Lan Feng. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Lan Feng didn't feel the hostility from the crowd at all. He walked confidently toward Morong Qingyun, who was lost in thought. Uncle Morong, good evening. I have something to discuss with you. It's a bit noisy here. Can we find a quiet place? Lan Feng approached and directly spoke to him. Morong Qingyun looked at Lan Feng, trying to remember who he was. He hadn't seen Lan Feng in many years. For someone his age, a few years apart can bring big changes. Everyone shouldn't be surprised why he calls Morong Qingyun his brother and hasn't seen him in so long. Even if they are siblings or relatives, it's normal to go years without meeting. Over the past few years, he has been very busy, so busy that he had no time to see Lan Feng. Because of this, he asked Morong Qianxuan to invite Lan Feng over specifically this year. I am Lan Feng. Sorry, I forgot we haven't seen each other in a long time. Maybe Uncle Morong doesn't recognize me anymore, Lan Feng said, noticing Morong Qingyun's confusion. He wanted to be clear so he wouldn't waste time playing guessing games. Oh, it's Lan Feng. It's been years since I saw you. I almost didn't recognize you. Good, you've grown up. You used to be so small, Morong Qingyun said with a genuine smile, gesturing happily with his hand. Well, people always grow up, Lan Feng replied with a forced smile. You mentioned you came to see me. Is it urgent? Do we need to talk right now? Morong Qingyun asked. Lan Feng smiled slightly and answered, It's not urgent, but I worry that later, you'll be busy with guests and won't have time. So I want to talk now, while there's still some time. It won't take long. All right, let's go to the garden to talk, Morong Qingyun said, immediately apologizing to those nearby before leading Lan Feng outside. Someone like him, with so much experience in socializing, naturally understood that Lan Feng, who hadn't seen him in years, came to talk about something important. What could it be? Morong Qingyun couldn't guess, since he hadn't seen Lan Feng in years and didn't know his recent situation or what he might need. Uncle Morong, I want to cancel my engagement with Miss Morong, Lan Feng said directly and straightforwardly. His purpose for coming today was exactly that, and he had planned to discuss it privately with Morong Qingyun from the start. He also wanted to announce it publicly, which would boost his reputation and make him feel good. But after that, what then? It would cause a lot of trouble. Doing this could hurt Miss Morong's pride, and there was no real need for that. Miss Morong was a stranger to him, but being a stranger didn't mean he could trample on her dignity, unless she had done something to upset him. But for now, Miss Morong hadn't done anything wrong. She hadn't ignored him, and she hadn't caused him harm, at least, not from Lan Feng's perspective at this moment. Are you here to break off the engagement? Morong Qingyun asked in surprise. He never expected Lan Feng to take the initiative to suggest this. If it were Morong Qianxuan, that might be understandable. Are you? Murong Qingyan thought of a possibility and wondered if someone else was forcing Lan Feng. He started to ask, but was interrupted by Lan Feng's calm voice. Uncle Murong, there's no need to guess. This is my decision, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Miss Murong and I have no feelings for each other. Forcing us together would only make both of us unhappy. According to the customs here, such a marriage agreement can be cancelled unilaterally, regardless of who proposed it. Being forced to marry someone I don't like, I wouldn't even consider it. She's beautiful, but I feel she's not as good as Lin Xiaoyu. Fortunately, on this continent, such childhood marriage agreements are based on mutual feelings. If they like each other, they stay together. If not, they part ways. People here value personal choice and love. Usually, these arranged marriages, especially those based on family interests, are made for mutual benefit. In the end, both families agree, and no one objects. Only when there's a serious gap between the two, and their interests no longer align, would someone suggest ending the engagement. But it's embarrassing for the other side to propose ending the marriage. After all, it means they no longer want you. But, it's decided. Just tell others that we are ending the engagement. Don't mention who proposed it. Let's go back now. Uncle, you still need to entertain guests. Lan Feng didn't give Murong Qingyan a chance to object and turned back toward the banquet hall. This way, he could save face for the Murong family and also withdraw from this uncomfortable engagement. Although he might lose a bit, it was the best solution. The downside is that people will think it was the Murong family who proposed ending the engagement, not realizing it was Lan Feng taking the initiative. They won't suspect that Lan Feng was the one who suggested breaking it off. This could be considered one of the top 10 most unbelievable events on the continent. As for Lan Feng's thoughts, he believed that as a man, one should be generous and tolerant, especially towards women. Chinese men, in particular, should learn to be patient and understanding, able to hold their feelings inside, as long as it doesn't touch core principles. Just as Blue Maple thought and acted accordingly, someone still insisted on bothering him. Helpless shout, just for attention. When Blue Maple entered the banquet hall, he saw Emily, Murong Qianxuan, and other young girls had already arrived. Murong Qianxuan looked at him with a puzzled expression, which suggested she had heard from others about Blue Maple talking with Murong Qingyun. Blue Maple didn't mind this and went to the long table filled with food. He picked up a plate and served himself. Tonight, he could skip a meal, but don't think his eating looks bad or out of place at the party. On the contrary, Blue Maple eats very gracefully and nobly, completely different from his previous wolf-like eating habits. No matter what kind of occasion, he always behaves appropriately. His manners are not learned from this world, but from his time on Earth. As a psychology expert, he naturally knows how to make himself seem noble and elegant. He can imitate any feeling he observes in humans. The only difference is that he combines some of this world's perceptions, which is called adaptability. But don't be fooled by his elegance and nobility. He eats a lot and very quickly. This is the surprising part, an obvious contradiction, yet it appears right in front of everyone. Moreover, what confuses people most is that Blue Maple's food intake is almost as big as his body size, yet his body remains normal. His stomach doesn't look swollen at all. This is truly amazing. Of course, not many people are surprised because if you don't pay attention, you wouldn't notice how fast Blue Maple eats. Only those watching him carefully would find it surprising. The people who are surprised include Emily, Murong Qianxuan, the young girls, Murong Qingyun, who has been watching Blue Maple since entering the hall, and Blue Maple's schoolmate and former rival, Bill, who knew Blue Maple before but didn't believe he could be so noble and elegant. Is this still the same useless person? He looks like a prince. If it weren't for his simple clothes, it seems clothes can also improve with a person's status, no longer looking like a beggar's outfit. No one would doubt that he is a prince from some country. Now, it's like a fallen prince from a certain country. Besides these people paying attention to Lan Feng, there is also a pair of beautiful eyes, full of surprise and a smile. Feeling the gaze of everyone, at this moment, his senses became sharp again. Lan Feng feels proud. This way, people won't reject him, and maybe he can sneak into a few more banquets, saving some meals. It turns out he acts so noble and elegant not for others' opinions, but just to get free dinners. Phew. If the people here knew his true thoughts, they might be so shocked they'd faint. Well, maybe not that extreme, but they'd definitely be laughing out loud. But at this moment, no one has time to care about Lan Feng. The banquet has moved on to the main event, celebrating Murong Qianxuan's birthday. The birthday celebration is simple but elegant. It's just part of the process, and everyone here has seen it many times, at least 5 or 6 times a year, so there's nothing special about it. Besides those genuinely celebrating Murong Qianxuan, of course, this doesn't include Lan Feng. You can tell he's been eating delicious food and drinking wine the whole time without paying attention, showing he doesn't care at all. This makes Murong Qianxuan, who is secretly watching him, quite angry. A sudden thought crosses her mind. You little rascal, you're not even near me, and you're already eating. But then she finds it strange. Why does she think that? Could it be that she still cares about him? That he's still the person she once protected? Maybe she still wants to protect him, even though she was angry before and thought she had no feelings left. Perhaps her feelings for Lan Feng are just hidden because they are apart. She doesn't want to admit it. But when she sees Lan Feng again and interacts with him, those feelings are stirred up again. And everyone, don't misunderstand. Her feelings for Lan Feng are not romantic. They are just sisterly feelings for a younger brother, and she is a bit stubborn about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't risk her life to protect him back then. But her doubts only last a moment. Soon, other things take her attention. Murong Qianxuan is now receiving everyone's blessings, along with the gifts she received tonight. Note, these gifts are only for her tonight. Only those she considers important would give her presents tonight. Others either handed their gifts directly to the Murong family's gift receiver or had already given them to her earlier. This is a common practice in mainland China. Otherwise, during large birthday parties, opening gifts can take a long time, and no one would bother doing such a boring thing. Since gifts are opened in front of so many people, they are usually special and meaningful. If not, they are usually expensive. Most people choose valuable gifts. Besides Murong Qingyun's music score, the others are quite ordinary. Each gift is more expensive than the last, especially Bill's, which is a necklace made mostly of sapphires, clearly very valuable. The wealthy waste their money on food and drink, while the poor suffer and die from cold. Blue Feng bites into a chicken leg, thinking about the scene before him, unaware of what he's actually eating. When he feels he's eaten enough, he grabs a chicken leg and prepares to leave. No one cares what he does now. Leaving early from such a gathering is normal. Blue Feng, are you leaving? But leaving now might be a bit late. If he had left earlier, no one would have thought much of it, and his rival would just feel a little disappointed. Now that others have finished their business, it's his turn. The previous comment was made by Bill. When he saw Blue Feng was about to leave, he quickly called out, secretly feeling relieved that he hadn't let this kid slip away. Since everything's over, are you inviting me for a late-night snack if you're not leaving? Blue Feng heard this and responded calmly. He finished his chicken leg, threw the bones into the trash, wiped his mouth with a clean cloth, and then spoke in front of everyone. His tone and attitude gave off a sense of authority, just a little. This indifference to others is not something everyone can do. People say that temperament can be cultivated, but some qualities are natural. No matter how much you try, they can't be changed. Blue Feng's temperament is unique. It's not innate but developed over time. A calm, indifferent attitude towards everything. He comes from another world, feeling like an observer in this one. Naturally, he looks at people and things with detachment. But this attitude can be misunderstood as a commanding presence, as if he rules over everything. Basically, both personalities are quite similar. The king is lonely, and Lan Feng is also lonely. Later historians often see Lan Feng as a contradictory person. Sometimes he seems like a ruler who commands everything, and other times like a hermit living quietly in the mountains. Sometimes he appears calm and wise, but other times he seems like a carefree wanderer. Overall, he is a very complex person. People will never fully understand that Lan Feng's existence itself is full of contradictions and wonder. Of course I can treat you to a late-night snack, but I think you might have forgotten something, Bill said sharply, giving Lan Feng a stern look. Just say what you want. Why are you hesitating like a woman? Lan Feng replied bluntly. He already knew what Bill was trying to do. He just wanted him to give a gift to Murong Qianxuan. These tricks are old. Bill knows he can't give good things, but he still tries. It's like he's insulting himself. But this trick actually works because Lan Feng really has nothing good on him. When he arrived, Lan Feng didn't plan to give Murong Qianxuan any gift. You. Bill wanted to curse, but he realized that doing so would make him look bad. It wouldn't shame Lan Feng, but himself. So he held back his anger and said calmly, "Today is Qianxuan's birthday. You've been her childhood friend. Such an important person. How come you didn't bring her a gift?" He deliberately avoided mentioning that Murong Qianxuan and Lan Feng are engaged, instead saying they are childhood friends. Of course, he's just trying to make things difficult for himself by bringing up that Lan Feng is Murong Qianxuan's fiancée. Lan Feng smiled and said, "My relationship with Miss Murong doesn't need these formalities. Just say happy birthday." Then he turned to Murong Qianxuan and wished her a happy birthday. His words had two very different meanings. On the surface, it sounded like he and Murong Qianxuan were so close that they didn't need gifts. But the real hidden meaning was, what kind of relationship do they have? Do they need to give gifts? The hidden meaning was only faintly understood by a few people present, but Bill was not one of them. He realized that Lan Feng was using his relationship with Murong Qianxuan to save himself from giving an expensive gift. So he immediately said, "Although that's true, a gift represents your feelings. Even if you are close, you should show it properly. Since it's a token of my feelings, everyone can know without material things. The quality of the gift doesn't show how much you care. Just like your sapphire necklace, it's valuable, but I think Miss Murong values a music score from her uncle more," Lan Feng said calmly. His words were a good excuse. The value of the gift doesn't matter. Whether he gives something or not, or whether it's good or bad, isn't the point. If needed, he could just give something simple later. At the same time, he was also putting Bill down, criticizing him for judging feelings by material things. So shallow, so tasteless. If you can't afford it, just say so. Why talk so much nonsense? Bill lost his temper this time and snorted coldly. His behavior made others see him as lowering himself, especially Murong Qianxuan, who even looked a bit annoyed. This was unexpected for him. It's just a birthday gift. The main person isn't in a rush, so why are you so anxious? Do you really think you're part of the Murong family? Lan Feng said disdainfully, continuing to belittle Bill. People shouldn't offend me, but if they do, even if you're the emperor himself, I won't be polite. That's Lan Feng's personality and his family's rule. Don't think I'm weak or powerless, so I can be bullied. Even if I can't take revenge now, I will make you pay in the future. Then Lan Feng walked in front of Murong Qianxuan, took out a necklace, and handed it to her coolly. "Here, this is my gift to you." Murong Qianxuan was stunned instantly. She looked at the necklace for a long time without speaking. She was so surprised. This necklace was completely unexpected. Not only her, but everyone present was stunned. Silence. Then, "Haha, such a ugly necklace. I don't know where you found it." Bill's loud, reckless laughter filled the entire hall. Many people at the scene also found it funny. They thought Blue Maple's necklace was really ugly. No one expected Blue Maple to give such a gift. Even if it was not perfect, it shouldn't be this bad. "Ugly? I think it's pretty good. Do you want it? If not, I can give it back to me," Blue Maple said directly to Murong Qianxuan. Her expression made it seem like she didn't really want to give the necklace, but was forced to. Wow, who is this person? Not only did she give such a necklace, but she also wanted to take it back. Emily and the other girls felt helpless around Blue Maple. They had never seen someone so unique. Some boys at school even started calling Blue Maple their idol. Treating such a beautiful girl like this, they didn't care about their reputation at all. Who said I don't want it? I am me, and she is herself. Don't judge me by his standards, Murong Qianxuan said. Although she thought the necklace was ugly, she liked it for some reason. She refused to give it back and carefully kept it, even more precious than Bill's sapphire necklace earlier. It seemed this was the first time Blue Maple gave a gift to Murong Qianxuan, well, including before. He is himself, she is herself. Hearing this and seeing Murong Qianxuan's actions made Bill very angry. But Blue Maple was secretly thinking, "Hey, miss, why are you so fond of such a ugly necklace? Just give it back to me. It doesn't suit you." If Bill heard Blue Maple's thoughts, he would probably explode. His precious blue sapphire necklace was overshadowed by this broken necklace, and he was still unhappy about giving it away. "Since you like it, I'll give it to you," Blue Maple said helplessly. His words made everyone at the scene want to punch him. "Blue Maple, where did you buy this necklace? It's so unique," a girl from Emily's class asked, trying not to laugh. "Do you want it?" Sorry to disappoint you, but you can't buy this even with money. This is a Blue Maple original. Not many people have seen it. You're lucky to see it, Blue Maple said proudly. Huh, so you made it? No wonder it looks so ugly. Tell me, who did you learn from? And how many pieces have you made so far? I taught myself, though I've been warned not to say that. And this is my first work. Pretty impressive, right? I originally wanted to keep this as a keepsake, but I had no choice but to give it to Miss Moreau. Sigh, I regret it now. I should have chosen something else. Blue Maple looked very sad, making everyone speechless. Moreau Chinchuan really wanted to punch Blue Maple. And it wasn't just her. The group of young women, and even Emily, all felt like hitting him. It's just a broken necklace, yet he treats it like a treasure, reluctantly accepting it. People gave Blue Maple looks of disdain. But no one expected that this supposedly broken necklace would be worth a fortune in the future, enough to buy a city. Its true value is priceless. Of course, that's in the future. Right now, no one knows that. What everyone does know is that a big show is about to begin. Blue Maple, for Chinchuan, I officially challenge you to a duel. Bill couldn't hold back anymore. Please support me with your votes. A duel again. Why do you all love duels so much? Blue Maple wanted to ask this, but he knew there was no answer he could give. It's a social phenomenon that needs experts to study. Most people at the scene got excited when Bill proposed the duel. People always like to watch excitement. A duel. Those who knew Blue Maple and Bill looked down on Bill. They knew Blue Maple couldn't even activate magic crystals, and he was several levels below Bill. Yet Bill still challenged him. It's like wanting him to die. There's no difference. On the continent, strength is respected, but it's not like to see the strong bully the weak, especially when the opponent is clearly far below. In the past, those who bullied Blue Maple weren't official, except for the angry cover. Those actions were despicable, but they didn't earn contempt. Well, maybe strong contempt. Someone like Bill, though, is different. Whether Bill wins or loses this time, he's already a loser. Challenging a weakling like this will stain his warrior career forever, especially since he did it in front of so many nobles. Unless he finds a very good reason, his life will be over. Now, Roger's face has darkened. He didn't expect his son to be so impatient, challenging a useless person. Morong Qingyun looked at Bill with some anger. Not only did he cause trouble at his daughter's birthday party, but he also challenged Lan Feng to a duel. It seems this person's character still needs to be checked. Emily also shared the same thought. This student doesn't seem to have a good character. But while everyone was thinking about this, Lan Feng said 3 words that were even more shocking. I refuse. If it's considered shameful for Bill to challenge a weaker person, then Lan Feng's refusal is even more so. Well, what can I say about this level of disdain? It's a mix of discrimination, contempt, and underestimation. On this continent, there is a rule that makes Lan Feng despise and look down on others. If someone challenges you to a duel, you must accept. If you refuse, it's like admitting you are weak and will be looked down upon and disrespected. But Lan Feng usually doesn't care about reputation or superficial things. He sees himself as a wise and detached person, at least that's what he believes. So he straightforwardly refused. Lan Feng, you. Morong Chinchuan was so angry she couldn't speak. She was worried about Lan Feng's safety and wanted to block this duel for him. But now, Lan Feng's cowardly act made her think again about his behavior over the years. Strange, why am I angry? What does it have to do with me? Suddenly, Morong Chinchuan forced herself to calm down. Lan Feng, as a martial artist, you shouldn't refuse someone's challenge. Emily raised her index finger, trying to adjust her glasses, but realized she wasn't wearing any. This was her usual gesture, a sign of being careful when discussing something important. This is also what I wanted to say. Let's see how you respond. Bill looked at Lan Feng, waiting for his answer. Teacher, first of all, I want to say, why do you think we have to accept a duel? Some boring people challenge others without reason. It doesn't help improve martial skills at all. It's just a waste of time. Instead of fighting, it's better to think about what path I should take in the future. Lan Feng directly expressed his opinion on these old-fashioned and silly rules. His words brought a new idea to everyone. Of course, it's not like no one had thought of this before, but no one dared to say it openly. This statement made Lan Feng seem a bit more admirable in everyone's eyes. But soon, his words also brought him back down to reality. Also, I have never said I am a martial artist. I am just a student, and I will not follow the path of a martial artist in the future. I learn martial skills only to survive in this harsh world. Do people who learn martial arts have to become fighters? Not necessarily. Different reasons for learning martial arts lead to different paths. Even if Lan Feng becomes a martial artist, he wouldn't be a fighter of this world, but a swordsman or a hero from the old world. You could also call him a swordsman or a hero. By the way, people in the martial world are usually very rich. Look at the stories in novels and TV shows. They are never short of money. I envy that. But as for me, back to the main point. Although Lan Feng's words are touching and a little sad, others didn't pay attention. They only knew he once again broke their traditional ideas and looked down on him. You're a coward. You don't even dare to admit you're a martial artist. Someone like you can't protect Qianxuan or be her husband. You're not worthy, Bill shouted at Lan Feng. Not worthy? Do you think you are? Lan Feng replied. Then he added, Hey, whose kid is this? Parents, please take him home quickly. This is Miss Morong's birthday party. His misbehavior is rude. Lan Feng looked disdainfully at the people watching the show. They only wanted to see the excitement, not knowing who was more important, and no one came to stop him. Bill, what's your problem with Lan Feng? You two should settle it yourselves. Morong Qingyun finally remembered he was the host. How could he let these two kids fight here and ruin the occasion? Luo Gu saw Morong Qingyun speak, so he didn't say anything else. He just looked at Bill with a scolding look, and his gaze on Lan Feng was fierce. Lan Feng caught this look and knew Luo Gu was not a simple person. Picking a fight with him would only bring trouble. But it seemed Bill didn't want to give up. He said to Morong Qingyun, Uncle Morong, since today is Qianxuan's 15th birthday, let's settle this. You don't want someone like him to be her husband. What ability does he have to take care of her or protect her? Then he looked at Lan Feng and said very seriously, For Qianxuan, I must defeat him and make him give up the marriage proposal. He can't handle that. Lan Feng, if any of us lose, we leave Qianxuan. Bill, Lan Feng. Morong Qingyun wanted to say that Lan Feng had already broken off the engagement with Morong Qianxuan to settle this matter, but Lan Feng interrupted him. Uncle Morong, you don't need to say more. I will handle this myself. Lan Feng understood what Morong Qingyun wanted to say, but he didn't want to just let it go. He couldn't accept the idea of not being able to protect his woman, whether she truly belonged to him or was just a figurehead. You want a duel, right? Fine, I'll make it happen. You choose the place, and I'll set the time. Even if it means offending your father, I won't hold back. Good, very good. That's more like a real man. Bill laughed loudly, finally getting what he wanted. Either to teach this young man a lesson or to clear the obstacle between himself and Qianxuan, the marriage contract. You silly boy, how can you agree? You know your martial skills are weak, and Bill could defeat you in less than 3 moves. What's the difference between that and sending yourself to death? Morong Qianxuan couldn't help but feel anxious again. People are strange. She was angry earlier when Lan Feng refused, but now that he agreed, she started to worry again. Bill, this matter between him and me doesn't need anyone else to interfere. Don't hurt a single hair on his head. Morong Qianxuan spread her hands and stepped in front of Lan Feng. Her attitude and stance made it seem like she was back to when she faced Feng Lang, protecting Lan Feng tightly behind her. Oh, everyone present, including Lan Feng, was stunned by Morong Qianxuan's actions. No one expected her to stand up at this moment and protect Lan Feng. It's the same old story. People are strange. Until something happens, you never know if the feelings you've buried deep are still there or if they still matter as much as before. Brothers, it's updated. Please recommend. Woman, move aside. Before everyone could recover from the shock Morong Qianxuan caused, Lan Feng made another surprising move. He reached out his left hand, placed it on Morong Qianxuan's right arm, and then moved her away from himself. Unappreciative. Morong Qianxuan was pulled unsteadily by Lan Feng, and she looked at him angrily, pointing and shouting, You little brat, you. In her anger, she even revealed a nickname she used privately before. Who are you calling little? This is a matter between men. Step aside, Lan Feng replied bluntly. If I hide behind you, a woman, in this situation, then my whole life is over. When I die, I won't even have the face to see my dad, grandpa, or the ancestors of the Lan family in the afterlife. This is the Chinese Lan family. Lan Feng believes that even if he can't return in this life, His soul will definitely go back after death. Fine. You've grown up. Your wings are strong. I won't interfere anymore. I won't manage you from now on. Today, Murong Qianxuan was furious, and her long-buried feelings burst out in her excitement. Soon, Murong Qianxuan realized she might have been too emotional. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, she blushed and looked down, secretly wondering what was wrong with her today. Who told you to interfere? Mind your own business. Lan Feng looked impatient, waving his hand to signal Murong Qianxuan to leave. Undeniably, Lan Feng's attitude made the people present feel his masculinity, but the girls from Emily's class hated him for it. They thought, you helped her so much, and you're still so cold? All you do is get angry at her. Anyone who bullies their sisters or makes them upset will never be easily forgiven. This is Emily's class's strict rule. In other words, someone has inadvertently provoked a group of formidable women. Girls. You? Fine. I'll go. Seeing Lan Feng like that, Murong Qianxuan's shyness disappeared instantly, replaced by anger. She stomped her foot, turned around, and stormed toward Emily's side. Miss Murong, Lan Feng thought for a moment and finally called out. What's the matter? Murong Qianxuan stopped and asked angrily, turning back. Lan Feng looked at her and said calmly, some things are in the past and can't be changed back. I am no longer the Lan Feng I used to be, not the younger brother who was protected by you. It may sound harsh, but you took care of me and protected me for many years. Still, I want to say that from now on, I am myself, and the Murong family is the Murong family. We are no longer connected. Everyone looked at Lan Feng in surprise. Murong Qianxuan's eyes widened more and more. At this moment, she was no longer angry. Her expression was very serious. It's hard to describe. Surprise, anger, shame, and indignation all mixed together. Wait, if I say this, does it mean I publicly canceled the engagement? Then what I said privately to Murong Qianxuan might have been pointless. That wouldn't be good for Murong Qianxuan. I need to fix this. Actually, I already talked about this with Uncle Murong outside. Since your Murong family wants to cancel the engagement, I won't stubbornly refuse to leave. Although I am poor, I am proud of it. I want you to regret what you did today, Lan Feng said angrily, looking very different from his usual calm demeanor. If someone paid close attention, they would see that his words were just a way to fix things. He didn't want Murong Qianxuan to suffer the shame of being rejected, so he took the blame himself. For Lan Feng, having one more shameful thing like being rejected didn't matter. He was already at his lowest point, and everyone expected this. No one would mock him. But for Murong Qianxuan, it was different. She was like a princess, and having such a bad record would make people laugh at her for a lifetime. Fortunately, at this moment, no one paid attention or doubted. In the end, everyone believed one thing. Lan Feng had been abandoned by Murong Qianxuan. Except for Murong Qianxuan himself, who knew that it was actually Lan Feng who took the initiative, not him. Now everyone understood why Lan Feng acted so coldly toward Murong Qianxuan. It was all because he was angry. Bill now felt very regretful. He regretted being so impulsive. It turned out they had already canceled the engagement. So what he did just now was not only unnecessary, but also seemed to make Qianxuan dislike him. He needed to fix this and make her happy in the next few days. Bill started to think of ways to cheer up Murong Qianxuan, forgetting about the duel he was discussing with Lan Feng. Maybe he already thought the duel wasn't necessary anymore. He believed Lan Feng wouldn't bring up the duel again. Hey, you daydreaming kid up front, stop spacing out. Why don't you pick a place? In the midst of everyone's days, Lan Feng's lazy voice sounded, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Pick a place? What place? Bill still hasn't recovered and stares blankly. Are you young and forgetful? Of course, it's the dueling spot, Lan Feng says, looking at him like he's an idiot. Do you still want a duel? Bill asks in surprise. He just remembered he still has to fight this kid, but he's surprised that Lan Feng is so eager to argue about it. You're not only forgetful, but also slow-witted. If I don't want to, why would I ask you? Lan Feng frowns, pretending to feel sorry for him. How dare you talk to me like that? I will make you regret it. Lan Feng isn't interested and interrupts impatiently. No more nonsense. Just tell me the location. I don't have time to waste with you. You. Fine. At the Gladiator Arena in Chile City. Tell me when. I can't wait to defeat you, Bill says through clenched teeth, holding back his anger. Since you want to die, I will help you. The Gladiator Arena in Chile City. It looks grand, as expected from the son of the Prime Minister. All right, it's settled. I'm leaving now, Lan Feng says with a smile, then says goodbye and departs. It seems he forgot to mention the time. Lan Feng, you haven't said when. Bill shouts loudly as he watches Lan Feng turn and walk away. I already said, I set the time. I need to go back and think about it. I'll inform you later. Don't worry, I won't delay. It will be within 2 months, probably sooner. Maybe even tomorrow. Lan Feng stops, turns around, and smiles. Also, before our duel, don't be with Miss Morong. If you lose, you'll have to leave her, which might hurt her reputation. Bill just remembered that the duel was supposed to be about the loser leaving Morong Qinshuan. He believes he'll win, but setting such a rule, whether Lan Feng wins or not, he has to leave Morong Qinshuan, only makes things worse for himself. It's like shooting himself in the foot. Haha, you want to make me suffer? Let's see who ends up suffering more. I'll keep you hanging there. Can't go up, can't go down. Hey, please vote for me. After Lan Feng leaves, everyone in the hall starts talking. Bill, one of the main characters in this event, feels even more upset now. He's so depressed he feels like dying. Being tricked by Lan Feng like that not only ruined my reputation, but also left me unable to lift a finger against him. I even had to pray that he wouldn't get into trouble until the duel was over. Because if Lan Feng had any accident now, everyone would immediately suspect me. Although I know I don't need to do that, rumors spread easily, and after a while, they start to seem true. After the dinner, the guests began to leave one by one. Morong Qinyun saw them off at the front. Emily and her students, including Morong Qinshuan, were in the garden where Lan Feng had just spoken with Morong Qinyun. When Bill said goodbye earlier, Morong Qinshuan looked upset and ignored him, so he had to leave disappointed. At this moment, Morong Qinshuan was staring at the night sky, lost in thought about what had happened today and about her relationship with Lan Feng. Qinshuan, what exactly is your relationship with Lan Feng? You used to dislike him a lot and ignored him completely. Why are you protecting him now? A girl's question interrupted Morong Qinshuan's thoughts. This was mainly why these girls stayed around, to gossip. Morong Qinshuan was surprised. I was protecting him? I don't think so. Seeing everyone's doubtful expressions, she shook her head and sighed. Well, you know, Lan Feng and I have known each other since we were kids. We shared a very close bond back then. I always thought of him as a little brother, caring for him, protecting him, even willing to risk my life for him. Her eyes shone with warmth and a gentle smile as she spoke. Until one day, we had a small argument over something trivial. We stopped talking to each other. Maybe we were too young to handle it properly, so what started as a small disagreement grew into a big problem. Over the years, we haven't spoken much, and our relationship grew distant. You all know what he's like at school. I was really disappointed, and I started to dislike him. Today, I finally realized I still care about him and don't want to see him get hurt. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. But what were you like as kids? How did you care for and protect him? Another girl asked with a teasing smile, eager to hear about Morong Qinshuan and Lan Feng's childhood. Then, the other girls started teasing, prompting Morong Qinshuan to briefly share a few thoughts. Emily looked at Morong Qinshuan for a moment and said meaningfully, Qinshuan, maybe your idea is good, but have you thought about why Lan Feng was so timid before? It might be because of you. It's good that you protect him, but perhaps you protect him too much, making him depend on you. He doesn't dare to do anything on his own, and in the end, he achieves nothing. Morong Qinshuan was stunned. She lowered her head and thought carefully. She realized she loved Lan Feng too much, always doing everything for him and not letting him handle anything himself. Maybe that's why he became so timid. Sometimes, loving someone too deeply can hurt them. After a moment of silence, Morong Qinshuan looked up and asked, Teacher, am I really wrong? What should I do now? Should I really let him go to face danger? Bill won't let Lan Feng go easily. He will definitely kill Lan Feng during the duel. She became a little anxious, worried about the big problem in front of her. At this moment, she was worried that Lan Feng was clearly more concerned about Bill. Bill's importance in her heart had shrunk a lot because of Lan Feng and many other worries. There's no need to worry too much about that. Haven't you noticed that Lan Feng is no longer the same as before? Maybe you haven't noticed, but he said that the duel with Bill could happen anytime within 2 months. First, That means he has at least 2 months to prepare. Second, he's doing this to make Bill uncomfortable. If he doesn't know when the duel will happen, Bill has to stay alert all the time, feeling tense every day. Emily paused and continued. This way, Bill's mental burden will weaken his strength. When the right moment comes, Lan Feng can win with minimal effort. So that little troublemaker has such a sneaky trick. That's a relief. Murong Qianxuan sighed in relief. Actually, Emily had more to say, but chose not to. She didn't want to add to Murong Qianxuan's worries. Even if Bill's strength is weakened, with Lan Feng's current ability, winning is unlikely. Even with 2 months, hope is slim. Unless a miracle happens, but miracles don't just appear so easily. The chance of a miracle is just as slim as the chance of him defeating Bill. Hope is faint. Actually, everyone can easily think of these things, but right now, because everyone is thinking about other matters, they haven't realized it yet. A young girl giggled and said, Chihiro, you seem more worried about that little troublemaker than about Bill. Have you forgotten that Lan Feng is the one who hurt Bill? It's his own fault. I don't care about him, Murong Chihiro said angrily. Chihiro, do you like Lan Feng? It's a pity, because you no longer have a marriage agreement. The girls all shared the same understanding, worried that Lan Feng's feelings were stronger than Bill's, even getting angry at Bill because of Lan Feng. This shows they think she likes Lan Feng a little more. Go away. I only see Lan Feng as a little brother. It's definitely not what you think, Murong Chihiro said firmly. This clearly shows she isn't shy or denying her feelings. The girls crossed their arms, looking cold. What do you want to say? Murong Chihiro knew they were trying to tease her. We want to say you're a bit strange. You have a serious brother complex. Murong Chihiro didn't argue, but showed her feelings by directly going to chase and scold those girls. Maybe it's true. Murong Chihiro does have such a brother complex. Her feelings for her brother are more about obsession than love. At least for now, they definitely won't spark romantic feelings. But she values this kind of feeling very highly, even more than her own love. If there is a conflict, she would choose Lan Feng. It's a strange attachment. Don't think it's unbelievable. Many people in real life have similar feelings. Some give up love for friendship, family, or other emotions. After a while, everyone stopped. At this moment, someone said, if you're so obsessed, you shouldn't break off the engagement. That way, you can keep your brother close and prevent him from finding other girls. If another girl steals him away, you'll regret it. Yeah, Murong Chihiro once again surprised everyone with her way of thinking. You really are strange, even worried about your brother's feelings. You're afraid other girls might take him away. The phrase, brother, was said with extra weight. If that's true, then Lan Feng is unlucky. An overly obsessed sister might interfere in his love life, causing trouble for him without reason. Fortunately, I have already cut ties with her and canceled the engagement, or I would have suffered greatly. Murong Qianxuan angrily said, if you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouths apart. I was just thinking about canceling the engagement today, and it feels strange. I never said I wanted to cancel it, and my father definitely wouldn't do that either. So why are you suddenly saying that our Murong family wants to break off the marriage? Just as Murong Qianxuan asked this question, Murong Qingyan had already sent the guests away. Hearing this, he looked at the people in the yard, wanted to say something, but didn't. This situation caught Murong Qianxuan's attention. So she said, Father, are you trying to say that our family wants to break off the marriage? Just say it. There are no outsiders here. Murong Qingyan looked at the young women, all of whom were Murong Qianxuan's friends and also martial artists she could trust. He then said, you only need to listen. Don't spread this around or go looking for Lan Feng. Actually, before the banquet, Lan Feng and I talked here about canceling the engagement. But it wasn't me who suggested it. It was Lan Feng. What? All the girls exclaimed in surprise. They couldn't believe Lan Feng would be the one to propose ending the engagement. How much more surprise would Lan Feng bring to them? Murong Qingyun continued. Also, he asked me not to say that he was the one who suggested it. He just didn't want Qianxuan to be laughed at by others. Just like earlier, when he publicly talked about breaking off the marriage, he took that shame upon himself. So, don't blame him for wanting to end the engagement. Instead, you should thank him. Can we really blame him? He's thinking about Murong Qianxuan's reputation and even sacrificing himself for her. How can we blame him? Now, Lan Feng's image in the hearts of these young women and Emily is becoming more and more positive. At this point, Morong Qinshuan understood that Lan Feng was determined to cut ties with her. The past was the past, and there was no way to change it anymore. No, I don't believe it. I will make you call me sister again, hide behind me, and be protected by me. That's why I must become stronger. Morong Qinshuan still refused to give up, remaining persistent. Now everyone understood that her sword training was really for protecting Lan Feng. And what about Lan Feng now? He also needs to figure out how to handle this situation and how to create a miracle. Within 2 months, he hopes to have the strength or methods to defeat Bill. Chasing rankings, please support with recommendations, brothers. Blue Maple has been going to the jewelry store at night, as usual. As a person, you should see things through to the end. Since he took on this task, it was a promise, and he must complete it no matter what happens. During the day, he still went to school, but he didn't attend classes or training with Lin Xiaoyu and others. Instead, he used the advanced borrowing card Emily arranged for him to borrow some books from the library, then left. No one in the academy knew where he had gone. When asked, he didn't answer. If someone followed him, they would see that he had been in the arena in Chili City during the day, sitting and reading. Yes, he was there to observe the environment. Now, he was about to fight someone much stronger than himself, so every detail mattered. The location of the fight was especially important. Fortunately, there had been no fights or events at the arena these days, so Blue Maple could sit and read while inspecting the environment. After a few days of observation, Blue Maple found some useful information that would be very important for defeating Bill. However, relying only on environmental factors wouldn't be enough to win. His current strength was still far from enough. Improving his own power was the most important task right now. He had already planned to improve his strength. The best way was to train alone. So, he spent these days reading books, using hypnosis to memorize the content, preparing for future training. He was selective, ignoring books that were useless or not needed at the moment. He focused mainly on basic sword techniques, basic magic crystal skills, and some slightly advanced martial arts, but not many. He also studied how to identify poisons, which he would need during training. Once these software preparations were done, he needed hardware, outdoor survival tools like an axe, rope, fire-starting equipment, etc. These were not hard to get. Blue Maple already had them at home. Now, Lan Feng's only task is not to tell others he plans to leave, but to wait for one thing: the delivery of the heavy equipment built by Eric. These heavy items are important for his training. He has to wait, but it won't be long. Eric said it would take 10 days, and that deadline is almost here, tomorrow. The dwarf also said 10 days, so it will definitely be 10 days, with no extension. Since there is still some time, Lan Feng plans to ask Emily for a leave of absence. If he gets expelled from school, it would be a big loss. The easiest way to get the knowledge he needs is here. When Lan Feng returned to the school from the fighting arena, it was already afternoon. Luckily, the school allows visitors, but students are not allowed to leave during classes. Otherwise, someone like him, arriving late, wouldn't be able to get in. The first thing he did was return the borrowed books at the library. He also borrowed a high-level martial arts book. His idea was to learn a move to use as a special skill. Although he hasn't reached that level yet, he believes he can perform a higher-level skill beyond his current rank. For now, he can use it as a life-saving move, but only in emergencies. Level surpassing is very dangerous. It puts a heavy burden on the body, and if he accidentally loses control of the magic crystal, it could be disastrous. To prevent this, the school doesn't allow students to borrow books beyond their level. However, Lan Feng has a special high-level borrowing card, so he was able to borrow this advanced skill book. Emily's class for girls is Class A38. Haha, purely a coincidence. Their training ground is probably training ground number 1. Looking at this, everyone can imagine that this girl's class is not to be underestimated, very strong. Otherwise, how could they enter training ground no? 1. The school's training grounds are ranked according to the class's strength. The higher the rank, the lower the number of the training ground. Emily is also the combat instructor for the girls' class. She has no choice because the other instructors don't take these girls seriously. Only she can keep them in line. Chihiro, your little brother is here. As soon as Lan Feng entered, he was spotted by a bored girl from Emily's class, who immediately shouted. Now, everyone in Emily's class knows about Murong Chihiro's crush on her younger brother. The girls who attended her birthday party have shared this with others. However, they are discreet and haven't mentioned the matter of breaking the engagement. Even if they don't say anything, others will find out about this incident because it has already spread throughout the academy. The students present that night were not only from Emily's class. Luna, are you asking for trouble? Try talking nonsense again and see what happens. Morong Qinshuan suddenly jumped up, grabbing the girl's neck angrily. She thought the girl was joking again, as she had been annoyed by such jokes many times these past days. Cough, cough. No. Look, he's coming over here, the girl named Luna hurriedly said, pointing at Lan Feng. There's no way. You're trying to fool me. Morong Qinshuan quickly turned her head in a flash, then felt something was wrong. She slowly looked back and saw that Lan Feng really had appeared. Lan Feng. A girl ran toward Lan Feng. This girl was not Morong Qinshuan, but Lin Xiaoyu from the martial skills class Z01. Coincidentally, today the Z01 class was training at training ground number 1. Lin Xiaoyu, you're here too? What do you want from me? Lan Feng kept walking toward Emily, and Lin Xiaoyu obediently followed beside him. Where have you been these days? Are you planning to fight Bill from class A03? Have you lost your mind? No matter how hard you try, it will take years to beat him. Why are you risking your life like this? Lin Xiaoyu asked with concern. But please, friends, don't misunderstand. Thanks for your concern, but I believe I can win. You'll see when the time comes, Lan Feng said with a smile. Also, Lin Xiaoyu, I'm going to practice tomorrow. Please treat me to dinner before I leave. Go away. I won't treat you. You big eater, I don't know what kind of body you have, but you eat so much. Lin Xiaoyu refused directly and playfully punched Lan Feng on the leg. Lin Xiaoyu, Lan Feng turned to look seriously at the girl with freckles. This is my last request. Maybe Bill will beat me this time. How can you bear not to give me a final meal? Get lost. Lin Xiaoyu snapped, kicking him on the shin. Ah, Lan Feng's scream was loud, and surprisingly, a girl was also crying out with him. That girl was Luna, and the hand on her neck was tightening more and more. Qinshuan, let go quickly. Luna has rolled her eyes. Ah, it seems she's already on the list, though a bit lower. Thanks everyone, and please keep voting. Cough, cough. You strange sister, are you trying to hurt me? Luna said, rubbing her neck. Luna, who is that girl next to him? Morong Qinshuan didn't mind the nickname and just asked. Luna is the most informed girl in their class, so asking her was the right choice. I don't know. She should be his classmate. There's a girl named Lin Xiaoyu in class Z, so it might be her. Why? Are you jealous? Luna answered with a mischievous smile. Morong Qinshuan said annoyed. Jealous? No way. I think this girl looks too ordinary and a bit wild. If she's just a classmate, that's fine. But if she has any ideas about A Feng, I want her to stay away. Everyone has their own taste. Maybe A Feng likes girls like Lin Xiaoyu. Morong Qinshuan shook her head. No, his wife must be gentle, kind, beautiful, and noble. Otherwise, I can't trust him to be cared for by others. Lin Xiaoyu is definitely not suitable. A girl shook her head and said, Qinshuan, you really shouldn't interfere. Do you forget what he said that day? Let the past stay in the past. It's not good for either of you if you keep pushing him. It's really confusing. She used to ignore him, but now she's acting like this. It feels very strange. Relationships are often mysterious. Sometimes, when feelings are suppressed for too long, they burst out uncontrollably. Morong Qinshuan is better off because she is still rational and listens to others' advice. You're right. I shouldn't interfere with him. But what identity should I use to watch over him now? Morong Qinshuan said this with a hint of sadness and melancholy. All right, he should be back in their class training now. Let's wait until he's done before talking. The girl patted Morong Qinshuan's shoulder. After a while, that's strange, he's coming this way. Luna's voice sounded again. The girls all looked at Lan Feng walking toward them. Blue Maple approached with a smile and said, Hello everyone, I am here to see Teacher Emily. Then he headed toward Emily. His previous words were just polite greetings. Ah Feng, wait, I have something to tell you, Morong Qinshuan said. Miss Morong, is it important? If not, I'll talk to you when I return, Blue Maple said, worried that Morong Qinshuan might dwell on past issues. He was no longer the same Blue Maple. He felt nothing for Morong Qinshuan now, like a stranger. I called you because it's important, Morong Qinshuan said a bit upset. Are you really going to fight Bill? And who is this young lady? Fighting Bill is unavoidable. If you're worried, Just tell him to wear more armor during the fight, Blue Maple said arrogantly, seeming confident he would win. But everyone knew he was in danger, and Murong Qianxuan naturally worried for him. It was like a dog biting a kind person, ungrateful. Little brat, do I not know how strong you are? I'm worried about you. Murong Qianxuan couldn't help but try to hit Blue Maple, but he dodged. Thank you for your concern, Miss Murong, but it seems we haven't been together for a long time. You don't really know how strong I am now. I can tell you, you should be worried about Bill, not me. Blue Maple clearly wanted to keep his distance from her. From his actions, it was clear that Lin Xiaoyu still held a higher place in his heart than Murong Qianxuan. At least Lin Xiaoyu could play around with him freely, and he wouldn't avoid her. Murong Qianxuan withdrew her hand with a bitter smile and said, "Afong, can't you call me like you used to? Even though we haven't been together for years, we're still friends. Can't you just forget the past feelings? Well, we are still friends, but let's skip the formalities. It's better if I just call you Miss Murong." Blue Maple thought about how he used to call her Murong Qianxuan. Qianxuanjia. That made it hard for him to say. Since we're friends, don't call me Miss Murong in such a formal way. Just call her the same way you call me. Murong Qianxuan knew how to gradually bring him in. If she pushed too hard, he might run away. Moreover, if all I want is to protect him, silently watching over him is enough. I don't need him to see me as an older sister. Just thinking of myself as a younger sister is fine. I almost forgot to introduce you. Her name is Lin Xiaoyu. We are in the same class. Blue Maple pointed at Lin Xiaoyu, then also pointed at Murong Qianxuan. Murong Qianxuan, my childhood friend from the past. The introduction was very simple, just the name, with nothing else said. But that's understandable. Blue Maple only knows so much. All right, Lin Xiaoyu, Murong Qianxuan, take your time talking. I'm going to find teacher Emily. Blue Maple left the two girls and ran off to find the woman. No, the female teacher. Miss Lin, which noble family are you from in the city? I'm not that important. My father is just an ordinary noble, far from Miss Murong. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu and Murong Qianxuan had already started a battle. Although Murong Qianxuan was very strong, Lin Xiaoyu was definitely not weak. Well, in terms of intelligence and emotional understanding, not fighting skills. After seeing Emily, Blue Maple immediately spoke. Teacher Emily, I'd like to take a break to practice my martial skills. The length of the break depends on the situation. That was a very confident way to ask for time off, but luckily Emily was reasonable and understood the situation. She quickly agreed to Blue Maple's leave request. Once approved, Blue Maple immediately left. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu and Murong Qianxuan chatting happily, he decided not to disturb them. Hey, what are you two still arguing about? That guy has already left. Luna's hand appeared between the two girls, pointing at Blue Maple, who was almost out of sight. Humph. That little brat. Humph. Dead little kid, the two girls said in unison, then looked at each other and both said at the same time. Who allowed you to insult him? Lin Xiaoyu was just showing her fighting spirit because she didn't like Murong Qianxuan. From the first time she saw her in the cafeteria, she felt very annoyed. The next day, Blue Maple first went to Eric's weapon shop. Sure enough, as he expected, Eric had already finished making the item and was waiting for him to pick it up. The items matched Lan Feng's intentions very well, even better than expected. They were comfortable to wear and did not hinder movement at all. The most important thing was that no one could tell he was wearing such gear, except when he wore very little clothing. In short, the dwarf's craftsmanship was indeed excellent and very powerful. After bringing the items home, Lan Feng took about 300 pounds of weight plates, estimating that it was impossible to reach 300 pounds in 2 months. He thought he could manage around 200 pounds at most. To be safe, he brought a little more just in case. Then, he packed everything up, slung his bag over his shoulder, and headed toward the forest outside the city. Yes, this was the place where he would train this time. Our new book is doing poorly. Please support us with votes. I should have brought a card instead. I started training without realizing I was already doing super intense exercise. Lan Feng sighed with a smile. The forest outside the city wasn't close. He carried training equipment and daily supplies, weighing about 400 pounds in total, more than his ultimate training goal by 100 pounds. If it weren't for his internal energy supporting him, he probably couldn't even walk. The journey was very tough. He stopped roughly every 100 meters, but didn't rest. Instead, he practiced qi, believing that under such fatigue, it was better not to think about resting but to focus on practicing. This way, he could preserve his training effects and increase his internal energy much faster. Lan Feng didn't care if this advice was correct or not. He kept walking, stopping, and practicing repeatedly until he finally reached his destination. It was quite good. By the end of the journey, he felt his body becoming stronger. Ahem, he wasn't sure if this feeling was just psychological or real. Another thing was that during this journey, he caused a small but noticeable impact. From that day on, Chili City became famous for a story. A teenager, carrying a large and heavy bag that looked bigger than himself, was rushing along the road. The bag made Lan Feng look smaller, so people thought he was a child. The weight was inferred from the deep footprints he left behind. The footprints only disappeared when reaching a very hard ground area. Otherwise, everyone could have followed the footprints to find Lan Feng. By the way, I forgot to mention where Lan Feng is now. He is in the Red Moon Forest, which is located 50 miles east of Chili City. The western edge of the forest is a plain, while the eastern side is mountainous. Although the mountains are not very high, the terrain is very complex. The deeper you go, the more complicated the land becomes. If someone unfamiliar enters, they might even get lost. There are also some dangerous magical beasts deep inside the forest, like the wind wolves I mentioned earlier. However, these beasts usually don't appear near the edges of the forest. The wind wolves Lan Feng and Murong Qianxuan encountered was probably just an unlucky coincidence. It's unlikely that a pack of wind wolves would fail to handle two children, given their social nature. Even if one was weak, they would have help from their pack. So, that wind wolf was probably a lone old wolf or a lost young wolf. Because of the difficult terrain and the presence of magical beasts, the deep parts of the Red Moon Forest are uninhabited. Only a few hunters go inside, and for decades, no one has entered. With fewer people, the environment remains mostly untouched, like a primeval forest. But this doesn't concern Lan Feng. He doesn't need to go deep into the forest now. He's at the edge. Well, the edge is relative and doesn't mean right at the border. He found a relatively safe spot about 10 miles into the forest and then started working. What kind of work? Naturally, setting up camp and similar tasks. Without a place to stay, how could he survive or practice in the forest? Intense training requires rest, so he needs a safe and comfortable place. When choosing a campsite, he looked for a spot near a water source for easy access to water and bathing. He picked a flat area near a small waterfall, which was formed by a stream dropping suddenly due to the terrain. Although the place he chose was flat, there were still many trees above. He placed his large bag on the ground, took off his outer coat, leaving only a vest-like load-bearing shirt. His full load wasn't very heavy, only about 30 jin. Everyone shouldn't think 30 jin is a small weight. If you suddenly carry 30 jin and do work, most people can manage. But over time, it becomes much harder. For someone like Lan Feng, who not only carries weight on his back, but also uses his hands and feet, it's even more difficult. He takes out an axe to cut trees, which are very useful materials. After cutting the trees, he clears the area and gathers the wood together. Then he looks for suitable wood to make piles for building. The piles are for building a house. Lan Feng plans to build a wooden cabin. He started wearing weighted gear from the beginning, which helps prepare for future training and also adapts his body. This way, he makes good use of his time without wasting it. The pile driving is just to fix the cabin in place. It's simple, just 4 stakes at the corners of the house. Lan Feng takes out saws, chisels, planes, and other tools to start building his cabin. These tools were borrowed from Eric, a dwarf who seems to like him. Eric happily lent him the tools. Fortunately, the cabin isn't big, just one room for living, and only needs a shell. It took Lan Feng 5 days to build it. Don't think that's slow. His cabin is small but nice and simple. It's very different from his jewelry-making skills. Don't assume he's a natural carpenter. He's done similar work at home before. As a martial arts family, their house is traditional and made mostly of wood. Lan Feng's family isn't wealthy and doesn't have servants, so he has to do things himself. As a younger family member, he's often asked to help out a bit more. Woodworking can improve finger dexterity, arm strength, and overall physical fitness. It's very beneficial. So, in the past few days, Lan Feng has been wearing weighted gear while working, and he often practices breathing exercises to stay healthy. Looking at the wooden house taking shape, Blue Maple felt very touched. Finally, he wouldn't have to sleep outdoors. These past few nights, he had been sleeping by the campfire, and he also had to sprinkle some medicinal powder to sleep peacefully. Well, not exactly. He was practicing his skills. The next day, Blue Maple started a new training. He did obstacle running in the forest. The obstacles were already set up, so he didn't need to arrange them himself. After that, he picked up a shovel to dig. He wanted to build a water channel around the wooden house and connect it to the small waterfall nearby. He dug a large area, and the depth and width of the water channel were not less than the small river at the waterfall's outlet. So, this water channel wouldn't be finished quickly. Blue Maple also needed to solve his food problem. This was another part of his training. He held a sword and stood in front of the small waterfall, watching the flowing water. He was waiting for fish to swim down from above. When they passed in front of him, he could use his sword to catch them. This way, he could improve his eyesight and practice his speed and accuracy in swordsmanship. Suddenly, his sword moved and stabbed outward. But he missed. Of course, if every strike hit, he wouldn't need to practice at all. Moreover, the force of the waterfall and the weight equipment he wore on his hands required time to get used to. Even if he mastered this weight, adding another piece would increase the difficulty again, requiring more hard practice. In short, Blue Maple now dedicated all his time to training. Even daily life tasks, he tried to incorporate into his cultivation practice. Every day was about practicing, refining his energy, practicing, refining his energy. Begging for votes, climbing the ranks, please support. In the bright July sunshine, the weather in the Kingdom of Chile was just as hot as in July in China. At this time in Chile City, people wore relatively fewer clothes, especially the fashionable girls, who had started wearing short-sleeved tops. But compared to Earth girls, they still covered more. Only their arms were exposed, and there was no showing of navels or entire backs. However, such scenery was quite pleasing to the eye, pleasing to look at, though mostly appreciated by men. Today, Emily wore a white short-sleeved dress and a white short skirt. Well, short is relative. Her skirt was slightly above the knees. Although the clothes here are not as tight as those on Earth, Emily's perfect figure still shows through. Her white arms and long, beautiful legs, well, a small part, make the men at the academy, students and teachers alike, think one thing. Summer is truly wonderful. However, Emily is not feeling that way right now. She is worried about one thing, or rather, one person. Teacher Emily, it's been a month already. Why hasn't Lan Feng come back? Where exactly did he go? Asked a girl with freckles wearing a light yellow short-sleeved shirt and long pants. She is Lin Xiaoyu from Class Z, and Emily is currently teaching Class Z. I don't know, Emily replied again. She has answered this question many times before. When Lan Feng asked for leave, he never said where he was going or when he would return. He only said he needed a leave of up to 2 months. Right now, the most talked about topic in the whole academy is Lan Feng, but no one knows where he is. Not only the academy, but even the entire Chile City has no idea where he might be. Some gossip says Lan Feng was secretly eliminated by Bill, because Bill didn't want to fight a weakling. Others say Lan Feng ran away because he was afraid of dying or being killed by Bill in a duel. The latter explanation seems more believable to most people. When will he come back? I don't know. Then, teacher, why did you approve his leave? That Emily feels a headache coming on. It seems she has had this conversation many times before. What makes her even more annoyed is that she will have to face the same topic again later in the martial arts class A38, and the person involved will be Murong Qianxuan. Lin Xiaoyu is easy to deal with, but Murong Qianxuan makes her very frustrated. She almost blames Emily for not asking more questions, which has led to the complete lack of news about Lan Feng so far. Emily feels helpless. She is only Lan Feng's teacher, not a family member. Logically, Lan Feng should tell Murong Qianxuan about these things, not her. However, she believes that Lan Feng will return. Before the deadline, he will definitely come back. She doesn't know why she has this feeling. Murong Qianxuan has been very annoyed this month because Lan Feng left without saying goodbye. She has become restless, especially when Bill came to find her. He said only a few words before walking away angrily. She thinks that if Bill hadn't come, this wouldn't have happened. As the center of the event, Lan Feng is now running wildly in the forest, wearing a tank top and shorts. His running isn't simple. He dodges, jumps, and bends low, almost like dancing. This is because he has combined the 8 trigram palm steps into his running. The forest has many obstacles, and he uses his footwork and body twists to avoid them. At first, he often hit obstacles, but after a month, he can avoid them easily and runs faster. However, his speed has only slightly increased because he is carrying more weight now. He started with 30 pounds. After 7 days, it was 60 pounds. After 12 days, 100 pounds. 15 days, 120 pounds. 20 days, 170 pounds. And now, after 30 days, he is carrying 200 pounds. During this time, he has been training with an intense routine that most people can't endure. Every morning, he gets up early to practice 8 trigram palm for an hour, then eats breakfast. His breakfast is simple because he doesn't have time to prepare proper meals. Instead, he eats ipin pot, which means throwing all ingredients into a pot, lighting a fire, and cooking until it's ready. This method is called unattended cooking because he has no time to cook food carefully. Luckily, this method is good because the ingredients are varied, tasty, and nutritious. After breakfast, he prepares lunch and then goes for a slow jog to digest and adapt. Once ready, he runs wildly in the forest. His route changes every day, chosen freely, to improve his reaction skills. Training in familiar environments is less effective. After running all morning, he meditates and practices breathing at noon. Then he eats and starts the afternoon training, digging in the soil. This was purely to build his strength. However, a few days ago, he stopped digging and switched to practicing footwork in the water, training with a sword under a waterfall. The resistance of the water and the impact of the waterfall provided natural and effective training conditions. The main reason for stopping the digging practice was that the waterway was now complete, and he had nowhere left to dig. But this was also a necessary step in his training progress, an inevitable upgrade. In the past month, Lan Feng mainly focused on building his strength. His goal was to reach his ideal weight in the shortest time. Although the process was tough, he often pushed himself to the limit during his training and then sat down to practice breathing and energy flow. During this month, he trained his energy at least 7 times a day, reaching his limits. Luckily, he had internal energy support, and he also practiced external martial arts techniques. As a result, he increased his weight capacity to 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. This achievement surprised many people. They believed it was possible, but it was hard to imagine someone like Lan Feng could do it. If his elders from his previous world saw this, they would be very pleased and proud of the Lan family's future. The more effort he put in, the more he gained. This truth applies everywhere. Lan Feng's intense training, which most ordinary people couldn't endure, led to a huge increase in his strength. Just from lifting nearly twice his body weight, it was clear that he was completely different from the Lan Feng of a month ago. Actually, his weight seems to be increasing now. Over the past month, his training was intense, and he ate more. He gained more muscle and looked much healthier than before, no longer weak and fragile. Of course, this muscle was very solid. Not fat, but perfect muscle. Just look at my 2 chest muscles, my biceps, and my 6-pack abs. Ahem, definitely not the bulky muscles of Western bodybuilders. If he wore clothes, people wouldn't notice. But when it's perfect. Of course, Lan Feng didn't have a habit of walking around or showing off his muscles in front of others, so few people had seen his muscles. And those who did were usually distracted by something else about him. Don't get the wrong idea, it's his skin. Because of his special internal energy training method, his skin has become whiter and more delicate than a woman's, like white jade. Brothers, keep voting. I keep chasing. Lan Feng is currently chasing a snow rabbit. It's just a normal wild animal, not a magical beast. However, this snow rabbit is very fast, small in size, and hard to catch, especially when fighting barehanded without any tools. Usually, people catch snow rabbits using cages, traps, or by shooting them with arrows when they're not paying attention. Otherwise, you can only watch them run away because snow rabbits live in forests. Their speed and agility, combined with the obstacles in the forest that they can easily pass through but humans cannot, make them very hard to catch. But Lan Feng is trying to catch the snow rabbit without any tools, just using his agility. This is a difficult training. If he could easily catch a snow rabbit while carrying 200 pounds of weight, it would mean his skills are very high. Right now, Lan Feng is just chasing the rabbit and hasn't caught it yet. But it's already a good achievement. He can chase the snow rabbit for several hours now. When he first started, he could only chase for about 10 minutes before losing sight of it. At noon, Lan Feng returned to his Red Moon residence, a small wooden house he built himself, holding a snow rabbit. As for the name, I think everyone can guess where it comes from. Red Moon Forest, Red Moon Residence. This kid is really casual. Some might wonder where Lan Feng's snow rabbit came from. It's the same one he was chasing earlier. Yes, he couldn't catch the running snow rabbit, but that doesn't mean he couldn't catch a stopped one. After several hours, the rabbit was exhausted and had no strength left to run. Hee, another snow rabbit stew. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Lan Feng was by the stream, skillfully skinning the snow rabbit with a small knife, opening it up, cleaning out the organs, washing it, and finally throwing it into a pot with some spices. Snow rabbit meat is very tasty. Because catching them is difficult, their meat is considered a delicacy. Even among noble recipes, snow rabbit meat is a top choice. After cooking the snow rabbit, Lan Feng took his magic crystal sword to practice swordsmanship under the waterfall. If you were nearby, you would see Lan Feng's sword emitting white mist. This is because the sword's temperature is low, and the mist appears when it touches the water. If Lan Feng's actions are seen by people in the academy, they will be very surprised. Everyone will wonder, when will this useless person also be able to activate the magic crystal sword? Lan Feng often releases a single ice blade to cut through a waterfall, just part of it. Then the ice blade hits the rocks behind the waterfall and then falls into the water. In the past month, Lan Feng has been practicing basic skills. Since he managed to carry a weight of 200 jin, he no longer increases his load. Instead, he continues his training at this level of weight. If he only trains his physical strength and basic skills, Lan Feng could reach his limit of 300 jin in 2 months. After that, he would need more time to break through because his internal and external energy are already at a certain level and cannot be quickly improved further. Otherwise, if he keeps training at this speed, he could carry thousands of jin in less than a year. But is that possible? No. Even if he spends his whole life, he cannot reach that 1,000 jin weight. Training is like that. The more advanced you get, the harder it becomes to improve. Getting back to the main point, if Lan Feng only trains basic skills, he won't be able to win in a duel. He must use the results of his training fully and show his abilities at 100%. Therefore, he needs to combine basic skill training with martial arts practice. At the beginning, his martial arts training includes footwork, swordsmanship, and also magic crystal techniques. The magic crystal technique in this world is quite powerful, so he must learn it. Lan Feng's magic crystal technique is different from others on this continent. He uses internal energy to activate it. So, he only used the magic crystal technique as a reference, then combined it with his own situation to develop his unique version. He uses internal energy to activate the magic crystal on his sword, then releases it with his internal energy, which is the foundation of his magic crystal technique. Simply put, his magic crystal technique is a sword energy form. Although it is not as fancy as the ones used by people on this continent, it is much more accurate and effective. It also consumes less physical energy. To give a simple example, a large ice ball can kill someone, and an ice blade can split a person in half. But making an ice ball uses more ice and consumes more energy. After mastering this magic crystal technique, Lan Feng realized that his advanced martial arts book, which he used for his ultimate move, was no longer suitable for him. If he used the moves from the book, he would waste a lot of his internal energy, which wasn't worth it, unless he wanted to look cool and impressive. It seems that the magic crystal techniques on this continent are much more dazzling than his own. This is understandable because most people can't accurately control magic crystal energy, which often results in some waste. This wasted energy usually creates beautiful and spectacular effects. At night, before sleeping, Lan Feng counted the time. Been here for 47 days. Today should be July 25th, and there are 11 days left until the 2-month deadline. Tomorrow is the last day for training. The so-called final training means removing all burdens from his body and getting used to moving without weight. This way, he can better show the results of his practice. In such a short time, he could only do so much. If he had more time, he could do even better, and his strength would improve more. After making his decision, Lan Feng took out a bright-colored fruit and ate it. Then he lay on the ground, no bed, to practice the turtle breathing technique. He guessed that, based on basic biological knowledge, bright-colored things often contain poison. The bright fruit Lan Feng ate was poisonous, which he knew from a poison book he read. He picked it while running through the forest. Of course, there were also some poisonous herbs and mushrooms, but Lan Feng thought this fruit tasted the best, so he chose it first. Starting the next day, Lan Feng began adapting to his training. Over 5 days, because he wasn't carrying any burdens, he caught a few snow rabbits. These snow rabbits were valuable. He planned to sell them to a restaurant later. The 2 months of absence from work could be somewhat compensated by this. After 5 days, on the first day of August, Lan Feng once again carried a large bag. Although some of the items he brought were used up or left behind, he still had the pelts from the wild animals he caught in the forest. He planned to sell them for money. So, this trip back was no lighter or smaller than when he came. Chili City, Lan Feng am back. On a sunny noon in Chili City, everyone was either eating or resting. Meanwhile, Lan Feng was walking through the city carrying a large, impressive bag. Although the weight had increased this time, Lan Feng felt much lighter and more relaxed. Last time, he almost stopped every mile he walked, but this time, after traveling about 60 miles, he only stopped twice. This shows his progress over the 52 days of training. Because of this, he attracted less attention than before, just like how people pay less attention to those who walk steadily compared to those who walk and stop frequently. Back home, Lan Feng tidied up his things. He threw his clothes into the room and his food and spices, gathered from the forest, into the kitchen. Basically, he just put everything where it belonged. He felt something was strange, but couldn't remember what it was at first. He just picked up his beast hide, a snow rabbit, and some items borrowed from Eric and went out. First, Lan Feng went to Eric's weapon shop to return the items. He also brought some beast hides and a couple of snow rabbits as a gift. Although Eric was sometimes shameless, Lan Feng didn't like to take advantage of friends, especially those he knew well. As he walked along, I just remembered. I knew something was wrong. It turns out my house is cleaner than when I left. It should be covered in dust, but it's even cleaner now. Suddenly, Lan Feng realized that his house not only lacked the dust it should have, but was actually cleaner than before he left. Someone must have cleaned it. But who could have done that? When Lan Feng left, he didn't lock the door. Anyone could enter because he thought it wasn't necessary. His house was empty, so even petty thieves wouldn't bother. So, Lan Feng had no idea who was so kind as to clean his house. At this moment, a beautiful, gentle, smiling face flashed through his mind. No way. Blue Maple shook his head, decided to put this matter aside for now, and continued with his own tasks. When returning the items to Eric, Eric did not accept them. He felt there was no need to thank him. It was just a small favor. Blue Maple didn't insist and planned to cook some barbecue and enjoy good wine with Eric later. Dwarves especially love drinks and grilled meat. In fact, most male members of different races enjoy barbecue. Next, Blue Maple went to a leather goods shop and a tavern to sell animal hides and snow rabbits. Thanks to his excellent understanding of psychology, he easily grasped what the buyers valued and sold at the highest price, earning a total of 15 gold coins. In the future, when prices are like 1 gold coin, 1 silver coin, and 5 copper coins, he will use this method to show the value. Now, Blue Maple's wealth had grown from 3.5 silver coins from his first task to 1.5 gold coins, finally reaching the gold level. He put the money into his pouch and headed to a place he needed to visit today, the arena. Although he also needed to go to the academy, this was more urgent. On the way, Blue Maple hoped the arena wouldn't be in use today. Otherwise, he'd have to wait until tomorrow, which would delay his challenge. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The arena in Chiri City was free today. Usually, the arena is used at least half the time each month, sometimes for duels, sometimes for performances or celebrations. As long as you could pay the fee and had connections, you could use it. Last time, it was also free, and now again, the same situation. His luck was truly amazing. Blue Maple stayed in the arena for a long time, until around 4 p.m., when he finally spoke and then left. His words were, "Good, this can be used." Afterward, Blue Maple headed to the academy. Once inside, He went straight to training ground number 1 to tell Emily he was back. It seemed he didn't feel the need to explain himself to anyone else besides Emily. Morong Qinshuan? Not necessary. Lin Xiaoyu? Not needed. Others? Do they matter? Besides the reasons mentioned above, there is also the matter of arranging a duel with Bill. Bill is in combat skills class A03 and is much stronger than Emily's girls. Naturally, the duel would take place in training ground number 1. When Lan Feng entered, he immediately looked around. The large training ground had many people, so finding someone wasn't easy. Luckily, Emily and her group of girls were quite noticeable, so he soon spotted them. At the same time, hey, what a coincidence, Class Z is here too, Lan Feng thought. He saw Lin Xiaoyu sitting nearby, poking the ground with a sword. She was different from the others. She wasn't very interested in martial arts and didn't train as much. Since it was late, she had already finished her practice. Ignoring her, Lan Feng walked over, trying to find Emily among the girls. To his surprise, he first saw Bill, who was standing at the edge of the group. Bill was talking to Morong Qinshuan, and they seemed quite close. Bill was holding Morong Qinshuan's hand, which was blushing, while the other girls looked at Bill with envy. Of course, this was just how some insensitive people might see it. The reality was a bit different. Looking at how Bill and Morong Qinshuan were standing, it was clear that Morong Qinshuan's hand was raised slightly and pointing upward, while Bill was holding her arm. This posture didn't look like a romantic or intimate gesture at all. The girls' expressions didn't seem envious, but rather angry. It looked like they were in a quarrel. Could there be a problem in their relationship? Just as Morong Qinshuan and Bill were about to continue their unresolved scene, a happy voice made them all stop and look to the side. Lan Feng. Lin Xiaoyu saw Lan Feng approaching, dropped her sword, and ran toward him. During the 52 days Lan Feng was gone, she often thought of him. She liked him because he was more interesting than the others in Class C. That was her own words, though she didn't obsess over him. She was so happy now because she was bored and wanted to tease Morong Qinshuan a little. Recently, it seemed like the two of them had some tension. Lin Xiaoyu, are you doing okay these days? Lan Feng didn't understand why Lin Xiaoyu was acting like that. What was she so happy about? I'm not made of gold. I'm fine. How about you? Where have you been these past 50 days? You seem to have changed a lot, Lin Xiaoyu said as she walked beside Lan Feng again. When she got closer, she noticed that Lan Feng looked a bit different. I went to practice martial arts. The changes in my body are a result of training. I think I look much more handsome now, Lan Feng replied happily, thinking Lin Xiaoyu was saying he had become stronger. What kind of training? Can you teach me? Lin Xiaoyu immediately asked. You've always hated practicing martial arts and were afraid of hard work, Lan Feng asked confused. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with desire. She looked eager and said, if I could get results like yours, I wouldn't mind working hard. No way. Could it be that she liked strong muscles and bodybuilding? That doesn't look good for girls. Lan Feng quickly kept his distance, thinking that maybe she had some strange hobby. He felt a little scared. Sorry for the late reply. Please support me with a vote. Idiot, what are you thinking about? All that nonsense, Lin Xiaoyu said after a moment of surprise. She immediately understood what Lan Feng meant and punched his shoulder. Then she pointed at Lan Feng's face and said, it's your skin. Why has it become much whiter? It also looks smoother. Did you really go to practice martial arts? Women tend to notice these things. No matter what kind of woman, if she sees someone's skin turn white, she'll want to know how it happened and might try it herself, even if it's hard. Lin Xiaoyu was no different. After hearing Lan Feng's words, she considered trying something she didn't like, practicing martial arts. But, can practicing martial arts really make your skin whiter? That's doubtful. That's why she asked Lan Feng at the end if he really went to practice martial arts. Usually, people who train tend to get darker and rougher skin, but he was the opposite. His skin had become whiter and more delicate. Did I really turn white? Lan Feng wondered. His skin had only changed a little, so he didn't notice much. But Lin Xiaoyu, who hadn't seen him for over 50 days, immediately noticed the difference. I definitely went to practice martial arts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a way to handle the duel with Bill. You should know he's in martial skills class A03. Even if he's the worst in the class, he's much stronger than I was 2 months ago, Lan Feng replied with a bit of annoyance. Then he paused for a moment and said, as for turning white, I don't know. Anyway, I've been practicing these days. How else could he say it? Could he admit he's been taking poison daily, forcing his energy to grow, which also caused his body to detoxify? Really? How are you practicing? Lin Xiaoyu asked in surprise. It's just like my teacher taught. Lan Feng started to make up stories. He didn't want anyone to find out his secret about practicing energy cultivation. Even close family members wouldn't know, so he wouldn't tell them. In this world, family members already knew, so there was no need to say anything. So, Lan Feng lied. Lin Xiaoyu asked questions, and they both walked toward the girls in Emily's class, stopping in front of Murong Qianxuan and Bill, who were still standing stiffly, staring at them. Bill, let's talk about the duel later. For now, you can continue. As Lan Feng passed by Murong Qianxuan and Bill, he just said that, and then kept walking toward Emily. Ah, all the girls gasped. They didn't expect Lan Feng to say that, and just walk away, ignoring whether Murong Qianxuan was willing to be held by Bill. It seemed they thought her situation with Bill was normal and wanted them to continue. They felt sorry for Murong Qianxuan. During this time, she had been worried about that troublemaker every day, even arguing with Bill a few times over him. But all she got in return was complete ignoring, no acknowledgement at all. This troublemaker didn't even say hello, just spoke a few words to Bill. Murong Qianxuan stared at Lan Feng in a daze, not knowing what to say. Bill saw that as soon as Murong Qianxuan saw Lan Feng, she froze with obvious happiness in her eyes. Over time, because Murong Qianxuan had argued with Lan Feng several times, and because Lan Feng caused her to wait painfully for the duel, Bill now looked at Lan Feng with resentment. He wished he could kill Lan Feng right now. Lan Feng didn't notice everyone's gazes. If looks could kill, he would have been killed by their angry stares. He calmly walked over to Emily. Teacher, I'm back, Lan Feng said with a smile. Emily nodded gently and said, It's good that you're back. Now go handle your matters. This fake farewell scene felt like a long-lost family reunion, making others feel a bit confused. Between Lan Feng and Emily, it was just a simple exchange of 2 sentences. No extra words. After finishing, Lan Feng turned and walked back toward Bill. Let go. Seeing Lan Feng approach, she suddenly realized she was still holding Bill in the same position. She flicked her hand and said coldly. Today, she was very angry. Lan Feng had been gone for 52 days, but Bill still kept bothering her. She had told Bill before that she didn't want to see him until Lan Feng returned. Because whenever she saw Bill, she would think of his boring behavior, which led her to challenge him to a dull duel. That was why Lan Feng went to train, and no one knew where he had gone. 52 days without news was unprecedented. Even when she ignored Lan Feng before, she knew where he was every day. This time was fundamentally different. Bill was also very annoyed. He was her boyfriend, yet he worried about his rival. He even argued with her because of his rival and didn't want to see her. It was all made public. I won't let go. You're my woman, Bill shouted, grabbing Murong Qianxuan's arm to prevent her from pulling away. Murong Qianxuan angrily said, Tell me clearly. When did I become your woman? We're not at that point yet. Let go of me. The words, woman, and girlfriend, sometimes mean the same, but sometimes they are very different. Bill, you're a noble. You should act like a noble, said a girl who had comforted Murong Qianxuan. She was the soul of Emily's class, and many people looked up to her. She was also considered the older sister of this group of girls. Her name seemed to be, oh right, Foer Fox. Foer Fox, stay out of our business. Don't think just because you're the daughter of the Fox family in the Beast Kingdom that you're so special. Bill glared at Foer, and then said to Murong Qianxuan, Qianxuan, tell me honestly, have you fallen for Lan Feng instead? I have told you many times that my feelings for Ah Feng and for you are different. He is my younger brother, and you are my boyfriend. There is no conflict between them, but you keep obsessing over this issue again and again. I don't want to argue with you over such a boring matter. Please let go. Murong Qianxuan used her fighting spirit to try to push Bill's hand away, but Bill was much stronger than her and couldn't be forced to let go. That's a joke. Don't you find what you just said funny? Even if he's your brother, you shouldn't be so worried. Everyone has seen how you've been acting lately. You argue with me for him, and you don't want to see me because of him. Isn't that a conflict? Bill sneered, looking for excuses, but they weren't convincing. Do you think I want to? Every time I think about you challenging him to a duel, I feel upset. Especially since he disappeared for 52 days because of you. 52 days. Do you even realize that he has never been out of my sight for more than a day since we were kids? Murong Qianxuan said emotionally. There's one more thing I hate about you the most. This year, I missed his birthday. Although Blue Feng never gave Mu Rong Qiansun gifts over the years, she always prepared a carefully chosen present for him on his birthday. Even though she hasn't spoken to Blue Feng in recent years, she still prepared a gift every year. Could she forget his birthday? Impossible. She wouldn't forget it, and since her birthday is only 10 days apart from his, it also reminds her that Blue Feng's birthday is coming soon. Please support the rankings and help us win big. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Anyone could feel Mu Rong Qiansun's deep feelings for Blue Feng, an emotion that made people feel envious, warm, and persistent. Although it was strange, everyone clearly sensed that her feelings were purely familial, not romantic. Maybe it was because everyone resonated with the emotion she was expressing at that moment, which is why they felt this way. Perhaps this feeling was only temporary, but it left a deep impression on everyone. At this moment, Lan Feng looked at Murong Qianxuan with disbelief, wondering if he was wrong. Even though his soul was not in Murong Qianxuan's feelings, his body was. Could he dare to accept this love and let this warm, persistent affection continue? Lan Feng felt confused. Maybe if he kept going like this, he would be moved by Murong Qianxuan's feelings. Perhaps it was fate, not wanting Lan Feng to accept or continue this already tangled family bond. Just then, Bill angrily shouted, "It's only been about 50 days, just missing one birthday. Why are you so upset? What will you do in the future? Are you going to keep him by your side? Then you might as well never marry and spend your life with your younger brother." "If that's the case, I would rather not marry," Murong Qianxuan said without hesitation. "What do you think I am? His substitute? If he hadn't made you angry, wouldn't you even be my girlfriend?" Bill once again confused Murong Qianxuan's feelings. But it's understandable. People often get confused. Who would want someone like Murong Qianxuan? Murong Qianxuan looked at Bill calmly and said, "I'm not his substitute. I've told you many times, he's different from you. But forget it. Even if you win this duel, I won't be with you anymore. Maybe I was careless before, not truly understanding whether I loved you or was just swayed by your sweet words, so I agreed to be your girlfriend." Her feelings for Bill could be summed up simply. Which girl isn't shy about love? She had just celebrated her 15th birthday, meaning she was only 15. Ask yourself, would a 15-year-old girl, faced with intense pursuit from a boy, be likely to agree in her confusion? Most people would answer the same, very likely. In fact, Bill had been pursuing Murong Qianxuan for over half a year. She only agreed after resisting his advances, just days before Lan Feng arrived in this world. During that time, in the cafeteria, they were in their honeymoon phase, naturally being a bit more affectionate. Some might ask why this happened so recently, not after Lan Feng and Murong Qianxuan parted ways. Remember, Murong Qianxuan is only 15 now. How old was she a few years ago? A young girl. Who would pursue her unless she had special interests? This world is not as mature as some places on Earth. Starting to date at 15 is considered early. By the way, people here tend to live longer. Most live over 100 years. If they practice martial arts, they can live even longer. I'm talking about humans, not other races. Therefore, the age considered as adulthood is generally around 20. The reason it's called average is because some countries set it at 16, others at 18, and some at 22 or 24. Back to the previous topic. Although Murong Qianxuan feels confused about Bill's feelings, everyone has emotions. If they keep spending time together, maybe sparks of love will fly. However, Bill's poor behavior regarding Lan Feng made Murong Qianxuan realize she needed to clear her mind. During this time, she let go of her intense feelings and thought carefully about her relationship with Bill. Once she understood her feelings clearly, her confusion would fade, and she would know what to do. Murong Qianxuan also gave Bill chances, but he was unsure and kept clinging to Lan Feng. Actually, Murong Qianxuan was right. She didn't lie to Bill. Her feelings for Lan Feng were completely different from her feelings for him. There was no conflict, just a matter of which was more important. You can think of it like love for a partner versus love for family. Sometimes, people prioritize one over the other. Murong Qianxuan was the latter, and not just a little. What did you say? At this point, Bill seemed to change completely, no longer the gentle, polite person he was before. This made Murong Qianxuan realize that she had only seen his hypocritical side before. She felt relieved about that. Idiot, can't you understand? Simply put, you're finished. You're heartbroken, and Murong Qianxuan has dumped you, Lan Feng said coldly as he approached Bill, full of sarcasm. Bill's eyes flashed with anger. You trash, shut up. We'll settle the score later. No need to wait. Let's settle it now. Stop pestering Murong Qianxuan. With so many people watching, isn't it embarrassing to cling so desperately? Lan Feng said disdainfully. Come on, let's talk about the real issue. Did you hear that? Hands off now. Murong Qianxuan said this, feeling happy inside, because Ah Feng was now helping him. Good. You guys are great. Bill couldn't stand everyone's disapproving looks anymore. He let go of Murong Qianxuan's hand, then turned to Lan Feng with a fierce expression and said, Hurry up and tell me. When? I can't wait to fight you in the arena and cut you into pieces, since you can't wait. Then tomorrow at 3:15 in the afternoon. And remember to bring a doctor. Lan Feng smiled slightly and said lazily. Tomorrow? Bill didn't expect Lan Feng to be so quick. Before Bill could speak, Lin Xiaoyu ran over to Lan Feng, grabbed his shoulder, leaned in close, and whispered into his ear. No way. Miss, you still have this interest? Lan Feng looked at Lin Xiaoyu in surprise. How about this? Afterward, you get 3 parts, I get 7. 5-5. Lan Feng replied to Lin Xiaoyu, then said to Bill, cough cough. The time is pushed back to the day after tomorrow at 3:15 in the afternoon. Hey, everyone, please give some recommendation votes for sharing the rewards. Okay, then the day after tomorrow at 3:15. Cherish these 2 days because they will be your last, Bill said coldly without objection. In fact, he didn't really oppose it. Tomorrow's preparations would be much more rushed, not only for the duel, but also for the venue. Although the arena is a public space, it still needs some time to arrange. Oh, got it. You can go now, Lan Feng waved dismissively, as if telling him to leave. Humph. Bill flicked his sleeve, glared fiercely at Lan Feng, then turned to leave. Lan Feng paid no attention to his actions because he was secretly talking with Lin Xiaoyu about something. Lan Feng, how about a 60-40 split? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Lan Feng immediately refused. No, 50-50, no negotiations. I'll put in the money. Don't be too unreasonable. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed Lan Feng's hand, pinching and squeezing it. This matter won't be decided without my approval. The initiative is in my hands. 50-50, and this is the last time. Otherwise, I will fight tomorrow morning, Lan Feng replied coolly. No matter how much pressure she put on him, he would never give in. Brother Lan Feng, please be kind to little sister. Can you do that? Lin Xiaoyu grabbed Lan Feng's hand, shook his arm, and sweetly begged in a very sugary voice. Lan Feng shook his head and shivered. Lin Xiaoyu, stop acting cute. You're giving me goosebumps all over. Humph. Lin Xiaoyu hit Lan Feng lightly and angrily said, Stupid Lan Feng, you better go die. If I die, what will you do? Lan Feng smiled and said. Lin Xiaoyu's strength is small, so she can't hurt him now. Humph. I'll bury you, Lin Xiaoyu replied straightforwardly. Don't think that threats can scare me. I have plenty of money, and I can earn more. Miss Lin, please show some respect, Murong Qianxuan said unhappily. That's none of your business. Who do you think you are? Lin Xiaoyu replied without giving any face. Murong Qianxuan stepped forward confidently and said, I don't care what you do, but don't touch A Feng. What's it to you if I do? He hasn't said anything. What are you talking about? Lin Xiaoyu retorted. Lan Feng stopped them and said, All right, stop arguing. Lin Xiaoyu, this matter is settled. You can go back to training. Murong Qianxuan, I need to talk to you alone. Can you go for a walk with me? Just go back, Lin Xiaoyu said wisely and left. Murong Qianxuan nodded and replied, Miss Feier, please tell teacher Emily that Murong Qianxuan and I are going to be out for a while, Lan Feng said, since he just heard Feier's name. He didn't know the names of the girls in Emily's class and didn't recognize them. Go ahead. You two should have a good talk, Feier said while watching them. On a quiet path in the school, Lan Feng and Murong Qianxuan walked side by side. Lan Feng stopped and looked ahead, then said softly, Murong Qianxuan, I think there's something we need to clarify. What's that? Murong Qianxuan looked at Lan Feng with confusion. Lan Feng gave a faint, bitter smile and said, I understand very well. You want to protect me, take care of me, and treat me like a little brother. Honestly, I also like feeling cared for. However, I have to tell you that from now on, Please stop thinking about protecting or caring for me. Do not consider me your younger brother anymore. Morong Qinshuan did not speak. She just listened quietly, her hands clenched tightly. I am not your blue maple. Your blue maple is gone and will never return. The blue maple of the past no longer exists, so I no longer want your protection or care. From now on, I will face everything alone. You are you, and I am me. We are no longer siblings, not even friends. You have made it impossible for me to see you as a friend. If there is no need to meet in the future, let's not see each other again. Blue Maple was not afraid to tell the truth because no one would believe it was real. They would just think that Blue Maple had changed and no longer wanted to be involved with Morong Qinshuan. Why? I missed a few years, didn't take care of you or protect you, but I can make up for it in the future. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Why are you still setting boundaries and even refusing to meet? Morong Qinshuan tried hard not to cry, but tears still fell. She didn't expect Blue Maple to want to cut ties with her. Had her efforts over these days gone unnoticed? Morong Qinshuan, have you noticed that your feelings are too obsessive? It has become a kind of unhealthy obsession, Blue Maple replied. Even you say I am abnormal. Can't I just be a little nicer to you? Morong Qinshuan couldn't help but feel sad and angry. Others said she could ignore it, but Blue Maple couldn't. It's not abnormal, it's unhealthy. You're showing signs of a mental health issue. I don't know how to treat it, so it's best we part for a while. If you can control yourself later, we can be friends again. Blue Maple, an expert in hypnosis, could see psychological problems at a glance. But at that time, he was only studying how to hypnotize and had no interest in treatment. Morong Qinshuan's situation was already serious, and he didn't know how it started. So, he was powerless and could only use the most old-fashioned method. Time can heal everything and cure everything. Psychological illness? Morong Qinshuan didn't understand this term, but she noticed Blue Maple's later words and asked, so, after we part for a while, you won't restrict me from seeing you? Yes, Blue Maple nodded. Then how long will we be apart? Lan Feng said calmly. 3 years. That's the shortest time. We'll see how things go, and if needed, we might have to part ways again. 3 years is just 3 years. You must not forget what you said today, Morong Qinshuan hurriedly replied. 3 years is better than having no chance at all. She knew that if she kept holding on, Lan Feng might say forever. That would be something she couldn't accept. I'll go now. You can go back by yourself, Lan Feng said before leaving. 3 years is just an excuse. Mental illness isn't something that can be cured easily. Maybe Morong Qinshuan will recover in that time, or maybe she won't change at all, or even get worse. What happens next depends on what occurs during those 3 years. But right now, Lan Feng can only delay a little. When the time comes, after 3 years, he will be 18 and free to leave. No, to explore the world. By then, Morong Qinshuan's chances of finding him will be almost zero. It seems Lan Feng is acting irresponsibly. Brothers, keep supporting. Vote more to help Xiao Xiao reach the top 10. The next day, near the school gate, at the statue square, the same place where Lan Feng and Cover had their conflict, the main path of the school. There were 2 people in the middle, setting up a table, with 2 large wooden boards beside it, which had some big words written on them. These 2 people were none other than Lan Feng and Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, Lan Feng called out loudly, with a hint of anger in his voice. Here. Lin Xiaoyu raised her hand in response. Lan Feng pointed at the boards and said, Isn't this a bit too much? Am I really that bad? What do you mean by this? It doesn't mean much, Lin Xiaoyu replied seriously. This is based on all the data I have. It's definitely accurate. Accurate? Look at this yourself. Does this really count as accurate? Lan Feng pointed at the wooden board beside him. This is what I wrote. I remember everything I need to see. The odds are 10 to 1, Lan Feng, meaning you, Lan Feng, are at 5 to 1. That's correct, right? Completely accurate. Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head, looking at Lan Feng with a puzzled expression. These odds are way too high. Am I really that unpopular? Let me tell you, if I wasn't afraid no one would buy Bill's bet, I would raise the odds even more. So far, only a few people have bet on you winning, and they are just trying their luck. If you win, they get 5 times their money. Unfortunately, only 10 gold coins were bet at 5 times the payout for Bill. But for you, the odds are over 100 times, and now the total is 1,300 gold coins. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head and said, I really need to think about whether I should close this bet. If I lose, I might have to sell you. Seeing their conversation, everyone should understand what they are doing, setting up a betting game and accepting bets from all the students. Blue Maple's odds are surprisingly unpopular, as everyone expected, while Bill's are very popular. As Lin Xiaoyu mentioned earlier, even if Blue Maple's odds are higher, no one will bet on him because everyone knows the gap in their abilities. One is a top student at the academy, and the other is a failure. One is in Class A, the other in Class C. One has been activating magic crystal weapons for years, and the other hasn't yet, though everyone doesn't know that Blue Maple can activate them now. With so many comparisons and facts, anyone can conclude that Blue Maple is definitely going to lose. You don't see my strength, Blue Maple said confidently, ignoring Lin Xiaoyu. You must change these odds. How much should I change them to? At least to even odds. 1-to-1, Blue Maple replied. Lin Xiaoyu also ignored Blue Maple and firmly refused. No, that would raise Bill's odds, and I would lose everything. I won't do it. 1-to-2. No. 1-to-3. No. No matter what Blue Maple said, Lin Xiaoyu kept refusing with 2 words. No way, Lin Xiaoyu. I want to increase my profit. Right now, it's 6-to-4 in my favor, Blue Maple whined, trying to threaten with profit sharing. Dream on. I don't need you anymore. Whether you agree or not, this bet is already set up, Lin Xiaoyu replied confidently. She was annoyed yesterday because Blue Maple tried to pressure her, but if Blue Maple challenged to a duel today, she wouldn't have time to set up this bet. Haha. Then I'll deliberately lose in the duel so you can lose everything. How dare you? There is nothing in the world that I, Lan Feng, dare not do. Do you want to try? You. Hey, you two, are you still accepting bets or not? A voice called out. Yes, of course we are. Lan Feng and Lin Xiaoyu immediately put on friendly smiles and said in unison to the person in front. 100 gold coins for Bill to win. A young man handed over a gold ticket to Lin Xiaoyu. This type of ticket was issued by the Holy Land Bank and was worth 100 gold coins, with no other denominations. Usually, for large amounts of gold, people prefer to use magic crystal cards for safety and convenience. Lin Xiaoyu took the gold ticket, then wrote the bet amount on a rectangular notebook. She tore off this page and handed it to the young man. This notebook is like a simple receipt book we use now. Each page is divided into 2 parts. One side records the amount and who is being bet against, and the other side is the stub. Each page has the same number. If she wins later, she can bring this receipt to claim her winnings. The number and the torn part help prevent cheating. So, you must protect your receipt carefully. If it gets damaged, even if you win, you won't get your money. This time, Lan Feng wasn't supposed to join because he was a participant in the duel. But since everyone was betting on Bill to win, they didn't worry about Lan Feng cheating. If he cheated, he would only lose, and everyone else would win. This scene happened not long after morning started. Lan Feng and Lin Xiaoyu had already taken a day off to sit here collecting bets. By the end of the day, they had received bets totaling 11,370 gold coins, over 99% of which were on Bill to win. Although the number of gamblers here isn't very large, everyone is a noble and wealthy, so they collected nearly 10,000 gold coins in bets. Actually, if Lin Xiaoyu had been bolder and set the odds at 1-to-1 for each person, she could have collected around 80,000 to 100,000 gold coins. But Lan Feng's strength made her afraid to take such risks. She was already taking a big risk doing this. If Lan Feng lost, she would have to pay over 1,000 gold coins, which is a lot. But she could handle that. However, if things go wrong and he loses, he would have to pay tens of thousands of gold coins. Even his family would find this difficult to afford. He cannot take such a risk. But, at just under 15 years old, he dares to do this. It shows he is very brave and confident. He also has good judgment, able to see that Lan Feng can win and recognize the business opportunity in this. After the event, Lan Feng and Lin Xiaoyu went to a place, the Holy Land Bank. What for? Of course, to save money. Today, they received bets, some in gold notes, but most in gold coins. Carrying so many gold coins and notes around is unsafe and inconvenient, so the best way is to deposit them in the bank. Fortunately, Lan Feng has trained in cultivation and is not carrying heavy loads. Otherwise, they couldn't carry so many gold coins together. Today, Lan Feng's actions were watched by everyone in the school. Most people were surprised at how calm and relaxed Lan Feng was, even betting on his duel. Do they think he really has a chance to beat Bill? Emily and others were just watching and waiting for the duel tomorrow. One person, however, was very different. He secretly regretted that he hadn't thought of this idea first, and these two kids had beaten him to it. Today, Bill was preparing for his duel and didn't come to the school. But at night, when he heard his friends talking about this, he was furious. Lan Feng's actions clearly showed he didn't take Bill seriously. His desire to defeat Lan Feng was growing stronger. Please recommend this story. Another day, at 3 p.m. in Chile City, the arena was packed with people. No way. This can't be true. Lan Feng and Bill are not famous people. Bill is the son of the prime minister, but his status isn't very prominent. His talents are also not outstanding. Although he has a high position and good martial skills, he is not a top expert. But remember, this is the capital of the Kingdom of Chile. Many officials and nobles live here. Some might say the prime minister's position is very important, but they wouldn't say his family is very influential. Young men from families like Bill's are judged by their family background, not just their father's position. Bill's family isn't very prominent in Chile. So, people care more about the sons of big families than about him. In the academy, Bill was not very prominent. It is important to know that the school was filled with children from noble families across the continent, including princes and princesses from royal families. Some even held higher status than the Holy Empire princess, who was more powerful than the King of Chile. Therefore, Bill was definitely not the most watched person. As for popularity, Lan Feng might have been a little more noticed than him. He used to be seen as a useless person who was bullied, but recently, a series of surprising actions made people pay more attention to him, so his popularity was slightly higher. However, in the circle of the Chile kingdom, Bill was still quite well known. So, the people who came to watch were either students of the Chile king or curious spectators looking for entertainment. But the number of spectators was not very large, less than 1/3 of all students at the school. Since neither side was famous, the outsiders who came to watch were only about 1,000 or 2,000 people. The Colosseum, which could hold tens of thousands of spectators, was not crowded at all. Instead, it looked quite empty. It seemed that Lan Feng's popularity was not enough. But that was good, as it suited his low-profile approach. At this moment, if everyone were present, they would notice two people in the arena. Not the two who were about to fight, but a witness, similar to a referee. And, Lin Xiaoyu, where is Lan Feng? Emily asked on behalf of everyone. She brought 2 classes with her. Girls like Murong Qianxuan would definitely come, and the students from Class Z, who loved to join the fun, wouldn't miss it either. But everyone had arrived, and yet Lan Feng still hadn't appeared. So, everyone looked at Lin Xiaoyu, because she had been with Lan Feng these past 2 days. I don't know either. Since we broke up yesterday, I haven't seen him. He didn't say what he would do today, Lin Xiaoyu replied. Then she looked at Murong Qianxuan and asked, Miss Murong, do you know where he went? Does he have any particular habits? Murong Qianxuan shook her head sadly and said, I don't know. That's strange. Where could he have gone? If he doesn't show up soon, I'll go bankrupt. That idiot Lan Feng. He's late for such an important matter, Lin Xiaoyu said angrily. She was betting a lot of money, after all. Fear looked at Murong Qianxuan, knowing she was thinking about something sad. She hugged her gently and comforted her, saying, Qianxuan, it's okay. 3 years will pass quickly. You should use this time to think clearly. Once you understand, you won't feel so upset. Yes. I understand. Fear, Murong Qianxuan nodded. She thought to herself, 3 years. I can do better. I can become stronger. Luna pointed to an entrance and shouted loudly, Here it comes. At the last moment, Lan Feng slowly entered the arena and walked toward Bill. Don't doubt it. This was definitely his plan. He intentionally arrived late. But it wasn't because he was being difficult. It was his first move in the duel, psychological warfare. He let his opponent wait on the field to wear down his confidence and make him anxious. This way, when the fight really started, Lan Feng would have a better chance to win. Entering the arena amid everyone's anticipation felt pretty good. Lan Feng, you idiot. Why are you so late? Why didn't you come earlier at night? Lin Xiaoyu's angry voice interrupted Lan Feng almost immediately. I was too excited last night and couldn't sleep, Lan Feng replied awkwardly. Of course, That was just his excuse. If he really couldn't sleep, no one in the world would be able to. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, I wasn't late. Why are you so anxious? Lanfeng said, and then walked into the arena, standing in front of Bill. Bill, it's just the right time. Let's start. Draw your sword. Bill, a little angry, drew his magic crystal sword. It was an 8th rank sword, 1 rank higher than Lanfeng's. He probably spent a lot of time and effort to get it. He's angry now, great. The angrier he gets, the happier I am. Lanfeng's lips curled into a playful smile. He slowly drew his magic crystal sword, then threw his leather sheath aside, looking relaxed and confident as he faced Bill. Seeing Lanfeng's smile and his actions, Bill felt inexplicably annoyed. He really wanted to cut Lanfeng down with one strike. Unexpectedly, Bill was the first to attack. He grabbed his magic crystal sword and unleashed a fiery rage, charging at Lanfeng with blazing flames. Not only did he attack first, but he also used a powerful move. It seemed Bill wanted to finish Lanfeng with one strike. Everyone present shared the same thought. Most believed that Lanfeng would find it very hard to dodge this move. Even after practicing for 2 months, they thought he wouldn't improve much. Morong Qinshuan watched Lanfeng nervously, but saw that he didn't move at all. Could it be that he doesn't even have the ability to dodge? I can't let him. Clang. With the sound of metal hitting metal, everyone made the same expression, stunned. They all saw something very surprising. Lanfeng not only didn't dodge, but also took the attack head-on. He drew his sword and deflected Bill's sword, causing it to veer off from its original direction. From this move, it was clear that Lanfeng's strength had made a big leap. He was no longer the useless person everyone thought he was. Maybe this time, he really could win. Roar! Bill roared angrily. He couldn't believe he was blocked by what he thought was a useless person. That was unforgivable. Then, Bill's attack came like a storm, pouring down on Lanfeng. But Lanfeng looked like a leaf floating in the rain, calm and steady. Strange, what's wrong with Bill today? Why is he so uncalm? Those who knew Bill well would notice this. But they didn't know that Bill himself couldn't explain it. He just felt annoyed whenever he saw Lanfeng. This is a deep psychological issue, and of course, you wouldn't understand. In this duel, Lanfeng used many tactics, including some psychological hints. At Lanfeng's level, hypnosis is almost effortless. Just a slight gesture can make someone feel irritated or uneasy. So Bill was tricked without even realizing why. Recommended. Smile has been overtaken by others behind. So everyone, please cast your votes. Now, all the students from the academy shared the same expression. If earlier they were surprised by Lanfeng's sword, now they were shocked. Under Bill's fierce attack, he had already used his magic crystal skills. Yet, this supposedly useless Lanfeng was able to handle it gracefully, not at all looking flustered. He moved skillfully among Bill's attacks, either dodging or redirecting them with his sword. This way of moving is very strange. No one can understand its origin. The martial arts instructors present, including Emily, cannot figure out where Blue Maple's fighting style comes from. Even more strangely, everyone feels that this style follows some pattern, but they can't see what the pattern is. They also can't remember Blue Maple's movements just after watching them. In the end, instead of being amazed by Blue Maple's rapid improvement, people are more impressed by how he dodges and defends. Teacher, do you think Blue Maple has a good chance to win? Students around the martial arts instructors start asking questions like this. Now, everyone no longer believes Blue Maple has no chance of winning. They think he might lose, but they are beginning to accept his strength. Although not many, this is just the beginning. The instructors' answers are mostly the same. They all say, about 2 to 3 chances out of 10, Emily tells the girls nearby. She received the same question herself. Why so low? Isn't he very relaxed now? Isn't he still not fighting back? Lin Xiaoyu immediately asks, because this concerns her future. First, I want to tell you that his chances are already quite good. Think about it. 2 months ago, he had no chance at all. In just 2 months, he has improved so much that his chances are now this high. That's a miracle. Emily looks at Blue Maple in the arena and continues. Although his progress is incredible, his foundation is very weak. There's a huge gap between him and Bill. You might see him relaxed now, but that's only on the surface. He's not fighting back because he can't. He simply doesn't have the ability to fight back. Yes, Blue Maple has been avoiding attacks and hasn't launched any offense. It's not because he's trying to look cool, but because his strength is limited. 2 months is still too short, and he's still far behind Bill. He's creating opportunities and waiting for the right moment. At first, he angered Bill intentionally, hoping to distract him from noticing the gap. People watching from outside can see clearly. Just like the martial arts instructors now, they have already figured it out. As for Bill, the one in the fight, it's much harder to say. You young girls are no exception. I believe it won't be long before Lan Feng surpasses you, Emily said happily. As a teacher, she values her students' potential. Their current strength is only temporary. It won't last forever. Just like Lan Feng, I believe he is what all martial arts instructors desire most. Even if his current strength is average or even weaker than some of their worst students, if they had to choose, they would still want Lan Feng as their student, even if it meant giving up their best and strongest students. In just 2 months, he has risen from the lowest point to this level. I believe no one else on the entire continent can do the same. But right now, he still finds it hard to win. I'm about to go broke. Dead Lan Feng, just be honest if you can't do it. Don't pretend to be so confident and drag me down with you, Lin Xiaoyu said angrily. If she hadn't seen Lan Feng's confident attitude, she wouldn't have taken such a risk with this business. However, she also didn't understand why she had so much faith in Lan Feng, believing he would win. Even now, she still felt he could succeed. It's almost there, just a little more. Lan Feng, while stepping on the 8 trigrams dragon, was dealing with Bill's attacks. He secretly cheered in his mind. After attacking fiercely for about 10 minutes, Bill seemed to notice and started to consider retreating. Of course, Lan Feng wouldn't let Bill pull away easily because creating distance would make their strength difference obvious. If Bill used his ultimate move, it would be very difficult for Lan Feng to handle. Close combat was Lan Feng's greatest advantage against Bill. His intense training in the forest had greatly improved his reaction speed. If it were just close fighting without considering magic crystal skills, Bill wouldn't be his match. Now, Lan Feng was still fighting closely for an important reason. He wanted to lure Bill into a trap, guiding him to a pre-planned position and direction. It's happening. Lan Feng suddenly stopped, then immediately swung his sword at Bill. As he swung, everyone could clearly see frost forming on his sword, and then a shard of ice broke off and shot toward Bill. He had already mastered magic crystal skills, amazing, but Bill's fire crystal sword just happens to be the nemesis of ice magic. In this situation, it depends on the strength of both fighters' fighting spirit and how much energy they can activate from their magic crystals. Clearly, Bill has the absolute advantage in both fighting spirit and magic crystal energy. Therefore, although this attack was unexpected, Bill easily blocked it. The only result was that Bill's stance paused slightly. Blue Feng was aiming for this pause. He immediately launched his second magic crystal technique. However, this technique surprised everyone, not because it was very powerful, but because it was unexpected. Blue Feng raised his magic crystal sword upward, and a round ice block appeared at the tip. What was he trying to do? Was he going to use this round ice piece to hit Bill, using the sword as a hammer? The idea was good, but could it work? Soon, everyone understood Blue Feng's plan. Bill instinctively looked at the round ice piece. Then he realized he had been tricked because his eyes suddenly hurt, and he couldn't see anything. Next, Bill felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then lost consciousness. Light sunlight. Blue Feng's ice block wasn't meant to attack, but to amplify the brightness of the sunlight shining down. He had calculated from the start that the sun's angle at this time was the easiest to irritate people's eyes. Over 50 days ago, he discovered this flaw in the arena. Every day around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, one side looking at the other would be very dazzling, especially at a certain moment when it became very glaring. But this glare wasn't enough to cause temporary blindness, so Blue Feng decided to amplify the light to a level that would temporarily blind people. To know the exact time, Blue Feng specifically came to check the situation 2 days ago. Since the sun's position varies with the seasons, he calculated that the current time was just before 3:30. And now, please support with votes. Everyone now understood why Blue Feng chose such a late time for the duel. Others usually fought in the morning or at noon, but he deliberately waited until 3:15, just for this moment. In a fight between experts, even a tiny amount of time, just 0.01 seconds, can decide who wins. Although Lan Feng is not a top expert now, he can seize this brief moment. When Bill is momentarily stunned and blind, Lan Feng quickly throws off his cookie and stabs his sword into Bill's chest, aiming for his heart. All of this happens in an instant. After raising his sword, Lan Feng immediately moves to the next step because he knows he can't afford to delay. For this moment, I have practiced countless times. You might think I was just playing with small fish under the waterfall, but I was preparing for this very strike. This sword must be fast, fierce, precise, and well-timed. Many words of self-praise omitted. Lan Feng pulls out his sword, and Bill immediately falls and can never get up again. At this moment, the scene falls silent. It's an incredible surprise, many surprises. Lan Feng's sudden increase in strength is a surprise. His victory is a surprise. The way he used the magic crystal technique is a surprise. And Lan Feng's final strike was also a shocking surprise. It's not just his speed, but the fact that he dared to kill Bill, with no warning signs beforehand. Although this was a life-and-death duel, killing Bill like this will have a big impact on Lan Feng's future. Bill's family, especially his father who is the prime minister, will definitely not let Lan Feng go. With Lan Feng's current strength, can he afford to offend these people? The answer is clearly no. But Lan Feng did it anyway. He wouldn't let threats from one or two people stop him from defeating an enemy. It's obvious that Bill intended to kill him, and he was very serious about it. Keeping Bill alive is also a threat. Whether he kills him or not, it doesn't make much difference. At least, that's how Lan Feng sees it. Someone who wants to kill him, why keep him alive? Maybe keeping him alive would prevent him from attacking, but it would also cause trouble for himself. Besides, someone dumped by a woman can do anything, so killing him is the simplest solution. Regarding his father, who is the prime minister, Lan Feng believes he won't cause trouble for himself in the short term because that would clearly reveal that he was responsible for the matter. He estimates that when he seeks revenge, it will be in a year or two, by which time Lan Feng's strength will have increased enough to protect himself. In fact, having this pressure is somewhat good, as it prevents him from becoming complacent. Without strength, you can easily be defeated. It seems Lan Feng plans to use others' hatred towards him as motivation to improve his skills. If Roger finds out about this, he might become furious and send someone to eliminate him immediately. Haha, come on then. Who will defeat whom first? That's still unknown. Actually, Lan Feng already has a plan. He intends to be the first to assassinate Roger. Killing him would settle everything and solve all problems, since Roger isn't a good person anyway. However, his current abilities are not enough for that. I'll let you live a year or two longer. I must say, I am really too kind. That's the last thing Lan Feng told himself. Anyway, I knew I'd win without you telling me. I'm leaving now, Lan Feng said to the witness who was watching in silence. Then he added a cruel remark to everyone present. Thanks for your support. If anyone ever feels hopeless, just come find me for a duel. Fast moves, no pain, I guarantee you a peaceful death. Boom. After saying these words, Lan Feng disappeared without a trace, ignoring Emily, Lin Xiaoyu, and the other girls. In his mind, he thought, I am such a genius. Even my casual words sound so poetic. Maybe I should become a bard someday. Watching Lan Feng leave, Lin Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and immediately ran after him. Meanwhile, after he left, the crowd finally erupted. I lost big this time. Even a sure win bet was a loss. Bill, you useless fool, you're better off dead. It seems you already are. The shouting and curses started, as many of the spectators had only come after placing bets. Otherwise, they might not have wanted to watch this already predictable duel. However, this time I can say I actually gained something. Watching such an interesting duel, Blue Maple won by strategy, which benefited everyone. Just seeing him use magic crystal techniques was worth the ticket price. Although the ticket was a bit expensive, these young masters didn't mind the cost. Later, many people regretted not coming and missed this opportunity. Blue Maple, you stop right there? Lin Xiaoyu shouted from behind him. Sorry, I don't have time. I need to go home and cook. Blue Maple just wanted to eat something to regain energy, but suddenly remembered something. Wait, Lin Xiaoyu. We won, so shouldn't we share the loot? No, split the money. We'll settle that later. Right now, I want to talk about something else. Lin Xiaoyu caught up, grabbing Blue Maple's shoulder, panting a little as she said, What are you talking about? It seems there's nothing else between us, Blue Maple asked confused. Lin Xiaoyu didn't care about that and asked sharply. Tell me, how sure were you beforehand that you could beat Bill? 100%, Blue Maple answered coolly. Lin Xiaoyu shouted angrily. You're lying. The teacher already said you're far behind Bill. Only a 30% chance of winning. Even if I only had a 1% chance, I would still say 100%. That's confidence. A master named Gulong once said confidence is one of the 7 most powerful tools on the continent. So people must have confidence, Blue Maple said seriously. Lin Xiaoyu jumped up. You're crazy, talking nonsense again. Xiaoyu, Blue Maple is right. People need confidence. Otherwise, they can't become experts, Emily's gentle voice sounded. She, Morong Qinshuan, Fire, and other girls had already come close to Blue Maple. Blue Maple himself is a good example. When he lacked confidence, he was like this, and now he's like this. You know the difference best. But Blue Maple, which country is this Gulong expert from? Emily asked curiously. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Haha, I can't send mooncakes this year because they're too expensive. I can't afford them, but I can share some essence instead. The group was walking back. In front, Lan Feng and Lin Xiaoyu were arguing about splitting the money. Emily and the girls were watching the two argue behind them. No way. Don't even think about it, Lan Feng firmly said. Why not? You want me to cover the losses from scaring me half to death? Do you know I was almost scared to death? I thought I was going bankrupt. So, you can only take 40% as compensation for my losses, Lin Xiaoyu shouted loudly. She had already decided to reduce Lan Feng's share when she realized he didn't have much chance. Lan Feng quickly refused. No, you just had a scare. I was risking my life out there, getting hurt, or even losing my life. That's real mental damage. You should compensate me. Give me 20% of the profits. 3% is enough for you. Humph, you're bold. Don't forget, that money is in my magic crystal card. Whether I give it to you or not, and how much, is up to me. It's okay. I don't have my magic crystal card right now. You can hold on to it for me. Later, I'll pay interest, 1% per month. I think I'm being generous. You. They started arguing again in front of everyone. Afeng, Morong Qinshuan called softly, then lowered her head and said nothing more. Lan Feng looked back at Morong Qinshuan and said, Qinshuan, just say what you want to say. He could tell she was hesitant because of the promise they made 2 days ago. But Lan Feng only told her not to see him again, not that they shouldn't speak if they happened to meet. It felt strange, like they were arguing lovers. Forget it. It's nothing, Morong Qinshuan thought for a moment, but decided not to say what was on her mind. Qinshuan, just say it. We're here for you. Are you afraid this kid will go crazy and kill you with a sword? Luna said bluntly. She had been annoyed seeing Morong Qinshuan looking upset these past 2 days. The girls in our class like you. That's a good thing. Yet, you keep hesitating and saying we should wait 3 years. Kill me with a sword? I see. You want to ask why I want to kill Bill? The reason is simple. Because he wants to kill me, Lan Feng replied casually. Yes, Morong Qinshuan really wanted to ask about this matter. She was surprised that Lan Feng had directly killed Bill. Although she and Bill had already broken up, they used to be friends. Seeing someone fall in front of her without feeling anything would make her seem cold-hearted. But thinking about how Bill almost wanted to kill Lan Feng, her feelings became less intense. Now, she wanted to remind Lan Feng to be careful after killing Bill. But she was afraid that if she said it out loud, Lan Feng might think she was blaming him for Bill's death. To avoid misunderstandings and worsening their already strained relationship, she chose to stay silent. The reason is simple, but the consequences are complicated. Qinshuan just wants to know what you'll do next, Fayer said on behalf of Morong Qinshuan. Recently, Morong Qinshuan had been acting a bit strange, mostly because this young man in front of her had caused a lot of trouble. Do you think it won't be troublesome if I don't kill Bill? It will be just as troublesome. Forget it. Talking about this now is pointless. I've already killed him. When the time comes, I'll face whatever comes, Lan Feng said casually, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with him and that trouble wouldn't find him. Be careful. Prime Minister Roger is not an ordinary person. He won't just let you go because Bill died in a life-and-death fight with you, Morong Qinshuan said softly, with no demands, just a gentle warning for Lan Feng to be cautious. Thanks for your concern. I know he's not an easy person, but I also know he won't act in the next year or two. He'll wait until everyone forgets about this before starting his revenge, Lan Feng replied with a smile. That's right. If he were to attack you now, it would be like telling everyone he has no patience and that it could seriously affect his career, Fair nodded. It's normal to die in a duel. If you are a prime minister and your son is killed in a fight, and you seek revenge, people might doubt your ability to hold your position. Then, Lan Feng didn't continue discussing this matter. Instead, he turned to Lin Xiaoyu and said, Hey, Lin Xiaoyu, I made so much money today. Should you treat me to a meal to celebrate? Didn't you just say you were going home to cook? I want to try your cooking at your place. Lin Xiaoyu pretended not to hear and quickly changed the subject to the beginning. However, she really wanted to go to Lan Feng's house to share a meal and have dinner together. She initially thought Lan Feng would refuse outright, so she prepared some words to make it hard for him to say no. Sure, come over. I can cook something for you, Lan Feng unexpectedly agreed. Really? Has he changed? Why is he so easy to talk to? Lin Xiaoyu stared blankly at Lan Feng, but in the next moment, she realized he wasn't easy to persuade and hadn't changed at all. Bring your own ingredients, and I'll charge you a small processing fee, just 1 gold coin per visit, Lan Feng said with a professional smile, like a restaurant manager or waiter. After all the times I've treated you, can't you return the favor just once? Lin Xiaoyu said sadly, pretending to be upset. Lan Feng had no choice but to reply, no problem with returning the favor. You don't need to pay the processing fee anymore. From now on, we're even. But you still need to buy the ingredients yourself. I only have flour at home. No way. You're too poor. Only flour? How do you even eat? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. Living with only flour. What kind of life is that? The other girls also couldn't imagine living with only flour. What would that be like? It was hard to imagine. Meanwhile, Murong Qinshuan felt a sharp pain in her heart, and tears almost welled up in her eyes as she looked at Lan Feng. Flour can be cooked in many ways, but those are the ways poor people eat. You wouldn't understand, Lan Feng said with a faint smile, completely unaffected by any feelings of inferiority. Seeing Lan Feng's smile, Murong Qinshuan felt her heart ache even more. Hee, then I'll try this way of eating today, Lin Xiaoyu said with a smile. If you like it, then come over. You probably won't eat much anyway. Lan Feng didn't refuse this time because he knew Lin Xiaoyu had a small appetite and couldn't eat much of his flour. Today, he also made a little profit because of her, as a way to repay her. Grateful and returning kindness. That's always been my principle. Lan Feng, can you invite me too? Emily asked. Sure. Then let's go too. You don't mind, right? Luna was the first to call out, and it seemed like all the girls were eager to try, wanting to taste something new. As the saying goes, everyone is curious. That's fine if you have no objections, but I don't know you all well. Each of you should buy your own materials and give a silver coin as a token, Blue Maple said, showing no understanding of how to approach girls. He even drew a clear line first and asked them to bring their own supplies and pay. Despite Luna's efforts, Blue Maple didn't back down. Everyone had to buy their materials and pay for dinner preparations. Blue Maple led a group of girls to his small yard. When he opened the door, he saw, "You're back," a stunning girl said to Blue Maple, her tone as warm as a wife welcoming her husband home. "Have you all enjoyed the moon tonight? Hee, don't forget to vote." Blue Maple looked at the girl, then quickly stepped back, closing the door. He then looked at the yard gate and the surrounding street. "Blue Maple, what are you looking at?" Lin Xiaoyu and others looked at him with confusion, puzzled by his actions of pushing the door open and then immediately closing it again. "I'm checking if this is my home," Blue Maple said seriously. "Are you crazy? Can you really mistake your own house?" Lin Xiaoyu scolded, then turned to Murong Qinshuan, the only one who knew Blue Maple's home. "That's right, this is A Maple's house. What's wrong with you, A Maple?" Murong Qinshuan couldn't recognize this small yard. She had been here many times as a child, and Blue Maple frowned and said, "I also thought this was my home. But why is there a woman inside, and a stranger I don't know?" It turned out the girl inside was someone Blue Maple didn't recognize. No wonder he doubted whether he had entered the wrong door. It's like coming home and suddenly being spoken to kindly by a stranger. You'd naturally wonder if you took a wrong turn. The girl just started speaking, but was interrupted. "Qin, why are you here?" Murong Qinshuan asked in surprise. It seemed she knew this girl who suddenly appeared and was very surprised by her presence. "Qinshuan, I came to find my husband," the girl replied with a smile. What? Morong Qinshuan and the others exclaimed in shock. It seemed that besides her, all the other girls knew this girl who was looking for her husband. In the middle, Lin Xiaoyu also seemed to recognize her, looking at the girl with disbelief. When did you get a husband? Morong Qinshuan asked. She couldn't remember anything like that. If the girl in front of her had a husband, everyone should know. Not yet, but I will soon. I came here today to find my future husband, the girl said with a smile. Oh, so she's here to find her future husband, the candidate for her future spouse. I wondered how she could already have a husband with her reputation in the city. If she did, it would be all over. Wait. She's here to find her future husband, and it seems only one person lives here. Lan Feng looked at the girl with a surprised expression. Miss, if you're looking for a husband, you should go quickly. If you're already so lost, you're really something. There's only me here. I know for sure it's not me. I don't even know this woman. She must be crazy about finding a husband. Who says I took the wrong door? Lan Feng, I'm looking for you. The girl still spoke gently. Lan Feng looked at her silently for a moment, then turned to the side and lowered her voice. Morong Qinshuan, you know whose family she belongs to, right? Quickly send her back. How can her family let her run around like this, not watching over a patient? Clearly, Lan Feng had already classified this girl as a patient, someone with a problem in her mind. Morong Qinshuan could tell what Lan Feng meant. Just as she was about to say something, the girl spoke first. You're the one who's sick, not me, the girl said angrily, her tone no longer gentle but a bit aggressive. Yes, that's more like it. I even suspect she's sick today, talking so softly. Morong Qinshuan and others who knew her shared the same thought. Blue Maple found it strange that he could hear so well even with his quiet voice. Are you surprised? I like you and want to marry you. It's that simple, the girl said confidently. You're sick. I don't like you, and I won't marry you. It's that simple, Blue Maple replied bluntly. At this moment, the girl said something that amazed everyone. It's okay if you don't like me. As long as I like you, that's enough. It doesn't matter if you don't want to marry me, because I will marry you, not the other way around. Morong Qinshuan, go quickly and tell her family to take her back. They're crazy about their husband. Blue Maple started ignoring what the girl was saying. Morong Qinshuan and others were surprised. It was the first time they'd seen a man dare to speak to that girl like this. Usually, men surrounded her. But it was strange. Why did so many good men not want her? But they wanted to find off Feng. Morong Qinshuan found it odd, but she didn't oppose it. She thought the girl and Blue Maple suited each other. Well, actually, Blue Maple was the one who was out of her league. How dare you say I'm sick? I think you're the one who's sick. Don't you remember? You promised me you'd marry me, the girl shouted loudly. Blue Maple simply replied, I don't know you. I'm Qin Glei. I'm your sister Qin, the girl introduced herself. Blue Maple thought for a moment and said, Sorry, I don't remember someone like you. Qin Glei did know Blue Maple, and he had been deceived by her before. But that was years ago, and they didn't meet often. Unfortunately, in Blue Maple's memory, Qin Glei was completely absent. Off phone, Qin and we know each other. She used to come see me often. Don't you remember? Morong Qinshuan reminded him. Yes, I used to play with Qinshuan, but she always brought you along, Qin Glei recalled, finding it amusing. She looked at Morong Qinshuan and Blue Maple. Someone unimportant. I won't waste my brain cells remembering, Blue Maple said directly. You. Qin Glei was genuinely angry now. She was a beautiful girl, and this kid had forgotten everything and called her a waste of brain cells. What are brain cells anyway? Qin Glei, right? Do you know martial arts? Blue Maple suddenly asked. No, she replied. Magic? Not really. Thanks. After saying that, Lan Feng walked up to Qin. What are you doing? Put me down. Qin struggled against Lan Feng, who was carrying her on his shoulder. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, he headed toward the gate. Understood. Lan Feng casually threw Qin onto the street, then slammed the door shut and locked it. Qin let out a painful cry. It seems I need to lock the door from now on. Otherwise, thieves won't come in, but plenty of troublemakers might. As a pure-hearted young man, I'd be in danger. For safety, I should find Eric tomorrow and put a big lock on the door. It seems Lan Feng never thought about why Qin came to see him or why she wanted him to be her husband. Fellow readers, please leave some recommendations. Thank you. Bang, bang. Open the door, you little brat. loud knocking, along with Qin shouting. Miss Qin, if you keep knocking like that, you'll attract everyone nearby. Your family might come to take you home, Lan Feng's lazy voice sounded. The noise stopped. Little brat, just wait and see. Umph. Qin's cold snort came through the door to Lan Feng's ears. Soon, they couldn't hear her anymore. Probably she had left. Well, Lan Feng wasn't afraid of losing face, but she couldn't afford to lose hers. If a man threw her onto the street and she stubbornly refused to leave, everyone in the city would be talking about her tomorrow. Lan Feng, isn't this a bit too much? Emily couldn't help but say. Really? I don't think so, Lan Feng replied casually, acting as if nothing was wrong with what he did. Murong Qinshuan spoke up. Feng, shouldn't you ask why she came first? No way, Lan Feng answered firmly. Why? Everyone was confused. Usually, when someone doesn't know the reason, they ask, do they have some secret? No, he clearly doesn't know Qin well. So how could there be a secret? So what's the real reason? None of my business, Lan Feng answered with those 4 words. How could it be none of your business? She came to find you, so something must have happened. I don't ask about things like that. It's none of my concern. If I ask, I might cause trouble. Do you think I would ask? Lan Feng replied. Why ask? Whether Qin Gulei is okay or not, Lan Feng is sure he has nothing to do with her. Since there's no connection, there's no need to ask. It's better to avoid trouble. Plus, this is a complicated matter, so he definitely won't get involved. Moreover, no matter what happens, is it possible for Lan Feng to marry Qin? No, even marrying her is impossible. So, there's no point in discussing this further. Lan Feng thinks avoiding it is the best choice. Everyone was speechless. They understood Lan Feng's thoughts, but his approach was a bit cold. If this got out, many people would be surprised. They concluded that Lan Feng seemed like a cold-hearted person. He was so indifferent to such a beautiful girl, showing no compassion at all. Please, I already care a lot. If it were a man, I would just throw him out of the yard. For her, I at least sent her out the door, okay? In Lan Feng's eyes, Qin is just a stranger who came uninvited, and she has some issues. Since she's a stranger, there's no need to distinguish between men and women, old or young, pretty or not. It doesn't matter. They are all strangers, people who have nothing to do with him. At least, that's how Lan Feng sees it. People who don't matter to him, unless they bring benefits. He would rather let them stay away and stay cool. All right, you girls put the flour in the kitchen. I'm going to prepare dinner. Lan Feng ignored what the girls thought and took the ingredients that weren't flour and went inside. These ingredients were bought later by Lin Xiaoyu: beef, vegetables, spices, and seasonings. His dinner tonight was simple, beef ramen. In the kitchen, Lan Feng first washed a large pot, added water and beef to make a broth. Because of the time, the broth wouldn't cook for long, but since the girls had never tasted it anyway, he didn't care. Next, it was time to knead the dough. Knead, I need and knead. Under the watchful and somewhat admiring gaze of Lin Xiaoyu and Murong Qinshuan, Lan Feng finished kneading the dough, then stretched the noodles, then directly threw them into the pot of broth. He lifted the pot, added more soup on top. The other girls were outside in the yard because the kitchen was too small to fit more than a few people. After working for over an hour, Lan Feng finally finished preparing the dinner. He took a bowl of noodles and started eating quickly. He finished one bowl, then made another, and kept going. The girls hadn't even finished one bowl, but Lan Feng had already eaten several. Not only was his speed impressive, but his appetite was also astonishing. These girls probably couldn't finish even one bowl. Although the noodles weren't as good as the $3 ramen we usually eat. Well, now with rising prices, maybe $5 or $6 wouldn't buy the same. None of these girls had tried such noodles before, so they thought the taste was very good. Coming here today was definitely worth it. However, this kid was really unreasonable. Not only did he have to buy his own flour, but he also had to bring his own bowls. In the end, everyone bought a set of bowls, but since no one could carry just one bowl, Lan Feng shamelessly kept one for himself. Seeing these noble girls happily eating, Lan Feng could only think, people from different worlds are so easy to satisfy. They think these simple noodles are delicacies. If I opened a few ramen shops, I'd make a fortune. Wait, I can use this. Seeing how happy these women are eating, I can have them promoted, especially their friends and the supporters who chase after them. They will come in large numbers. Haha, I really am a genius. Later, I'll ask Lin Xiaoyu to handle this. Since she likes making money, it's perfect to let her take charge. You ask what I'll do? Of course, I'll provide the recipe for this ramen. Back then, I wouldn't be so careless. Maybe I'd even share some other delicious recipes. And then, I'd be the big boss, leaning back, crossing my legs, counting money. Who's out there working as a boss? After dinner, the girls' eyes toward Lan Feng changed. They didn't expect this guy to have such skills. His cooking was pretty good. It seems the saying to win a man's heart, you must win his stomach, is true. Women might not fall in love with you, but their good feelings toward you will definitely increase. After everyone finished eating, Murong Qinshuan cleaned up all the dishes and then went into the kitchen to tidy up, silently doing something that wasn't really her job. The other girls saw that it was about time, and one by one left. In the end, only Emily, Fire, Luna, Lin Xiaoyu, and Murong Qinshuan remained. Fire and Luna were waiting for Murong Qinshuan, which was strange because although Murong's home was in Chili City, she actually lived in the school dormitory with Fire. Emily was waiting for Fire to go back together because she couldn't go alone. She was bad at directions. Her favorite person was Fire, and outside of class, they were good friends. After a while, Murong Qinshuan finished tidying up and was about to leave when she remembered something. Oh, Ah Feng. Do you really not remember Qin? No, I don't. Blue Feng nodded and replied. Then you must also not know her identity. No, I don't. She is the daughter of Woma Gray, one of the 4 richest merchants on the continent. She is one of the wealthiest girls here. Please support with some recommendations. After that day, Murong Qinshuan went to ask Qin about the reason behind everything. It was so strange that she couldn't help but want to find out. At first, Qin was a little shy to speak because being chased out by Blue Feng made her feel a bit embarrassed. But gradually, Murong Qinshuan gently coaxed her into revealing the whole story. The reason left Murong Qinshuan speechless for a long time. It turned out that Qin was the owner of those beautiful eyes she saw 3 times when she saw Blue Feng teasing people. At first, she thought Blue Feng was weak and useless, but then she saw this side of him, which completely changed her view. She was surprised and secretly laughed. That day, her mind was full of Blue Feng's words and actions. Unconsciously, she went back to that restaurant again, and unexpectedly, she saw Blue Feng perform his second trick of fooling people into eating, still shameless but still confident, as if everything he did was justified. In the following days, she occasionally went there again, but by then, Blue Feng no longer went. Such things could happen once or twice, but not 3 times. Usually, the two wouldn't have any interaction unless something unexpected happened. However, Murong Qinshuan was also invited to her birthday party. Blue Feng's outstanding performance caught her attention once again. This time, he not only showed shamelessness, but also a very charming aura. I don't know what she thinks, but she actually finds Blue Feng very attractive. In the end, she decided to go find Blue Feng, wanting to tease him a little. However, Blue Feng was always elusive and had been training for a long time. So, it wasn't until the final duel that she saw him again. This time, Qin was watching Blue Feng fight Bill in the arena. The reason she was waiting in Blue Feng's yard before everyone else was simple. Blue Feng and his friends were delayed while buying materials. Also, she didn't catch up with Blue Feng because she didn't want to talk about this in front of so many people. She didn't expect that in the end, so many people would come. Although Qin said she wanted to find Blue Feng as a joke, there were other reasons too. Do you know why Qin hasn't appeared at the academy? Because she is not a noble. It's interesting. Her father is one of the richest people on the continent, but he is not a noble. On this continent, nobles and commoners are separated by a very high wall. No matter how rich you are, you can't become a noble. Commoners have very few ways to become nobles, and it's very difficult. One way is to join the army and earn high military achievements to earn a noble title, like Blue Feng's father. But such cases are very rare. If a commoner joins the army, they start at the lowest rank, and the chances of promotion are always fewer than those of nobles. For the same military achievements, nobles are promoted first. This is an unwritten rule across the continent. Another point is that commoners usually find it hard to learn martial skills. Many only start learning basic martial arts in the military, so their foundation is weak. With poor martial skills, they naturally earn fewer military achievements. Especially, common soldiers often fight at the front lines and may fall before making any achievements. Only the best survive, like Bluefang's father. The third way to become a noble is to make significant contributions to the country, but such opportunities are rare. There aren't many chances to make contributions, and even if there are, they are often taken by high-ranking nobles. Generally, these are the only two ways. Becoming a noble must be done honestly. Otherwise, if caught later, not only will you lose your noble title, but the king who granted it may also face trouble. This is also a rule among nobles. On the entire continent, the saying, "rare things are valuable," applies to their way of thinking. Only by maintaining this can they keep their noble status. So, even if you spend billions to bribe, you won't easily get a small noble title. However, all rules have loopholes. One easier way to become a noble is through marriage with a noble. This way, your children will have noble blood, and you can use money to boost your noble status. Once you're a noble and step through that door, things become simpler. No one will care about any secrets or hidden matters. The only problem is that most nobles won't lower themselves to marry a commoner. Only fallen nobles or those tempted by wealth and beauty might do so, especially female nobles, who usually marry into noble families. Male nobles, even if they marry, their children are considered from the husband's side, which is like having zero noble status. So, the best way to become a noble is to marry a noble lady, preferably an only daughter, because that way, her noble title can be inherited, saving a lot of trouble. Among the 4 richest merchants, 2 are already nobles. One was not a noble at first, but his family had been in business for generations and used the above method to become noble. Only Qin's father is a new rising merchant. His family was originally small-scale traders, but under his leadership, they rapidly grew, becoming one of the continent's 4 biggest merchants in just over 20 years. Although he is very rich, many nobles still see him as a commoner and do not respect him. Therefore, Qin's family desperately needs a noble status. But now, there's another problem. Qin's father has only her, no son. This means the husband would have to marry into the family. But marrying into a noble family is not easy, especially since, top-tier, nobles like Lan Feng are almost impossible to find. Even if such a noble appeared, Qin might not like him. Actually, Qin's father, Woma, also doesn't want his daughter to marry someone she doesn't like. So, he doesn't care much about whether the family is noble or not. However, his father is still alive and insists that the family should become noble. If Qin refuses, he plans to make his nephew the heir of the family. Woma has an older brother, 2 sons, and a daughter. It seems all 3 are quite wasteful and lack the awareness that the family's wealth should be preserved. Qin, wanting to prevent her father's efforts from falling into the hands of irresponsible heirs, seeks out a noble like Lan Feng to marry and inherit the family business. Lan Feng's appearance just happens to meet her requirements. She also doesn't think Lan Feng dislikes her. Well, at least not before. Lan Feng doesn't know about these plans. Since that day, he hasn't seen Murong Qianxuan for a long time, and Qin also seems to have disappeared. After the duel, Lan Feng puts on his weighted armor again and begins another kind of training. He constantly works to improve his strength. For him, other things are not important. Improving his power is the top priority. His training routine is mostly spend a month in the city reading books and absorbing knowledge at the academy, then heading into the Red Moon Forest to train, gradually increasing his strength. Over time, his training periods extend from 1 month to over 2 months. Thus, a year has passed. Please support with some recommendation votes. Chile Academy, Class Z. Teacher, Lan Feng wants to take a leave again, for about 10 days. Lin Xiaoyu immediately spoke up when Emily entered. 10 days? Emily asked curiously. She wasn't surprised by the length of time, but by how short it was. Lan Feng often takes 1 or 2 months off when he requests leave. Yeah, Lin Xiaoyu nodded and explained. This time he's not going to train. It seems he has some tasks to do. She clearly noticed Emily's doubt, and, as Lan Feng's messenger, she also explained a bit. But that's all she knows. Over the past year, Lin Xiaoyu has requested leave for Lan Feng quite a few times, because during this period, she has spent the most time with him. Emily frowned and said, Xiaoyu, maybe you should give him some money too. Otherwise, every time he comes back, besides studying, He has to do tasks to earn money. No, you can't have this money. Our business still needs a lot of funds. If you spend it, we will earn much less. I'm doing this for your good. Look at him now. He's not doing well because he has no money to do tasks and earn more. If he had money, he would be too lazy to work. Lin Xiaoyu still firmly rejected. Emily shook her head weakly and said, "Whatever you decide, it's your matter." Then, everyone continued their class as usual. Now, I need to explain why Lin Xiaoyu controls Lan Feng's money. It's not because their relationship is that close, but because they are business partners. Over the past year, Lan Feng's ramen shop has opened in Chili City with Lin Xiaoyu's help. Now, there are 3 branches. Their partnership is that Lan Feng comes up with ideas and creativity, while Lin Xiaoyu makes these ideas real and manages all other aspects of the business. The funds come from that gambling money, and both share profits and ownership equally. They signed a contract with 2 copies. Each keeps one. Lan Feng, worried about managing all the details, handed over all rights to Lin Xiaoyu, and he just waits to share the profits. Lin Xiaoyu has no objections to this. Her main interest is making money, lots of money. Under her management, the ramen shop is doing very well. Since this type of food is new and hasn't been seen before, and traditional ramen businesses are still popular, it shows this business can last. The food in the ramen shop is carefully made, unlike the careless dishes Lan Feng used to prepare for girls. Lin Xiaoyu added her ideas to make the ramen more suitable for this world and its noble customers. The ramen has become more upscale, just better ingredients and broth are enough. The shop's name is simple, Lanlin Ramen, combining their surnames. Fortunately, this world doesn't have the concept of blue-collar workers, or else nobles wouldn't want to come here. In short, Lanlin Ramen is very popular, making lots of money. But what Lan Feng didn't expect was that Lin Xiaoyu reinvested all the earnings into expanding the business, without giving him any dividends. He only has a few shops, but his life remains as poor as before, still poor. Blue Feng once said something, but Lin Xiaoyu insisted on not sharing. She wanted to seize the opportunity and make a big profit before others could copy the idea. Her thinking was correct. In business, you should either make a lot of money at the start or establish a monopoly. But clearly, ramen cannot be monopolized, so she aimed to earn as much as possible before others could imitate her. Because of this, Blue Feng didn't insist anymore. He could only blame himself for being rich, but unable to enjoy it. He decided to focus on earning money honestly. Now everyone understands why Blue Feng still goes on missions. It's not just for fun, but also because of life pressure, or rather, Lin Xiaoyu's pressure. During this year, when in the city, Blue Feng mostly did small jobs, like part-time work. He also used his free time to hunt as a part-time hunter. Hunting animals allowed him to have fresh meat, sell furs, and sell leftover game. Why not do all of that? His hunting was also a kind of practice. Every time he ran wildly through the forest, carrying a bow and arrow, he would spot prey and shoot immediately. While drawing his bow and shooting, he never stopped or hesitated. Over the year, his archery skills became extraordinary, better than he ever expected. He originally saw it as just a side job. Since it was working well, Blue Feng officially included archery in his training. He also had Eric modify his bows and arrows several times. The bows became stronger, and the arrows more deadly, especially the arrows, which had spiral-shaped tips, making them very powerful and accurate. These arrows were all handmade by Blue Feng himself at Eric's weapon shop. It wasn't that Eric wouldn't make them, but this was delicate work, and he didn't want to take up his time, as Blue Feng had caused him enough trouble. Because of this, Blue Feng always recovered his arrows after shooting, never wasting them. By the way, Blue Feng was now very familiar with Eric. Every time he returned to the city, he would go to Eric for drinks and eat wild game he caught himself. Because of this, Eric kept helping him improve his bows and arrows so he could better develop his archery skills. Blue Maple's current bow is very powerful. Well, powerful here means requiring a lot of strength. I believe no other weapon on the entire continent is as strong as this one. This is because he specifically increased his arm strength training. Every time he pulls the bow to its fullest, Eric modifies it. Now, his bow has just been modified properly, so he can only pull it to 1/3 of its full strength. Speaking of hunting, something very special recently happened. Blue Maple was deep in the forest. He has started to move gradually toward the deeper parts of the forest. Near the edge of the forest, Blue Maple caught a strange little green bird. The bird is special because it can talk, and its voice sounds like that of a young girl. Of course, it doesn't speak much, only some simple words. The reason she hasn't become an arrow in Blue Maple's bow is because she spoke. After Blue Maple shot and killed a fierce bird that seemed to be chasing her, she seemed to realize that Blue Maple was aiming at her too. She shouted, "Don't kill me." Blue Maple looked at her in surprise. But then he thought about it and felt at ease. In his original world, parrots and mynas can talk, right? This world is much stranger than his original world. Having an extra intelligent bird isn't strange at all. However, when Blue Maple ignored her and let her go, she stayed behind. She flew onto his shoulder and rubbed her little head against his face, as if thanking him for saving her. As a result, Blue Maple now has a cute little green bird that can talk a bit. He named her Xiao Wu, inspired by parrots. Hey, please give me some support with your votes. In the Mercenary Guild of Chili City, things were as usual. Mercenaries gathered around, looking at the task list. Today, Blue Maple didn't look at the tasks and choose one like before. Instead, he went straight into the inner hall of the Mercenary Guild. There, he saw a special notice about a task, which sometimes involves meeting the person who posted the task with the mercenaries. This time, Blue Maple needed to meet the task poster. The task was apparently to serve as a guide for about 10 days. The details weren't clear. He would find out when they met. Usually, Blue Maple wouldn't take such troublesome tasks. Being a guide for someone is quite a hassle. But this was a request from the Mercenary Guild, and the reward was good. He decided to take it as a little adventure. The Mercenary Guild assigns tasks, some of which members choose themselves, while others are assigned to the most suitable candidates. These assigned tasks usually pay a slightly higher commission than similar level tasks, and they also earn more reputation points. Although this isn't very important to Blue Phone, who has now reached the lowest level of mercenary card, the card still functions fully, holding records and being bound to a magic crystal card. The only difference is that tasks available to such a mercenary card are limited to the card's level. It cannot accept higher-level tasks. Since higher-level mercenary cards require paying the same amount of gold coins as their level, basically a deposit, Blue Phone doesn't need this feature, so he's not interested in paying the deposit. As soon as he enters the inner hall, Blue Phone notices two handsome, cool-looking men. Well, that's his impression. They strike confident poses, either acting proud or trying to look cool, as if to say, "I'm handsome." Ignoring them, he continues to observe the room. An elderly man reading some documents appears to be a guild officer, while a woman wearing a hat and blue crystal glasses seems to be hiding her face, perhaps not wanting others to see her. Such behavior seems inappropriate, especially with so few people around. Blue Fang's first impression of her is that she is hiding something and is somewhat rude. However, he doesn't care and simply asks, "Sir, what exactly is my task?" Blue Phone, right? Over the past year, you've completed many tasks excellently. The clients have given high praise, and you've helped us a lot. On behalf of the guild, I thank you, the elderly man says, putting down his documents and praising Blue Phone first. Blue Phone responds calmly, "You're welcome. It's my duty. Taking people's money to help them solve problems. Since I accept the payment, I should do my best." In the past year, Blue Phone has taken on many small tasks, but he always treats them seriously and completes them well. As he said, once he receives payment, he must do his best to be worthy of the reward. The Mercenary Guild in Chili City has also noticed Blue Phone, but he rarely interacts with the guild, only accepting and completing tasks. The only time he communicates directly is when handling his mercenary card. Therefore, the leader of the Mercenary Guild in Chili City, the old man in front of me, has never had a chance to talk to Lan Phone to confirm his work. If this continent had an award for outstanding employees, the old man would definitely give it to Lan Phone without hesitation. The old man nodded in approval and said, "Young man, you're good. If you need to take a level test in the future, come find me. I will support you fully. Now, let's get to the main point. Today, I want you to be a guide for this young lady for 12 days. Can I refuse this?" Lan Phone asked directly. Just looking at this woman, he knew she was young. Being a private guide for a woman is already troublesome, and young women tend to like wandering around aimlessly. Since young people have more energy, the wandering time would increase. Two cool guys looked at Lan Feng with displeased expressions. The old man was a bit surprised and said, "Why refuse? I think you're the best choice. You know Chili City well, and you are serious about your work. This task also suits you because you won't have to leave Chili City. Also, if you knew this young lady's background, I think you would agree." "I'm not interested," Lan Feng replied directly. "Wasting 12 days on this is not worth it." He would rather go deep into the forest to find rare and exotic beasts. The old man smiled and said, "Don't be so sure. This young lady's name is Avril Bella." Lan Feng fell silent. "Humph. Now you see, kid, how arrogant you are." While everyone thought Lan Feng was shocked by Avril Bella's identity and that he was stunned, Lan Feng finally spoke. "Anything else?" After waiting so long, this old man still kept me in suspense. He couldn't finish in one breath. How contemptible. "What else? What's this Miss Bella's background? Just a name? Is that enough of an introduction?" "Ah." The two cool guys suddenly looked like fools, with blank expressions. And the young woman seemed to shift her whole body, showing signs of being unable to sit still. The old man quickly recovered and asked in surprise, "Lan Feng, haven't you heard of this name?" Blue Feng replied. "Could the woman in front of me be a famous person? No wonder she looks familiar. In modern times, you can see this kind of outfit everywhere. Usually, it's worn by celebrities, mistresses, or other women of questionable reputation." If Avril Bella heard Blue Feng's thoughts, she would probably be so surprised she might fall off her chair. The old man wiped his sweat and said, "Well, she is quite famous on this continent. Only you might not have heard of her. Have you noticed that many outsiders have recently come to Chili City? They are here because of Miss Bella. She is a singer, and she will hold a concert at the Chili City Arena." "Wow, so she's a top star. No wonder she's a bit secretive," Blue Feng thought. The culture industry here is quite developed. Many people sing, and there are many musical instruments like pianos, bagpipes, and string instruments. Actually, these are thanks to traveling bards. They spread music and develop it, inspiring some talented men and women to play music. Over time, this formed a music culture industry similar to modern times, with some people making a living from it. Indeed, music has no borders. It doesn't matter race, place, or even world. "There's no way I'll take that task," Blue Feng said firmly. "Being a celebrity tour guide sounds glamorous, but it can be very troublesome. You never know when a crazy fan might appear, so it's better not to take it. Guys, please recommend this." "You still refuse?" The old man was genuinely surprised this time. "Usually, young people liked singers like Avril Bella, right?" Blue Feng replied. "Yes, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. You can find someone else for this. Anyone can be a tour guide." He also didn't understand why this task was specifically assigned to him. Blue Feng didn't know that, based on his recent completed tasks, his task records, and his profile, the old man thought he was the most suitable. First, he only did tasks within Chili City and performed well. Second, he is a local of Chili City, so he knows the place well. The Mercenary Guild thinks so, but if Blue Feng hadn't completed many tasks in the past year, he wouldn't be familiar. Third, and most importantly, he is a noble. There are not no nobles among mercenaries. In fact, many exist. However, someone like Lan Feng, who takes on small miscellaneous tasks, is very rare. Only a noble mercenary like him would accept a tour guide job. Most others wouldn't, except perhaps the die-hard fans of Avril Bella. But since they are such fans, Avril wouldn't dare let him be the tour guide. She came to the Mercenary Guild to find a guide because her trip was kept secret this time. She didn't want to disturb others and planned to stay in Chili City for over 10 days. Mercenaries are trustworthy, so she came to the guild. The two handsome men with her are also mercenaries, but they are just part of the team and not very familiar with this area. "Lan Feng, the pay for this is quite good. Don't you want to hear more?" Although the old man just met Lan Feng, he knew from the rumors that Lan Feng liked money. "How much?" Lan Feng stopped walking. 20 gold coins. As a top-tier figure, 20 gold coins is a lot. It would take me many tasks to earn that much. Saliva. "Money isn't a problem," Lan Feng said casually, acting as if he didn't care about money. "I only do the job of a tour guide. I will only do guide-related tasks and nothing else. Starting at 9 a.m., ending at 5 p.m., with half an hour for lunch. By the way, lunch is included. If you want to go out at night, extra pay applies, and dinner is included. Dot. Wow. What kind of people are these? This kid has no sense of shame. No, I know shame. It means being innocent. Isn't that what I am? Everything is clear from the start. As for shame, what is that? In the end, with the old man's strong support, Lanfeng became Avril's tour guide in Chile City. Avril and the others couldn't understand why the old man was so eager to promote him, but he was just a guide, so it wasn't a big deal. Miss Bella, do you want to start today, or wait another day? Lanfeng asked, already guessing the answer. It must be today, otherwise, Avril wouldn't be waiting here. Today, Avril replied, her voice truly beautiful. Is there any special place you'd like to visit? If not, I will plan the itinerary, Lanfeng said professionally. With this attitude, no one would doubt his ability to do the job. Avril thought for a moment and replied, I especially want to go to Chile Academy. Really? To go to the academy? If I take you inside, and you get recognized, it could be hard to control the situation, said Lanfeng. In his mind, students are the biggest fans, the most passionate. Actually, Lanfeng didn't want to take her either. If he was recognized for bringing a pop star along, it would be hard to stay low-key in the future. This year, everyone seemed to have forgotten about Lanfeng. This made him feel that the world was really different. There were many duels, and many people had died in them, so his own duel was gradually forgotten. Lanfeng even suspected that Bill's father had forgotten too. Otherwise, after a year, there would have been some action. Most people had forgotten, so it was time for him to act. You don't need to worry about that. We will protect the young lady, said a cool guy. I'm just warning you. But since you don't see any problem, I'll take you to Chile Academy, Lanfeng replied. As a guide, he had to remind them of important things. Avril didn't speak. She felt that talking to Lanfeng was pointless. This person was rude, greedy, and a bit shameless. But soon, her opinion of Lanfeng changed. Because he acted like a dedicated guide, explaining everything about Chile City, the streets they passed, and their features. Although he was greedy and rude, he did his job well. That was Avril's view of Lanfeng, and the other two cool guys shared the same opinion. Feng, Xiaowu is hungry, a young girl's voice suddenly sounded while Lanfeng was describing a small building. Avril and the others looked around to find where the voice came from. Hungry, Lanfeng started searching in his pocket, took out a small fruit, and handed it to the little green bird sitting on his shoulder, Xiaowu. Xiaowu used its wings to hold the fruit and quickly put it in its mouth. Is that, Mr. Lanfeng, your little bird? Avril's eyes lit up as she looked at Xiaowu. Luckily, her sunglasses blocked her expression. Otherwise, Lanfeng would definitely think she looked too adorable and might say she was a little scared. Such a cute bird. Girls are often powerless against adorable things. She had just thought that the small bird flying around Blue Maple was an ordinary little bird, just a bit cuter. She even wanted to ask Blue Maple later where he caught it and if he could give it to her. But she didn't expect this little bird to be able to talk. It was so amazing and adorable. She really wanted to have it. Yes, that's right. Her name is Xiao Wu, and she knows a few simple words, Blue Maple replied. Aviela said, Xiao Wu, what a lovely name. I wonder, Mr. Blue Maple, how you got her. Can you tell me? She is her own bird, not mine, so I didn't get her. But I can tell you, I met her in the Red Moon Forest. If you're interested, you can go look inside. Maybe you'll find her friends, Blue Maple said with a smile. Xiao Wu has no friends, only herself. Xiao Wu just finished eating a fruit and answered Blue Maple. She thought he was asking her. It seemed she liked the name Blue Maple gave her. She also called him simply Maple. After finishing the fruit, Blue Maple didn't give her more because he knew she couldn't eat anymore. Her appetite was proportional to her size. That's why he kept her. Otherwise, he would have driven her away long ago. Imagine this. As a part-time hunter, he never kept a hunting dog because they ate too much and he couldn't afford it. Xiao Wu, where are you from? Aviela asked as she moved closer. Don't talk to me. Xiao Wu flew away without showing any respect. The situation resembled that of a master and his pet. Now, the two cool guys felt that maybe there was some truth to using Xiao Wu this way. Along the way, no matter how hard Aviela tried, Xiao Wu refused to listen to her. Just like Blue Maple, she only did guide work and ignored everything else. They had never seen anyone ignore Aviela so completely. Some might think of this as a strange way to pursue her, deliberately ignoring her and pretending not to see her. But this kid was truly ignoring her, not even glancing at her directly. His words were flat and emotionless, not wanting to talk more with her. This surprised and impressed them. They admired someone who could resist Aviella's charm. Actually, they had a small misunderstanding. Lanfeng didn't want to have much contact with Avril, and their conversations lacked emotional warmth. But it didn't mean he didn't want to look at Avril directly. Doing so would be rude and not suitable for his current job. However, Avril's current appearance made it hard for Lanfeng to look at her directly. A woman wearing a hat and sunglasses to hide most of her face. What was there to see? Here we are. This is Chili Academy, Lanfeng said as he led Avril and the others to the school gate. He then briefly explained some details about the academy. At the end, Lanfeng added, "Let me remind you again. Chili Academy has a rule. No matter who you are, once class starts, you can only enter, not leave. So if you go in now, you'll have to wait until after school ends in the afternoon to come out. I understand. I want to visit Chili Academy, and I think it's about time," Avril said, looking at the small flying device in the sky, still a bit determined. Lanfeng smiled professionally and said, "All right, let's go in. You need to pay a visitor fee of 1 silver coin." Visitor fee? The three of them asked in surprise. Anyone from outside the school needs a temporary pass to enter Chili Academy to prevent outsiders from disturbing the learning environment. The fee is 1 silver coin, paid at the gate, Lanfeng explained. The principal of this academy must be a shrewd businessman, charging even for entry. Avril and the others were a bit confused. They had never heard of having to pay to enter an academy, especially the two cool guys. They had traveled to many places and even stayed in academies before, but they'd never encountered such a rule. Even the highest level Holy Academy of the Holy Empire didn't have such a rule. It was always open to outsiders. In the end, they believed they could try to enter, but were stopped by the guards. As Lanfeng said, they really did need a temporary pass. Reluctantly, they paid 4 silver coins and got 4 passes, not knowing that Lanfeng was a local. Lanfeng didn't say anything. He took the passes and led the group inside, beginning to explain the layout of the academy and the origins of its affairs. "At this time, we can visit a place where you can see the daily life of students," Lanfeng said with a smile. "I'll take you there. Let's go this way." Oh, Avril didn't object either. Student life was also a major part of the visit. This is the school's cafeteria. It's mealtime now, so everyone will come soon. By the way, we're also having lunch here, Blue Maple said with a smile as he led Avril and the others into the dining hall. "You probably haven't forgotten about lunch, right? You say we're here to see student life, but really, that's secondary. The main reason is this free meal. Order your food now, while it's not busy yet. Later, more people will come." Blue Maple casually sat down at a table, and the waiter quickly handed him the menu. Efficient. At that moment, one of the cool guys frowned and asked, "Is there no private room here? Do you want Our Lady to eat in the main hall?" "First, I want to tell you, it's for your own good. Yes, there are private rooms, but most are rented out long-term. If you want one, you need to pay at least 50 gold coins to get it freed up," Blue Maple continued, but was interrupted by the cool guy's surprised voice. "No way, 50 gold coins? What kind of school is this? A shady place?" The cool guy's eyes nearly popped out. This school was really too shady. "There's nothing I can do. There aren't many private rooms here, and all the students are of noble status. The cheapest private room costs 10 gold coins per day, and the most luxurious one costs 100. If you can afford that, I wouldn't mind enjoying it myself," Blue Maple said astonishingly, leaving Avril and the others stunned. Too shady. The thing Avril and the others remembered most about this strange school was just that. "Actually, since you're here to see student life, it's best to observe here. Can you see everything from outside?" Blue Maple knew their reaction and continued. "Yes, Mr. Blue Maple is right. We don't need to go into a private room. We can see everything here," Avril quickly agreed after understanding. "Order your food. I want 3 E-grade lunches." Blue Maple handed the menu to Avril. His choice, the E-grade meal, was the cheapest and most practical, large portions, costing only 1 silver coin. Ugh, even the cheapest costs a silver coin. So Lanfeng never eats lunch here unless someone invites him. Usually, when he comes to the academy, he brings a small bag of steamed buns, a little bag, just a small amount. He makes the buns himself, filling them with game meat he hunted and wild vegetables or mushrooms he collected. The flavor is unique, and there are many varieties. Besides that reason, he also doesn't want to waste time. He spends his time in the library and finds it too troublesome to go to the cafeteria to eat and come back. This meal is on me. You don't need to be so polite, Avril said with a frown. She saw that the level E set meal was the cheapest on the menu, but she also noticed that the food was ridiculously expensive, much more than outside restaurants. No need. Even though you're paying for lunch, I don't care much about food. You don't have to spend so much, Lanfeng replied. That's just how he is. When working, he only needs a simple meal. No matter how bad the food is, he won't complain. Moreover, he doesn't care much about what he eats, just enough to get by. But when pranking others, he would choose the expensive options, not the right ones. Then 3A meals and 3E meals. Avril finally chose the suitable lunch options and handed the menu to the waiter. The A set isn't the best here. There's also a special set above it, and the best is to order dishes made fresh, not set meals. Since there weren't many people now, the food was served quickly. Lanfeng said a polite word and then started eating. See? Now there are more people, Lanfeng said halfway through his meal. He had already finished 1.5 meals. He told Avril that the number of people was gradually increasing and the speed of growth was getting faster. Of course, this was because everyone finished class at the same time. Avril nodded, having only eaten a small part. Huh? Lanfeng, why are you here? Didn't Lin Xiaoyu help you ask for leave? Before Lanfeng could answer, a freckled girl appeared beside Emily and said to Lanfeng, Lanfeng, are you joking with me? Yesterday, you said you were busy for the next 10 days, but now you're here having lunch. Why are you doing this? The girl with freckles is Lin Xiaoyu. She and Emily came to the restaurant together. Although Emily is nearsighted, she is quite skilled, so she quickly spotted Lanfeng as soon as they entered. Stop! Lanfeng interrupted Lin Xiaoyu from speaking further. I didn't know about today yesterday. Also, I am on a mission. The Mercenary Guild asked me to be a guide for this young lady for 12 days. If she is here to visit, I brought her along. Honestly, Lanfeng still doesn't understand why Avril is here to visit. It's because he doesn't know Avril's background. If he did, he might guess the reason. Avril is still a student and attends a prestigious academy. She hasn't graduated yet. Which academy it is, Lanfeng will find out later. Who is this young lady? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Avril, feeling she looked a bit familiar. Avril didn't answer because she hadn't decided on her name yet. She can't use her real name, or her identity might be revealed immediately. Her background is special, and she doesn't want anyone to know who she is. So, just pretend she doesn't exist and go eat, Lanfeng said directly when Avril remained silent. Avril stayed quiet. Teacher Emily, let's sit here. There are still seats. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Avril, and then pulled Emily to sit down. The table is a long 6-person table, but with extra seats at both ends, it can seat 8. So, having 2 more people is no problem. Lanfeng looked at Lin Xiaoyu and had no objections. Avril and the others also saw no issue. Avril thought having 2 more girls was better, and the 2 cool guys, who were still staring at Emily with admiration, would definitely oppose if they knew. After Lin Xiaoyu and Emily ordered food, they saw Lanfeng eating eagerly, devouring the dishes without caring about losing face in front of the beautiful women. Emily was a bit curious. Lanfeng could be very noble and elegant, so why was he acting so casually and unrefined? This question is probably best asked to Lanfeng. He decides based on his mood and situation. He really enjoys eating freely without restrictions, so this is usually how he behaves. His usual behavior covers almost all situations. Aviary frowned and decided she wouldn't sit and eat with Lanfeng anymore. Then she remembered something and asked him, Lanfeng, are you a student here? Yes, Lanfeng replied after swallowing his food. What? You're a student at this academy? The cool guy said loudly. Then why didn't you tell us? We even paid a toll at the gate for you. You didn't ask, Lanfeng answered simply, making Aviary and the others feel choked. Aviary stayed silent for a moment and then said, Since you're a student here, you must be young. How old are you? That's a secret. Men's ages are not something to tell women easily, Lanfeng said seriously, almost making Lin Xiaoyu want to hit him. He's only 16 but acts so mature, Lin Xiaoyu said bluntly. The young lady, I'm working now. If they knew I'm only 16, I might lose confidence. But honestly, they already lack confidence, hee hee. No way? Only 16? I thought he was smaller. But it turns out he's still not grown up. The cool guy looked at Lan Feng from head to toe. So, what's your mercenary level? A 16-year-old asking that is strange, especially since the old man strongly recommended him. Apprentice, Lan Feng replied, almost causing the others to fall over. An apprentice mercenary is someone with no rank at all. They are considered mercenaries but are often ignored and are at the lowest level among mercenaries. You're an apprentice mercenary? Is the mercenary guild in Chili City broken? Sending an apprentice to be our young lady's guide. The cool guy looked down on Lan Feng even more. Just a guide, not a teacher. I'm just showing you around and giving some introductions. I believe I can handle the job, Lan Feng said casually. The cool guy continued, but you're just an apprentice mercenary. Our mission is rated C level. How can we let an apprentice do it? What's wrong with being an apprentice mercenary? Lan Feng isn't happy to take the test. Otherwise, he would have passed the C level long ago, Lin Xiaoyu said unhappily, feeling upset when she saw someone talking about Lan Feng. Although she often mentioned Lan Feng, that was her own opinion, not theirs. Lin Xiaoyu, don't waste your words on him, Lan Feng said calmly. As Lin Xiaoyu mentioned, he hadn't taken the mercenary level test, so even though his mercenary reputation was high, he was still an apprentice mercenary. In the mercenary guild, besides completing enough tasks to earn a good reputation, you also need to pass a test. Each level has its own difficult test, and only after passing can you upgrade your mercenary rank. So, a mercenary's level reflects their ability. No matter how many tasks you do, if your skills don't match, you can't upgrade. However, reputation is calculated differently. A high reputation means you get better tasks. Important missions are usually given first to mercenaries with high reputation within their ability. Right now, Lan Feng's task only required him to be an apprentice mercenary, so he didn't bother taking the test. Plus, the test costs money. But they said those things about you, and I don't like it. Lan Feng, I'll give you money. Go take the test, Lin Xiaoyu pouted, clearly upset. No need. I prefer calling it apprentice level. E-class mercenary sounds so bad, Lan Feng said with a smile. His smile was different from how he treated Avril and the others earlier. This one had genuine emotion. A Feng, why are you here eating today? Just as everyone was speechless, two girls approached. The girl who called Lan Feng a Feng was Morong Qianxuan, and with her was Fi Fox. Morong Qianxuan said this because Lan Feng usually didn't eat here, and she knew all about his affairs. Morong Qianxuan, Miss Fi, long time no see. You look more beautiful every time. Lan Feng looked up and smiled. This wasn't just flattery, but the truth. After a year of growth, Morong Qianxuan and Fi had become more attractive, and their figures improved. They were becoming more beautiful with age. Like the saying, girls grow more charming as they grow older. Not only them, but even Lin Xiaoyu was starting to change. She couldn't compare to them, but she was still youthful and charming. Morong Qianxuan and Fei Er both blushed, feeling a bit shy from Lan Feng's straightforward compliment. Morong Qianxuan finally asked, really? I never tell lies. Lan Feng said seriously. I can guarantee that's a lie. Lin Xiaoyu also said seriously. 918. Never forget national shame. Ah Feng, who is this young lady? When Morong Qianxuan and Fei Er joined the table, they looked curiously at Avril. They had never seen such a girl around Lan Feng before. As for the two cool guys, they were completely ignored. She's here to tour Chili City. She was sent by the Mercenary Guild. I'm her guide for about 10 days. If you're interested in meeting her, go ahead. Lan Feng only mentioned his relationship with Avril, not her identity. One reason was that it was not appropriate to say, and the other was that he thought it wasn't necessary. Oh, then you should complete your task seriously. After saying this, Morong Qianxuan and Fei Er ordered their food, seemingly choosing the same meal as Lan Feng. As for Avril, since she was unrelated to Lan Feng, she also ignored her. Today, Avril faced one disappointment after another. So far, no one paid attention to her. Everyone ignored her presence. Part of this was because she was hiding her true self, but she had never experienced anything like this before. However, Lan Feng's popularity was really good. One after another, people came, especially the girl who sat beside him later. Just looking at her, it seemed their relationship was not shallow. Why did Avril think this way? It was simple. Would you share your meal with someone with an ordinary relationship? When Morong Qianxuan's meal was served, She naturally divided the food in her plate with half for Lan Feng, then started eating herself. Lan Feng was always open to food. After Lan Feng finished eating, Murong Qianxuan handed him a handkerchief. He was about to refuse, but then something seemingly accidental happened. Feng, someone wants to eat me. Little Dance flew in from outside and landed on Lan Feng's shoulder. She had been playing outside and didn't come into the restaurant with Lan Feng. Who wants to eat you? Lan Feng asked curiously. Avril looked nervously at Little Dance. Such a cute Little Dance, and someone wants to eat her. That's terrible. Little Dance looks so sad. Hold her tight. My happy life depends on her. Little bird, listen carefully now, or I'll turn you into roasted chicken wings and eat you. Little Dance suddenly spoke in a male voice, changing her tone. This is one of her special skills. She can imitate anyone or anything. Blue Maple smiled and said, Little Dance, this person doesn't want to eat you. He probably wants you to chase after a girl. You're very charming to girls who like cute things. I find it strange, your small arms and legs, and someone still wants to eat you? That's not even enough to fill a gap. Maple, don't bully Little Dance. Little Dance pecked at Blue Maple's face, then shook her head and ignored him. All right, don't be angry. Who has heard that voice before? After comforting Little Dance, Blue Maple turned to ask Lin Xiaoyu and others. But the answer he received was the same. Everyone looked surprised. Emily, Lin Xiaoyu, Murong Qianxuan, and Feli all stared at Blue Maple and Little Dance with shock. Feng, what is that little bird on your shoulder? When did you get her? Murong Qianxuan asked on behalf of everyone. Her name is Little Dance. She's been with me recently. As for what she is, I don't know, Blue Maple replied. Emily thought for a moment and said, Talking animals. Only some high-level magical beasts can speak. Little Dance doesn't look like a high-level magical beast. It seems she's not even a magical beast. The difference between magical beasts and ordinary wild animals is that magical beasts have a magic core inside, while ordinary animals do not. And Little Dance clearly has no magic core, everyone can tell. Maybe it's a genetic mutation. Sometimes, a few strange ones appear. Little Dance might be one of those, Blue Maple said casually. You haven't answered my question. Did you hear that voice just now? No. Emily and the others shook their heads at the same time. It seems you don't know, and that's okay. Blue Maple saw a group of young noblemen rushing toward them, their eyes fixed on him. Since he didn't recognize them, he guessed they were chasing after Little Dance. Who are they? Emily and the others looked confused. They didn't recognize these people. They're from the Magic Academy. It's not surprising you don't know them. At that moment, the gossip Queen Luna appeared, ready to answer their questions. Just now, Xiao Wu's arrival had already made Lan Feng the center of attention in the entire restaurant. So they're students from that side. Strange, why did they come to our area today? Lin Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Chili Academy was divided into two sections, the Magic Division and the Martial Arts Division, and the two rarely interacted. The Magic Division had its own dining hall and training grounds. Usually, they only came to the Martial Arts Division during tournaments or when forming mixed teams for adventures. Of course, friendships between the two sides weren't forbidden, and communication was open, though it didn't happen often. There were also those who crossed divisions to pursue someone they liked. However, no one recognized the few young men in front, and Luna had only guessed their identities based on what she knew. Hey, friend, can you sell me that little bird on your shoulder? I'll pay 100 gold coins, said the boy in front arrogantly. Sorry, I don't think I know you. And please, don't call me friend, Lan Feng replied coldly. You. Then tell me, how much will make you agree? 200? 300? Just name your price, and I'll pay, the boy said, still full of arrogance. He clearly wasn't used to being refused, and his background was probably powerful. Lan Feng simply said 2 words, it's priceless. Indeed, if Xiao Wu liked it, she could have it for free. But if she didn't, no amount of money would make Lan Feng give it away, because he had left the choice to her. He wouldn't interfere. Humph, don't act so proud. I'll make sure you hand over that bird, the boy said coldly. Let's go? He turned and left without hesitation, and the others followed him out. Aslan, are we just giving up like this? You saw it too. The princess seemed to really like that bird. She's never shown interest in anything before. This is the perfect chance to win her favor. We can't miss it, one of his companions said after they left the restaurant. Of course I won't miss it, Aslan replied. You didn't notice, did you? The people sitting around that young man are all quite important, especially the one in the middle who is a mentor from the Martial Arts Academy. Aslan knows Emily, but Emily doesn't know him. If we force our way in, we might get expelled tomorrow. The young man, Aslan replied. You should first find out who that young man is, and then we can think of a plan. All right, everyone has finished eating and rested enough. This afternoon, we will go to the Magic Academy first, then come back to see the training at the Martial Arts Academy. After the meal, Lan Feng continued as a tour guide, planning to take Avril to visit the Magic Academy. Since we are visiting the academy, we should see everything. Naturally, we will go to the Magic Academy, which is also Avril's request. Smiling, please support with some recommendations. Thank you. Aslan, the person you're looking for is named Lan Feng. He's in the martial arts class C, known as the school's biggest loser, always getting bullied and enjoying it. But in the past year, he seems to have changed, especially after he killed Bill Tyler in the arena a year ago. No one dares to bother him now. As for his strength, it's uncertain. Over the past year, he often takes leave, claiming he's training, but no one has seen him fight, so his progress is unknown. Also, sitting beside him is a girl named Lin Xiaoyu, his classmate and business partner. They run the popular Blue Forest Ramen in the city. There's also Murong Qianxuan, his former fiancée. Their engagement was broken, but their relationship remains complicated. Fayer Fox is Murong Qianxuan's classmate and isn't closely related to him. Emily, you know her. The other three seem to be his task clients. Currently, he is a mercenary on a mission, bringing his clients to visit. A small, sharp-looking boy quickly told Aslan about Lan Feng. It seems he works efficiently. Less than an hour after the incident, he had already gathered this much information. Good. Here, this is for you. Aslan handed a gold coin to the boy. It looks like this boy isn't one of his people, but a gossip trader. Also, I'll give you a free tip. Lan Feng is bringing his clients here to visit the Magic Academy. After saying this, the young boy ran away and disappeared in front of everyone. Humph, this kid dares to come to our territory. Aslan, let's show him a lesson, said Aslan's accomplice. I not only want to deal with him, but also the other three. Let him know that offending me will have bad consequences, Aslan said with a sneer. Since this is a task, I will make sure you fail. At this moment, Lan Feng was taking Avril and the others on a tour of the Magic Academy. It was his first time here, so he had looked at the map beforehand to understand the layout. After walking around for a while, they reached a place where Aslan and his group appeared and blocked their way. Wait here. I'll handle them, Lan Feng said with a frown as he approached Aslan. Do you really want Xiao Wu? It's good that you know. But now, even if you give her up, you'll learn a lesson, Aslan said proudly. Haha. Lan Feng laughed softly and then said calmly, Young sir, according to the rules, you should first introduce yourself, your name and your level of skill. Lan Feng still didn't know the names of these crazy people in front of him. Crazy? Of course, they are crazy. If they weren't, who would go to such lengths over a little bird? Even if they were chasing a girl, they wouldn't go this far. Aslan seemed to catch the sarcasm in Lan Feng's words. Following the rules, he should first reveal his background, which implied he was relying on his family's influence to show off. Humph, I am Aslan Klexton. You don't need to know anything else. Just hand over that little bird, and I might go easy on you, Aslan said proudly. Lan Feng smiled and said, Young Master Klexton, there's no need to pretend. Let's be honest. You want to teach me a lesson. I don't want Xiao Wu to be with you. I don't have time to waste today. If you want to fight, set a time. As for fighting me? Haha, you think I am that fool, Bill? Fighting you would only lower my status. Today, you have two choices. First, leave that bird here and get a lesson from me. Or second, I teach you a lesson and take the bird, and you get carried away. Aslan realized that Lan Feng still didn't understand the situation. Now is not the time to be arrogant. He even said he was busy and asked me to set a time. Don't you think that touching each other here will be noticed by the girl you're pursuing? If you steal something to give to her, how do you think she will feel when she finds out? Lan Feng smiled, pointing directly at the core of the problem. The princess won't find out. Right now, everyone is at the training ground, and only a few of us are waiting here for you, Aslan replied dismissively. As long as the princess doesn't see it with her own eyes, he isn't worried about Lan Feng and the others talking about this later. He believed he had a way to make Lan Feng stay silent. and the other 3 would leave afterward, as they were just outsiders. You all know that Xiao Wu can talk, but you don't know she can learn to speak like a person, Lan Feng said with a smile, making Xiao Wu repeat their earlier conversation. Aslan's face immediately changed. He knew Xiao Wu could talk, and it was precisely because she could that they were startled and let her escape back to Lan Feng. But he didn't realize that Xiao Wu could mimic their words so perfectly. Now, he was about to give Xiao Wu to the princess. If she said this, it would be the end. If that's the case, I will cut out her tongue. The princess doesn't know she can talk anyway. Aslan suddenly thought of a solution and looked at Xiao Wu with a fierce expression. Feng, Xiao Wu is scared. Xiao Wu flew into Lan Feng's arms and hid inside his clothes. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu. I am here. They can't hurt you. Lan Feng patted Xiao Wu and then said coldly, I didn't want to fight in front of the guests, but since you chose this, you'll stay in bed for a few days. After saying that, he charged forward and drew his sword to strike. This guy doesn't follow any rules. He just attacked directly. Lan Feng's action threw Aslan and the others into chaos. They are magicians, and their reaction speed is much slower than that of warriors. A sudden attack like this would make even warriors flustered, let alone them. Moreover, when magicians are close to warriors, they are doomed to lose. Crackling sounds. Lan Feng used the sword to strike hard at Aslan and the others' bodies. He didn't use the blade itself, as they weren't at the point of dying yet. The wizard's body couldn't withstand the impact and immediately cried out in pain, yelling like a pig being slaughtered. Boom, boom. Aslan and the others all fell to the ground, wailing. Now you see who is teaching whom, Lan Feng said with a look of disdain. A bunch of fools. Avir and the 2 others stared blankly at Lan Feng. Although his display of strength made them see him in a new light, his shamelessness left a deeper impression. Without warning, he suddenly attacked. They thought they should be ready with their magic. Of course, they had to strike first. Actually, if Aslan and the others had worked together, they could have caused Lan Feng a lot of trouble. It wouldn't have been so easy to defeat him. The only mistake was that they didn't expect Lan Feng to be so unruly. He launched a surprise attack right after speaking. Miss Bella, let's continue our tour. Lan Feng's face was full of a smile, as if nothing had happened just now. Please vote for me. Lan Feng, your behavior doesn't seem like that of a swordsman at all, Avir said after a long time. When she learned that Lan Feng was still a trainee, her way of addressing him changed. Lan Feng smiled and said, whether I am a swordsman or not doesn't matter to Miss Bella. We are just employer and employee, and my job is to show you around Chili City. He didn't want to explain more about this and wouldn't waste words with Avir. It was outside his job scope, so whether he responded or not was up to him. Avir was quite unhappy. She knew it would be like this. That didn't even give her face. Forget it. You haven't seen the real me, so I won't bother with you. It seemed she blamed Lan Feng's lack of respect on him, not seeing her true face. But she seemed to forget that the young women at the same table earlier weren't much different. The 2 cool guys originally wanted to help explain that, as mercenaries, winning was enough. Although this approach was a bit shameless, it was still a way to solve the problem. Lan Feng, as a swordsman, knew the best way to deal with so many magicians was to get close. Otherwise, if he was pulled apart at a distance, it would be very troublesome. Even if he and his partner fought together, it wouldn't be easy to handle. However, when they saw Blue Maple behave like this towards Avril, they immediately swallowed their words and gave Blue Maple a sharp look. Blue Maple didn't care at all. He simply continued with his own activities, leading Avril and the others to explore further, visiting the teaching building, then the training ground. The training ground at the Magic Academy was indeed different from the one at the Martial Arts Academy. If the Martial Arts Academy was dominated by males, this one was just the opposite, with more than half the students being beautiful girls. The noble girls generally had good manners. Well, mostly in appearance, not necessarily in behavior. Blue Maple and his group only looked around from the outside, so they didn't disturb others. When they reached a certain training ground, Avril suddenly said to Blue Maple, Blue Maple, your task for today is done. Be sure to meet me at the Gray Inn at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow, Blue Maple replied without wasting words, and then left quickly. He sensed she might be meeting an acquaintance, and they would probably catch up here. Since he was just a guide, there was no need to stay, especially since she wouldn't be sightseeing today. Moreover, since they had left the academy and it was about time, the sightseeing spots were basically here. Letting tourists explore freely was also part of his job as a guide. Looking at the time, Blue Maple decided to go to the library to check some information about Chili City to prepare for upcoming tasks. He was a very responsible mercenary. After Blue Maple left, Avril approached a stunning young girl and smiled, saying, "Hi, my most beautiful princess. How have you been? I missed you so much." Every time she saw her, Avril felt a bit inferior. Avril thought to herself that this girl's beauty could outshine all other women, including herself, who considered herself a top beauty. Sometimes, she really didn't want to walk with her because it made her feel like a green leaf next to a shining flower. But they had been childhood friends, and not being together felt strange. She decided to accept her role as the green leaf. In terms of appearance, this girl was only slightly more beautiful than Avril. But her clear blue gemstone-like eyes, the radiance they emitted, and her noble aura, both innate and cultivated, raised her beauty to a level that seemed almost unreal for a person in this world. The girl looked at Avril for a moment and then asked with some suspicion, "Avril, weren't you supposed to come here in 10 days? No, I just want to explore Chili City first. If I reveal my whereabouts, it will cause trouble," Avril said, raising her finger and placing it on her lips. "You still love to have fun, even though you're now a famous singer. You're just like before," the girl smiled. Her smile was so charming that a group of young boys watching her were stunned. She smiled. I finally saw her smile. From the excited voices of the boys, I can guess that this girl rarely smiles, at least not in front of them. Now, if they try to guess Avril's identity, they would realize that only someone special could make her smile like that. Hee hee, you're just the same. Look at these people's expressions. They're all enchanted by you. No wonder you're the most beautiful woman in the Gabriel family, Avril said with a smile. The Gabriel family? Aren't they part of the royal family of the Holy Empire? Could this girl be the legendary princess of the Holy Empire? These people are annoying. Let's find a quiet place to talk, the girl said, pulling Avril away from the training ground. They went to a small courtyard, part of the academy's high-level dormitories. Once there, the girl left her personal maid, probably a servant, outside, and Avril also asked two handsome guys to stay outside. Then they started chatting about recent events and some private topics. "No way. Can men really treat you like that?" "What do you mean? He didn't see my beauty. If he had, I'd tell him to go east, and he'd never go west." Little Dance, a talking green bird? Is it like that? Yes, have you seen it? So, that Aslan only tried to impress you by catching Little Dance. Your charm is still as strong as ever. But poor Aslan, he's probably out of commission for a few days. Why? When he tried to take Little Dance, that idiot apprentice mercenary didn't give in, and he lost all his swordsmanship manners. If you want to see Little Dance, come with me tomorrow, and we can go out to play. Maybe another time. I know you don't like men approaching you, but what you dislike are men with ulterior motives. That apprentice mercenary is different. He won't pay attention to you and might even ignore you. However, to avoid causing you trouble, it's best for you to do the same as me. Put on some makeup and hide your appearance, especially your captivating eyes. The next morning, Lan Feng continued practicing Bagua Palm. He became more skilled each time, and with every practice, he gained new insights. After morning exercise, Lan Feng had breakfast, rested briefly, then headed to Gray Inn. The name shows it's a property of the Gray family. It's the best inn in the city, like a 5-star hotel. Lan Feng, today I have a friend joining us, Avril said, pulling along a girl wearing sunglasses and a hat. Oh, where do you want to go today? Lan Feng asked casually. It didn't matter to him if there was one more person. They were all the same to him. We'll leave that to you. We have no objections, Avril replied. She glanced at the girl beside her, as if saying, "See, I told you he would ignore you." Smile for votes. Today marks the 10th day since Lan Feng took on the mission. That means in 3 days, he will complete it. Since the second day, a girl with a secretive background, according to Lan Feng's thoughts, appeared. Nothing special happened during these days. Lan Feng has been acting as a good guide, showing Avril and the others the famous sights and cultural landmarks of Chili City. Gradually, everyone was drawn to Lan Feng's charm as a guide. They fully immersed themselves in this tour, and even the girl who initially came just for Xiao Wu forgot her original purpose and started to enjoy Lan Feng's unique city tour. In the evenings, Avril and the others would think about where Lan Feng might take them the next day and what surprises he might have in store. They were all looking forward to it. This also justifies Blue Maple's efforts during this time, as he searched for information and gradually uncovered the features of Chili City. Now Avril understands why the old man from the Mercenary Guild strongly recommends Blue Maple. He is indeed very outstanding. No, extremely outstanding. However, this only refers to his work skills and within his professional scope. Beyond that, his actions would make Avril so angry she could explode. He is completely self-centered, ignoring your presence, regardless of your life or death. This made Avril and the girl realize one thing. They could find confidence in others, but they could lose their confidence in this boy. Many times, they both had the urge to remove their hats and crystal glasses to let him see them, hoping to regain the confidence they had lost these days. But perhaps they didn't realize that if they did that, they might even lose their last bit of confidence. During this time, Blue Maple still didn't know the identity of the girl, and he barely spoke to her. Their conversations only happened on the first day, mainly about Xiao Wu. From this, Blue Maple was sure that Xiao Wu had once again attracted a girl's attention. It seems that raising a cute little animal is a powerful way to attract girls, and Xiao Wu, at this level, is like a divine weapon. Xiao Wu, in the future, my happiness might depend on you to help me get it. Thinking of this, Blue Maple couldn't help but pat Xiao Wu's little head, and Xiao Wu happily responded. Xiao Wu's attitude towards the girl was the same as Avril's, completely ignoring her. She paid no attention to anyone except Blue Maple, not even speaking. This made the girl a bit frustrated, while Avril secretly chuckled, as if saying, "I told you so, but you didn't believe me." At 9 in the morning, Blue Maple arrived punctually at the Glee Inn, where Avril and the others were waiting. Over these days, Blue Maple had been very punctual, never early, never late. Just as everyone was about to set out, and Blue Maple was about to lead them away, a curious voice suddenly sounded. "Blue Maple," at the door, a girl was looking at Blue Maple's back. "That I didn't hear that. Let's continue." Blue Maple ignored her and kept walking. Could it be? Did I mistake her? "Blue Maple, it seems someone is calling you." Avril didn't know if it was on purpose, and she spoke loudly. "Really? You must have misheard," Lan Feng replied. "Lan Feng." The girl at the door immediately lost her temper. Lan Feng turned around and looked at the door with a confused expression and asked, "Miss, are you calling me? Do we know each other?" The girl's forehead showed a dark line, and she angrily said, "You, how dare you pretend not to know me? Don't you know whose place this is? Fine, last time you threw me out, now it's my turn." "Someone, wait. I remember now, you are Qin Greer," Lan Feng quickly said. It seemed only one person had been thrown out, so even if he forgot, he could remember. Besides, he was deliberately pretending not to know, trying to fool everyone. "What are you here for today? Are they your friends?" "I think I remember some of them live at our inn," Qin Greer said. Sometimes she would come by to check on the inn and had seen Avril and the others. "No, they are my clients. I am a mercenary hired by them. That's all for now. I still have work to do, so I'm leaving," Lan Feng said and turned to walk away, not caring if Qin would object. "Wait, if you're a mercenary, you need money. You can ask me," Qin said loudly. "Please, Miss Greer, we're not close, okay? And I wouldn't take money that isn't mine," Lan Feng said weakly. He liked money, but the saying, "A gentleman loves wealth but earns it rightly," was his life motto. That woman's money, wasn't that just freeloading? Though some people said, to get rich, freeload, but Lan Feng deeply despised that phrase. "If you marry me, then my money becomes yours," Qin suddenly said, walking up to Lan Feng and saying something shocking to everyone. "Woman, I tell you, don't think this is your territory. I wouldn't dare to throw you out," Lan Feng said with a frown. Qin replied impatiently, "Just joking. I only wanted to play with you back then. But you reacted too strongly. I'm a beautiful woman, and you just threw me out of your house without a second thought. Don't you feel any guilt?" At this moment, Avril and the girls suddenly felt comforted. They realized they weren't the worst. Even though Lan Feng threw out such a beautiful girl and ignored her, that was already quite good. "Oh, that's best. I have a task to do, so I'll take my leave first." Lan Feng finally relaxed after hearing Qin's words. Well, it seems he just remembered it now. "From what I see, It doesn't look like a dangerous task. What are you doing? Qin asked, noticing everyone's casual clothes. It's none of your business, Lan Feng replied directly. However, Avril smiled and said, his task is to be a tour guide, showing me around Chili City. If Miss Gray is interested, she can join us. Touring? Sure, I'll join you, Qin said with a smile. She wasn't planning to interfere at first, but since Lan Feng was doing this, she wanted to cause him a little trouble and make things a bit uncomfortable. But she didn't know Lan Feng well enough. He didn't mind at all. More people, more fun, it's all the same to him. Today, Lan Feng took everyone to a very surprising place, somewhere none of them had ever been before. Please recommend, Lan Feng. Where is this? Avril looked around, unsure of where they were. It might be normal for Avril not to know, since she's not from Chili City. Qin also didn't know and asked, why have I never been here before? Of course you haven't. You're Miss Gray from the Gray family. Why would you come here? Lan Feng's tone was calm. This is the slum area of Chili City, an area forbidden to the wealthy. Slum? Avril and the others looked surprised. Yes, the slum. No matter how prosperous a city is, there's always a place where the poor gather, Lan Feng said thoughtfully. In my old world, even the richest, most bustling cities had large poor districts. It's the same here. The poor are a bit less fortunate, their status lower, but they are essential to the city. They are the workforce that keeps everything running, working in all kinds of jobs. I know that, Qin said. But why are you bringing us here? She was the Gray family's young lady. Though she was still young, she already helped manage some family businesses and had contact with some workers. She knew they mostly lived in one area, but she didn't realize how rundown this place actually was. You are all spoiled young ladies, probably have never seen a place like this, and wouldn't know how poor people live. So I think this place will be very special, at least for you, Lan Feng said calmly. Could there be danger here? Ku Gu asked with a frown. Danger? Do you think all poor people are bad? Yes, there is crime here, but other places have it too. The chances are actually higher elsewhere. Lan Feng looked at everyone. Since I brought you here, I've already thought about this. If you encounter any trouble, it's just good luck. Then, Lan Feng stopped talking about dangers and became their guide. He showed them around the slum, explained how poor people live, and even took them to try local snacks. Only Lan Feng ate. The three girls didn't dare to try the food. Maybe it was psychological, they thought the food wouldn't be good. The two mercenaries didn't mind, but Avril and the others pretended to be reserved. Even though they didn't eat, they experienced the life of the poor. It was hard, but they found ways to enjoy it. Maybe they were happier than they thought. The only difference was money and status. After this trip to the slum, their view of poor people will probably change completely. They will start to respect everyone, no matter if they are noble or not. Thanks to Lan Feng, they have changed a lot. Before coming here, they thought the slum was dirty and messy. But now, they don't think that anymore. Although it's run down, it's clean. The streets and houses are tidy. People like cleanliness. Dirt and mess are just because someone is lazy, not because of wealth or poverty. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. Avril couldn't hold back her words. It was around 2 p.m., and she had only had a little breakfast today. I can't help with that. I already took you to a nice, clean restaurant earlier, and you didn't want to go, Lan Feng shrugged. He had already checked out a good place for lunch. But that place was so run down. I don't want to go there, Avril said. Then there's nothing I can do. Let's go back, Lan Feng decided. He felt their task for today was almost done, and it was time to head back. All right, let's go back. Mayan has food, Qin immediately said. Before anyone else could speak, a voice rang out. Food. Feng has some. Xiao Wu wants some, Xiao Wu called out. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Lan Feng took out a small red fruit and gave it to Xiao Wu. She quickly took it and started eating. Watching Xiao Wu eat so happily, Avril and the others thought Xiao Wu was the happiest. She had food, and her owner hadn't eaten yet, but she could. Wait, what is Lan Feng holding? It's white, round, and looks like food. It is food. He already bit it. Lan Feng, what are you holding? I didn't see you buy something like that, Qin asked. Baozi, Lan Feng replied. He had already thought that these young ladies might not go to lunch, so he prepared his own meal. Actually, he had been eating earlier, but since he was walking ahead, no one noticed. Now, when he was feeding Xiao Wu, everyone saw. What is a baozi? Where did you buy it? They asked. I didn't buy it. I made it myself. If you want to try, it costs 1 copper coin, Lan Feng dared to ask for payment, though not much. Originally, it only cost 1 copper coin, but he wanted a whole coin, kind of like overcharging. And it was a cold baozi. You made it? Then give me one to try, Qin said. She had heard Murong Qinshuan say that Lan Feng could cook, so today was a good chance to taste his food and tea. Okay, 1 copper coin. Are you paying now or on account? Lan Feng handed her a baozi and asked. On account. I don't usually carry copper coins, Qin replied irritably, then bit into her baozi hard. It's delicious. Whether Qin was hungry or it was her first time eating a baozi, she found it very tasty. Lan Feng, give me one too, no too. On account. I don't usually carry copper coins, Avril said, reaching out. Lan Feng happily gave her 2 baozi. After she took them, she shared one with the girl beside her. Both of them ate happily, just like Qin, and thought it was very good. They had never seen such food. Just 1 baozi was enough to impress you. Yet you still look down on simple food. This is what we common folk eat, Lan Feng thought proudly. Lan Feng, give us some too, said 2 cool guys. No more. They are eating the last leftovers I have, Lan Feng replied. Her words left everyone speechless. You say, the last leftovers. But why did she have to include me in eating the leftovers? Avi and the other 2 paused for a moment. Third wheel. Third wheel. Run fast, a young voice called out nearby. Could something be happening? No, not really. Just when Lan Feng and the others thought something was going on, they looked and realized they were mistaken. It was just a group of children playing and having fun. It was an old, worn-out square. Many kids were running around or laughing together. Pure childhood innocence and joy were right in front of everyone. Although the scene was a bit shabby and the children's clothes looked simple, it didn't take away from the beauty of the moment. Everyone seemed to be transported back to their own childhood memories. After a while, Lan Feng suddenly saw Avi walk to the center of the square. Then, a beautiful singing voice filled the air, full of innocence and emotion. The whole square and the surrounding time seemed to stop. Everyone was still, listening quietly to the miraculous sound of her singing. At that moment, Lan Feng thought to himself, Avi Bella's voice is really beautiful, but she's too easily moved. That's why she's singing now. But he also had to admit, her singing made him feel a little touched too. Lan Feng felt this scene was very familiar. He remembered Yuna from Final Fantasy X2 singing softly in the rain, in a similar ruined setting, with listeners just as captivated. Please support with votes, brothers. Avi, Avi, big sister Avi. The children on the square had gathered around Avi. More and more people were coming closer, recognizing her not just because of her singing, but also because she had taken off her hat and glasses. It wasn't intentional. She just took them off unconsciously when she was lost in singing. And so, the singer was lost in her song, immersed in the moment. The scene felt like an impromptu park concert. These troubles, she doesn't know how to control herself. Singing for a while is enough, but she's been singing for so long, now her identity is exposed. You 2 handsome guys should quickly go and protect her as she leaves. Miss Gray, you and this young lady should leave first, before anyone notices you, Lan Feng said with a frown. Miss Young Lady, you can be moved, but you also need to control yourself. The situation is getting hard to handle now, but luckily, it's not my problem. The 2 handsome guys quickly realized how serious the situation was and moved swiftly toward Avril. Normally, they wouldn't make such a serious mistake, but Avril's singing was so sudden and so powerful that it deeply touched people's hearts. Although Avril's eyes and demeanor are slightly less refined than that young girl, her voice more than makes up for it. She could be one of the most beautiful people in the world, and maybe that's why she and the girl are so close. Lan Feng, aren't you going to go over? Qin noticed that Lan Feng was standing still, not making any move to help. Why should I go? Lan Feng asked back. Qin said, she's your client. With the current situation, shouldn't you go help her? My job is as a tour guide, not a bodyguard. What happens to her is none of my business, and it's not part of my duties, Lan Feng replied directly. Since you brought her here, you should safely take her away, Qin said with a frown, feeling frustrated with Lan Feng's attitude. I brought her here, yes, but this mess is her own doing. She has to solve her own problems. She's not my friend, nor did she ask me to protect her, Lan Feng said, acting as if he was unaffected. Qin and the young girl looked at Lan Feng in silence. They thought Lan Feng's words made sense. Indeed, this was not his problem. But usually, in such situations, wouldn't you step forward like a knight to save the princess? But then, why must a knight always save the princess? If the princess isn't his, is it necessary to save her? Yes, even if Lan Feng is a knight, he has no obligation to save a princess from another country. Moreover, he isn't a knight, and Avril isn't a princess. Then, Lan Feng, I now entrust you with rescuing Avril. The reward is 100 gold coins. The girl spoke softly, sounding unhappy or perhaps trying not to let Blue Maple hear her true feelings. Deal, Blue Maple agreed quickly. This woman really can't stand being seen. She immediately offered 100 gold coins, which is 80 more than the current task's reward. Her background must be quite special. Miss Glee, you and this young lady leave first. We'll meet at your inn later, Blue Maple said before quickly blending into the crowd and moving toward Avril. Avril, fans started to get a little crazy, pushing closer. If it weren't for the fact that most of them were children, they might have already crowded around Avril, touching her everywhere. At that moment, Avril was at a disadvantage, especially since her future husband was also in the crowd, and he was at a big risk too. At this time, Blue Maple's special footwork, Bagua Palm's stepping technique, showed its great advantage. He weaved through the crowd with incredible angles, moving quickly toward Avril. He even reached her a little faster than the two handsome guys. By then, Avril realized she was losing control of the situation and was worried about what to do. Just then, her knight appeared. She didn't know that this knight had come only because of the gold coins. Woman, don't say anything more. Come with me. Blue Maple grabbed Avril's hand and led her away, using his special footwork again. Avril blushed, but let him pull her through the crowd. Maybe because she was thinking about her hand being held by a man, she didn't notice how amazing Blue Maple's footwork was. He moved through the crowd as if invisible, avoiding contact with others under his guidance. At this moment, Blue Maple thought to himself that he should ask her future husband for some reward later. He was just trying to protect her from being taken advantage of. But that was a future plan. Right now, he just wanted to take her away. The problem was, once they left the crowd, they would be easily spotted. Then, they would be chased by a group of people, causing a big scene. Just thinking about it made him headache. Fortunately, he was already prepared. Lan Feng and Avril moved quickly, flashing left and right, making it hard for anyone to find them. Just as everyone was searching for the missing people, Avril's singing suddenly echoed from a corner of the square, and everyone moved toward that spot. At the same time, in another corner of the square, two people left the crowd and headed outside. One of them was covered with a piece of clothing on their head. The other person was Lan Feng, who was hurriedly pulling the person covered with the cloth away. Meanwhile, Avril's singing continued, and everyone was heading in that direction, so they didn't notice what was happening on Lan Feng's side. Lan Feng, did you teach Xiao Wu to sing like me? After leaving the square, the person under the cloth revealed their face. It was Avril, who had caused the disturbance earlier. When Lan Feng took off his coat and covered Avril's head, he easily disappeared into the crowd. Soon after, Avril's singing resumed. Avril was startled, thinking she was here and hadn't been singing. So how could her voice be heard? She quickly realized it was Xiao Wu learning to sing like her. Yeah, this is a distraction tactic. Let Xiao Wu attract everyone while we escape. It wouldn't be so easy to leave otherwise. Lan Feng nodded, and then took out a whistle, blowing into it. Strangely, no sound came out. Avril was confused but soon understood. He was calling Xiao Wu back. Feng, Xiao Wu is back. Xiao Wu flew onto Lan Feng's shoulder. Good girl. Xiao Wu did very well this time. You deserve praise. Unlike a certain young lady who, without thinking, suddenly held a surprise concert, Lan Feng praised Xiao Wu while also criticizing Avril. Avril felt wronged. She only wanted the children to hear her singing and express her feelings at that moment. Actually, she was moved and thought of a song she wanted to sing. Since she started singing, she wanted the poor children to hear her voice. Her concert tickets were very expensive, and ordinary people couldn't afford them. They said nothing along the way. Lan Feng took Avril to the inn. By then, Qin and the young girl were already waiting there. They actually believed Lan Feng could rescue Avril. It was hard to tell whether they were wise to see the hero in him or just too naive. After Avril and the young girl exchanged caring words for a while, Lan Feng spoke up. Miss Bella, your identity has been exposed this time. I believe you can't continue exploring Chili City. Let's finish our task now. No, we agreed on 12 days. Even if I can't go out these 2 days, you must stay with me. Avril directly rejected Lan Feng's suggestion. All right, see you tomorrow. Lan Feng knew it wouldn't be that simple, so he turned to the girl and asked, Miss, I have completed my task. Please pay the reward. Avril looked at Lan Feng and the girl in confusion. What task? The girl didn't say much. She simply handed Lan Feng a gold note. After he took it and said thank you, he turned and left. What task did you give him? Avril asked. He refused to help you leave because he said it wasn't part of his job. So I gave him a task, to rescue you from the crowd, the girl replied. What? That apprentice mercenary dares to ignore my life. Humph. Tomorrow I'll make him regret it, Avril shouted loudly. What will you use to make him regret? He has already seen your face and heard your singing. But he still treats you as if you're invisible. The girl shook her head. I don't care. I must make him regret tomorrow or the day after. If I miss this chance, there won't be another, Avril said angrily. She knew that once Lan Feng finished his task, he wouldn't appear before her again. Plea for votes. Last push for the rankings. Final sprint. Around 10 a.m., in a luxurious private courtyard at Gray Inn in Chili City, a beautiful song floated through the air. The melody was pure and gentle, making the relaxed morning even more peaceful. The singer was none other than Avril Bella. She could no longer go out to explore like a few days ago. Yesterday's events had spread throughout Chili City, and everyone knew that the beautiful singer with a voice like heaven was now in the city. If she went out today, even with makeup, she was likely to be recognized. Plus, she felt she had played enough, and it was time to practice for her upcoming concert. Who? Under Avril's singing, there was an unharmonious sound, a person snoring while sleeping. Someone was lying on a stone table in the yard, sleeping. Who could sleep in front of Avril? Under such beautiful, enchanting music, they were actually sleeping. If Avril's fans knew, they would shout, "What a waste! If I had this chance, I would give up 10 or 20 years of my life." Humph. Avril glared fiercely at the person after finishing a song, then continued practicing. Although she seemed to have no strong opinion outwardly, she was already getting annoyed inside. Is my singing really that bad? They don't even listen. No, it's not that I'm bad. It's that they don't appreciate music. You rookie soldier, you probably have no sense of music. She could only think this way now because this was her last refuge. This person ignored her appearance and her singing, her two proudest talents. If even these couldn't make him pay a little attention, then it meant she had nothing left that he cared about. No need to ask, the person sleeping was Lan Feng. Only he could sleep like this. He arrived at 9 this morning, and since Avril didn't go out, he stayed with her. In 2 days, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. His way of keeping her company was very simple, sleeping. Avril originally wanted Lan Feng to look good and didn't want him to sleep, but she found that this kid would sleep through anything, drums, bells, all of it, still snoring loudly. So she had no choice but to give up helplessly. Lan Feng stretched lazily, stood up to loosen his muscles, then, without looking around, asked directly, "Is lunch ready?" Everyone in the yard stared at Lan Feng, unsure of what to say. There are quite a few people. Are we all going to eat together? Lan Feng noticed that more people had gathered in the yard. This morning, only Avril and 2 handsome mercenaries were there. Now, there was also a girl they had been with recently, a girl holding a harp, and a cold, stern woman with a frown. Eat. All you do is sleep. Are you a pig? Avril's mood was clearly bad at this moment, upset by something that had happened, and Lan Feng had just hit her sore spot. Just think of me as a pig. I went to the hotel restaurant for lunch, and the bill is under Miss Bella's name, Lan Feng replied indifferently, then turned to leave. As for what happened to Avril, Lan Feng thought, it's none of my business, so I won't get involved. Come back. The lunch will be delivered in the afternoon, and you can eat enough, Avril called out. Actually, she had already ordered lunch and even asked for extra for Lan Feng. It wasn't because she cared about Lan Feng, but because she was worried he would eat everyone else's share. When the lunch arrived, everyone started eating. Avril didn't seem to have much appetite. She usually ate little, and today she ate even less. Seeing Lan Feng happily eating, she was so annoyed that she shoved all her food into his plate. eat until you're full, but she realized that this wish was impossible. Lan Feng ate as much as he wanted and finally patted his stomach happily, saying, 80% full. That's the best state. Bang! The whole group fell silent. Tell me what's wrong. If I'm in a good mood, I might help you, Lan Feng said to Avril. This employer was pretty nice. She knew I could eat, didn't eat herself first, and let me have some. I was touched, so helping out a little was no problem. But only a small favor, equal to the food she just gave me. What's the use of telling you? You're just an apprentice assistant, and you can't help me, Avril said angrily. But then she still told Lan Feng what was going on. The story was simple. Avril's band had a member who caught a bad cold, and then everyone else caught it too, leading to a collective cold. They were already being treated, but recovery was uncertain. If they couldn't perform on time, it would be a problem. She felt she couldn't find her in time, and it wouldn't match the schedule. The girl who played the harp, because she came alone with that cold-looking woman, avoided catching the cold. That woman, who seemed like a manager, was helping Avril handle some matters. She came over first because Avril arrived too early, so she followed. Actually, as long as the piano can match my playing, the rest doesn't matter much, Avril said. The most common instrument in this world was the piano. Lan Feng was silent, unable to help her. Lan Feng, among the people you know, who is the best at playing the piano? Avril finally asked helplessly. Now I have no choice but to try someone. Morong Qinshuan, Lan Feng replied straightforwardly. It wasn't that he thought of her first, but he knew she would agree. Is she the girl you ate with last time? Avril's memory was pretty good. Although they only met once, she remembered clearly. Yes, go call her over to try. You can't do anything else now, Lan Feng said. All right, let's do that. Avril agreed, knowing she had to try first. Next, Lan Feng and Avril and the others went to the academy to find Morong Qinshuan. When they found her, Avril invited Morong Qinshuan to the school's music hall to audition. Morong thought it was a request from Lan Feng, so she agreed. Surprisingly, it wasn't just good, it was amazing, beyond what anyone could imagine. Morong Qinshuan's piano skills had already surpassed Avril's original pianist, and by a lot. She played very well with Avril, as if they had been working together for a long time, with a feeling of instant connection. Lan Feng didn't expect this. He didn't know much about Morong Qinshuan's piano skills. He only knew she could play, but he had never heard her perform. Actually, he couldn't remember if he had. So, the problem was solved. Lan Feng was free. After a day of practice, he announced that their task was complete. When Avril invited Lan Feng to a concert to thank him, he refused firmly, saying he wouldn't go. Avril's face changed instantly, and she stormed back to her room in anger. Please recommend. Fair, where did Morong Qinshuan go? Lin Xiaoyu asked Fair when she couldn't see Morong Qinshuan. Today, Class Z and Emily's female class were at the same training ground. Lin Xiaoyu had seen Lan Feng leave with Morong Qinshuan a few days ago, so she hadn't seen her since, and she was curious. She's helping Avril Bella with piano accompaniment. She's been practicing these days, and the performance is tomorrow, Fair replied. Since it wasn't a secret, many people knew, she didn't see the need to hide it from Lin Xiaoyu. Avril's concert? Oh, I remember now. The girl who ate with Lan Feng that day was Avril. He must have recommended Morong Qinshuan to help Avril. Lin Xiaoyu connected her observations and the recent rumors about Avril over the past few days. When combined, these details naturally lead to a certain conclusion. This conclusion is also shared by Fair and others, but no one knows that Lan Feng did not recommend anyone. He only mentioned the one person he knew. Everyone will go see it later. Xiaoyu, do you want to come with us? Fair looked at Lin Xiaoyu. She was the only girl in Class C, so she probably wouldn't have a female classmate to accompany her. Since there were many girls in Fair's class, and she didn't mind, Fair extended an invitation. I'll go with Lan Feng. I want to follow him backstage to see Avril. Last time, I didn't get to see her face clearly, Lin Xiaoyu refused. She's a fan of Avril and once sat with her idol, but didn't realize it at the time. At this moment, Luna poked her head out and said, You might be disappointed. Lan Feng refused Avril and Qinshuan's invitation and won't attend their performance because Qinshuan was upset for a while. What? He refused? I knew it. He probably just doesn't have a good sense of music and can't appreciate it. Lin Xiaoyu concluded, sharing the same opinion as Avril. Yeah, I think so too, Luna nodded in agreement. Don't talk about him like that. Maybe he just doesn't want to go, or he has other tasks. Fayer interrupted their discussion. When Lin Xiaoyu heard that Lan Feng had a task to do, she quickly said, Yeah, stop talking. I'm afraid everyone will blame me if I say too much. Maybe it's because I didn't give Lan Feng a share of the earnings, so he's doing tasks to make money. Since that's the case, let's all go together tomorrow, Lin Xiaoyu said, preparing to leave. At this moment, a very peculiar girl ran over and stood in front of everyone. She said she was special because she kept eating something. This girl was from Emily's class, known for being very greedy. Everyone often saw her eating when they saw her. Everyone knew that her shoulder bag was full of snacks. No one knew why she was so greedy, yet she looked like a small child, short and slim. Maybe her unique physique was the reason she was so fond of eating. Big Sister Fayer, I found a really interesting snack stand. Let's go there tonight, she said, then put some snacks in her mouth and chewed. Little one, sigh, is that really what I'm called? You spend all day eating, and even your conversations are about food. You even skip school and parties just to eat. How can this go on? Fayer gently tapped the girl's head. This girl is the youngest here, only 14 years old, and her body is more like that of a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Let's talk about that later. Fayer sister, Luna's sister, tonight we're going to the night market. There's a small stall with really tasty and special food. I promise you've never had anything like it. If you don't come, you'll regret it, the girl said seriously. Tonight doesn't work. We have a show to see tomorrow. Let's go another time. Fayer shook her head and replied. The concert is in the evening, so it won't interfere. That stall is often not there, so we might not find it next time, the girl insisted. Fayer looked at the girl curiously and asked, Little one, based on your usual habits, you only take us to try new food when you're tired of the old. Isn't that the case this time too? Although this has happened before, most girls wouldn't insist, so Fayer found it a bit strange. The girl blushed and said, Actually, I've known about this stall for over half a year. It's not my fault. The food is really delicious. Half a year? You've been eating at the same place for half a year. Now I'm really interested in trying it, Fayer said, starting to get curious. From what she knew, this girl never ate at the same stall for more than half a month. It's not exactly half a year. The stall owner disappears for a month or two at a time, every 1 or 2 months. When I asked him, he said he was preparing ingredients. But honestly, every time he appears, the ingredients and recipes are different, yet all are very tasty. If the wait is longer, I'm willing to do that, the girl said with a longing look. Let's go. I want to see what kind of stall this is, Luna said excitedly. Lin Xiaoyu also said, I want to go see too. Maybe I can persuade the stall owner to join us, and I can keep developing new food shops. As expected of Lin Xiaoyu, she immediately thought about how to use this for her business. Since that's the case, let's go take a look tonight, Fayer said. Where is this stall located? The girl replied, There's a small night market in the east part of the city. It's a common, everyday market. So in the evening, everyone should avoid dressing like a noble lady. It's better to wear simple clothes. Okay. So, the 4 noble girls agreed to visit the common night market in the evening to walk around and enjoy some snacks. Don't mind if I join, Emily said with a smile. She had overheard their conversation and also loved good food. Thus, another girl, a teacher, joined the group, making it 5 women. At night, 5 noticeable women appeared at the common night market. They were Emily and the others. Although they dressed simply, their natural beauty made them stand out. That's the place. He's there tonight. Little one pointed at a stall and said happily whenever she saw that stall. The others looked in the direction she pointed and saw the vendor's back. The vendor seemed to be organizing things. All 4 women felt that this back looked familiar, like they had seen it before. Hey, big brother, what are you doing today? Little one ran over and called out. Little one, I've told you many times not to call me big brother. Call me big brother. The vendor turned around with a smile. Today, I'm making teppanyaki. When he turned, Emily and the others realized why the back looked familiar. They all knew this person, and they noticed his friendly smile. It was the first time they saw him like this. And this person was Lan Feng. What are you doing here? Lin Xiaoyu ran over and asked loudly. Recommended votes, please. Xiao Xiao really wants them. Lin Xiaoyu? How come a young lady like you is interested in coming here? Lan Feng looked at Lin Xiaoyu curiously. This was a common people's night market. He didn't expect Lin Xiaoyu to come, and what surprised him even more was seeing Emily, Fei, and Luna. Why are you all here? Lanfeng looked a bit confused. Big brother, do you know the teacher and Sister Fei? Little one asked, but her eyes kept on the menu hanging at Lanfeng's stall. At this moment, she was mainly thinking about what to eat today. There are many dishes she hasn't tried here. Maybe she should order everything. Know what? I was wondering why they came here. Turns out, it's because of you, little one, said Lanfeng. Hearing this, she understood and smiled. You came because of reputation, right? I don't mean to brag, but my food is really good. Just look at the menu and choose what you want. My rule is payment first. Emily and the others were used to Lanfeng's personality. They knew he would never give anything for free, and discounts were rare. Still, it was a bit strange for them. In the past, when they wanted to eat something, the men would do everything to get it for them. They didn't even need to pay or walk anywhere. Of course, those men were trying to pursue them. But if someone wasn't pursuing them, acquaintances would still treat them to keep up their gentlemanly manners. Yes, I want this, and that. Lin Xiaoyu skillfully ordered food, paid, and sat aside, watching Lanfeng with anticipation. At this moment, Emily and the others realized that it was normal for Lanfeng to ask for money. Lin Xiaoyu had ordered a lot, several times more than usual, but it still didn't exceed 1 silver coin. So, for each person, the most they would spend is a few copper coins. That wasn't a big deal for them. Thinking about it, this was a night market in a commoner's district. The people eating here were all commoners, and their daily spending was usually just a few copper coins. If Lanfeng's meal cost several silver coins, no one would come, and Lanfeng wouldn't be selling food here. Wait, why was he selling food here? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly remembered she hadn't gotten an answer from Lanfeng. She asked again, Lanfeng, you haven't answered me. What are you doing here? Lanfeng placed ingredients on the iron plate and replied, selling food. Isn't that obvious? Of course I know that. I'm asking why you're selling food here, Lin Xiaoyu said loudly. Lanfeng fiddled with the ingredients and said, Miss, I need to earn money to support my family. My partner and I need to eat, and life is hard. If I don't sell food here to make some extra money, we might run out of food. You don't look that miserable. I calculated that your expenses for food and daily needs are enough, and you should have some left over, she replied. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly became weak and didn't dare to look at Lanfeng even once. She was afraid that Lanfeng's words were true, and if she took his money, she would be seen as hurting him. Actually, Lanfeng was just joking. His money was definitely enough. Not to mention the past, he recently earned 120 gold coins, which could cover his expenses for a year or two. Honestly, Lanfeng's food came from hunting and gathering. He only needed to buy some flour, spices, and seasonings occasionally. Therefore, his income was definitely more than his living expenses, and he had a lot left over. However, he often made weapons and equipment for Eric, as well as some strange items, like the small cart used today and iron plates. These expenses were higher. Even if he didn't pay Eric wages, he still needed to buy materials. But these costs could be balanced with the income from quests. Lanfeng started his stall partly for fun and partly because he didn't want to miss any chance to make money. After each trip to the forest, he would bring back many materials, some of which he used to make special snacks to sell at night. No, you're lying to me. Lin Xiaoyu quickly noticed something was off. Where did you get a family of 2? You've been alone all this time. Lanfeng answered seriously. Who said that? Now I have a family of 2. Xiao Wu. Right? Yes, 2 people. Feng and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said. After that, Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything else because she was speechless with Lanfeng. She and Emily, Fei, Luna each ordered a few things and then sat beside the little one. Soon, 2 big men came over and said to Lanfeng, Hey, kid, trying a new trick today? Bring us 2 plates of this iron plate wild boar meat and 2 glasses of cold beer. It seemed they were regular customers. Lanfeng placed the wild boar meat on the iron plate and poured 2 glasses of dark beer from a barrel behind him. Cold beer, Lanfeng put the dark beer in front, and the 2 big men paid and found seats. It was clear everyone knew Lanfeng's rule. Pay first. This is black beer with ice. Blue Maple borrowed modern inspiration to create it. Eating snacks and drinking ice-cold beer is a favorite for many people, and this world is no different. Many come specifically to Blue Maple just for this, and some have even started to learn from Blue Maple how to chill their beer with ice. As for how blue maple cools the beer, don't forget he has a magic crystal sword of the ice element. Chilling beer with it is very easy. It seems having an ice magic crystal sword is quite useful. You don't even need a refrigerator. However, only he would use a magic crystal weapon for such a thing. Others would never do it, as they believe it would shame their martial arts. So, others use different methods to chill their beer. At this time, alchemy skills are very advanced, and chilling things is quite simple. Just spend some money. Little one, what does it mean when they say Blue Maple is trying new tricks again? Lin Xiaoyu initially didn't care when Little One mentioned it, but now she wants to ask clearly after being reminded. Big Brother is very strange. He changes what he does every now and then. Today he called what he made iron plate grill, which I've never tried before, Little One replied. What have you eaten before? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Many things: dumplings, fried noodles, baked flatbread, oden, hot pot, roasted pig, whole roasted sheep, skewers. Little One listed them one by one. With each name, Lin Xiaoyu and others' eyes widened more and more. This kid really makes all kinds of dishes, and depending on his mood and ingredients, he switches what he makes. Many of these are famous dishes from the original world. After being surprised, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. She knew her happiness depended on Blue Maple. Just one bowl of ramen could earn her so much, so many delicious things. She felt she was earning a fortune. In her eyes, it was like a mountain of gold appeared. Later, the most famous Blue Forest cuisine was born from such circumstances. Sorry, I was a bit busy today, so I'm late. Apologies to all the readers. Blue Maple's small stall was busy with customers coming and going, arriving in waves, even forming lines. Many of the customers were regulars who knew about Blue Maple's special stall. The taste is very good, and it's unique. The price isn't high either. Little Brother is quite a remarkable person. After trying Blue Maple's teppanyaki, most customers were very satisfied and gave similar praise. Blue Maple felt proud and happy about this. This lively scene lasted about an hour before ending, simply because Blue Maple said, "Today's ingredients are all used up." When they heard this, the waiting customers left disappointed because they knew this stall was special. The ingredients used each day varied, sometimes more, sometimes less, and once used up, the stall closed. The reason was that Blue Maple sometimes prepared extra ingredients when he was in a good mood or had more time. Mostly, it was about time. Ingredients needed preparation, which took time, and sometimes Blue Maple was too busy to do it. After tidying up, Blue Maple packed up his cart and was about to leave. However, he seemed unaware that a few girls had been waiting for him. Blue Maple, wait. I still need to talk to you, Lin Xiaoyu called. Didn't you all go back already? Blue Maple looked at Lin Xiaoyu and the others beside her. Even the little kid who usually left right after eating was there, so he found it a bit strange. I have something to discuss with you, so I stayed to wait, Lin Xiaoyu explained. She also wanted to talk to Blue Maple earlier, but he ignored her while setting up his stall, telling her not to bother him. So, she had no choice but to wait. As for Emily and the others, they stayed to wait for Lin Xiaoyu because they planned to go out together and return together. Do you want to know if I can sell my special snacks, like Blue Forest Ramen? Blue Maple asked. Yes. Give me your recipes, and I will make our shop the strongest and biggest on the whole continent. Lin Xiaoyu quickly nodded. No problem. I'll organize them and give them to you in a few days, Blue Maple said. He didn't oppose. But remember, you can't bite off more than you can chew. Things should be introduced one at a time. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I don't need you to tell me that, Lin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. She was quite good at business and wouldn't take risky actions unless absolutely necessary. Good. You can start planning and working on it, Blue Maple said, and he didn't mention anything else. Some people might say that Blue Maple letting Lin Xiaoyu manage everything and holding all the money is a bad idea. Actually, that's not true. First, their contract clearly states that any money made from their investments will be split equally between them. No matter how big their business becomes, it will always belong to both Blue Maple and Lin Xiaoyu, not just Lin Xiaoyu alone. Second, Blue Maple doesn't need to do much. He only provides the plans and leaves everything else to Lin Xiaoyu. To be honest, Lin Xiaoyu is like an employee working for him. Well, for both of them. So you could say Blue Maple is like a partner who is also a boss. There are things in the world where you don't have to do much, but can still make a lot of money. Even if it's hard at first, it's worth it. Anyone would be willing to trust in that. In fact, signing this contract means Lin Xiaoyu will be his partner and subordinate for life. Usually, people don't realize this until the end. Lin Xiaoyu only found out too late that she had been tricked into working hard for Blue Maple, who was a careless partner. But by then, it didn't matter anymore. Maybe it became a habit, or maybe she just liked doing business. Or maybe, there are many maybes, but those are future things. Right now, they are just focused on their own tasks, one working for herself, and the other working for both of them. While Lin Xiaoyu was thinking about her plans, Fei asked, Blue Maple, are you really not going to see Qianxuan's performance tomorrow? She really hopes you'll go. I will go tomorrow, Blue Maple replied. Fei asked happily, really? Yeah, Blue Maple nodded. At that moment, Luna interrupted, why didn't you agree to go at first? Why did you only decide to go after Qianxuan was upset? Blue Maple frowned and said, what is she upset about? Whether I go or not doesn't matter. Also, I'm not going to see the performance this time. What? Not to watch the show? Then what do you want to do? Do you want to set up a stall somewhere? Luna looked at Blue Maple and the car he was holding. Blue Maple praised, smart. I did think about that yesterday, selling some things at the entrance while everyone was coming in. But today, things changed, and I had to give up that idea. He really wanted to set up a stall, but what made him abandon this embarrassing idea? Luna was very curious. Emily, Fire, and Lin Xiaoyu were all curious too. They all wanted to know what it was. The only one not interested was the little one nibbling on snacks. Today, I suddenly received a task from the Mercenary Guild. I have to help guard the performance venue tomorrow to prevent any chaos during the show, Blue Feng said, frowning slightly. Then he continued, I don't know who issued this task. Out of 20 people, I was the only one chosen. I'm just an apprentice mercenary, so I shouldn't be involved in such scenes. It feels a bit strange. Since you think it's suspicious, why did you agree? Emily asked softly. Blue Feng smiled. The reward for this task is 10 gold coins. Just standing there for a few hours, striking a pose, and not doing much, it's easy money. I can't refuse such a task. As for the suspicion, Blue Feng had thought about it. Since it was a task from the Mercenary Guild, they would definitely check the other party's background and purpose. If it was harmful to me, I would refuse. Hee, I think I know who asked you to do this. She must know that only this way can make you go, so she used this method, Luna giggled. Morong Qianxuan? Maybe. Avery? Possibly. But Blue Feng didn't think much about it. He just needed to focus on his own tasks. Please support with votes. The new book ranking is in its last days. Night fell. In the Coliseum of Chili City, it was starting to get crowded. Although the show was still an hour away, many people had come early and were waiting. The charm of idols was truly powerful, especially for such a top queen-level beautiful singer. And now, our queen was laughing loudly, happily. Haha, Blue Feng, you look really good in that outfit, haha. Blue Feng said nothing. Avery, maybe you shouldn't laugh at him, or he might get upset and leave. Morong Qianxuan whispered softly. She didn't want Blue Maple, who had come so hard to find, to leave now. Although she wasn't an audience member, she was still on site and right beside the stage. That was the best situation. Don't worry. As long as he's on a mission, he won't leave. He's not much to look at, but I have to admit he's the best mercenary, an apprentice mercenary, Avril said with a smile, specifically pointing out Blue Maple's rank. This situation happened shortly after Blue Maple arrived at the arena. Tonight, Blue Maple arrived very punctually. An hour before the concert started, he was part of the security team, so he needed to come early to prepare. Everyone else arrived early, but he was late. No, he was on time, not late. At that time, the cold and elegant woman thought he wouldn't come. To her surprise, someone she didn't expect arrived. But she quickly arranged for Blue Maple to do some work. First, he had to change clothes because everyone near the stage needed to wear the same uniform. They couldn't wear the varied outfits they arrived in, as that would interfere with the stage design. Earlier, she knew mercenaries had come to protect them, so she prepared accordingly and had everyone change into the same uniform. While Blue Maple was changing, Avril and Morong Qianxuan saw him arrive and exchanged smiles before coming over to check on him. Seeing Blue Maple's outfit, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who designed this outfit? I think we should wear black clothes and black crystal glasses. That would really highlight you and downplay our presence. Right now, it feels like we're trying to steal the spotlight, Blue Maple muttered inwardly, looking at his colorful, gaudy clothes. This is as ugly as it gets. Blue Maple and the others looked like decorations on the stage edge, with strange costumes. But since they were professionals, they didn't mind much. It was only a few hours, after all. For the mercenaries, completing the mission was more important than minor sacrifices. Blue Maple was just joking. He didn't mean he refused to wear such clothes as decorations. The cold and elegant woman fell silent, considering Blue Maple's bodyguard uniform idea. She thought it was actually pretty good, so she ordered someone to prepare and have Blue Maple change into a new outfit. Wow, this is how Lan Feng looks in black clothes, black pants, and sunglasses, which gives everyone present a cool feeling. So, this look was decided for him. Every mercenary wears the same outfit, which makes them all feel touched when they see Lan Feng. Although they don't oppose it, they still don't like the outfit. Also, I have to say that Avril's gear is very complete. She can quickly produce all the equipment for so many people, which is thanks to that cold and elegant woman. No matter what, from now on, the bodyguard uniforms will be based on this style. It's the first time people see such an outfit. Lan Feng didn't expect that a casual remark of his would have such a big effect. 5 minutes before the show starts, Lan Feng and the others are assigned to their positions. They are all on the edge of the central stage, with a group of mercenaries guarding the outside. These mercenaries were hired early on. Lan Feng's 20 mercenaries were added later as a backup. In Lan Feng's view, the mercenaries outside are enough to keep order. His own team seems unnecessary and redundant. He doesn't know what the organizers are thinking, insisting on having mercenaries as decorations. They could just hire some random people. Is there some hidden plan behind this? Lan Feng doesn't think much about it because the show has already started. Bang! A magic lamp lights up, shining straight onto the stage. Then another lamp turns on, then another, all focused on one spot, the center of the stage. When all the lights are on, a mechanism at the edge of the stage activates, shooting flames upward. Then Avril, dressed in a gorgeous outfit, rises from the center of the stage. Next, beautiful singing begins, with no accompaniment, just her clear voice. When she reaches the of her song, Murong Qianxuan, who is playing the piano, appears in front of everyone, and a lovely piano melody starts to play. It seems Murong Qianxuan is a main performer today because the other musicians are in less noticeable spots, and they haven't started playing yet. With Avril's singing and Murong Qianxuan's piano, the atmosphere quickly heats up. Everyone is excited but silent, not wanting to ruin the moment. Well, I have to say, Avril's voice is beautiful, and Murong Qianxuan's piano is good, but compared to me, they still have a long way to go. Lan Feng was praising himself while also accepting praise from others. The highly anticipated concert began smoothly. Everything was going normally. Most fans were able to control themselves, and no chaos occurred. A few wild fans acted out in crazy ways, but security guards kept them in check. Avril and Murong Qianxuan were in good spirits. Regardless of the reason, some classmates who supposedly lacked a sense of music still stood to listen to their own music. Avril believed she had won in the end, while Murong Qianxuan simply wanted Lan Feng to listen to her play the piano. Lan Feng could have stood there and fallen asleep, but during the mission, he would never behave so irresponsibly. Normally, he would have already fallen asleep, but now he was focused. Wearing sunglasses, no one could tell he was closing his eyes. Don't doubt that Lan Feng, with his eyes closed, couldn't guard the scene. Actually, using his ears was even better. As the saying goes, eyes see 4 directions, ears listen in 8. Ears are stronger than eyes in 4 directions. Is that how it's explained? As the concert neared its end and reached the final, Lan Feng thought he could complete his task and go back to sleep. But suddenly, an unexpected event happened. Lan Feng suddenly opened his eyes and rushed toward the stage. Seeking tickets, seeking tickets. Why did Lan Feng suddenly open his eyes and rush onto the stage? Because he sensed danger. When he charged forward, everyone at the scene was startled. They didn't understand what the man in black was doing, but when Lan Feng drew his sword, many thought he was trying to attack Avril. They gasped and prepared to scream. Then, things changed again. Lan Feng swung his sword at the stage, and ice immediately appeared in front of everyone, rushing toward Avril. Soon, a chilling coldness filled the area where Avril was. What was Lan Feng doing? Why did he suddenly attack Avril? Many people who knew Lan Feng couldn't understand. Those who didn't know him only thought he was an assassin. Before they could shout, another event happened. Clang! A series of crossbow bolts struck the ice and fell to the ground. Everyone realized that Avril was not frozen, but was protected behind a blue maple ice wall. The wall was very close to Avril, almost touching her. Ice magic is not always used to attack. It can also be used to protect. Everyone knows this, but few people like Blue Maple use an attack-type magic crystal as a shield. Ah! At this moment, people let out a delayed cry of surprise. Where was the attack coming from? Before they could think further, someone gave them the answer. Watch out above! Blue Maple's voice rang out. Looking up, they saw dark shadows appearing above the stage. The shadows blended into the night sky, making them hard to see unless looked at carefully or with sharp eyesight. While speaking, Blue Maple rushed toward Avril to protect her. The other mercenaries had already started to gather quickly as Blue Maple charged forward. Their main task was to protect Avril and ensure she was safe. However, even at their fastest, they couldn't get close immediately, except for the mercenaries near the stage. But as long as the nearby mercenaries could surround Avril, the assassination attempt would likely fail. Perhaps the assassins above knew this, so they launched a second attack, shooting crossbow bolts at Blue Maple. Blue Maple frowned slightly. He quickly drew a circle with his sword, creating a round ice shield that blocked the crossbow bolts. At the same time, he struck the ice shield with his left palm. The shield shattered instantly and flew into the air. The irregular shards of ice disrupted the formation of the dark shadows above and even broke some of their gliders, causing some to fall. Kill! Seeing this situation, everyone above dropped their gliders and jumped down to fight directly. There were only about 10 of them. Wow, only 10? Usually, in such assassination attempts, 2 or 3 people are enough, but this time, there seemed to be more. But Blue Maple didn't care about their numbers. His only goal was to get close to Avril and protect her. Fortunately, the assassins hadn't fallen between the two of them, so Blue Maple easily approached Avril. Hey, woman, are you okay? Blue Maple stood in front of Avril and asked without turning his head. Let's talk about that later. For now, step back so you don't get in the way, Lan Feng said bluntly, stopping Avril and telling her to move back because a few mercenaries were approaching from behind. Lan Feng didn't realize that his words were being heard by everyone, since Avril was still singing with a microphone. Although Lan Feng was trying to protect Avril, his words were quite rude. Fans might have been overwhelmed by his bluntness. But that was something they would notice later. Right now, no one paid attention. Be careful. Avril reluctantly stepped back into the protection of the mercenaries. Kill them all. The assassins, seeming angry and embarrassed, charged toward Lan Feng. Lan Feng didn't step back just to protect Avril. When Avril moved behind the mercenaries, he also started to retreat. He knew he wouldn't be foolish enough to fight 10 people alone. Clang! Even though Lan Feng was retreating, he was still at the front, so the assassins quickly caught up and engaged him in close combat. He was a master. As soon as Lan Feng fought, the word expert appeared in his mind. If all 10 of these people were such experts, he would run away immediately without hesitation. But today, Lan Feng wasn't alone. More people were coming to help him. Not just the mercenaries already rushing over, but some had arrived to assist him in fighting. So, he wasn't facing 10 enemies alone. It was more like one-on-one, and soon it would become 10-on-1. Lan Feng his sword toward the person's heart. He thought the opponent would dodge or block, but surprisingly, the person swung his sword directly at Lan Feng, aiming to fight to the end. His sword was very fast. If Lan Feng hadn't trained in spear and sword techniques, he might not have been able to strike the opponent's heart first. Not only the person in front of Lan Feng, but the other 9 assassins were the same. Even injured, they fought to kill their enemies. If they weren't die-hard fighters, they must have known they had no hope of survival and fought desperately to complete their mission. Despite this, Lan Feng still his sword into the assassin's heart, while he only used his left hand to block the incoming sword. Stop! Avril let out a loud cry. How could her hand block such a fierce strike? Not to mention that the person who delivered this was a master. Even an ordinary person would find it hard to resist. The outcome was the same for everyone. Her hand was cut off, and the sword continued to cut into her body. Bang! Bang! Bodies fell to the ground in various poses. These were all mercenaries' corpses. The mercenaries fighting with Lan Feng were actually weaker fighters, so they couldn't withstand the relentless attacks of the reckless assassins. Although these assassins were injured, they quickly eliminated their obstacles. Perhaps this was exactly what they wanted most. The only exception was the assassin fighting Lan Feng. His heart was pierced by a sword, and he was already dead, yet his eyes still showed surprise. It's likely he couldn't believe this was happening just before he died. Avril covered her mouth with one hand, staring ahead with tears in her eyes. Please recommend this story. Lan Feng's left hand was completely intact. This was the reason for the assassin's surprise before he died. When he struck Lan Feng's hand, it made a clashing sound like metal hitting stone, and his grip was shattered. His surprise also marked the end of his life. Lan Feng's sword didn't stop. It pierced his chest, went through his heart, and emerged on the other side. Only Avril saw this clearly. The others, concerned for Lan Feng, were blocked by the assassins and mercenaries, and the assassins were still fighting, so they didn't notice what happened. Everyone saw only one thing. Lan Feng's sword pierced the assassin's heart. Kill him. The remaining 9 assassins surrounded Lan Feng, their killing intent fierce. After Lan Feng quickly drew his sword, he calmly looked ahead. He felt something strange today. The killing intent from these people seemed even stronger than before. Lan Feng was puzzled. If this had happened after he killed that assassin, it might make sense. But if so, it also meant these assassins weren't very professional. They seemed more eager to kill someone else before completing their main task. Before Blue Maple killed this person, he already sensed a strong killing intent from them. He didn't quite understand why, but there was no time to think now. The current situation didn't allow him to consider other things. Blue Maple was so sensitive to killing intent because his family was a martial arts family. Martial artists are very skilled at sensing different kinds of energy, and those trained in this way are the same. Blue Maple had been trained to sense killing intent since he was young because his elders often attacked him suddenly, claiming it was to improve his reaction skills. However, Blue Maple had not been active in the martial world, so he wasn't as sensitive to killing intent as experienced fighters. Skilled martial artists can usually tell where the killing intent is coming from and who it is aimed at. Blue Maple could only sense where the killing intent directed at him was coming from. He couldn't detect others' killing intent, only that it existed, but he didn't know where it originated or who it was targeting. Still, he could feel how strong the killing intent was. In fact, Blue Maple's ability was already incredible here. Usually, only top experts or deadly assassins could sense such energy. Someone at Blue Maple's level of swordsmanship wouldn't normally have this ability. Because of this unexpected skill, the assassination plan failed, and a critical flaw appeared. Just surrender now, Blue Maple said calmly. You won't succeed today. He was just trying to buy time. It was the only option. Facing 9 fearless experts alone was dangerous. A single deadly fighter could cause big trouble, and 9 could be deadly. Once the mercenaries arrived, he would be safe. It would only take about 2 minutes for them to get here. Even if we fail, we will take you down to join my brothers, one of them said. After speaking, he stabbed his sword at Blue Maple, and the other 8 followed, all attacking him. There was no need for words because they knew there was no time left. Blue Maple stood still, not moving at all, letting the 9 weapons stab at him. Did he give up? Many people thought so. No one knows exactly how strong Lan Feng's martial skills are, but most people think he is weak. A year ago, his duel surprised many, but most believed he relied on tricks rather than true strength. After a year, even with rapid improvement, people wouldn't think he could fight 9 experts alone. Beating 1 or 2 would already be impressive. But now, this isn't a duel. As long as Lan Feng can hold on for a few minutes, he will be saved. So everyone thinks he should be hiding, not standing still like this. The sword blades are getting closer to Lan Feng, but he still hasn't moved. Stop, Avril shouted loudly. Hearing Avril's cry, Lan Feng suddenly felt something strange. Clang clang. Everyone saw something unbelievable. When the swords and blades pierced Lan Feng's body, they couldn't at all, and they made such sounds. It was as if Lan Feng's body was made of steel. Everyone was stunned. The assassins hesitated, doubting if they were dreaming. Then, Lan Feng moved. He lightly leapt into the air, his feet barely leaving the ground, and his body started spinning quickly. Ah! Screams of pain followed. Lan Feng was like a spinning top, but with sharp points, cutting down all the assassins around him. They were seriously injured, split apart, or killed. The blades were actually Lan Feng's sword, made from a magic crystal infused with ice. The ice crystal was used to extend the sword's length, making it easier to hurt the assassins. Because of this, the assassins were knocked down. Seeing the situation was dangerous, they retreated. They thought Lan Feng's sword didn't have such a large attack range. But they didn't know that when Lan Feng was still, he secretly extended his sword by adding more ice crystal, creating a long, sharp ice crystal blade. All of this was Lan Feng's plan. He knew fighting head-on was impossible to win. Only by using unexpected tricks could he deal a deadly. The most important thing was that Lan Feng was wearing a heavy suit. Although it reduced his mobility, it made him very well defended, almost invulnerable to weapons. Even the sharpest weapons in the world cannot pierce the stone pieces on his body. Since these stones are heavy, their density must be high, making them very strong. Blue Feng just managed to block that attack with his left hand without injury, thanks to his heavy armor. Everyone was stunned by this outcome and couldn't speak for a long time. So cool, so handsome. Most people at the scene shared this thought. They didn't realize the danger Blue Feng was in. They only saw a cool, black-clad, black-haired mercenary wearing sunglasses who saved Avril and defeated everyone in one move. Most of the crowd are fans who don't understand martial arts, so they didn't know that Blue Feng was actually at a severe disadvantage. It was his nearly indestructible body that surprised the assassins, slowed them down, and gave him a chance to kill them. Because of this battle, Blue Feng became famous. Avril's fans admired him and even jokingly made him her knight, a wishful idea. Fortunately, at that moment, Blue Feng's appearance and distance made it hard for anyone to recognize him. Only a few could tell by his voice. Later, even though everyone knew there was a mercenary protecting Avril, they didn't know who he was. After that night, Blue Feng gained a new nickname across the continent, the Knight of the Night, Avril's Knight of the Night. When Blue Feng found out, he wondered if, during the day, he might be called the Daylight Knight. Sorry, fellow readers, we suddenly lost power this afternoon. 6 of the 9 assassins are dead, 3 are seriously injured, and 1 is on the brink of death. At this moment, Blue Feng didn't stop. He immediately knocked out the 3 seriously injured and didn't have time to treat them, but he couldn't let them die. Not letting them die means he had to knock them out. Otherwise, they would definitely commit suicide. From what he knew, assassins usually poison themselves after failing. Although he had only heard about this and had never encountered an assassin before, he believed that doing this was the right choice, regardless of whether they would poison themselves. It proved that Lan Feng's idea was correct. This time, each assassin had a wax pellet in their mouth. If someone bit into it, poison would instantly kill them within 10 seconds. Are you okay? After the mercenaries confirmed it was safe, Avril was allowed to approach Lan Feng and asked with concern. Lan Feng replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, his face changed, and he quickly darted toward the side of the stage. Since the incident began, he felt like something was missing. Avril's concern just now made him think of someone who always cared about him. Yes, Morong Qinshuan. On stage, there should have been 2 people. After such a thing happened, she seemed to disappear. Although it hadn't been long, less than 10 minutes, she should have reacted. If she didn't react, it meant she was in trouble. Sure enough, she was in trouble. Lan Feng saw Morong Qinshuan lying on the ground near the piano. An arrow was stuck in her chest, and blood had stained her pure white dress. Call a female doctor, Lan Feng shouted first. Then, he examined her injuries and found that the situation wasn't as bad as he thought. The arrow had hit her chest, but was not near the heart, so it wasn't fatal. It seemed that when Morong Qinshuan saw the arrow coming, she dodged the deadly part. She was a swordswoman, so her reaction was quick. As Lan Feng guessed, the incident happened suddenly. When she saw the arrow, she was very close. She couldn't dodge completely, but she managed to avoid the vital area. The arrow, which was meant to pierce her heart, missed. However, she was still injured and fainted. Although Lan Feng was a psychology student, psychology is part of medicine, so he knew a bit about medical treatment. Plus, he came from a martial arts family, so he had more experience handling injuries. He could treat this kind of wound, but since it was on her chest, it was best left to a female doctor. That's why he specifically pointed out the need for a female doctor. Then, Lan Feng pressed a few points on Murong Qianxuan's body. If there were martial artists present, they would recognize this technique, acupoint pressing, which can temporarily stop bleeding. Someone skilled in this art can heal illnesses and injuries, but they can also kill silently. Although Blue Feng is not very experienced in this, he still knows the basics. Fortunately, the meridians of people in this world are the same as those in the original world. Of course, this includes humans and mixed-blood individuals from other races, so generally they can be used interchangeably. However, there might be unknown side effects. Let's set that aside for now. Blue Feng is more confused about why Murong Qianxuan was targeted. If the attacker just missed, that's hard to believe. Avril and Murong Qianxuan were on the same stage, but they were far apart. If the attacker just missed again, then these assassins are useless. Clearly, they are not. Also, earlier, Blue Feng noticed something strange. When he blocked Avril's crossbow arrow, he saw only 8 arrows. There were 10 assassins, so why only 8 arrows? Even if we include Murong Qianxuan's arrow, there should be one more. Furthermore, during this attack, their intent to kill Avril seemed weak, as if she wasn't their main target. Blue Feng sensed this from their murderous intent. It was obvious they cared more about killing him and Murong Qianxuan than Avril. Could it be that Avril was not the real target this time, but Murong Qianxuan was? Since she is the daughter of Murong Qingyun, she could also be a target for assassination. If Murong Qianxuan was one of the targets, then who was the other person? Blue Feng looked around near the piano but couldn't find another arrow. This shows these assassins are skilled with their crossbows. They hit their mark with one shot. Blue Feng paused for a moment, then suddenly understood something. He looked back to his original position and saw an arrow stuck diagonally in front of where he had been. Now everything made sense. The initial plan was to target him and Murong Qianxuan, with Avril as a distraction. The people behind this wanted to create a false impression. Someone wanted to kill Avril. Blue Feng and Murong Qianxuan just happened to get caught in the middle. Of course, they wouldn't stop at just one attack. There would be a second round of crossbow strikes, aiming to kill others. If this plan succeeded, no one would notice Blue Feng and Murong Qianxuan. They would only focus on Avril, and the real mastermind would never be discovered. But this person made a mistake. Perhaps it was one person, and that person is Blue Feng himself. At first, Lan Feng only sensed the killing intent from the assassins, but Avril confused him. Later, he didn't have time to think and only remembered it now. It was this sense of danger that helped him escape. He was facing away from the assassins, and although he was listening carefully in all directions, Avril's singing, music, and the sounds made by her fans blended with the wind and the gliding sounds of the assassins, making them hard to detect. No one would have guessed that Lan Feng was so sensitive to danger. According to the original plan, the assassins were supposed to shoot and kill Lan Feng first, then target Murong Qianxuan and Avril, and finally carry out a large-scale indiscriminate attack, which would make them feel safe. Now, with arrows appearing from both Lan Feng and Murong Qianxuan, it clearly shows they are also targets. Lan Feng said to the female healer, "Leave her to you." While he was thinking about this, a female healer had already come to Murong Qianxuan and started treating him. In this world, healing involves herbs and magical alchemy, which is also very effective. After some time, Murong Qianxuan, who was removing the arrow, opened his eyes. His breathing became steady and calm, no longer rapid, though he still looked weak. "What's wrong? Why are you covered in blood? Your clothes are torn. Are you okay?" Murong Qianxuan asked anxiously when he saw Lan Feng, not caring about his own injuries at all. "I'm fine. The blood on me is from others," Lan Feng replied, adjusting his black clothes. He couldn't see any blood on himself, so he wondered how Murong Qianxuan noticed. "If you've been hurt, you should rest well. I'm going to handle some things now," Lan Feng said. He then moved to the spot where he had been and kicked away the arrow. He didn't want anyone to know this was related to him. He wanted the world to think the attack was aimed at Avril, and that Murong Qianxuan was only caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, everything was chaotic now, so no one noticed Lan Feng's actions. He didn't want others to know because he planned to do something later without suspicion. Otherwise, anyone could guess that he was behind it. As for who wanted to kill him and Murong Qianxuan, Lan Feng already had an idea. What he was doing now was just to confirm it. Whether it was confirmed or not, the result would be the same. One thing was certain, it was an unavoidable matter. Last day for the new book ranking. Everyone, please cast your votes. These people have poison in their mouths. Quickly pry open the mouths of the other two alive, said the safety officer, who was one of the two cool mercenaries, the other being the deputy leader. They were experienced and careful. First, they made sure the prisoners wouldn't die, so they could question them about who wanted to kill Avril. Of course, the interrogation wasn't their main job. There were specialists for that. The mercenaries' duty was to protect Avril's safety, not to find out who wanted to kill her. Usually, a different professional organization handled such matters. If you had no power but enough money, they would do it. Wealthy people would handle it themselves, while those without money couldn't afford the fee. This organization was called the Hunters Guild. The name implied bounty hunters, who were similar to mercenaries and could take on mercenary jobs. Many bounty hunters also worked part-time as mercenaries. However, they also did spying, investigation, and other secret tasks. The most important job was killing, which is another meaning of hunter, hunting down others. The Hunters Guild was essentially a group of assassins, though they operated more openly. When the guild took on a murder job, they required a reason for the killing. If the reason met their standards, the job was approved and then assigned. As for payment, the guild didn't set fixed prices. The client had to offer the fee. But if the price was too low, the hunters wouldn't agree to do the job. This was a high-risk industry, and without good pay, no one would risk their life. Also, the Hunters Guild wouldn't target their own hunters. If you were part of the guild, you wouldn't be hunted by it. By chance, during a mission, Lan Feng joined the Hunters Guild. No one knew he had joined because each hunter's information was kept secret. Even the guild leader couldn't easily access or reveal it. Moreover, the guild's leadership wasn't just one person but a group of 5, each managing different aspects. They kept other matters confidential, and no one overstepped their authority. Everyone followed strict rules and carried out their tasks in an orderly manner. However, Avril's identity does not require the help of the Hunters Guild. Therefore, the mercenaries treated the 3 captured individuals and then took them away to be guarded. They also collected the bodies and tidied up the stage because Avril needed to finish her incomplete performance. This is her professional duty as a singer, and it shows her dedication. Because of this, Murong Qianxuan played accompaniment for her despite being injured, and the female doctor stayed nearby. If anything was wrong, she would immediately stop Avril. Blue Phoenix didn't interfere with these matters because he was no longer on the stage. He had already asked his friends to arrange for someone to replace him, while he stayed with the 3 surviving assassins. Initially, Captain Cool wouldn't agree to this, but since Blue Phoenix saved Avril today and helped complete their mission, they made an exception and allowed him to leave with the mercenaries guarding the assassins. They arrived at a sealed room, where the mercenaries placed the assassins on the ground. Blue Phoenix and the 3 of them stayed inside. Everyone might suspect something, but they wouldn't suspect Blue Phoenix, only feel grateful. Without him today, the situation could have been much worse. The mercenaries felt safe leaving him inside, even though they didn't know what he planned to do. After everyone left, Blue Phoenix closed the door and randomly woke one of the assassins. His ability to wake people was reliable as long as they weren't dead. As a hypnosis expert, he could both hypnotize and wake someone. After waking the assassin, he immediately hypnotized him, taking advantage of the assassin's vulnerable mental state. During hypnosis, Blue Phoenix's eyes flashed with a strange red light, something he himself was unaware of. Once the assassin was hypnotized, Blue Phoenix easily learned what he wanted to know. However, some information remained unknown because the assassin didn't know it. He then made the assassin forget what had just happened and let him sleep. Next, he hypnotized the other 2 assassins, and the information he gained was similar, nothing significant. During both hypnosis sessions, the red glow appeared again in Blue Phoenix's eyes, creating the illusion that his pupils turned red. Fortunately, no one saw this, or they might have thought he was strange. Currently, Blue Maple has enough information to identify the mastermind behind the assassination. As he suspected, the target is himself and Murong Qianxuan. The mastermind is none other than Rua Gutaylor, the Prime Minister of the Chile Kingdom, who is also the father of Bill, whom Blue Maple previously killed. Blue Maple can guess this because the assassins were trained by Rua Gutaylor. They only know to carry out their orders, regardless of right or wrong or danger. Because of this, they know very little. They only know their target, so Blue Maple doesn't know the details of the plan, Ruo Ji's current location, or his daily routine. These details can be researched later. For now, he just needs to confirm who the mastermind is. Blue Maple also needs to find out who specifically assigned him this task. That person must be connected to the assassination. Otherwise, if that person wasn't involved, the attack wouldn't have happened without Morong Qianxuan. After all, he was the one who killed Bill, and Ruo Ji's main target was also him. Of course, he plans to ask Avril about this. She is the main person today, and her connection to the situation is certain. This is Blue Maple's assumption. After the assassination, Avril continued her performance, and Morong Qianxuan played along despite being injured, raising the atmosphere to its peak. It is believed that Avril's fame will grow even more after this. Blue Maple watched them quietly, waiting for the performance to end. What? He wasn't the one you called? This question was asked simultaneously by Morong Qianxuan and Avril, both looking at each other in surprise. This happened after Blue Maple asked Avril who arranged his mission. Both Morong Qianxuan and Avril looked at each other, then asked the same question. Was it you? They both paused for a moment, then asked each other the same question, making the atmosphere suddenly feel strange. Initially, both thought the other was the one who called Blue Maple over, believing that the task was assigned specifically to him by the other person, which is why Blue Maple came. In other words, if it wasn't you who ordered it, do you know who handled this matter? Blue Maple asked with a slight frown. Avery replied, my affairs are all arranged by Sister Ro. I don't know much about it. You'd better ask her. But, Blue Maple, why do you want to know about this? Blue Maple said, I'm just curious. Anyway, you all rest well. I'm going to ask Miss Chang's son. The Miss Chang's son he mentioned is the same person Avery called Sister Ro, the cold and elegant manager, whose full name is Changsun Euro. This name made Blue Maple realize that a name is just a code and may not match a person's personality. If it did, Changsun Euro should be called Changsun Bingxue. After walking a few steps, Blue Maple looked back and said, Morong Qianxuan, do you want me to take you back? If yes, wait for me a moment. He didn't want to interfere in others' affairs, but that didn't mean he wouldn't care if others got involved because of him. Since this matter started because of him, he would take responsibility. You're going to take me? Morong Qianxuan asked in surprise. Yes, I'll take you back. But if you don't want to, I won't force you, Blue Maple replied. Morong Qianxuan quickly shook her head and said, No, I'll wait for you. Wait for you to take me. At that moment, she forgot her injuries and all her discomfort, smiling happily. As long as Blue Maple was with her, she could forget any pain or unhappiness. All right then, if you're injured, don't move around. Sit here and rest. I'll be back soon, Blue Maple said before leaving to find Changsun Euro outside, handling the aftermath. Miss Changsun, could you spare a moment to talk privately? Blue Maple approached the busy Changsun Euro directly. Changsun Euro looked at Blue Maple, paused for a moment, then replied, All right, Mr. Blue Maple, please follow me. She then led him to a quiet, secluded place. Miss Changsun, I want to ask directly, who arranged the last batch of mercenaries, and who decided that I should take on this mission? Blue Maple asked straightforwardly. You were arranged by the officials from Chile. They added more people for safety reasons, and they paid your fee. Fortunately, they made these arrangements, which allowed us to invite Mr. Blue Maple and help Avery avoid this crisis. Although Changsun Yuru was curious about why Lan Feng asked, she answered honestly. She also knew that the other person wanted Lan Feng to appear, but she didn't find it strange. She thought they knew Lan Feng was very close to Avril, so they deliberately let Lan Feng show up to please Avril. Do you know who they are? Lan Feng asked again. Inside, he thought, yes, thanks to them. Otherwise you wouldn't have to go through this. Changsun Yuru mentioned a few names, all high officials in the city. Thank you, Miss Changsun. Lan Feng remembered the names and planned to visit each person in the next few days. To stay low-key, he decided to visit at night so no one would know about his connections. To be even more discreet, he would wear a night outfit so others wouldn't recognize him. In short, he wanted to stay low-key, very low-key. Under the night sky, no matter what was happening on the ground, it remained beautiful and calm. Now Lan Feng sat in front of the carriage, looking up at the lovely night sky. He borrowed this carriage from Changsun Yuru. Did Morong Qianxuan still want her to walk? Originally, Lan Feng wanted Morong Qianxuan to sit inside, But unexpectedly, she sat beside him, also sitting at the front of the carriage to watch the stars. Fortunately, the carriage had a special spot for servants at the front, and the driver was ahead. So Lan Feng and Murong Qianxuan didn't have to squeeze with the driver. They sat together. The driver was necessary. Although he could drive the carriage, he didn't want to return it anymore. Now, Lan Feng was taking Murong Qianxuan back to the Murong family. Unlike usual, even if she wasn't hurt, he would still send her home instead of back to the academy. They didn't speak during the journey, just quietly looked at the night sky. Maybe they enjoyed the peace, or maybe they had nothing to say. Lan Feng didn't want to talk and didn't know what to say. Murong Qianxuan didn't dare to ask for more. Just being able to be sent home by Lan Feng made her very happy. When they reached the Murong house, Lan Feng watched Murong Qianxuan go inside, and then asked the driver to take him back. It wasn't because he wanted comfort, but because he didn't want anyone to suspect what happened tonight. He was dressed in black clothes and pants. This wasn't a typical night outfit, but Lan Feng hadn't had time to change his clothes, and he didn't plan to. He was going to act tonight. After returning home, Lan Feng first removed all his burdens, then stretched and adjusted himself. He found a piece of black cloth, wrapped it around his head to cover his face, and then disappeared into the night. Just now, through the driver's words, after being hypnotized, Lan Feng learned the locations of several target families. Although these targets are high officials, their influence is not very strong. So, Lan Feng easily infiltrated their homes one by one, hypnotized them, and asked what he wanted to know. Often, one person's words can reveal information about others. So, over the past few days, Lan Feng has been running around at night, uncovering the whole story and thoroughly investigating Prime Minister Roger's followers. First, the Prime Minister initially wanted to kill Lan Feng quickly. However, because the situation was tense, he couldn't act against Lan Feng immediately and was just waiting for the right moment to kill him. Lan Feng already knew this. What he didn't know was that when Avril's incident spread across Chili City a few days ago, Roger had been paying close attention to Lan Feng. That's why he knew Murong Qianxuan was planning to accompany Avril for a performance. Murong Qianxuan was also someone Roger wanted to eliminate. This was a rare opportunity. If he assassinated Avril, it would divert everyone's attention. When Murong Qianxuan was killed at the same time as Avril, it would seem accidental and no one would suspect Roger. As for Lan Feng, he had already learned from the files that if given a task to stay near the stage, he would definitely be there. At that moment, he could kill both of them in one go. No one would suspect afterward because Lan Feng was just a minor character, and others mercenaries were also involved, making suspicion even less likely. The second thing Lan Feng discovered was that Prime Minister Roger was indeed a very bad person, acting very despicably. From his followers, Lan Feng learned about many of his dirty deeds. But this was quite common in politics, dark and corrupt. This also gave Lan Feng an opportunity to use. Although Murong Qianxuan was closer to Roger, Lan Feng was glad he hadn't done such things or become corrupt with them. The last and most surprising discovery was that, over these days of frequent hypnosis, Lan Feng noticed a strange phenomenon. As long as he stared into the other person's eyes and focused his mind, he could hypnotize them without any additional gestures. Later, when he looked in the mirror, he noticed that his eyes turned a strange red color when he used hypnosis. It seemed that his hypnosis had changed in an inexplicable way. 10 days had passed. During these days, Chiri City was very lively, not only because of the stabbing incident involving Avril, but also because of a series of strange events. People began to doubt whether these things were real, feeling like they were in a dream. At first, after Avril's incident, everyone was shocked. They discussed who might have done it. Luckily, Avril was safe, or else the kingdom of Chiri would have faced big trouble. Actually, now there was some trouble. The Holy Empire could also use this incident to say that Avril was attacked on your territory, so you should be responsible. Avril was very popular in the Holy Empire. If they didn't want to let this go, serious problems could happen. If Avril's incident was expected by some, what happened next was beyond everyone's imagination. Many officials in Chiri City received kill notices from the Hunters Guild. Everyone knew that the Hunters Guild was a strange organization. Unlike assassin groups that work in secret, they openly take on killing jobs. But the people they kill often have a bad side, which they reveal afterward. Assassin groups only kill for money and don't care about anything else. Many bored or malicious people check whether the Hunters Guild's announcements are true, but they always fail. This only makes the guild seem more credible. Sending a kill notice is one way the guild carries out assassinations. It means telling the target, "I'm going to kill you. Be ready to die." This is called overt killing. The guild has both secret assassinations and those where they warn the target first. After the target is killed, they reveal the reason. If the assassination fails, what then? Of course, since the target is still alive, they don't announce anything. They just keep the job open, waiting to see who will accept it, until someone succeeds. In short, it's a matter of life or death. There are many ways to send these notices. Some don't specify a time, just that the target will be killed. Others specify a time frame, and more powerful ones set a specific date. The most impressive type of attack is when the hunter not only plans the timing perfectly, but also directly kills their target and then leaves calmly. Such hunters are rare because this requires absolute strength. However, this time, the assassination plan isn't that powerful. They only said they would kill the 11 officials within 3 days. But don't forget, the number is large, 11 targets, and they plan to do it in 3 days, meaning they need to kill about 4 each day. So, although this attack isn't very sophisticated, the large number of targets and the intense schedule are surprising. The hunters aim to kill these 11 officials. Of course, the officials won't just wait to be killed. They will defend with their strongest abilities within their means. Since they are high officials, Qi Li's side won't simply let the hunters kill them. They have also sent strong troops to guard. But Qi Li's side is mainly on the defensive. If they can't hold up, they won't keep fighting afterward. This isn't just Qi Li's way. Other countries would do the same. Even the Holy Empire wouldn't tolerate such attacks. No one dares offend the Hunter Guild because, if they do, even the Emperor of the Holy Empire could face endless assassination attempts. The most frightening thing is that the Hunter Guild has many extraordinary people, and no one can guarantee they will survive their attacks, even in the middle of a million-strong army. However, the hunters won't complain about the defenses because the task itself is difficult. Whether they succeed depends on their skill. If no one is killed within 3 days, it means the Hunter Guild has given up. If someone tries and fails, there will be another chance. Another hunter will continue, and the next attempt will also be announced as an assassination plan. This is a strange rule of the Hunter Guild. Because there are many targets and the attacks happen at the same time, the targets came up with a simple but effective plan. They will gather together for 3 days, pooling all their strength. This way, their chances of success increase several times. Right now, they are in a large courtyard outside the city. The courtyard is in an open area, and anyone trying to approach would need to walk more than 5 miles of open land. So, if assassins try to come close, they will be spotted early. Once such an assassination attempt is exposed, it's considered a failure. Many people are watching this event. They wonder how many hunters will take on this mission and are eager to see the confrontation. Everyone wants to know who will win in the end. The person most concerned about this matter was not King Qi Li, but the Prime Minister. This was because the 11 officials involved were all his people, and they were close confidants. If they were killed, his influence in the court would be greatly reduced. Everyone knew this, so they guessed that the incident was aimed at the Prime Minister, perhaps trying to weaken him. However, who was responsible for this was unknown. The political scene was so chaotic that anyone could be the culprit. Roach was also trying to figure out who wanted to harm him. He no longer had time to think about Lan Feng. If that plan failed, so be it. The current matter was the most important. He never thought Lan Feng was behind it because he never believed Lan Feng had that ability, even though Lan Feng's actions surprised him. Even if he believed Lan Feng could do it, he couldn't understand why Lan Feng would target others. Lan Feng should be after him. He didn't consider that Lan Feng could confuse and deceive others, creating false appearances. If Lan Feng could do that, why not? All these things were part of Lan Feng's plan. He followed the clues he knew, found those suffering from officials' oppression, and had them post tasks at the Hunters Guild. Of course, he kept his true identity hidden from them. He carefully selected these victims, choosing wealthy ones. The reward for the tasks was always around 5,000 gold coins. Don't ask why wealthy people became victims. Usually, the richest were the officials' favorite targets because they gained the most benefits from oppressing them. In the past, These victims never thought of going to the Hunters Guild. It wasn't because they were afraid of being discovered. The guild's clients were kept completely secret, unlike the Mercenary Guild. Mercenaries who took on tasks didn't know who the clients were, and even the guild leaders didn't. Only a few people knew, and they only knew a little. When a task was posted, it was by someone else, each doing their own part. That was the Hunters Guild. Their main concern was whether the guild would use this as an excuse. After all, their connection was only about money, not enough to cause the officials' deaths. But this time was different. Lan Feng provided them with a lot of evidence and details of many officials' crimes. The reasons were solid. They wondered why they bothered to go through the Hunters Guild instead of hiring assassins directly. There is only one reason. The Assassin Guild's offer was too high. For such high-ranking officials, each one should cost at least 5,000 gold coins, not just around 5,000 coins for 11 of them. This also shows how unique the Hunter Guild is, or perhaps they are willing to act for justice. So, everyone went to the Hunter Guild to post their own missions. Of course, they didn't know each other. Each had a different target. Soon, the Hunter Guild approved the reasons and posted the missions. Someone accepted the tasks, and it was always the same person, Lan Feng. Likewise, Lan Feng's acceptance of the mission this time was also kept completely secret. Chili Academy. Teacher, has Lan Feng asked for leave again? Morong Qinshuan asked Emily as soon as she returned to the academy, after recovering. Yes, he said he wanted to go training again, saying his strength is too weak. Maybe it's because you got hurt, and he feels he's not strong enough, Emily replied. Since that day, Lan Feng had been on leave for more than 2 months. Saying, more than 2 months, actually means it's been over 2 months. At the Prime Minister's residence, Roger was preparing to leave. Sir, are you going out? It might be dangerous now. It seems someone is targeting you, said Roger's guard captain. Today is the 3rd day. I want to see what's happening, Roger replied. 2 days had passed, and the Hunter Guild still hadn't made a move. If they don't kill the 11 officials today, it means they have given up. But if they haven't, they will act today. Either way, he felt it was necessary to go there, or else someone else might follow him in the future. Sir, it's too dangerous there now. We don't know the full situation, and today is the last day. Maybe we should wait until after today, suggested the guard captain. Exactly because today is the last day, I have to go. Besides, their target isn't me. There's no danger. Even if there is, you are here. All right, prepare the carriage, Roger said, waving his hand. Yes. The guard captain stopped talking and went to prepare the carriage. The carriage stopped in front of the Prime Minister's gate. Roger, accompanied by the guard captain, stepped out of the gate and got into the carriage. As he was about to sit down, whoosh, a shadow like a thin line flashed past, piercing through Roger's body. Lord felt a sudden chill in his chest. He instinctively reached out to touch it. His hand was wet, and when he looked down, he saw bright red blood. That was the last color he saw. His eyes were filled with red, and he didn't understand what was happening. He lost consciousness and never woke up again, because he was already dead. At the moment of death, he didn't have time to think about what was happening, what had killed him, or who was responsible. He didn't even realize he was about to die. A powerful person in the court died so suddenly and mysteriously. It was ironic, but it was the truth. In the end, everyone is the same, just a pile of bones. Lord collapsed, and only then did the people nearby react. An assassin. Protect the Lord. At this moment, the guard's captain didn't know what had happened to Lorg, so he ordered everyone to surround him. When he finally saw Lorg's condition, he froze in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He saw a chilling blood hole in Lorg's chest, extending from the front to the back. The hole was exactly where the heart was, a fatal wound. The weapon was the shadowy arrow that had just been shot. It was obvious because the arrow was lying nearby on the ground. What he couldn't believe wasn't just that Lorg was killed by an arrow, but how incredible the arrow's appearance was. Within a 500-meter radius around this place, everyone was their own person. It was impossible for an assassin to be here. This meant someone outside the 500-meter range used a bow and arrow to kill Lorg with a single shot. Who could have such precise archery skills? He couldn't figure it out. The farthest he had heard of was 200 meters, which was already impressive. 500 meters is a long distance, and hitting a target accurately at that range is very difficult. Unless they used a wind magic crystal bow, but there was no energy fluctuation just now. Could someone have crafted such a terrifying bow and arrow? He could only think this way. He preferred to believe that someone had made such a deadly weapon rather than believe anyone could master archery to that level. He didn't have time to think about all this now. He immediately ordered someone to check a clock tower 500 meters away. Based on Rog's injury angle and where the arrow landed, that must be where the assassin was. However, this was probably useless. The assassin had likely already planned an escape route and left early. Sure enough, there was no one there, and no clues could be found. Suddenly, the captain of the guards noticed that this arrow was special. It looked a little different from others. It didn't have a normal arrowhead. That couldn't be right. How could such a wound be caused by an arrow without a head? No, it was impossible. Rog's wound was round and much larger than an arrowhead. What was really going on? Things were becoming more and more strange, and the mysteries kept increasing. Only one person knew the truth, and no one else could. Even if someone suspected, they wouldn't know what really happened. That person was the assassin, and his name was Lan Feng. He had been given a mission by officials, so why was he here to kill Rog? Shouldn't he have first killed those officials and then Rog? If Lan Feng heard this question, he would say, "Who told you I would kill those officials first, and then the Prime Minister? I never said that." His original plan was to kill Rog. The officials were just a cover, a distraction. The real reason was the political fight between Rog and others. If Rog suddenly died, some might suspect because he had arranged for someone to kill him before. But Rog didn't want that. It wasn't fear. He just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now, those officials would definitely return to the city. Since Rog was dead, they had to come see for themselves. They would think the assassin's action was aimed at Rog, not them. They might even doubt whether the bounty they received was from the Hunters Guild. From the beginning until now, there had been no movement. Instead, Rog was assassinated inside the city. This made people question whether the bounty was real. As for the Hunters Guild, it was impossible to get an answer from them. News of Rog's death spread quickly throughout Chili City. The whole city was shocked. No one expected Rog to be the first to be killed. Chili City has now closed its gates, preventing anyone from entering or leaving until the matter is fully investigated. Lan Feng had already expected this move. After shooting Rog, he immediately left the city. It wouldn't be reasonable for him to stay now, and if someone saw him, it could cause trouble. As for how he shot Rog, it was simple, just pulling back the bow and releasing the arrow. But this was no ordinary bow. It was a very powerful one. That shot used almost all of Lan Feng's inner strength. This means he probably can't shoot such a mind-blowing arrow again in a short time. His idea to assassinate Rog was inspired by modern snipers from his original world. Although his arrow couldn't match a rifle, it was close. Also, the arrow had no tip because Lan Feng didn't want anyone to discover his secret. An hour later, news reached the large courtyard outside the city. 11 officials, agreeing mostly to return, set out. Since the Prime Minister was attacked, they felt they had to go back. Everyone already suspected what was happening. They realized they were only minor targets, or perhaps just a cover. These 11 officials were scattered around the Prime Minister's close aides, reducing the number of people around him. Many were sent to protect them. Moreover, many of those protecting the Prime Minister belonged to his faction. When they received the news, they hurried back. If they didn't return now, their protection would decrease. So, it was better to go back together. This way, they could show loyalty and also gain more protection. Why not? Indeed, they were minor figures. Lan Feng didn't care whether he killed them or not. Although they deserved punishment, killing them wouldn't change much. They would be dealt with eventually. Rog, the big tree that had fallen, was gone. When new leaders took power, they would likely replace these people, making things easier for the new rulers. But for now, killing them had its benefits. Would Lan Feng give up a reward of 5,000 gold coins? That was unlikely. Although he wasn't a perfect person, he always kept his promises. A promise is a promise. This is a core value in martial arts families and has been part of Lan Feng's character since childhood. Because of this, he never easily agrees to do things for others or get involved in other matters. Once he intervenes, he will stick to it until the end, no matter how bad the situation becomes. Therefore, whether it is for personal gain or handling affairs, Lan Feng will continue with this mission. At first, he was not in a hurry to assassinate these officials because he knew that no matter how much they prepared, once Roger died, they would panic and make mistakes. Just like now, they are starting to leave that large estate. If they didn't leave, Lan Feng would be a bit worried. Now that they are leaving, it's just right. Although the estate is in an open area that is easy to defend against sneak attacks, it also has a problem. It's easy for others to watch their movements. When they first planned to leave, Lan Feng immediately knew. He is now waiting on the road back to the estate. This road is not the only way, but with such a large group, Lan Feng thinks it's hard for him not to know which way they take. There is a low-lying area along this road, which people think is unlikely to have an ambush. Lan Feng had already checked the terrain beforehand. Although this place is low, it's quite complicated, with small hills and seasonal dry ditches that look like natural trenches, making escape easy. Moreover, while this spot can't hide a large group, it's perfect for ambushing a single person. So, it's an excellent place for an ambush. However, ambushes are just that, ambushes. Does Lan Feng have the ability to break through the defenses of so many people and take the lives of those 11? No, at least not right now. He doesn't have that power. And if he is discovered and surrounded, it will be very hard to escape. So he can't go in directly. He can only use a long-range attack method, like he did when he killed Roger. But he can only do that once. After that, he won't be able to do it again. Even though this time he is 200 meters closer than before, he is now waiting about 300 meters away from them. He thinks this is the best distance, close enough to strike but far enough to avoid detection. And if he is discovered afterward, he can still escape smoothly. But such a distance is still very far, and 3 attempts are already quite difficult. Now, he must kill them all, so he has to use another method. That method is 11 officials are sitting in 6 carriages. Each carriage is guarded by soldiers, with additional soldiers outside, forming 3 layers of protection. These guards are from the Kingdom of Chile. Their formation shows they are well-trained soldiers. They move together at the same speed, keeping equal distances, including the 6 carriages. This is the best way to defend, keeping the formation tight. They also send scouts ahead and to the sides, about 1 mile in front and behind, and 200 meters on each side, to look out. Blue Phoenix secretly admired their professionalism. Impressive, but I am using this against you. When the carriages reached the spot Blue Phoenix expected, he suddenly shot an arrow. Strangely, he didn't aim at any carriage but at the road ahead. Boom. A loud explosion occurred on the road because of Blue Phoenix's arrow. The arrow had a small firework tied to it, which ignited and exploded. The explosion wasn't very powerful, only about 1 or 2 meters radius. But that was enough. Blue Phoenix didn't want to kill anyone. He just wanted the convoy to stop. Ambush. Everyone stay alert. Protect the officials. The leader, who seemed to be a general, shouted, calling the high officials civil officials. Yes. The soldiers responded together, forming a defensive line and being cautious. Then, the scouts began their work, searching for the attack source. Not bad, indeed well-trained. But you forgot one thing. Since I have an ambush, I must be prepared. Blue Phoenix drew his bow again and aimed. This time, he shot at the middle of the convoy, at the ground there, which also had a firework tied to it. Don't get the wrong idea. The firework's weight and power are the same. There's no way to increase its strength without adding more, but increasing the amount reduces the range. Plus, how much can one arrow carry? Too big, and accuracy drops. How can you attack from 300 meters away, or even within 50 meters? But everyone should remember that Lan Feng had set an ambush beforehand, so he could prepare in advance, like burying some items on the road. Boom, boom. As the firecrackers on the arrows exploded, there were also several loud booms following closely behind, much louder and more powerful. The explosions happened right under the carriage, causing the people inside to be blown into pieces. At first, Lan Feng had already placed the firecrackers at a fixed spot, relying on their training. Even if they were attacked, they would keep the same distance and formation, staying balanced. His first arrow was meant to stop them and make the carriage stay above the firecrackers. Any event, whether good or bad, can be used against you once it becomes a habit. Success. Escape. Lan Feng immediately fled according to his plan, while the others could only stand there, stunned by what they saw. This time, only the people on the carriage were killed in the explosion. The people nearby were mostly injured, some seriously, but no one's life was in danger. It was a terrifying assassination. His calculations were precise, avoiding innocent people, and his powerful archery skills allowed him to shoot from 200 meters away. In the end, no one knew who was responsible or how many people were involved. All of this was shocking and frightening, but the scariest part was the appearance of the firecrackers. They are not common in this world. Usually, people use magic crystals as weapons, and bombs are also made from magic crystals. Although powerful, they are expensive and have energy fluctuations. Firecrackers don't have these problems and can be very powerful, but people can't get them because Lan Feng won't reveal the formula. As for how Lan Feng knew how to make firecrackers, it's simple. Firecrackers are one of China's 4 great inventions. As a Chinese person, he should know this, especially since chemistry teachers also teach it. The phrase, 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, is well known to almost everyone. It seems like Xiao Xiao strongly recommends this. Book friends, please vote for it and help it get on the recommendation list tonight. Hee hee, and don't forget to reserve your monthly tickets. Xiao Xiao needs just a little support to get it published. The city of Chile was shocked. The entire Chile kingdom was stirred, and the whole continent was amazed. This assassination attempt surprised everyone in both its process and outcome. It made people even more afraid to offend the Hunters Guild. Afterward, the guild announced the crimes of the 11 officials, but did not mention Prime Minister Roger. People understood that Roger's assassination had nothing to do with the guild. Some people thought it was someone using the guild's bounty to create an opportunity to kill Roger. They believed it was the work of his enemies or political rivals, those who wanted him dead. However, a few insiders knew the truth. The person who killed Roger was likely the same as the one who killed the officials, or even the same person. Both required incredible archery skills, shooting from 500 meters for Roger and over 200 meters for the horse behind him, skills no one else could match. If it was the same person, why did they kill Roger? Was it to use him as bait to lure out the officials and trap them? This idea was hard to understand. Originally, the goal was to deal with the officials, but now Roger had become a to fight them, even losing his life. It was quite ironic. No matter how people guessed, they couldn't see the real reason, which was actually Roger himself. Right now, most discussions weren't about the true purpose of the attack or who wanted them dead. Instead, everyone was talking about who this hunter was. They believed he was an experienced high-level hunter capable of such a shocking deed. But they would never find out. The Hunters Guild has a special system that keeps the hunter's identity secret, unless the hunter chooses to reveal himself. No matter what people thought, they couldn't guess that this hunter was actually a rookie on his first mission. Yet, this rookie was terrifying. The Hunters Guild is different from the Mercenary Guild. There are no level restrictions on missions. Anyone can take any task, but the number of missions completed at the same time determines the difficulty. The reason Lan Feng was able to accept this mission was simple. No one else was available, or rather, no one else was willing to do it in such a short time. The guild also considered your schedule before assigning the task. As for whether you have the ability, I won't worry about that. When the time comes, if you die, it's your own problem. But if you accept the task and refuse to do it, you will face punishment from the Hunter Guild. The mildest punishment is being expelled and never allowed to rejoin, while the harsher one is being hunted down to the ends of the earth. The firework, which has made a big impact, is also a hot topic. No one knows what it really is. People don't realize that the firework created by Lan Feng is actually just a low-quality item by modern standards. He was feeling the festive atmosphere was lacking during the new year, so he experimented with making fireworks and firecrackers without going into much detail. Of course, he caused a few explosions during his experiments, but luckily, they happened in the forest, so no one knew. It was just for fun, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be useful this time. This assassination caused a big stir, but it also led to an unexpected development. Murong Qingyun replaced Roger to handle all his affairs, initially as a temporary stand-in, but eventually becoming the prime minister. All of this had nothing to do with Lan Feng. He had already let go of everything and focused fully on practicing. Because of his successful archery performance and the shortcomings he discovered, he knew he could only shoot once with this technique. Lan Feng is now working hard to strengthen his arm and waist muscles so he can easily draw his powerful bow, unlike before when he had to use all his strength just to pull it. He also began to study his mutated hypnotic skill. Although he didn't know what caused it or how it worked, he knew he could now hypnotize others just by using his eyes, simply by focusing his mind. The duration of the hypnosis depends on the other person's willpower. However, there's a problem. He must face the person directly with his eyes. If the person is blind, he has to find another way. Another issue is that when he hypnotizes someone, his pupils turn red. Lan Feng can't understand why this happens. Even using mental power shouldn't cause his pupils to change color. He just couldn't figure it out, so he decided to give up on understanding it. Soon, Lan Feng pushed this problem out of his mind and stopped thinking about it. After all, he rarely uses this skill, especially in front of others. Having such a skill makes him feel like a king, an unbeatable ruler. He can command anyone. Even if he can't control those with strong mental defenses, he can still order others to deal with problems. This skill will make everyone afraid, especially those who are already kings. They will try everything to get rid of you because you have become a threat, a very dangerous presence. People will want to eliminate such a person. 6 months have passed. During this time, Lan Feng spent most of his days deep in the Red Moon Forest. He only returned to Chili City once for half a month, and the rest of the time was spent in the Red Moon residence. He has learned most of the useful knowledge from the academy, so there is no need to go back. Previously, he only returned for books in the library and to adjust his training. Mercenary missions are actually just training. After intense training, adjusting oneself is necessary. Some say life itself is a kind of trial, and training is part of that. In these 6 months, Emily continued teaching. Under her guidance, Feier and others' skills improved rapidly, seemingly inspired by someone. Lin Xiaoyu kept doing business, with training as a secondary priority. Thanks to her efforts, Blue Forest cuisine has spread throughout Chili City and is starting to expand to nearby cities. Murong Qinshuan kept studying martial arts. Sometimes she played the piano and often thought of Lan Feng. It was a pure family love, an older sister missing her younger brother who was away. There was no other complicated emotion involved. Also, there was Avril. She was upset that Lan Feng left without saying goodbye. She wanted to thank him after that day, but couldn't find him anywhere. Everyone said he was training, but didn't know where. So, she gave up and returned to her country lost in thought. Finally, someone missed Lan Feng very much. No, it should be his delicious food. That girl, called Little Dwarf, often visited Blue Forest cuisine to eat. Although her dishes were more refined and tastier than Lan Feng's, she still preferred his unique snacks. People tend to forget easily. 6 months after that event, it was rarely talked about anymore. Now, everyone was discussing new things. Today, Lan Feng was preparing to return to the city to take on a mission. But it wasn't a typical city task. He needed a long-distance mission. He had been here long enough, and his strength had grown enough. It was time to go out and see what the outside world was like. Going out to gain experience is also a form of self-cultivation. That is Blue Maple's idea. However, at this moment, something happened that caused a woman to enter his world officially. It all started when this woman barged into his Red Moon residence. During the promotion period, please kindly recommend this book by clicking the mouse. Thank you. Who are you? I'm Shirley Gabriel. Suddenly, a woman burst into Blue Maple's Red Moon residence. She was a stunning young girl, the most beautiful he had ever seen. Her blue eyes were especially captivating, like the most beautiful sapphires in the world. The girl looked panicked, as if she was being chased by something terrible. When she saw Blue Maple, her eyes showed surprise and a hint of joy. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Blue Maple's question. Blue Maple didn't notice her subtle movements because he felt this girl might bring him trouble, big trouble. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" The girl thought that if she told him her name, Blue Maple would remember who she was. But she was wrong. He seemed to have no reaction at all, as if her name was just an ordinary name. But now was not the time to think too much. She quickly said, "I'm being chased by someone. Can you help me? I can give you." "Princess Shirley, don't run. Come out quietly so we can enjoy you. Then go see the gods." A voice that sounded very unpleasant and creepy called outside. "Princess Shirley? Shirley Gabriel? Are you the princess of the Holy Empire?" Blue Maple suddenly remembered. In the Magic Academy, there was a princess from the largest empire on the continent. Her status was probably the most noble person in the Chili Kingdom. The king of Chili Kingdom was much lower in status compared to her, because Chile was so small compared to the Holy Empire. They were not even in the same league. So even an ordinary princess of the Holy Empire was more noble than the king here. Moreover, this Princess Shirley is not an ordinary princess. She is the most beautiful person in the Gabriel family's history and is widely recognized as the most beautiful woman on the continent. Her beauty is unmatched, making her the favorite of both the emperor and empress. She is also loved by the citizens, whether noble or commoner. Everyone admires her. However, I don't know why she didn't stay at the Holy Academy in the Holy Empire, but instead came here to the Chile Academy. Although Chile Academy is also among the top 10 on the continent, the Holy Academy has always been ranked first and is slightly better. But these things don't concern Lan Feng, and he doesn't want to know. Right now, he just wants to confirm if the girl in front of him is indeed Princess Shirley. Yes, I am, the girl replied. Then please leave and do not tell anyone that you saw me here, nor mention that there is someone in this room, Lan Feng immediately said. The girl looked at Lan Feng without speaking because she didn't know what to say. Today's events will stay with her forever. At first, she was betrayed by someone she trusted, ambushed, kidnapped, and learned from her captors that they planned to kill her. But because they lusted after her beauty, they assaulted her. Because of this, she managed to find a chance to escape before. But as a mage, how could she escape from her pursuers? When she was hopeless and ready to take her own life to keep her innocence, Lan Feng's Crimson Moon residence appeared before her. She saw it as a lifeline and rushed into the Crimson Moon residence. As soon as she entered, she saw Lan Feng on guard, asking who she was. Instinctively, she answered. Her mind was in chaos, fear mixed with excitement. She was afraid of those behind her, but excited because she found hope. She knew Lan Feng's strength. Maybe he could save her, though her hope was faint. She knew about Lan Feng's strength not just from hearsay, but because she had met him and spent several days with him. Only Lan Feng didn't know she was the girl he was with. Do you remember the girl who was with Avril? The girl who always wore a hat and glasses and didn't speak much? The girl who wandered around Chile City with Lan Feng for a few days? That girl is Shirley Gabriel, a princess of the Holy Empire, and she is the girl in front of Lan Feng. Shirley feels unsure how to describe her mood right now. At first, Blue Feng ignoring her was understandable, but now that he can see her face clearly, he still treats her this way and even tries to make her leave. Does he not know what's happening outside? Quickly go out, or they will come in and cause trouble for me, Blue Feng warns again when Shirley doesn't respond. He knows there are people outside chasing her, but he doesn't know Shirley well and doesn't want to get involved in trouble. He just hopes that if the people outside don't realize someone is inside, Shirley can escape. Most people see the Red Moon in the forest as the home of hunters. Although it's a beautiful place, like a peaceful paradise, it's actually a result of Blue Feng's efforts over the past year to rebuild it. I'll pay you 1,000 gold coins. Shirley begins to use money to persuade him. From what she knows about Blue Feng, only money might make him help. But she still doesn't know him well enough. I refuse, Blue Feng says. He likes money, but that doesn't mean he would risk his life for it. Money is useless if he doesn't have his life. He senses there are over 30 people nearby, many of whom are skilled fighters. Fighting them would be extremely dangerous, life or death. Of course, if they didn't send experts, it would be strange. But they underestimated Shirley's charm. She is the most beautiful woman on the continent, a dream for many men. And they are sure they will succeed this time. Even if they hurt Shirley, it probably won't change the outcome, unless something unexpected happens. Fine, I'll go. Shirley suddenly calms down and smiles slightly at Blue Feng. Her smile is so beautiful, but Blue Feng senses danger. Could this woman be planning something? Anyone who wants to kill me, come in. Are you afraid of a helpless mage like me? Shirley says coldly to those outside. Come on. This is like forcing a duck onto the chopping block. She's pushing her luck. Woman, you're good. Now, think of a way to lure them in, and I'll handle them, Blue Feng says coldly. Then he jumps onto the beam above the house, ready with his bow and arrow. He doesn't say more because there's no turning back now. If someone wants to kill the princess, would they really let her warn others? You have become involved in this matter, and now you have only 3 choices. First, you are killed and silenced. Second, you escape and live as a fugitive. Third, you eliminate everyone involved, which is also a way to silence them. Shirley looked at Lan Feng's calm face. She couldn't see any emotion there. He seemed too composed. But she felt that Lan Feng was already angry. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have involved you, but what else could I do if I didn't? Shirley wanted to say this, but she held back because she knew Lan Feng wouldn't listen, especially now. The situation didn't allow her to think too much. Yes, given the circumstances, what else could she do? Of course, she had to hold on to Lan Feng. No matter how noble or independent she was, when faced with danger, girls tend to show their weakness and seek someone to rely on. At this moment, Lan Feng appeared to be her only support. If they could escape this time, Lan Feng would leave an unforgettable impression in her heart, an important place. She loudly said to the people outside, "If you're afraid, you don't need to come in. Just destroy this small house. That way, your goal for today will be achieved." Smart, Lan Feng secretly admired. In this situation, the more they destroyed the house, the more they would suspect Shirley wanted to die, and they wouldn't think there was an ambush inside. But Lan Feng didn't know the full situation. If he did, he would be sure that the people outside wouldn't destroy this place because they still wanted to enjoy the beauty of the continent's top lady. Sure enough, that disgusting voice sounded again. "Princess Shirley, although this is a broken house, with you inside, even a ruined house becomes a palace. As long as we are satisfied later, I will send this palace to heaven with you. Kid, you're doomed. My Red Moon residence doesn't care about broken houses." Lan Feng silently remembered this. The Red Moon residence had cost him a lot, and today it was likely to be destroyed. That made him even more annoyed. Plus, hearing this person speak like that, he felt even more displeased. "Xiao Wu, don't make a sound later, and don't come out, okay?" Lan Feng whispered, telling Xiao Wu to stay hidden in a corner on the ceiling beam. Xiao Wu looked at Lan Feng and obediently hid to the side. Blue Maple looked at Shirley. He was not really angry. He understood her actions. Anyone in his situation would do the same, maybe even more extreme. As he said before, as long as he was alive, it was okay. He also saw no need to be angry. Shirley was just a stranger to him, so he wouldn't get upset over someone he didn't know. Even if she used him this time, he believed that after everything, they wouldn't meet again. If they did meet, it would only be as strangers. Blue Maple didn't think a princess from the Holy Empire would be involved with him, and he didn't want that either. This doesn't mean he has no feelings. Ask yourself, would you have feelings for someone you don't know? If those feelings are fake or false, Blue Maple wouldn't want them and wouldn't bother with them. Some people might act heroically in this situation, risking everything to save a stranger like her. But he wouldn't, especially when there's a high chance he could die. Blue Maple wouldn't risk his life for someone he doesn't know, and he didn't want her to drag him into danger either. That's why he told Shirley to leave. But if he was pulled into it, he wouldn't blame anyone. He would face the problem and try to solve it first. Getting angry or blaming others wouldn't help or change anything. In the end, Blue Maple is a very honest person. He dares to accept and face himself. No matter how others see him, whether they look down on him or despise him, it doesn't matter. He still lives his way. Maybe you could say he's very self-centered. After a long time, Shirley didn't say anything. She just waited quietly. "Princess Shirley, why aren't you responding? Have you already prepared to welcome us inside?" "Haha, that's great. No need to rush. I'll come to see you soon," the man said again, not hearing Shirley's voice. But Shirley still didn't speak. She looked up at Blue Maple. Seeing that he was watching her, she gave a small smile. "Princess Shirley? Did you hear that? I'm coming in." His voice grew a little anxious. They thought something was wrong. Could she have run away? Sometimes, silence can be more powerful than saying 100 words, especially in situations like this. After hearing no response from Shirley, the people began to suspect that her coming here was not a coincidence. They thought she might have been here before, and that there could be a secret passage inside the house. They also believed Shirley had already run away. "Quick, send a few people to check," one voice ordered. Soon, 3 people approached the small house. They moved carefully and cautiously, step by step, heading toward the house. This was their usual way of exploring unknown places. If they didn't act carefully, they would be careless, and that would mean they weren't fit for such important missions. They gently pushed open the door. As soon as they saw Shirley sitting in the middle, smiling at them, they froze in surprise. They never expected to see such a scene. They had thought Shirley might be missing or suddenly attack them, but they never imagined she would sit quietly with a gentle smile. Is she crazy? Soon, the answer became clear in their minds. No, she wasn't crazy. They had been too careless. At that moment, all three of them felt their chests pierced by arrows. The arrows had gone straight through their hearts. These three arrows appeared at the same time. As they fell backward, they saw blue maple on the beam above, the last thing they saw in their lives. They couldn't understand how someone could appear out of nowhere and shoot three arrows at once with such accuracy. They could only ask the king of the underworld if such a thing was possible. Firing multiple arrows at once is a skill that requires practice with a bow. In Blue Maple's original world, martial artists who used bows often mastered this technique. The highest level was shooting 4 arrows at once, but that was very difficult because humans only have 5 fingers. It's much harder than shooting 3 arrows, which Blue Maple managed to do at close range. Multi-arrow shooting is one of the advantages of using a bow. Crossbows, while having longer range and easier accuracy, cannot shoot multiple arrows at once. When a bow is trained to a high level, its accuracy can rival that of a crossbow. Also, bows can be used to perform many techniques that crossbows cannot. When the three fell, they all screamed loudly. After they collapsed, Lanfeng immediately flew down to retrieve the 3 arrows. He had only 10 arrows left because making arrows was very difficult. His arrows were hard to produce, and they were quickly used up. So now he only had these 10. This is why he wanted to go up to the beam. He didn't want his arrows to fly out, so having one more arrow gave him more security. If he had about 100 or 200 arrows, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But that was impossible because his arrows were very special and couldn't be mass-produced. His arrows were also a secret. If others made them, many details would be leaked. Only Erek knew about them. Lanfeng trusted Erek, not just because they knew each other well, but also because Erek was a dwarf, and dwarves wouldn't betray anyone. Destroy this broken house. After the 3 fell at the door, a voice sounded again after a moment. Now that danger had appeared, they no longer cared about the beauty and started to regret. People often learn the hard way what not to do. Swish! Lanfeng shot an arrow from the small house, piercing straight through the wooden wall. A low, painful scream sounded. The voice was so familiar. It was that creepy, sneaky voice from earlier. At this moment, the person chasing Shirley saw that the voice's owner had his throat pierced by an arrow, which was stuck there. Such a situation meant the person would definitely die. What kind of archery skill was this? And how did the person know his location? They were very confused. The door and windows of the wooden house shouldn't have been visible from outside, and the arrow didn't seem to be shot near the windows or door. What exactly was going on? Seeking some recommendations. Thanks. Identifying the source of sound is a well-known skill, and this is where Lanfeng's incredible archery ability lies. Lanfeng already had some skill in sound-based location. Otherwise, how could he survive in the martial world? Although his world was small, only his family and a few close friends, he still had experience. I have some skill in this area. It mainly depends on luck and listening carefully with both ears, increasing hearing ability, and focusing to distinguish sounds. If I practice enough, I can become so skilled that I can tell where someone is and how far away just by the movement of the air. Of course, Blue Maple hasn't reached such an incredible level yet, but he can tell where you are and which direction you're in based on the sounds you make. He developed this skill deep inside the Red Moon Forest. The forest is very dark in many places because tall, dense trees block out the sunlight. By focusing his luck on his senses, he can improve their functions. For example, Blue Maple's eyes can see farther because he enhances their range this way. However, it's strange that his eyes seem to change focus and can magnify what he sees to some extent. This doesn't quite match the effect of luck. Now, his eyes are a mystery. Anything that affects them causes some changes. Suddenly, 3 bows were drawn and shot arrows at once. 3 arrows flew in different directions, piercing through wooden walls and hitting 3 people. They fell down. Take cover! Those people shouted immediately after realizing what happened. They had just lost their leader, so they were caught off guard. Since someone inside could shoot and kill the leader with 1 arrow, they could be shot too. Standing there so openly, they were just targets. Yes, you are targets. Blue Maple was only annoyed that the guy called his Red Moon residence a broken house, but he also guessed that this person was the leader. Usually, only the leader speaks. Next, he saw these people standing still, not defending or hiding. So, he decided to take the chance to take out 3 of them. If he waited, they might react, and it would be harder to deal with them. If he had more arrows, he might have shot all 9, but even 9 might not have been enough to kill all 9 people because they were prepared. They wouldn't be so easy to shoot down. That's why Blue Maple stopped shooting. The arrow that Lan Feng just shot was carefully aimed. The 3 directions he shot in were on either side of the group surrounding them. When those people started hiding, they instinctively moved inward. Run, seeing the situation, Lan Feng drew his magic crystal sword and struck the wooden wall on one side a few times. A door appeared. He chose this side because it was near the river and couldn't form a complete circle of encirclement. Although this side was within their line of sight, Lan Feng used his bow and arrow to scare them away slightly, so they couldn't see what was happening. However, if they ran too far away, they would be discovered. There was no other choice. Run. Lan Feng grabbed Shirley and started running forward. He couldn't let Shirley stay behind. If Shirley was killed, they would temporarily stop chasing him and call more people to hunt him down. Then he would become a target for everyone, and they wouldn't care about anything else. Shirley was different. They had to kill her now. If she escaped, they wouldn't be able to catch her again. Instead, they would become the ones being chased, and today's events would be a failure. The people involved might even die because of it. This was about silencing her. Right now, they couldn't ask for help. They had to keep this operation quiet and not let it get out of control. When the others saw Lan Feng pulling Shirley toward the riverbank on the other side, they didn't know where Lan Feng had appeared from, but they recognized his actions immediately. They knew that the attack just now was Lan Feng's doing, and it had taken the lives of 7 of their people. All they could do now was one thing: chase. More than 20 people started running after Lan Feng and Shirley. There were 26 of them. As Lan Feng pulled Shirley along, he looked back a few times. It was very important for him to know exactly how many enemies there were. Pop, pop, Lan Feng and Shirley jumped into the water. The water wasn't deep, so they waded through it. The river wasn't very wide. Soon, they reached the other side and kept running. The people behind them were getting closer little by little. After all, Lan Feng was running with a female mage in a wide open space, which made it easier for the others to catch up. However, once they entered the forest, they knew it would be hard to get close to Blue Maple. Even if Blue Maple was with Shirley, he would run faster because he was more familiar with this place. They ran into the woods, where the trees grew thicker and thicker. Soon, Blue Maple could use this to his advantage and gradually leave the others behind. Keep running. At this moment, Blue Maple let go of Shirley's hand so she could keep moving forward. He turned around and drew his bow. Shirley kept running. When Blue Maple had held her hand earlier, she suddenly felt a strange flutter in her heart, something she had never experienced before. It made her feel nervous and confused, almost forgetting the dangerous situation around her. Maybe it was because she had never been held by a boy before, or rarely had a boy come close to her, so she didn't understand this feeling. But this feeling only lasted a short while. The situation in front of her didn't allow her to stay lost in thought. She tried hard to push the feeling away, to suppress it. No matter how much she tried, she still felt the warmth from Blue Maple's hand, the hand that was holding hers tightly. Blue Maple just didn't want her to run too slowly. This made her cheeks burn and her heart race. The anger and fear of being chased seemed to disappear, at least from her mind. When Blue Maple suddenly let go of her hand, she felt a little disappointed but also calmer. She told herself it was probably because it was the first time a boy had held her hand, so she felt this way. Yes, that must be it. Blue Maple didn't have time to think about Shirley's feelings or know what she was thinking. He was focused on shooting his arrow with all his strength. Whoosh! The arrow shot like lightning toward the target. When the target saw the arrow and tried to block it with a weapon, he realized the arrow had already pierced into his body. He clearly felt how the arrow entered his body, passed through him, and continued flying forward. He wasn't the only one feeling this. Behind him, there was a second person, and behind that person, a third. 1, 2, 3 people were hit by the same arrow and lost their lives. In their final moments, they understood one thing. Arrows could be like this. The arrow spins as it flies, and its tip is like a drill. This is the secret of Lan Feng's arrow. Only his arrows spin in the air. The people chasing Shirley showed 2 main expressions, surprise and shock. They had never seen an arrow that could pierce through 3 people and still fly forward. They believed that anyone behind would also be hit if they were in the path. It was hard to imagine how strong Lan Feng's bow was, or how powerful his arm strength could be. They didn't know that Lan Feng's internal energy helped him. It was terrifying. Despite this, they quickly reacted, spreading out to avoid giving Lan Feng a second chance to attack. There were 23 people. Lan Feng didn't stay long. He immediately turned around, put away his bow, and chased after Shirley to keep running. After they scattered, the others also didn't stop. They formed a circle and moved closer to Lan Feng and Shirley. If they had looked at the wounds of the three people, they would see how similar they were to Roger's wound. Almost identical, only at the back. From this, it was easy to conclude that Lan Feng was the assassin who hurt Roger. His incredible archery skills suggested that only one person could have such ability. No one else dared believe there were more than one. At first, Lan Feng used the same type of arrow, but he didn't use all his strength. He used just enough to be effective. That's why the 7 people he shot earlier were killed, with the arrows still inside their bodies. This time, he had to use all his strength. If he was even a little off, he might be blocked, and he wouldn't be able to pierce through 3 people in a row. So, the wounds he caused then were similar to Roger's. Some might wonder why the arrows that killed Roger had no arrowheads. Actually, they did have arrowheads, but they were specially treated to destroy themselves afterward. The arrowheads were made of ice. When they hit the chest with blood, they melted away. After flying out, they would shatter upon impact. Even if people noticed the ice, they wouldn't recognize its original shape. Most would think they were just blood, since the ice arrowheads carried blood. Lan Feng's magic crystal sword was the main tool for making these ice arrowheads. With a small mold, he could quickly produce short-term ice arrows without arrowheads. However, if someone gets hold of his arrows now, they will discover their secrets. So, Lan Feng plans to eliminate all those people, recover the arrows, and then erase all traces. At the same time, Lan Feng thinks he should gather some normal arrows for future use. That way, if he faces a situation like today again, he can recover his arrows more easily. It seems that until now, they haven't seen their true selves or realized who they really are. Lan Feng keeps running. He knows the 23 people behind him are starting to surround him, but he feels happy about this because it means they are spreading out. In the forest, being separated makes it easier for him to defeat them one by one. In the city, you rule. In the forest, I am king. This sounds like something Lan Bo said in the first Blood story, right? But it feels a bit off. Ahem. Lan Feng thinks of Lan Bo because of his father. No, wait. Because of this world's Lan Feng's father, whose name is also Lan Bo. That's why he thought of using a bow and arrow and hunting in the forest. Wow, what a coincidence. Both worlds' Lan Bo are brave men who aren't afraid of danger and can make enemies tremble. Do you know how Lan Bo dealt with the town police in the first Blood story? Yes, with traps and mechanisms. Although Lan Feng doesn't have time to set traps now, he had dug some before for hunting, and he also set a few mechanisms. Now, his goal is to lure the pursuers into the traps. He keeps running, heading straight to where the traps are. Finally, Lan Feng stops. What's wrong? Shirley asks, noticing Lan Feng suddenly stop. She's a bit out of breath, probably from the running. Wait. Lan Feng replies with a single word, then takes out his bow and knocks an arrow, preparing to shoot. At this moment, he even makes Shirley close her eyes in surprise. Blocking one's sense can make others sharper. Lan Feng is now focusing, trying to find where the pursuers are. He finds them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lan Feng shoots 4 arrows in quick succession, aiming to both sides to prevent them from surrounding him. Oh. Then, 4 screams of pain ring out. After reducing 4 more, only 19 arrows remain, but now only 1 arrow is left. In this situation, the pursuers start to move forward carefully. They are worried about whether they can hold on, as they keep switching between chasing fiercely and moving cautiously. Every moment, they are afraid of Blue Maple's arrows. They now doubt whether they are the ones hunting them, or if they are being hunted by the 2 young people. When they reach Blue Maple, they feel confused again. They realize that the person who was just playing tricks on them is actually a young boy, about the same age as Shirley. What also confuses them is that these 2 young people are standing there smiling, waiting for them, not looking like victims, but like a couple out for fun. It's as if they are bodyguards or guards for these 2. Do you know a saying? Blue Maple's lazy voice sounds. It's called "Don't enter the woods if you meet them." And another saying is don't chase the desperate. If you keep chasing, you will all die. I've never heard of don't enter the woods or don't chase the desperate, a tall man with a prominent position shouts. He draws his sword and points it at Blue Maple. The magic crystal sword? It seems these people are not ordinary. They have magic crystal swords, more than one. If he also has one, then the leader earlier probably has one too. This makes Blue Maple more determined to destroy everything and hide all evidence. He doesn't want others to know he was involved and plans to take the spoils of battle. He's quite bold. Before even defeating them, he's already thinking about the loot. If others find out his thoughts, he might blood from anger. The pursuers stare at Blue Maple and start to get closer step by step. Blue Maple waves his hand, pulls Shirley, and runs away, shouting, "Don't chase. The consequences will be serious." Chase. It's strange if they don't chase. The pursuers start running wildly again. Ah! Ah! Two screams sounded as the two people running in the middle suddenly stepped into a trap. The trap was very deep, with many wooden spikes underneath. The two fell inside, and were either badly injured or almost dead. They couldn't climb out on their own, which meant two more pursuers were taken out. Now, no one would bother to help them. Others just slowed down a little and became more careful with their steps. Their main goal was still to chase after Lan Feng and the others, not to rescue them. If Lan Feng and the others escaped, especially if Shirley escaped, they would have no chance to survive. At first, Lan Feng was attracting the pursuers' attention, making them focus on him. They didn't notice the trap, and they didn't think Lan Feng had time to set one. They forgot that Lan Feng wasn't originally one of their targets. He appeared suddenly in the middle of the chase and was a forest dweller. Even if they weren't distracted by Lan Feng, it would be hard to find the trap. Lan Feng's trap-making skills were very clever, and it looked like there was nothing suspicious. Only a master observer would notice it, especially since the environment here was suitable for hiding traps. Dim lighting helped. "Stop chasing them. If you don't listen to me, you'll end up dead," Lan Feng said with a regretful look, shaking his head. Shirley, standing nearby, almost wanted to laugh. She felt the atmosphere was getting strange, completely unlike a scene of being chased. Could it be that being around him gives a sense of safety, like Avril and the others said? Could I have started to rely on him, feeling that as long as he's with me, I won't fear any danger, even if that danger could take my life at any moment? No, I must be wrong. This is just a feeling during a special time. Shirley shook her head, trying not to think too much about it. Meanwhile, Lan Feng was thinking, there are still 17 left. Brothers, please pre-order your monthly tickets. Laughing Smile will be available at midnight tonight. 17 people, 1 arrow. How should I deal with them? Lan Feng hadn't thought about it because he never planned to kill all 17 with just 1 arrow. That was impossible. His plan was to lead these 17 pursuers through the forest and find opportunities to take them out one by one. If it were just him, Lan Feng could definitely do it. He would use his agility to move through the forest, shake off the pursuers behind him, then approach one of them for a stealth attack. With his familiarity with the forest, he could probably eliminate all of them without much trouble. Of course, this depends on them not running away and staying scattered. But now he is not alone. He is also with a princess mage. She hasn't spoken, but Lan Feng knows she is near her limit. She has been running all this way, and for her to keep going is already a surprise. "Stay here and don't move," Lan Feng told Shirley, leading her to hide inside a tree hollow. He had stayed there a few nights before, so it's a safe and hidden place. Why did he bring her? Because as long as he finds a safe place to hide her, it's almost like he's alone. The pursuers will need a lot of effort to find her, giving him time to carry out his stealth attacks. You might ask, what if they find her? Just kidding. Seriously, I can only say it's unfortunate. A beautiful woman might disappear from the world and become just bones. But does that have anything to do with me? Shirley didn't think much about it. At this moment, she would do whatever Lan Feng said. She trusted him completely and obediently hid inside the tree hollow. Oh, this kid might betray you at any moment, yet you still trust him? That's really sad. After settling Shirley and running for a while longer, Lan Feng started to move stealthily. Not like a thief in a game who disappears suddenly, but by using the environment to hide from the pursuer's view. Actually, to disappear from their tracking. Of course, this is only temporary. Once they search, they will find clues. But for now, it's enough time, enough to escape or even turn around and fight back. Disappeared, the pursuers arrived at a spot and found no signs of them. It was as if they vanished into thin air. Look around. They must be nearby. And be careful. This kid's archery skills are pretty frightening, said the man temporarily acting as the leader. The others didn't respond verbally. They had already started searching for clues. Along the way, they kept a distance of about 10 meters from each other. This way, they could better track Blue Maple's trail without fear of him changing direction, because if he did, the people nearby would catch up. So, they could only run forward. However, this method has a big flaw. When one person is attacked, the others need some time to respond. If someone can quickly defeat the person in the middle and disappear before others arrive, it becomes easy to take them down one by one. Especially when they are searching for Blue Maple's trail, their focus is divided, and they start to spread out more. This increases the response time, giving Blue Maple more time to escape. One of the pursuers, holding a long sword, carefully moves forward, watching out for Blue Maple's cold arrows. If asked what weapon he fears most, he would say arrows, especially in the dark forest where a sudden shot could be deadly. He thinks their decision to chase into this forest was a mistake, more wrong than trying to capture the continent's top beauty. It was a terrible mistake. Since coming here, they have been ambushed repeatedly. That young man is too clever. He refuses to face them directly, only attacking from the shadows. But he also understands why. Facing them head-on would surely get him killed. Who would be so foolish? Knowing it's dangerous, yet still choosing to fight directly? If it were him, he would also prefer sneaky attacks to stay alive. He understands, but that doesn't mean he hates Blue Maple any less. Right now, he wishes he could skin him, break his bones, and scatter his ashes. However, he soon realizes he has no chance. Suddenly, ice appeared beside him without warning. The ice quickly covered his body. He didn't even have a chance to scream before turning into an ice sculpture. He forgot that Blue Maple could do more than just shoot arrows. He also wielded a sword, a magic crystal sword. But because Blue Maple's arrows had left a deep impression earlier, they forgot about his other skills. Lurking is a basic form of assassination. Blue Maple had been hiding here for a long time, waiting for someone to come close. He wasn't afraid no one would approach, because this place was almost certain to have passers-by. He chose to use magic crystal techniques because he didn't want the person being attacked to scream. Although using magic crystal techniques also releases energy that can be detected, a shorter duration makes it harder to pinpoint the exact location. It takes time to confirm where the attack came from. During this time, he can continue sneaking away and look for his next target. Who's there? The pursuers immediately reacted. They sensed the magic crystal energy, but as Blue Maple predicted, they couldn't tell the exact location, only that someone was using magic crystal techniques. Check everyone nearby, the leader quickly ordered. Only a few people have magic crystal weapons, and if they used magic crystal techniques, they would notify others. He knew this was definitely the enemy. Two people near the ice sculpture noticed someone was missing from their side and moved closer to the sculpture. The others on both sides also started approaching, creating a chain reaction. They all focused on the ice sculpture, but there was a pause in the middle, creating a gap that kept the farthest ones apart. This time, someone screamed in pain. Blue Maple sneaked close to one of the nearby people, seized the chance, and stabbed him with his sword. Then he immediately disappeared. He didn't care if the man was dead or alive. If alive, he was badly wounded. For now, all he needed was to cause serious injury. As long as he injured someone badly enough to stop them from moving, he could decide their fate later. He wasn't afraid that the person might escape. Even if he didn't intervene, being badly wounded deep in the Red Moon Forest meant certain death. The scream drew others nearby to rush over. They could only see their fallen comrade in a pool of blood. The attacker was already gone. This scene made them feel cold inside. They feared they would meet the same end. But what chilled them even more was that when they arrived, another person was in trouble on the other side. Another scream. Their minds flashed with the image of someone lying in a pool of blood. In the forest, Blue Maple's movement was swift and unpredictable, like running at full speed on flat ground, unaffected by obstacles. By the time the pursuers reached this side, he was already on the other end. He always struck once and then disappeared immediately, never engaging in prolonged fights. In this way, screams kept ringing out. Lawn foam was sneaking through the dark forest, attacking again and again. Of course, some attacks failed, but his fighting style was to retreat quickly if he missed, making others afraid of his second surprise attack. Lan Feng had already killed 3 people and seriously injured 5, causing the pursuers to become confused. They had fought many times, but still hadn't found any sign of the enemy. Quick! Everyone gathered together. The leader, a tall man, saw that the situation was getting worse and immediately changed his plan to gather everyone, or they would all be killed soon. There were 9 enemies left, Lan Feng thought silently. He didn't want to fight anymore and quickly ran toward the tree hole where Shirley was hiding. Let's go. Lan Feng removed his cover and told Shirley inside. Are you hurt? Shirley asked softly. She saw that Lan Feng was covered in blood and was very worried. She also felt a little sad, but it quickly disappeared. Lan Feng said calmly, No, this is their blood. Hurry, we need to go somewhere now. Oh, Shirley responded without asking where they were going. Where were they going? Of course, to a place where they could completely eliminate those 9 enemies. This time, the conditions were almost right, and they planned to finish everything at once. He wanted to deal with them because he didn't want this matter to spread. If it did, it would cause him a lot of trouble. Even if no one saw his true face, they could still find him through the clues at Red Moon Residence. That was also why he had pulled Shirley to run with him from the start. Only Shirley could attract their attention, and he could take them out one by one. Today, everyone present had to be dealt with. Now, most of the work was done, just the final finishing touches remained. Lan Feng's plan was to lure the remaining pursuers away. How? It was simple. Hey, you bunch of useless fools, do you really want to kill me? Then come on. Lan Feng suddenly appeared in front of them, then turned around and ran with Shirley. Deep in the Red Moon Forest, there was a beautiful small lake. If anyone found this place, they would be surprised. In such a dangerous and fierce forest, there was actually a beautiful scene like this. The quiet lake water was very calming and refreshing. This is perhaps what people often say. The most beautiful scenery is often found in those desperate places, in dangerous locations, because there is no destruction there. Right now, Blue Maple and Shirley are standing by a small lake. Their reflections appear in the water, looking so harmonious and beautiful. Girl, isn't this place pretty? Blue Maple smiles. Yes, Shirley nods, gazing at the lake in front of her. She seems to forget everything. Her worries, her identity, her life's frustrations. Forgetfulness might be what people desire most. Many seek it, even if only for a short time. As a princess of the empire, Blue Maple has more worries, so she hopes for such a moment of peace. But someone doesn't want her to forget. They force her back into reality, making her face everything directly. Why aren't you running anymore? A furious voice breaks the silence, ruining the peaceful scene. The speaker is the leader, a tall, angry man. Blue Maple isn't here to enjoy the scenery after escaping danger. Behind him are 9 people, all ready to attack and harm him. Why is this man angry? Because Blue Maple has killed 24 of their people. Their mission, which should have been safe, turned into a disaster. Also, after mocking them earlier, Blue Maple led them on a chase through the forest park for hours, an exhausting effort. Blue Maple turns around and smiles. Running is just to strengthen everyone's body. I'm doing this kindly. Then we should thank you, young master. What should we call you? The leader asks coldly, feeling both anger and helplessness. His team still doesn't know who this unexpected person is. My family name is Blue, and my given name is Maple. If you like, call me young Master Blue. Blue Maple introduces himself carefully. Silence falls among Shirley and the 9 men. Good, very good. You are brave. Are you the one protecting the princess? The leader asks, unsure who Blue Maple really is. He suspects Blue Maple might be a secret protector for Shirley. That woman? No, I don't know her at all. Blue Maple replies directly. Shirley thinks to herself, it's your own carelessness. Actually, we do know each other. Also, I have a name. Please don't call me woman anymore. The leading man was silent for a moment, then asked, since you don't know her, why did you help her? It's simple. She broke into my house and dragged me into this mess, Lan Feng replied casually. The man frowned and said, just because of that? You can ignore this matter. Do you really have to oppose me for her? Are you trying to be a hero because you saw her beauty? If that's the case, then my people are quite wronged. We accidentally offended a pervert who is also crazy, all for a woman and risking our lives. No, he's not a hero. He wouldn't do dangerous things just for beauty, and he doesn't care about me. This ugly girl. Shueli thought to herself. Ugh, if she counts as ugly, are there any beautiful women in this world? No, it should be. Are there any women who aren't ugly? First, I want to clarify. I'm not helping her. I'm helping myself. Do you really think you'll let me go just because I ignore this? No, absolutely not. You will definitely hunt me down and stop me from spreading this news, Lan Feng said calmly. Once you're involved, it's hard to get out. You and I both understand that, so there's no need to discuss it further. Yes, if they find him, they will definitely kill him to silence him. That's certain. The cabin will be investigated before they leave, so they will find out. This situation is unavoidable. The young man can see this truth early and make the best, most beneficial decision for himself. Immediately fight back instead of talking it over. After talking, they could surround him and trap him, making escape impossible. He can only say that his people are unlucky. It was so coincidental that Shueli found Lan Feng's Red Moon residence. Or perhaps they were wrong from the start. They should have just killed this woman. It's all because the #1 beauty on this continent is so captivating that even he was a little tempted. Beauty is a troublemaker. This truth is always right somewhere. But he can't understand one thing now. Why did Lan Feng lead them here? This place looks like a dead end. Even if he jumps into the lake behind, he can't escape. It's just a small lake, and running away by swimming would be much faster. Based on this young man's fighting style, he should have continued ambushing in the forest. Why did he run here? This place has plenty of sunlight and wide ground, making it unsuitable for an ambush. It's only a trap for himself and his 9 companions. Is this another trap? But where could it be? Lan Feng, surrender now. I promise to let you die with dignity and without pain. You already know from the forest that the remaining people are not easy to ambush. You've tried that before, the leader said, trying to persuade Lan Feng, fearing he might have another trick. His words also made sense. The people Lan Feng just killed were only helpers. The 9 of them are real experts. Well, except for the one leader who was killed in a surprise attack. Lan Feng understood this. When he ambushed in the forest earlier, these people couldn't be defeated. They dodged at critical moments, showing they are strong fighters. That's why Lan Feng didn't continue ambushing in the forest. It was pointless now. Even if he managed to kill 1 or 2, his situation would be dangerous. He couldn't take that risk. Really? Do you think I will come here so easily to die? Lan Feng said calmly. It's not just you who wants to silence me. I want to silence you too. If you escape today, it will cause me endless trouble. At this moment, Lan Feng took out his bow and the last arrow, aiming at the front. Seeing Lan Feng draw his bow, the 9 people who had been about to advance stopped immediately. They stared at the bow and arrow with caution, unsure if they could block that shot. But, young Master Lan Feng, it seems you forgot. We are 9 people. You only have 1 arrow. No matter how skilled you are, you can't kill 9 people from different directions with just 1 arrow, the leader laughed. He saw that Lan Feng's quiver was empty. He stepped forward, and the others followed. Yes, I can't kill all 9 of you with 1 arrow, but I can definitely kill 1. Who wants to try? Lan Feng smiled slightly, looking at the 9 who had stopped again. No one wanted to die, so they didn't dare to act rashly, even instinctively. Have you all heard about the incident from half a year ago, when Prime Minister Chile was killed? Lan Feng asked. Everyone had heard about it. It was such a big event that no one could be unaware. But why was he bringing it up now? Wait, could it be that incredible archery skill? Are you the assassin? That's right. And those 11 officials were also killed by me. You should know how they died, Lan Feng said astonishingly. Many suspected that these 2 events were connected and done by the same person, but no one was sure. Now, knowing it was the same young person, everyone was shocked. The leading man nodded. I have a powerful explosive that can kill all of you at once. Now you understand why I brought you here, Lan Feng finished speaking, shooting an arrow amid the 9 people's shock. Whoosh! The 9 instinctively prepared to block, but they realized the arrow wasn't aimed at any of them. Instead, it was shot toward the tree behind them. Be careful, it might explode. Lan Feng threw his arrow bag and shouted at the 9. Get down. The leader immediately ordered, then crouched on the ground. Although they had no experience with gunpowder, they knew how to handle explosions. Explosions often happened in this world, caused by magic crystal technology or alchemy. They waited a long time, but saw no movement. They looked up and saw Lan Feng smiling. The bag he threw was just a normal arrow bag. No wonder they thought he had explosives. His words earlier had shocked them into believing he might have bombs. A bunch of fools. If I really had explosives, I would have blown you up already. I didn't need to go to such trouble to lure you here. But you cooperated well, and I achieved my goal. A smile appeared on Lan Feng's face. This place is deep inside the Red Moon Forest, which is very dangerous. There are many monsters. If someone checked the arrow Lan Feng just shot, they would see it stuck in the tree trunk, with a bee sitting on top. It can only be called a bee, since we can't identify what kind it is. This bee is very large, about the size of a 7-year-old child. On this continent, this type of bee has a name, the amethyst bee. It is completely purple and transparent, like a beautiful purple crystal. Despite its beauty, few people have ever collected a specimen of this bee. This is because it is very dangerous. Don't be fooled by its pretty appearance. Beautiful things are often dangerous, and the amethyst bee is one of the most dangerous. Although it is only a level 3 magical beast, in a system of 9 levels, its strength is not very strong. Still, people prefer to fight higher-level beasts than to bother with the amethyst bee. This is because they live in groups. If someone kills one bee, within 3 minutes, a swarm of amethyst bees will come. The number of bees depends on how many are in the hive. If there are 500, then 500 will come. If 1,000, then 1,000. Even small hives can have around 200 bees. As their numbers grow, they can make up for their individual weakness. The bees also have a special skill, a tail sting that can be deadly. Even a top expert would feel bad if stung once, and with so many bees, it's even more dangerous. When Lan Feng first found this small lake, he was enchanted by its beauty. But this was his second time here. He had never come before, mainly because there was a hive of amethyst bees nearby. Bees. Before the last 9 pursuers could punish Lan Feng for his deception, they heard a buzzing sound behind them. Confused, they asked, "What's that noise?" Turning around, their faces changed instantly. Amethyst bees. Sorry about that. I accidentally shot the wrong arrow earlier. It seems I hit an amethyst bee. Lan Feng said apologetically. Kid, I will kill you. The leader of the group was furious. He now understood why Lan Feng brought them here and why he was stalling. He wanted to use the bees to kill them. But, do you think you can escape? Why are you doing this? Fine, if you want to die, I will kill you. One person angrily said. Blue Maple's behavior is like suicide. The purple crystal bees don't care if you're good or bad. In this situation, they will attack anyone who is not their kind. Instead of wasting time trying to kill me, you should focus on the purple crystal bees behind us. It seems their honey is very valuable and can help with beauty. Women, isn't that what you love most? Blue Maple still smiled calmly, showing no signs of nervousness or movement. Does he really want to die with these people? Impossible. He would never do such a foolish thing. Yes, we all want that purple crystal bee honey. Blue Maple, my name is Shirley, not just woman. Shirley was a little nervous and scared, but she knew there was nothing she could do now. Even if she was afraid, the situation was already decided. Your name is Shirley, but you're still a woman, and not a very likable one, Blue Maple replied directly. If these words got out, probably everyone on the continent would scold Blue Maple for being blind, calling Shirley unlikable. Shirley knew her previous impression of Blue Maple wasn't good, so she didn't argue. All right, if you don't want to die, follow me. Don't ask questions, don't think, Blue Maple said, then pulled Shirley into the lake. Shirley let Blue Maple pull her into the water without thinking about anything else. She didn't ask questions because she couldn't. Who can ask questions underwater? She didn't have mental magic. By the way, the purple crystal bees are afraid of water. Blue Maple's action reminded the 9 people. One of them immediately jumped into the water after Blue Maple, but the leader didn't. He chose to run into the forest. Even though escaping was unlikely, he still chose this path because he knew he would definitely die if he stayed in the water. How long can you stay in the water? 1 minute? 2 minutes? Even if you can hold your breath for 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, you still have to come up for air. But at that moment, the purple crystal bees wouldn't leave. They would wait on the lake's surface. As soon as you come out, they will attack immediately. Moreover, can you hold your breath for 10 minutes? No. At most, those 8 pursuers could hold their breath for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, they must get fresh air, or they will drown, not be stung to death by the bees. Shirley was in even worse shape. She could hold her breath for only 2 minutes, and by that time, Lan Feng had already pulled her to the bottom of the lake. Ahead, there was a water channel, which was likely an underground water vein connected to the nearby water source. It turned out he planned to escape through this water channel. No wonder he had attracted those terrifying amethyst bees. Shirley now understood Lan Feng's plan. But she hadn't thought about one thing. If they used this route, there was a chance the pursuers might find them. So, they might not have to die after all. This problem would soon be answered. Shirley noticed how dark the water channel was, with no end in sight. Could she really reach the surface before running out of air? She looked at Lan Feng with doubt. Lan Feng looked at Shirley, released her hand, pointed to himself, then to the water channel, then to Shirley, then again to the water channel and above. Shirley understood his meaning. He wanted her to choose. She could go back or continue following him. Without overthinking, Shirley decided to trust Lan Feng. She followed his lead, holding his hand, and pointed to the water channel. In the end, she chose to believe in Lan Feng and continue walking along this unknown waterway, unsure if she could make it out alive or if there was even an exit. Later, she didn't know why she chose to trust Lan Feng and take such a dangerous path that almost cost her her life. And something else happened. Lan Feng pulled Shirley into the water channel and moved forward, deeper inside. The 8 people saw Lan Feng disappear into the lake bottom and immediately swam toward the water channel. After discovering it, they rushed in, desperately swimming forward. They thought, since Lan Feng went in, there must be a way out. Indeed, there was an exit, but within 15 minutes, they wouldn't reach it. During that time, they would run out of air. When they realized it, it would be too late to turn back. They would only drown in the waterway. In 5 more minutes, they would become water spirits. Since Lan Feng chose this route, he definitely intended for these people to die. Why would he leave an escape route? As for himself, don't forget, he practiced a breathing technique that allowed him to hold his breath for half an hour. With effort, he could delay for another 10 minutes. Plus, this wasn't the first time he had taken this route. Last time, he escaped from the tail of the amethyst bees through this waterway. Last time, he was only discovered by the amethyst bee, so as long as he hid in the water, he could avoid the disaster. When he was bored in the water, he found this waterway, and out of boredom, he looked to see where it led. He discovered that it was a natural channel leading to a nearby river. However, he can hold his breath for a long time, but Shirley cannot. What should she do? Did Lan Feng never intend to care about her life or death from the start? Shirley is very tired. She finds the waterway still dark and gloomy, and she is running out of breath. Holding her breath is very hard. So hard. Lan Feng, what do you really want? Do you want me to die? Shirley can't see Lan Feng. It's too dark here. If she weren't holding Lan Feng's hand, she might think he had abandoned her and left her to drown here. When Shirley's brain begins to lack oxygen and reaches its limit, and she feels she is about to die, suddenly she feels Lan Feng pulling her close, wrapping one arm around her waist, and then, Shirley feels a gentle warmth on her lips, and then a breath enters her mouth. It seems she can breathe again. She desperately inhales this warmth, breathing deeply. At this moment, she doesn't think about anything else. She only knows she needs to breathe. Time passes slowly. She starts to wonder what this warmth is. Soon, she realizes it. She quickly moves her lips away from that warmth. Even in this cold water, she can feel her face burning. Although she can't see in the darkness, based on how Lan Feng is holding her and that warm feeling, she can tell those are Lan Feng's lips, and that breath is something he is passing to her with his mouth. No, I don't want this. I don't want my first kiss to be taken away in such a dark, cold place. This can't be real. It's impossible. Shirley begins to shake her head, afraid to think about it. She's just thinking that the situation is wrong. She doesn't really care who it is. Maybe she doesn't mind Lan Feng taking her first kiss, but she minds him doing it in a place like this. Please, brothers, support me with some monthly tickets. In the dark waterway, in this place where you can't see your hand in front of your face, something beautiful is happening. If someone were here and could see everything clearly, they would notice a girl being held by a boy around her waist. The girl's small mouth was on the boy's thick lips. The girl's face was as bright and beautiful as a fiery sunset, full of charm. Anyone who saw her face would be amazed, especially with her current expression. It's likely they would think it's the most beautiful face they've ever seen. This girl is known as the most beautiful woman on the continent. People who pursue her say she could fill the entire Red Moon forest with admirers. Her name is Shirley, and the boy is Lan Feng. This wasn't the first time she had kissed Lan Feng. Although she didn't want to keep doing it, when she was about to run out of breath, Lan Feng would kiss her to help her breathe. She couldn't refuse. Maybe she didn't want to drown, or maybe she was a little willing. She felt she didn't mind Lan Feng's kisses. Perhaps this change came from their escape, which made her heart feel different. She didn't realize this change herself, but it was deeply engraved in her heart and impossible to forget. Even if she forgets today and the future, she will never forget how she feels about Lan Feng. It's like a mark on her soul. After a few times, Shirley got used to it. She even started to actively kiss Lan Feng. Her face was still red, but Lan Feng couldn't see it. Lan Feng didn't realize what he was doing. He only knew that this was helping Shirley breathe underwater so she could pass through the waterway. As for the kissing, he didn't care much. He didn't see it as a romantic kiss, but as artificial respiration. So, although he felt a little strange, he didn't think much of it. If Shirley knew about this, she would probably bite Lan Feng out of anger. Her mind would be a mess, but he wouldn't care. If someone pursuing Shirley found out, not only would they be angry about Lan Feng taking her first kiss, but his attitude alone would be enough to get him sentenced to death and hunted all over the world. Underwater, Shirley looked at Lan Feng's face. They were close to the exit now, with the light growing brighter. When the light first appeared, she had already pulled away from Lan Feng. Well, her mouth had left his. It was just the right moment for her to take a breath. In the water glow, she blushed as she looked at Lan Feng. This man who took her first kiss could also be called a young boy. Today, the girl experienced her first hand-holding, her first hug, and her first kiss from a boy. Wow! Lan Feng pulled Shirley up from the water and said, "You go to the shore yourself. I'll go check something." After saying that, he tried to dive back into the water and leave. But Shirley didn't let go of Lan Feng's hand. She still held his hand tightly and whispered, "Wait, is there something wrong?" Lan Feng turned around, curious. Shirley's face turned red, and she whispered, "What are you planning to do with me?" "With you? Do whatever you want. I'm just going to deal with those people. You'll see later." Lan Feng didn't understand what Shirley meant. He thought she was asking what he would do after finishing with those people. "I'm not talking about that," Shirley said anxiously. Seeing Lan Feng's confused face, she gathered her courage and asked, "You just kissed me underwater." "That was my first kiss. It was my first time being kissed by a boy. Will you take responsibility?" "No," Lan Feng answered directly. "You." Shirley felt a little upset, thinking it was supposed to be a romantic thing. But she lost her first kiss in this situation, and the boy who kissed her was treating her like this. "If you think I kissed you unfairly, then kiss me back." "I don't mind," Lan Feng said shamelessly. "I have something to do now. You can swim to the shore by yourself." "Don't bother me," Lan Feng said, releasing Shirley's hand. He didn't want to be responsible just because of a kiss. Besides, she would forget about it soon. "Lan Feng, I want to ask you something," Shirley softly called after the boy who was about to leave. "Go ahead," Lan Feng replied impatiently. Shirley looked at Lan Feng seriously and asked, "Have you ever kissed another girl before?" "Yes," Lan Feng answered briefly before diving into the water, leaving Shirley standing there in a daze. When she came to her senses, she forced a bitter smile and slowly swam to the shore. Then she sat by the riverbank, staring at the water, lost in thought. What is wrong with me? Why do I care that he kissed another woman? Why do I feel sad after hearing that? As if I have lost something very precious. Blue Feng doesn't know Shirley's thoughts. Even if he did, he wouldn't have time to care now. He needs to go back and check if these people are drowned or stung to death by the crystal bees. If he finds someone still alive, he will strike again. Even if they are already dead, he will strike again to make sure they are truly gone. He wants to ensure they can see the gods of this world. Look at how selfless I am, working so hard just to let you see the gods. He walks along the waterway and confirms that 8 people have drowned. The 9th person, the leader, is nowhere to be found despite searching the entire lake. The crystal bees are still flying over the lake, so Blue Feng can't look around openly. But he doesn't mind. If he's not in the lake, he will definitely be chased outside by the crystal bees. Judging by the leader's recent behavior, the chances of Blue Feng escaping the bees are very low. Even if he is lucky enough to avoid them, he will be injured. Being injured makes it impossible to escape from the Red Moon Forest or from Blue Fang's pursuit. Also, Blue Fang needs to deal with those who were attacked along the way. He must make sure they are all dead and hide their bodies completely. There must be no trace left. Blue Fang quickly heads back along the waterway. Staying longer would make it harder to return, and he might run out of breath. As he leaves, he pulls away with the 8 bodies already. This is for environmental reasons. Dead bodies in the water can pollute the environment. I am always an environmentalist and kind-hearted, so I won't let them stay in the cold water. I will give them a proper, respectful burial. Would Blue Fang be so kind? People who know him would say no. It's impossible. Blue Fang does this to prevent these bodies from being exposed. He wants to destroy all evidence. Of course, he had already stabbed each of the 8 bodies once and froze their wounds. Although the bleeding was minimal, there was still some blood. Huffing and puffing, Blue Fang takes deep breaths after coming out of the water. It's been about half an hour of going back and forth, and he's at his limit. He needs to breathe freely now. He quickly stopped, not because he was satisfied, but because he saw someone he had just been looking for. "Young Master Lan Feng, you're back. I've been waiting here for a long time," said the voice. It was the leader of the group, a tall man holding a sword against the white neck of Shirley. "I never thought we would suffer such heavy losses because of you. We didn't even fight face to face, and you killed from 33 down to just 1. He was lucky to escape and happened to meet Shirley, who was daydreaming by the riverbank. At that moment, he felt as if luck was on his side, guiding him. Otherwise, how could he have been so fortunate to encounter such a rare chance? At the same time, he felt sad for his people. They still didn't understand Lan Feng's true strength. None of them had fought him directly. All had died from sneaky attacks and traps set by Lan Feng. This must be the work of the god of misfortune. No, it's not just one, it's total annihilation. "You're already dead," Lan Feng said calmly, then turned to the shore and threw 8 bodies onto the ground. "That's right. I may not have long to live, but killing her now is an easy task," the leader said fiercely. Lan Feng was right. He had escaped from the purple crystal bee's pursuit, but he had been stung multiple times. The poison from the bees meant he would die if he didn't find an antidote in time. Don't misunderstand. No one can cure the poison of the purple crystal bees. He simply couldn't find anyone to help him with the antidote during this time. He only had about half an hour left. He didn't kill Shirley earlier because he wanted to use her to threaten Lan Feng. But he was wrong, completely wrong. "Oh, really? Then just kill her," Lan Feng replied indifferently. The leader froze for a moment, looking at Lan Feng with confusion and disbelief in his eyes. Shirley, meanwhile, silently thought, "I knew it. I knew this would be the answer. Don't think I'm joking. I am now willing to do anything," the leading man said angrily. He couldn't understand why Lan Feng had just desperately protected the princess, but now he didn't care if she lived or died. At first, he thought he had heard wrong, but after checking again, he realized he hadn't. The leading man's sword had already cut into Shirley's pure white skin, revealing a streak of red. "Do whatever you want. There's no need for so much talk," Lan Feng said calmly. "And after you kill her, I will take your life. But don't misunderstand. I am not seeking revenge for her. Today, anyone who sees me cannot leave here." Lan Feng wasn't pretending to be indifferent about Shirley's life or death. He truly didn't care. In fact, he thought this was for the best. Shirley knew what was happening today. Originally, he would have needed to trouble himself more, but now someone was helping him solve the problem. He was happy to accept that. Moreover, even if Shirley was completely unaware, Lan Feng wouldn't be threatened because of her. "Who? What kind of person are you?" the leading man asked, confused about Lan Feng. He couldn't understand what kind of person he was. Why he could be so cold, even towards a former companion, was it? And towards a stunning beauty like Shirley. "I'm just an ordinary person, trying to survive," Lan Feng replied calmly. "I can't be a hero. I'm just an ordinary person, very ordinary. As long as you don't come to trouble me, I won't bother you." Shirley looked at Lan Feng and asked a question that even surprised him. He didn't expect her to ask this at such a moment. "Lan Feng, how many women have you kissed?" Lan Feng was silent for a moment, then replied, "Probably 2. "Who are they?" "My mom," Lan Feng answered. "Actually, my first kiss was taken by my mom from birth." Shirley listened to his answer and didn't speak again. She then asked, And others? You, Lan Feng replied. Isn't that obvious? Didn't he say too? Really? Shirley asked happily. Lan Feng frowned and said, There's no need to lie to you. Why are you asking these questions now? Does it matter? Of course it matters. Shirley smiled silently, satisfied just to get this answer. She had been wondering who the women Lan Feng had kissed were. Was it Morong Qianxuan? If she hadn't faced such a life-and-death moment, she wouldn't have asked. Because a girl's modesty makes her unable to speak out, but now that she knows she might die, she must find out clearly. She wants to die knowing the truth. Fortunately, she asked this question now. Otherwise, she would never have known that Lan Feng's first kiss, not counting her mother's, was the kiss they shared, their first kiss together, a kiss they both owned. At this moment, this was the most important thing to her. She could even ignore who wanted to kill her. Many women, at such moments, think in ways that are quite unbelievable. Women are so hard to understand. Hey, whoever you are, if you're going to attack, do it quickly, so I don't have to see you bothering me, Lan Feng said, only able to describe Snowy's behavior as unreasonable, still smiling. Can you really not care if she lives or dies? The leading man felt he was being repetitive but asked again, as he had never seen someone like this before. He kept staring at Lan Feng. You're so annoying. Since you don't want to fight, I'll help you, Lan Feng said impatiently, then looked at the leading man. Suddenly, Snowy and the leading man both changed their expressions. They stared at Lan Feng's face, shocked, as if they had discovered something unbelievable. Are you from the divine family? The leading man asked in surprise. Snowy's hopeful eyes also told Lan Feng she wanted to ask the same question. Lan Feng found it strange, but continued. Let her go, Lan Feng said calmly. Snowy looked at Lan Feng in confusion, not understanding why he said that. Would he listen? Something surprising happened. The leading man really lowered his sword and released himself. Snowy was surprised, but quickly ran to Lan Feng's side. Although Lan Feng didn't care if he lived or died, she still felt safest staying close to him. She ran behind Lan Feng and looked at the leading man, who seemed a bit dazed. Now, raise your sword, Lan Feng said calmly again. As he spoke, Snowy saw the man who had just kidnapped her do the same. Pointed at your own heart. The man raised his sword toward his chest. Stab hard. Ah! The tall man screamed in pain. He couldn't believe what he saw. There was a sword in his chest. He couldn't believe the sword was his own, and his hands holding the sword were his own. What was happening? With this question in mind, he left this world. Ah! Shirley also let out a soft cry. She saw that Lan Feng's words made the leading man stab himself with his sword without hesitation, as if under a spell. Only at the last moment did she realize something was wrong, but it was too late. Is this mental magic? Shirley could only think that this was a kind of mental magic. Could Lan Feng be a rare mental magician? Someone who can communicate with people's minds and is said to even control thoughts? Of course, Lan Feng was not a mental magician. He was a hypnotist. He used his hypnosis to put the man under his spell. Since the leading man was staring at him at that moment, Lan Feng had no choice but to act. The rest of what happened was easy to explain. When the man woke up, it was because Lan Feng's hypnosis was broken. The intense pain of a heart being pierced, along with the mental focus before death, could break any hypnosis. But it was useless now, because the man was already dead. Hypnosis is most affected by mental strength and sensory perception. If the hypnotist's influence is weak, like affecting feelings, hearing, or pain, it can easily fail. But someone like Lan Feng, at his level, wouldn't fail unless the pain was extremely intense. Mental strength is even more mysterious. Sometimes, people with high mental strength can resist hypnosis, or even be immune. Sometimes, you simply can't hypnotize someone with very strong mental power. Generally, people with high mental strength are harder to hypnotize, and the process takes less time. Of course, this mainly refers to situations like now, where hypnosis is used to control someone's actions directly. Hypnosis also has a frightening technique called psychological suggestion, which can make a person fully alert but act strangely once the suggestion is planted. Their behavior becomes unpredictable and not under their control. With such powerful hypnosis and Lan Feng's current eye condition, his eyes showed even stranger changes, making it hard to understand. Even Lan Feng himself didn't know what was happening. Let's set these aside for now and study them later. For now, Blue Maple's main task is to give a grand farewell to these pursuers. Find a pile of firewood, set them all on fire, including their bodies. With wind and flames, this will be a grand farewell. Blue Maple feels regretful about those items. If they are burned to ashes or buried somewhere, it's not because he wants to kill people. He has no such rule. However, these items might reveal his contact with these people. To avoid trouble, Blue Maple has to endure the pain and give up. Then, he will clean up everything to truly erase all traces. After finishing here, he must continue. Remember, there are others in the forest near the Red Moon residence. Blue Maple still needs to do more to hide all traces. Back in the forest, the bodies are gone. This was done by wild beasts and monsters. Since they helped, Blue Maple confirmed everyone was dead, then let the beasts handle the bodies. He only erased his own traces. Anyway, if someone comes to check, they won't find anything. After a while, no traces will remain. Even if they find the bones in the beast's den or recognize whose bones they are, they can only assume those people were attacked and killed by wild beasts. Back at the Red Moon residence, because it's on the forest edge and within Blue Maple's territory, the bodies are still there. He handles them the same way. After finishing all this, Blue Maple needs to deal with Shirley. Today, she learned too many of his secrets. He doesn't believe Shirley can keep them or protect them, so she must. But before that, Blue Maple has one question to ask. Woman, do you know what was strange about that person back then? Why did that person say I am from the divine family? Our divine empire's divine family. You should have heard of them. They are the first family after us, the Gabriel family. Their bloodline has a strange trait. Their eyes turn red. Shirley looked at Blue Maple and said, just like your eyes just now. Red pupils. Smiling and struggling, begging brothers and sisters for monthly votes. Blue Maple, are you really not from the divine family? Shirley asked doubtfully. Blue Maple looked confused and said, does having red eyes mean you are from the divine family? I remember meeting many people, like Avril Bella. Her eyes are deep red. Avril indeed has red eyes, and many others do too, like my blue eyes. But our eyes don't change color, unlike the people from the divine family, whose eyes are usually black. They only turn red when they use fighting spirit or magic. Not everyone in the divine family can have their black eyes turn red, but if they can, it means they are from the divine family. Everyone in our sacred empire knows this. Also, those from the divine family whose eyes turn red often become top experts. So, whenever someone from the divine family shows this trait, they are carefully trained. In recent decades, fewer divine family members have red eyes. Only the main family has this special trait now. Oh, I see. No wonder you think I am from the divine family. But unfortunately, I am not. Blue Fang waved his hand, not caring much. His eyes are just a result of practicing too hard, like a kind of magic or mental training. Shirley looked into Blue Fang's eyes and asked, Blue Fang, who are your parents? My father's surname is Blue. I am from the Blue family. You don't need to ask about that, Blue Fang said, not wanting to argue. His father is from his original world, not this one. He doesn't see himself as this world's Blue Fang, so he doesn't care if his identity is secret or not. What about your mother? Shirley kept asking, not noticing Blue Fang's attitude. I don't know, Blue Fang replied simply. He didn't want to answer, and honestly, he had no memory of who his mother was in this world. How can you not know? I think your mother must be from the divine family, so you have their blood. You just don't realize it, Shirley said anxiously. Think carefully. Blue Fang looked at Shirley and said 3 words. You are sick. Who my mother is has nothing to do with you. My identity doesn't matter to you. All of this seems irrelevant to you. Why are you so anxious? Shirley suddenly stopped. She felt she might really be sick. Everyone else doesn't care, so why is she so worried? Actually, she just wanted to level the difference between herself and Lan Feng. She is an empire princess, while Lan Feng is just a fallen noble with nothing. Their statuses are very different. If Lan Feng were from a divine family, it would be different. She could completely. Could what? Why does she want to equalize their status? Shirley couldn't quite understand why she was thinking this way. She felt confused and had lost her usual calm. All of this was because of that annoying Lan Feng in front of her. All right, it's time. I should deal with you, Lan Feng said calmly to Shirley. Her calm tone made Shirley feel scared. She sensed something bad was going to happen. She felt that the worst thing she feared might happen to her. What do you want to do? Shirley backed away. She had never been afraid before, but now she felt deep fear. It wasn't the fear of death, but something else. "Don't worry, I won't be so heartless as to kill innocent people," Lanfeng said. "Please. No, I know I won't die. But sometimes, some things are more frightening than death. Look at me." Lanfeng's eyes turned into that strange, fiery red again, deeper than when he faced the leading man earlier. "I don't want to." Shirley's voice grew faint, and her eyes gradually lost their color. Her resistance disappeared. Lanfeng spoke calmly. "Forget it. Forget what happened today. Forget my existence. When you wake up, you will forget everything forever. Nothing happened today. You were just out shopping, and nothing occurred. Now, go to sleep." After Lanfeng's words, Shirley collapsed into a deep sleep. When she wakes up, she will remember nothing. This is how Lanfeng handles Shirley, making her forget everything. This was also what Shirley was afraid of. She faintly sensed this possibility. In mental magic, there is a kind of spell that seals a person's memories. But such magic can be lifted if you realize you are under it. However, with less than a day of memory loss, the chance of discovering it is almost zero, unless someone mentions what happened today. So she was afraid she would never remember this event. Although today's events made her feel scared and sad, she also had memories she wanted to cherish and not forget. She would rather have Blue Maple let her die than have her memories sealed away, turning her into a stranger in the future. Blue Maple did this just to avoid trouble for himself. He made an agreement with Shirley that she wouldn't reveal what happened today, and she couldn't recognize him. In the future, they would go their separate ways, with no connection. For Shirley, this was good news because she could still keep her memories. Even though they were dark and cold, they were unforgettable for her. However, Blue Maple didn't believe Shirley could keep the secret. He found it hard to trust her, especially since she was a princess and they had only known each other for a short time. So, the best way was to make her forget everything. Whether Shirley was willing or not didn't matter to him. Once she forgot, she wouldn't remember anything, no matter how she felt about it. After this, two unexpected things happened. First, those who had tried to deal with Shirley found that their own people had all been defeated. They had no news from her and suspected there was still a hidden group protecting her, a force they didn't know about. Later, they learned that Shirley hadn't actually experienced anything. She didn't know what had happened. This meant the hidden group could protect her without her knowing. Until they understood the situation, they dared not act and paused their plans. The second surprise involved Blue Maple himself. He had made Shirley forget him, but he didn't realize she actually knew him. So, she lost a part of her memory that she should have had, forgetting someone she should remember. And with Shirley's feelings for him, this made the situation quite interesting. Originally, he thought that whether he told her or not didn't matter, as long as Shirley didn't recognize him. Logically, he shouldn't have said anything. Maybe it was fate that made him accidentally say that unnecessary thing. Now, while Shirley was sleeping, Blue Maple tidied up the house. Luckily, the damage wasn't too bad. Since the main battlefield wasn't here, he quickly repaired everything to its original state. Then he packed his things, put on a weighted suit, carried his backpack, and took little Dance, who had been nearby. Finally, he picked up the sleeping Shirley and set out for the city of Chili. Of course, Shirley could only wake up if Blue Maple called her. She was also covered with a long cloak and had a cloth wrapped around her face to hide her identity. After returning to the city, Lanfeng randomly chose a fancy street and went to a hidden corner where no one could see him. He woke Shirley up, but before she opened her eyes, he had already blended into the crowd, appearing as an ordinary passerby. Shirley stood up, thought for a moment, then smiled. She was amused that she could fall asleep while shopping. She must be too tired after walking all day, so she decided to go back. When she saw Lanfeng's back as he left the crowd, her smile suddenly froze, and she stood there dazed. But she quickly realized what was happening. Why did she feel sad inside? Maybe she was just too tired today, and her mood had become strange, Shirley thought. Then she headed toward the academy. After seeing Shirley leave, Lanfeng also turned toward home, planning to rest well. There had been too much happening today. Tomorrow, he decided to visit Eric to get some normal arrows. That was his original plan. He only trained with them before, so he hadn't taken any. He liked to save money whenever he could. After this incident, he realized that normal arrows were also necessary. That way, he wouldn't be easily seen through. He also planned to ask Eric to make a special arrow pouch to hide the special arrows, leaving only the normal ones outside. Thinking about these things, Lan Feng walked home. Xiaowu was lightly calling on his shoulder. She seemed to have forgotten what happened today, only knowing she wanted food from Lan Feng, gently pecking at his face. Two people, heading in opposite directions on the same street, both without looking back. It was as if they were saying goodbye forever. They gradually walked away, their distance growing farther and farther. Who knows when they will meet again in this life? The next day, after Eric finished customizing what Lan Feng ordered, he went to the academy. But what puzzled him was that the school was very quiet today. Even during classes, it shouldn't be this peaceful. Did something happen? With this question in mind, Lan Feng went to the classroom, but no one was there. At the training ground, still no one. Finally, he decided to go to the instructor's dormitory. If no one was there either, then the academy must be. Could it be that the school is on holiday? Lan Feng asked in surprise. Emily looked at Lan Feng curiously. Yeah, don't you know? I forgot about that. Lan Feng replied casually. The school's holiday schedule is indeed easy to forget. Every 3 years, there is a big holiday lasting 1 year. This timing makes us feel a bit embarrassed, but it's the same everywhere. Not just at Chile Academy. Other schools follow similar schedules. This schedule is based on the school's actual needs. The school wants students to go out and practice what they've learned over the past 3 years. Of course, the break can't be too short. It also allows teachers and students who are often away to go home and visit. Today is the 3rd day of the holiday, so Emily is still here and hasn't gone back. I thought you came to find Qianxuan. I didn't expect you didn't know the school is on holiday. Do you want me to help you find her dormitory? Emily still spoke gently. Since she got hurt last time, you haven't checked on her since. No need. She's fine now. Lan Feng's answer was as Emily expected, but what he said next surprised her. Teacher Emily, even though the school is on holiday, I still want to ask for leave just in case. I might come back on time, or it might be 2 or 3 years, or maybe. At this point, Lan Feng gave a faint smile and didn't continue. Maybe I won't come back at all in this lifetime. Is that what you're trying to say? I approve your leave, but I hope you'll come back, Emily said softly, with a touch of sadness. Perhaps this will be the last time she sees this student. Watching students grow and eventually leave is something many teachers don't want to experience, but they have to. Got it. I'll go now. After saying goodbye, Lan Feng turned and left. Lan Feng. Emily suddenly called out, her face a little red, but she was too shy to say what she wanted. Lan Feng saw this expression before, so he knew Emily was asking him to stay for a reason, but he felt a bit speechless. Emily had gotten lost. Earlier, Lan Feng didn't meet her in the dorm. He saw her walking confused on a small path. At that time, he didn't think much of it. Where are you going? I'll go with you, Lan Feng said, not wanting to expose Emily. He liked her enough, and after spending time together, he saw her as a teacher. He would respect her and follow the rules of respecting teachers. I am going to Feier, over at Qianxuan's place. They are in the high-end dormitory area, Building 101, Emily said. Building 101 is not part of the main series, but the 101st villa. This strange academy covers a huge area, almost unimaginable. There are hundreds of villas, like a small town. Okay, I will go with you, Lan Feng replied. He wouldn't refuse to go just because Emily wanted to visit Murong Qianxuan. He rarely sees Murong Qianxuan, but that doesn't mean he avoids her. If he refused just for that, it would mean Murong Qianxuan is different from ordinary people in his mind. But his feelings for her are just those of a normal acquaintance, so he doesn't mind or care. When Lan Feng held Emily's hand and appeared at Villa 101, everyone inside was very surprised. Of course, they were surprised to see Lan Feng. Lan Feng holding Emily's hand isn't new, and everyone knows it's just to prevent this forgetful teacher from getting lost. There's nothing strange about it. However, they might not expect that this time, it wasn't Lan Feng pulling Emily, but Emily taking the initiative. Still, her goal was the same, to avoid getting lost. When she first met Lan Feng, she was overjoyed. She had been lost for a while, but normally, if someone saw her, it would be easy to handle. This time was different. Most people had left or were busy preparing things, so few were walking around the campus. Lan Feng decided to suggest to the principal that they put up signs around the campus, like in modern times. But that would be something to discuss when he might return here again. Lan Feng, Are you willing to come back? Do you know someone misses you very much? Luna was the first to speak, still lively as always. Luna, Morong Qinshuan scolded. Why are you angry? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Avril, okay? Lanfeng, do you know? Before she left, she really wanted to see you. When she left, her eyes looked so sad. Hey, next time you see her, be careful, Luna said, shifting her gaze. I have nothing to do with her. She's just my client. Once I finish the task, I won't have any relationship with her, Lanfeng replied directly. Luna was speechless. She was Avril, and she wanted to have some connection with you, but you didn't want it. Morong Qinshuan frowned. She thought AI Weyer was nice, and if she were with Lanfeng, that would be perfect. But she noticed that Lanfeng's attitude seemed indifferent. Oh, she was overthinking. Although AI Weyer liked Lanfeng, it wasn't to that extent. All right, I'm leaving. You guys keep packing up, Lanfeng said, waving his hand before turning to leave. Afeng, Morong Qinshuan called out, stopping Lanfeng. Where are you going this year? Who will you team up with? Going out to train is fine with a team, and the school always encourages students to train together. I don't know. I'll go alone, Lanfeng replied. Not sure where to go? You haven't decided on a route. If you're alone, you don't have a partner. Why not join us? Morong Qinshuan suggested. You guys? Never mind. I prefer to go alone, Lanfeng said. Morong Qinshuan worried. But going alone can be dangerous. Sometimes, having many people isn't better. It's actually more convenient to go alone. Don't worry, I'll take on missions from the mercenary guild, and I'll probably work with other mercenaries, Lanfeng explained. All right, be careful, Morong Qinshuan said. Lanfeng smiled and said, thanks for caring. Goodbye. After that, he left without anyone stopping him this time. Morong Qinshuan stared at Lanfeng's back, lost in thought. Until he disappeared from her sight, she was still dazed. She suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if Lanfeng was drifting farther away. It was like this time he left, and they might not meet again for a long time, or maybe never. She shook her head, pushing this scary thought out of her mind. Qinshuan, are you just going to let him leave like that? Lanaki asked. Before, you missed him every day, and now you just let him go after a few words. What's the big deal? We had a 3-year promise. During that time, I can't find him, so I can't keep him here. If he comes to see me, I'm happy, Morong Qinshuan said bitterly. At this moment, Emily spoke up. Qinshuan, maybe after 3 years, you might not even see him. Why? Morong Qinshuan asked anxiously. Lanfeng came again today to ask for leave. This time, he said his leave might last a lifetime. Morong Qinshuan and Luna both exclaimed in surprise, while Fayer nearby also showed a look of shock. That is him. He might not come back. But don't worry too much. He only said he might, and he might also return on time, Emily said softly. Maybe. Morong Qinshuan looked at the place where Lanfeng had just disappeared. She really wanted to chase after him and ask clearly, but she is a person who keeps her promises, especially since the promise was made to Lanfeng. She would never go back on her word. Since she promised not to look for Lanfeng for 3 years, she wouldn't. But after 3 years, no matter if Lanfeng is at the ends of the earth or the farthest sea, she would find him. Yes, she would. If he doesn't come back then, she would go find him. So, she needs to become stronger. Only then can she go anywhere to find him. Morong Qinshuan set a new goal for herself. During this time, she had already made great progress for Lanfeng. Now, she would speed up her already fast pace. During these 3 days, Lanfeng took a rescue mission at the Mercenary Guild. He was to summon to the Beast Kingdom, leaving 3 days later. He packed his things and slung the arrow bag made by Eric. This bag could hold arrows and also fit a bow. Eric specially added this feature. The bag could hold 30 normal arrows and hide 10 special ones. He also carried his magic crystal sword and a backpack. At this moment, Lanfeng really wished he had a magical space bag, something like a magical storage item. Shouldn't such a thing exist in this magical world? Why haven't I seen one yet? I guess I should just carry my backpack honestly. Please support with monthly votes. Early morning, Lanfeng arrived at the agreed location to meet with other mercenaries. This time, the mercenary task was assigned because a mercenary group lacked enough manpower. They recruited a few helpers for errands and miscellaneous chores. Otherwise, with Lanfeng's mercenary level and his status as a casual member, he wouldn't have been recruited for this task. The client for this mission seemed to be an important person, so the task was relatively high level. It was accepted by a mercenary group, which meant Lan Feng was at the bottom of the bottom. The name of this mercenary group is the Fire Rose. At first, Lan Feng thought it was a group of women because of the name. However, he was surprised to find that it is mainly made up of men, with women being a smaller part. The reason for the name is because the group's leader, Fire Wing, has a daughter named Fire Rose. He is not very good at choosing names, so he gave his daughter a rather old-fashioned name, and he decided to name the mercenary group after her. Some people questioned this choice at first, but he responded with, "Do you think my daughter's name is not good?" This shut everyone up. He loves his daughter very much, and anyone who says anything bad about her will make him angry. When he gets angry, he is willing to fight anyone. As the top fighter in the mercenary group, he ranks within the top 100 on the warrior list across the continent. No one dares to challenge him, which is part of why the Fire Rose mercenary group is so strong. Although they are not very large, their strength is not to be underestimated. Because of the name Fire Rose, many women have joined the group. Originally, it was mostly men, but now women make up about 30%. The name has become very popular, and no one objects anymore. The group is small, with only about 120 to 130 members. Most are core fighters, with very few support staff. For big missions like this, they usually hire other mercenaries to help. They prefer to hire trustworthy mercenaries or those recommended by the mercenary guild. Lan Feng is one of the latter. Lan Feng, trainee mercenary. He simply signed up and accepted the assignment from the Fire Rose mercenary group. He quickly learned the details of the mission. The goal was to deliver a person to the capital of the Beast Kingdom, Beast City. What he didn't know was that this person was a woman, Princess Feishuan, the daughter of the Beast Kingdom's top general and also the niece of the king. The surname, Lion, indicates that the royal family of the Beast Kingdom has the lion as their symbol, and it also shows that the king of the Beast Kingdom is a lion. Princess Feishuan is also a student at Chili Academy, like Lan Feng. However, she belongs to the Magic Academy and has been studying magic there for a long time. Because of this, there aren't many guards staying in Chili City, and she will ask a mercenary group to her when she leaves. According to unreliable rumors, the Beast Kingdom is a bit chaotic now, so it's even more important to have a strong. The beginning was very simple. Prepare to leave, gather everyone, arrange the formation, and then set out. Nothing special. The princess's carriage is in the middle and is the only carriage with passengers. Her guards are around the carriage, and the mercenaries surround the guards in the middle. After setting out, Lan Feng, who is responsible for logistics, didn't lead the way or protect the carriage in the middle. He just followed behind, walking on foot. Of course, he wasn't the only one walking. Many others were walking too, with only some riding horses. This was perfect for Lan Feng. It was a good chance for training. Considering they are about 2,000 miles from the Beast Kingdom, he was wearing a weighted suit, walking on foot, and also doing errands in the middle. This was definitely a kind of training. He was carrying a weight of 600 jin, about 300 kilograms. Everyone would be amazed by this. No one could tell that this 17-year-old boy was carrying such a heavy load, yet he could move normally and for a long time. If it was just the weight of 600 jin, many people could do it, but they couldn't do it all day long like he did. Compared to the 600 jin, his backpack felt very light. So even if he carried it all the way, he didn't feel tired. The mercenary group's rules say that personal items must be carried by oneself, and only group supplies can be put on the transport carriage. Because of Lan Feng's training idea and his responsible attitude toward work, setting up camp, cooking, and making soup, he did all these tasks perfectly. After a few days, he had gained a lot of praise from the mercenaries. Some members even wanted to recruit Lan Feng into their group. His serious work attitude and excellent performance made many people eager to offer him opportunities, even as an apprentice mercenary. As expected, Lan Feng refused directly. He would never join any organization because it would only bring trouble. All organizations have interests, whether big or small, just or evil. As long as there are such connections, problems will arise sooner or later. There is no need for him to join any side. The mercenaries also didn't insist. Since Lan Feng didn't want to, they wouldn't bring it up again. But they also didn't dislike him because of this. As mercenaries, they are easygoing and don't force anyone. A few days passed, and the team left the kingdom of Qi Li, heading onto the land of the neighboring country. The Beast Kingdom is located north of Qi Li, separated by 3 other countries. After entering the new country, they quickly reached a mountain area. Although there are bandits in these mountains, this is the closest route to the Beast Kingdom. The team wouldn't turn back just because of some bandits. Besides, what are mercenaries for? Are they just for show? That day, the team traveled more than 100 miles into the mountains. While Lan Feng was helping prepare lunch, a small incident happened involving Xiao Wu. Usually, when Lan Feng helps cook, Xiao Wu can't handle the heat from the stove and goes nearby to play. In these mountains, she wouldn't go too far. Today, during lunch break, there was a small stream nearby. Xiao Wu is a little bird, but very special. She seems to like playing in water and does it every day. Lan Feng thinks Xiao Wu is a girl and likes to stay clean, so she needs to bathe daily. When he said this, Xiao Wu curiously asked what a girl was and why girls like to be clean and bathe every day. Lan Feng replied that it's a difficult question. She's still young and doesn't understand. He would tell her more later. His answer was a bit vague, but he couldn't really explain. Sometimes, facts are obvious and accepted by everyone, but it's hard to explain why. Wow, such a cute little bird, splashing water and playing. A girl saw Xiao Wu flapping her wings and splashing water, and her eyes lit up. She carefully and slowly approached Xiao Wu, clearly intending to catch her. Little Wu seemed to sense danger and stopped her movements. She turned her small head around, finally pausing and tilting her head as she looked at the sneaky girl. She decided to run away. Seeing the girl's eyes, Little Wu felt she was very dangerous and went to find Feng. Little Wu flapped her wings, dried herself off, and then flew toward where Lan Feng was working. "Little bird, don't run away," the girl called out, then chased after Little Wu. Her steps were quick, and it seemed she had practiced fighting skills. In this mercenary group, it was not unusual to see girls with fighting abilities. Lan Feng had seen many such girls recently, including mature women. But even with her speed, she couldn't catch Little Wu. First, Little Wu was faster. Second, Little Wu was flying in the air where there were no obstacles, while on the ground, many people were resting, making it harder to catch her. Soon, Little Wu managed to shake off the girl and flew to a spot near Lan Feng, waiting for him. "Hey, Little Wu, are you hungry?" Lan Feng looked up during a break and saw Little Wu standing nearby. Curious, he asked. At this time, Little Wu should have been outside playing. So, Lan Feng thought Little Wu was hungry and wanted to ask him for food. Little Wu shook her head. "That's good. This is a mountain area with lots of fruit. You can find some yourself," Lan Feng said with a small smile. "You stay here. I need to do some work," Little Wu nodded. Meanwhile, outside, the girl was searching for Little Wu. "Little bird, where are you? Please support with monthly tickets." After lunch, Lan Feng finished his chores and took Little Wu out for a walk. Well, to play with her. Today was strange. Usually, after finishing their tasks, everyone would rest and then set out again. But today was different. After lunch, the leaders of the mercenary teams, groups of 10, were called away, as if for a meeting. They probably needed to discuss something important. Since this place often had bandits, it made sense to talk about plans. At least, that's what Lan Feng thought. But later, he found out the real reason and felt quite speechless. Because Little Wu hadn't played enough, Lan Feng took her to a small creek, hoping she would stay safe and not let dangerous people get close. Lan Feng looked around and saw nothing unusual, so he took Xiao Wu to the water. Xiao Wu immediately jumped into the stream, splashing and swimming happily. In the quiet mountain area, with the clear stream and cheerful Xiao Wu, everything felt fresh and peaceful to Lan Feng. He smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, you must be a little ugly duckling." "Xiao Wu is not a duck," Xiao Wu replied, continuing to splash water. "An ugly duckling isn't really a duck. It's a beautiful swan, but when it was young, it looked like an ugly duckling." Lan Feng chuckled softly. Xiao Wu's small eyes showed confusion. She flew onto Lan Feng's shoulder and stared at him. Knowing she wanted to hear a story, Lan Feng briefly told her the story of the ugly duckling. He couldn't remember all the details, but that was okay because Xiao Wu didn't need to know everything and didn't understand all of it. After hearing the story, Xiao Wu said, "Xiao Wu will also become a beautiful swan someday. And then Feng won't want to leave Xiao Wu. You silly girl. You are already very beautiful. Go play," Lan Feng said with a gentle laugh. He didn't think Xiao Wu would change much, but she looked good just as she was. To him, no other bird could replace her. Xiao Wu giggled happily and went back to play in the water. Watching Xiao Wu happily playing in the stream, Lan Feng suddenly had a mischievous idea. He took off his shoes and dipped his feet into the water. Then he thought, this stream could be his foot bath, and he could make Xiao Wu smell his sweaty feet. But he didn't succeed. Not because the water was too clean, but because his feet didn't have any smell at all. All the toxins in his body had been purified and transformed. This scene looked very natural and beautiful, a young boy sitting by the stream, with a cute little bird playing in the water. Anyone who knew this boy might find it strange. No one had ever seen him with such a gentle, smiling expression that made others feel close to him. However, this peaceful scene didn't last long. Someone hurried over and shouted loudly at Lan Feng. Lan Feng, is there a small green bird around you? I mean this one. The visitor was a female mercenary, dressed in light armor with a sword hanging at her waist. She looked confident and strong, like a true hero. She was a member of the Fire Rose mercenary group, which had once hired Lan Feng. When she saw Xiao Wu playing in the water, she realized she already had the answer to her question. Her eyes started to shine as she looked at Xiao Wu. However, this time Xiao Wu ignored her gaze and kept playing. As long as Lan Feng was nearby, she wasn't afraid. Linda, what do you want with Xiao Wu? Lan Feng asked curiously, turning around. He wondered why someone was asking about Xiao Wu. Linda had spoken to him a few times before, and mercenaries liked to call him by his name directly, so he didn't see the need to call her Mississippi. Lan Feng, can I borrow your little bird? Linda asked straightforwardly, without any politeness. Miss, that sounds a bit suggestive, Lan Feng replied. No, I mean Xiao Wu. Lan Feng corrected her. And she's not mine. You should ask her yourself. I ask her what good would that do? She doesn't talk, and she's your pet. Of course, it's up to you to decide, Linda said quickly. She didn't know Xiao Wu could talk, and everyone who had seen Xiao Wu before hadn't heard her speak. She is her, not my pet. But I can tell you that she doesn't like talking to others or being around people, Lan Feng said, looking into Xiao Wu's eyes. He wanted to help her answer. Linda looked a bit annoyed. Lan Feng, I used to think you were a good mercenary, but now I'm not so sure. She's clearly yours, yet you keep saying she's hers. If you don't want to lend her, just say so. Why make such a boring excuse? Linda was straightforward and didn't like beating around the bush. She didn't know about the special bond between Lan Feng and Xiao Wu, or how different Xiao Wu was. She thought Lan Feng was just making up a weak excuse. Whatever you think is fine. When are we leaving? Lan Feng said calmly. Did he really need to explain Xiao Wu's situation? If there was a misunderstanding, so be it. When we leave depends on when you give me the little bird, Linda said. She added, tell me your condition, Lan Feng. Give us the bird. Lan Feng didn't understand her first sentence, and the second made him lose interest in talking further. Go back, Lan Feng replied flatly, without even asking why. Linda suddenly froze. She had thought that Blue Feng would ask about the conditions or reasons, but unexpectedly, he simply refused without asking anything. Blue Feng ignored Linda's feelings and just watched Xiao Wu, who was diving into the water like a little duckling, then surfacing again. He didn't understand when she learned to do this. Could she really be a water bird? But from her appearance, she didn't look like one. She didn't have the webbed feet of a duck nor a flat beak like a duck. She didn't seem to be a waterfowl at all. Blue Feng, I beg you, please lend me Xiao Wu for a little while. Otherwise, today will be very troublesome, Linda said helplessly when she saw Blue Feng staring at Xiao Wu and ignoring everything else. She had no choice. Someone saw Xiao Wu and liked her very much. Because of Xiao Wu, she even lost her appetite. It wasn't a big deal for her, but the most frightening thing was the young lady's father, who loved his daughter very much. He gathered everyone to find a solution. From this, everyone could probably guess who this young lady was and who her father was. That's right, it was Captain Hawaii of the Fire Rose mercenary group and his beloved daughter, Fire Rose. The girl who had just seen Xiao Wu by the creek was Fire Rose herself. However, she wasn't so upset that she couldn't eat. She was just a little disappointed that Xiao Wu escaped. She really wanted to find Xiao Wu, and while thinking about it, she lost her appetite. Hawaii, who was too nervous, was quite worried. He immediately asked for details and gathered everyone to search for Xiao Wu, making sure it wouldn't interfere with their mission. That was something he was careful about. After hearing Xiao Wu's features from Fire Rose, Linda thought she had seen her before. After a moment of thinking, she remembered that sometimes a small green bird appeared near Blue Phone. So she went to find Blue Phone and see if it was the one Fire Rose mentioned. When she saw Xiao Wu playing in the water, she was sure, absolutely this one. I'll say it again. If you want her to be with you, just ask yourself. Don't ask me, Blue Phone replied coldly. This was troublesome. Did she think I was easily scared? You. Linda's anger started to rise. She had already spoken softly, yet she still used this attitude to deal with her. Big sister Linda, you found him. A girl ran over from afar. She was the girl who had just chased Xiao Wu, the princess of the Fire Rose mercenary group, the young lady Fire Rose herself. This year, I am 18 years old. Ah, it's this little bird. Little bird, don't run away, Fire Rose excitedly shouted, but she noticed that the small dancer, who usually runs away when she sees her, was now happily wandering around nearby. Seeing this, Lan Feng understood that it was all because of the charm of the little dancer. Oh, little dancer, you truly are loved by everyone. But where exactly is your charm? Lan Feng was puzzled. He couldn't understand why all the girls liked the little dancer so much. Maybe he would never understand this in his life. Hey, is it yours? Give it to me. Why does a man need to keep such a pet? Fire Rose said harshly. With a father who spoils his daughters so much, it was no surprise she had a bossy attitude. Lan Feng didn't reply. He was too tired to bother with her. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your agreement. From now on, it belongs to me, Fire Rose loudly declared, reaching out to grab the little dancer. Little dancer, come back. It's a bit noisy here, Lan Feng softly said. Hearing Lan Feng, the little dancer flew away from the water, shook off the water on her feathers, and landed on Lan Feng's shoulder. Such a clever little bird. Linda and Fire Rose thought at the same time, which strengthened Fire Rose's determination to get the little dancer. Oh, little dancer, maybe in the future, I should give you a makeover. Otherwise, you're just a troublemaker, a little mischief maker. The double bonus is about to end. Brothers, if you have votes, please give a smile. While Lan Feng hadn't even put on his shoes or lifted his feet from the water, Miss Fire Rose had already reacted and shouted at him. Don't think you can just leave. You're a mercenary in our group, so you should listen to me. Hand over the little bird. I can pay you gold coins, however many you want. Just say the word. Lan Feng knew that even if he left now, this woman would keep bothering him. So he decided not to get up. He sat by the creek, ignoring her words. Little dancer, if you're not tired of playing, keep having fun, Lan Feng said softly to the little dancer on his shoulder. The little dancer looked at Lan Feng, a bit confused. She didn't understand why he had just told her to go back, but now he wanted her to keep playing. Her little mind couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think about it anymore. She happily continued to splash water near Lan Feng's feet. Miss Fire Rose's eyes lit up, and then she coldly said to Lan Feng, Hey, quickly tell me, how many gold coins? Lan Feng still didn't reply. He just looked down at Xiao Wu, stirring the water with his foot to create waves, showing a rare, subtle smile. At that moment, he completely ignored everyone else, from deliberate ignoring to natural indifference. Because Lan Feng kept his head down and was turned away from everyone, no one saw his rare smile. They only thought he was rude for not answering Fire Rose and ignoring everyone. At this time, it was no longer just Fire Rose and Linda present. There were also some mercenaries. Hey, did you hear me? The young lady shouted loudly, her tone full of deep anger. No one had ever dared to ignore her like this. They should listen to her. She could get whatever she wanted. No one dared to oppose her. Still silent. The young lady stepped forward, ready to kick Lan Feng hard. Seeing Fire Rose's intention, Linda quickly grabbed her arm. She knew what Fire Rose wanted to do. She could let Fire Rose throw a tantrum inside the mercenary group, but she wouldn't let her behave like that to outsiders. Everything had limits. Lan Feng, just tell me a condition. How can I get that little bird? Linda asked, feeling a bit helpless. She sensed that Lan Feng was different from what she had thought before. She had thought he was easy to get along with and easy to talk to because of how he behaved at work. But now she saw it wasn't like that. Maybe today's negotiation would end badly. Still, she was worried. Was it worth it for a little bird? Although the bird was very cute. Please leave, Lan Feng said calmly. Kid, don't be arrogant. If you don't give it today, you still have to. Talking to you is just to give you face. The young lady couldn't hold back and lost her temper. You don't need to give me face. No need to talk. Please leave. Captain Linda, I think it's time for us to depart. You can play as you like, but that's outside the mission. Please focus on your task, Lan Feng said coldly. We are not neglecting the mission. We always prioritize the task. We are just taking a break to talk to you, Linda explained. They are professionals, unlike what Lan Feng said, who neglect their tasks to do boring things. If that is really the case, then now the people surrounding Lan Feng are not just them, but the entire mercenary group. The other captains are busy with their own tasks. Here, only Linda is the leader. The other mercenaries are currently resting. Lan Feng looks around and replies, If that's the case, I will be clear with you. We only discuss tasks. If there is something within my responsibilities, just tell me. Now, I want to be quiet for a while. If you want to stay here, I can't stop you, but please don't speak loudly. You. Fire Rose wants to say more, but is interrupted by Linda. Rose, let's forget about this. He is not part of our mercenary group. He is a temporary mercenary for this mission. From Lan Feng's words, Linda can tell there's no need to continue arguing. If they keep arguing, it will only cause trouble. Since Lan Feng is an outsider, if the mercenary group acts arrogantly, it could harm their reputation. Linda also feels she has no right to ask Lan Feng to do anything because he has already completed his task so well. As a mercenary, he is good, but he didn't handle this matter perfectly. No, I must. He's a man, and why should a little bird be with him? The little bird must be forced by him. I want to rescue it from his clutches. The young lady really finds reasons, and she can find excuses even in this situation. Although she previously misunderstood that Lan Feng was part of the mercenary group, which made her act without restraint and lose her temper, now that things have reached this point, she decides to continue. I already said before, Xiao Wu is independent. She doesn't belong to anyone, not to me, and not to anyone else. I said this again because you weren't here. If Xiao Wu is willing to go with you, I won't oppose it. Lan Feng turns to Fire Rose and says, What do you mean? Can she talk? Are you just refusing me like that? I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Fire Rose says angrily. She has a fiery temper, but that doesn't mean she's not smart. However, she is just making assumptions and didn't consider that Lan Feng's words might be true. Xiao Wu can indeed choose whether to go or not. Who said, Lan Feng hasn't finished speaking when a furious voice interrupts him. Hey, kid named Lan Feng, don't be so shameless. My daughter has taken a liking to your little bird, and that's your good fortune. Just go ahead and accept her. The speaker is Hui, and his voice is loud enough for almost everyone in the group to hear. Lan Feng is speechless. Hey, your words are really making people think of inappropriate things. Captain Hui, please watch what you say. Your words seem to affect your daughter's reputation. Someone else also said the same, and another person echoed it. Everyone quieted down. Thinking carefully, Hui's words really do invite many inappropriate thoughts. Stop talking nonsense. You're already an adult, yet you're so hot-tempered. You're corrupting your daughter. A gentle yet confident voice spoke up. A beautiful young woman scolded Hui. Hui just smiled and didn't reply to her words. Don't misunderstand. This beautiful young woman isn't his wife, but the vice captain of the mercenary group. Everyone assumes she is the captain's wife. Her name is Fire Rose, and her mother passed away shortly after she was born. This young woman is actually Hui's late wife's sister. She has been helping manage the mercenary group. Thanks to her efforts, the group has achieved a lot, and she is also skilled in magic. With her abilities, she could have married a good man long ago, but she chose to stay and help in the group. Everyone can see she likes Hui. Hui also knows this, but he hasn't crossed that line yet. He still misses his late wife. Plus, her position as his sister-in-law makes things complicated. They've been like this for many years. Fire Rose is already 18, but nothing has changed between them. You're called Lan Feng, right? If you really like that little bird and don't want to give her up, I have a compromise. You can lend her to Rose for a few days. She'll return her without you needing to ask. Rose is still a child and tends to want everything she sees. She'll get bored after a while, the young woman said softly, sounding very kind and hard to refuse. However, Lan Feng couldn't do anything about it. It was because Xiao Wu didn't want to, and he didn't like the way these people treated her, like a toy, saying she could just lend her for a few days or that she would return her once she got bored. I want to clarify once again. Little Dance is not a possession or a toy. She is independent. If you want her to follow you, you should ask her yourself, Lan Feng replied coldly. Kid, it seems you can't accept lessons. You're still messing with us here. Come on, let's fight. If you win, I won't bother you anymore. If I win, you'll obediently hand over that little bird, Firewing shouted loudly. He's talking nonsense again. You're a top 100 warrior on the continent, and he's just an apprentice mercenary. How can you say such things? Isn't that just like stealing? The beautiful young woman wanted to stop him, but Lan Feng made a surprising move. Captain Firewing, please, Lan Feng said. Although he knew he couldn't beat Firewing, he couldn't miss this chance. Seeing a top expert skill and sparring with him would be very beneficial for him. Everyone looked at Lan Feng. They didn't expect him to accept the challenge. Now they wondered if Lan Feng had heard of Firewing's reputation or if he was just naive. Good, very good. Just for that, I start to like you, Firewing said. He could see that Lan Feng's strength was far from his own. He had been worried about seeming too strong and bullying others, but Lan Feng responded calmly. Just for his courage, he thought this boy was pretty good. Lan Feng was about to put on his shoes and prepare for a big fight when a girl appeared, making him realize that the fight might not happen after all. Captain Firewing, you've misunderstood Lan Feng. He has never treated Little Dance as a pet. Everything is voluntary, and Little Dance can speak, she said. Double votes, haha? Please vote for me. Everyone was shocked by the girl's words. Talking birds are known about, but no one has ever seen one, and no one has ever heard of such a tiny bird that can speak. It is said that only high-level magical beasts can talk, and even among birds, they are usually very large, at least bigger than an ordinary person. People wondered, is what this girl said true? Can this little bird really talk? Everyone was watching Blue Maple and the young girl. Whether what the girl said was true or not, it was clear that these two knew each other. Otherwise, the girl wouldn't be here, and she had never left the carriage area before. The carriage in the middle was where the girl sat, protected by everyone. Blue Maple was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet her here and felt a bit confused. Miss Fayer, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be traveling with Murong Qianxuan and the others? It was Fayer Fox. Strange, isn't the person escorting her Feishuan lion? Could Fayer be Feishuan? Probably not. Their names are similar, but their family names are different, one from the Fox family, the other from the Lion family. There's no way to mix them up. Besides, Fayer is a swordswoman, and Feishuan is a mage. They must be different. Or maybe this is just a trick. Feeling suspicious, Blue Maple forgot to stand up and just sat by the creek, barefoot. It looked a bit ungraceful. Well, that's usually how it is. Who told you I was traveling with Qianxuan and the others? They are on a journey, but I didn't go with them because, when Fayer said this, she paused for a moment before continuing. I haven't been home in a long time, so I want to go back and see. Blue Maple could tell Fayer didn't want to explain why. He didn't ask further, but he guessed it was related to the rumors about the Beast Kingdom being in chaos, which might affect the Fox family. Oh, Blue Maple just let it go and didn't press further. Blue Maple, this is the task you mentioned. We are really lucky to meet like this. Or maybe it's fate that we met. It's been 5 or 6 days since we set out, and we just now met. If someone hadn't just called your name, I wouldn't have known you were here. Fayer smiled slightly, walked over, sat beside Blue Maple, and hugged her knees. Strange, today, Miss Fayer seemed a bit different. Why was she sitting on the ground? She was usually very polite, like a noble young lady. Sitting on the ground in front of everyone didn't seem very proper for her. Blue Maple was surprised, and others felt the same. They knew Fayer was the young lady of the Fox family, usually very noble. Why was she so casual today? Could this girl be her lover? No way. Little spirit, can I touch you? Fell smiled and asked, not noticing the surprised looks from everyone around her. She showed a different side of herself. No. Little spirit replied. She was tired of playing and shook off the water, then flew onto Blue Maple's shoulder. Little spirit is still the same, liking to stick close to you and not letting others touch her. Fell didn't feel embarrassed at all because she already expected this. Yes, Little Spirit only wants Maple, not anyone else. Little Spirit's young voice echoed in everyone's ears. It's amazing that she can talk. No wonder this kid is reluctant to part with her. Who wouldn't want to keep such a cute, talking little bird? Everyone looked at Little Spirit on Blue Maple's shoulder with surprise, silent for a long time. It created a strange scene. A group of people surrounding a young couple, as if witnessing something special. She's gotten better, at least she answers you now. Blue Maple said. That's true. She never used to answer us before. Maybe she's gotten used to us, but she still doesn't talk to others. Fel said, feeling a bit strange. Little Spirit is familiar now, but Blue Maple still seems distant, as if there's a thick, high wall between them. By the way, Miss Fel. Call me Fel, please. Or just like Qinshuan. Huh. Shouldn't it be Princess Feishuan this time? Blue Maple said straightforwardly, using her full name, but unlike others, he put the surname first. Fel, you really followed Qinshuan's way and put my surname first. Fel didn't mind. It felt meaningful. She replied to Blue Maple, I was temporarily with Feishuan. She's still in the carriage. By the way, Captain Firewing, when do you plan to rest? Her voice became as noble and graceful as usual, not sounding like a question but more like a suggestion, making it hard to refuse and impossible to ignore, like an order to act immediately. Sorry about that. We were just handling the security arrangements behind us, so we're a bit late today. We'll leave soon. The beautiful young woman nudged Captain Firewing, who quickly responded. Then Captain Firewing and the young woman left with everyone to continue their work. It seems today's events have come to an end. Looking back, it was almost like a farce, but it caused a little trouble for Lan Feng. Fire Rose still wouldn't give up. Xiao Wu, come play with me, humph. Xiao Wu turned her head and let out a soft snort. Fei Er found it funny, feeling Xiao Wu was becoming more lively, which also made Fire Rose feel quite annoyed. Let's go, Rose. She really doesn't like you, just as Lan Feng said, Linda said, pulling Fire Rose to leave. But Fire Rose still seemed unwilling to go, wanting to stay a little longer. Reluctantly, Linda had no choice but to stay with her, worried that something might happen if she left. Unexpectedly, Lan Feng was connected to such a noble young lady, and it seemed their relationship was quite close. It was hard to tell before. Hu Fei Er, it looks like we should get ready to leave too. Go back to the carriage, Lan Feng said calmly, lifting his feet out of the water and holding them in the air to dry. Umph, what a rude boy, holding up his smelly feet in front of the girls, Fire Rose thought angrily. But she soon realized, those feet were just two. Lan Feng, I've actually been wanting to ask you something, Fei Er suddenly said seriously. Lan Feng replied indifferently, if you have a question, just ask. If it's within my allowed range, I'll answer. The allowed range was quite strict. Whether I answer or not was entirely up to me. Fei Er understood what Lan Feng meant, but she didn't mind. She asked, how do you take care of your skin? Why is your skin even whiter and smoother than mine? Even your feet are so white and delicate, more like a woman's than a man's. That sounded so awkward. Maybe I should go to the desert for a while, train, and tan my skin a bit, roughen it up. What exactly is it? Fei Er continued to ask when Lan Feng didn't answer. Yes, what is it? I really want to know too, Fire Rose thought secretly. She had just wanted to say that those feet were so white and smooth, like jade, hard to believe they belonged to a man. At this moment, she also noticed that Blue Maple's face and hands were just as attractive as his legs. She really wanted to see more of him. If Blue Maple knew she was thinking this way, he would definitely be upset. Usually, men flirt with women, but now a woman wanted to flirt with him. However, who says only men can flirt with women? Women can flirt too. This is a question worth exploring. But as a woman, she loved beauty very much. Seeing Blue Maple's good skin, she wondered how he took care of it. That should be called natural beauty. Blue Maple's words almost made Fi fall into the creek. She couldn't help but think, over the past year, her skin had become whiter and whiter. Could the poisons she ate be some powerful, whitening product? She had heard that many whitening products are toxic. Maybe that's true. Otherwise, how could eating poison make her skin whiter? In the future, she wanted to study how to make whitening medicines. No matter which world she was in, there was a rule. Women's money was the easiest to earn. If you invent something women like, it only means one thing. Congratulations, you're rich. Speaking of poisons, Blue Maple had already developed many. Most of them he used himself. The toxins were becoming stronger and more strange. He was now like a master poison maker. If he kept going, he would become a legendary figure in the poison industry. Forget it. I won't bother you anymore, or it might interfere with your work. I'm going back now. Oh, I haven't asked yet. What kind of work do you do? I haven't seen you these days, Fi suddenly remembered and asked. Blue Maple smiled and replied, I'm in logistics, always at the back of the team. It's normal that you haven't seen me. Logistics? Are you in charge of cooking? Fi remembered the ramen Blue Maple made for everyone the first time and the teppanyaki at the night market. That's why she asked. But in Linda's eyes, it looked like these two are really in sync. Yes, it seems everyone likes what I make. That's one of my jobs, Blue Maple said as he finished drying his feet and put on his shoes. Then, tonight, I would like to eat the ramen you make. Is that okay? Fire asked Lanfeng. Sure, I have to cook anyway, Lanfeng replied. For him, cooking was part of his job. Some people have special requests, and as long as it's within his work, he doesn't mind. All right, then you can bring it to me for dinner, Fire said with a smile. Actually, you can come and get it yourself. I won't deliver it, Lanfeng said directly. That's not part of his job. Fine, I'll come and get it myself. Fire still smiled, as if saying, I knew you'd say that. Lanfeng felt more and more strange. This Foxfire seemed to have a big problem today, but it doesn't seem to be his concern, so he went back to work. Last hour of double time. Please support with some votes. After the lunch break, everyone's eyes on Lanfeng started to change. He went from being an unnoticed, behind-the-scenes worker to a somewhat well-known figure. Well, still a behind-the-scenes worker. Of course, he still held the same position. Asking him to take over someone else's work wouldn't mean he's now famous. It just means he's still seen as an apprentice mercenary. But this apprentice mercenary is quite well known now, at least within the current mercenary team. As for everyone's curiosity about him, Lanfeng's usual way of handling it was to ignore them. However, he was a bit disappointed that today he didn't get to see Firewing in action. He really wanted to see a master at work. The opponents he faced before either lacked skill or didn't give him enough time to test his own abilities. If he tried to test them, he might end up in serious trouble. They did show some strength, but only a little. It was impossible for Lanfeng to understand the full situation. Oh well, he thought, he would have chances to see it later. This mercenary mission might be troublesome. Not only bandits along the way, but even inside the Beast King's domain, things seemed a bit chaotic. At least, that's what he heard. Based on what he saw just now, he could guess Firewing's personality. If something happened, he would probably rush forward to fight. To put it simply, even if Firewing doesn't take action, there are still many skilled fighters in the group. For example, Linda is a decent swordswoman. According to Lanfeng's opinion, she is considered a top-tier expert with excellent skills and strength. However, this is just Lanfeng's way of judging. In this world, strength isn't measured only by skill and power. Instead, it is based on how much magic crystal energy a person can activate. The system is simple. A beginner martial artist or mage's activation level is the baseline unit. Of course, this is evaluated and rated. 5 times the baseline is a beginner or mage, 10 times is intermediate, 20 times is advanced, and over 40 times is a saint level. So far, only one person has reached the saint level. This isn't just on the current continent, but since the concept was created, only one person has ever achieved it. The saint level is considered incredible. On the modern continent, only a few people have exceeded 30 times, and only slightly. None have reached even 33 times. When the saint level was first defined, no one expected anyone to reach it. It was simply seen as a divine level, hence called the saint level. Because of this, a common ranking system was established. Those with activation levels between 30 and 40 times are called sub-saints. Of course, this ranking doesn't directly reflect absolute strength. It's relative. Besides explosive power, endurance matters too. If someone has strong explosive power but poor endurance, they could still be defeated by someone with lower activation levels. Generally, people with strong explosive power also have good endurance. This is because most martial arts and magic use similar methods, either fighting spirit or magic energy activation. The magic crystal techniques are also quite similar, so strength and activation levels are usually proportional. Within each rank, the difference in strength is up to individuals. When the gap isn't too big, victory depends on personal fighting skills and experience. There are no strict rules in this world about ranking people's strength. Assessments are based on personal judgment. Firewing is a high-level martial artist and one of the best among them. Lanfeng is also a top-tier fighter, but he is among the best in the beginner level. He uses internal energy to activate magic crystals, which gives him better endurance and accuracy compared to others on the continent. The journey continues. An afternoon passed, and Blue Maple finished today's training, carrying a load. Nothing particularly special happened during this time, at least not from Blue Maple's point of view. However, the young lady had been riding her horse around him since the afternoon, looking at Xiao Wu with shining eyes, clearly liking him. Blue Maple's gaze was also bright, but filled with anger. He chose to ignore it. The team found a safe place to set up camp. Although Feyer's tent and the princess's tent weren't in the very center, they were in the safest spot. The Fire Rose mercenary group had good experience in protection and knew how to arrange tents to best keep their clients safe. Today, Blue Maple was still helping out, setting up the kitchen and then helping prepare dinner. While making soup, he also made beef soup because he liked beef noodles the most. Since he liked it, Feyer decided to join him. She didn't say she wanted noodles, but Blue Maple made a big pot anyway, mainly for himself. Feyer could only eat a little. After others took their things outside, he was left alone in the temporary kitchen. It wasn't that everyone was waiting for him. He had been eating in the kitchen all these days. Feyer? She'll come back on her own. Why should I call her? His stomach was very hungry, and eating was the priority. Blue Maple ignored everything else and started eating. I knew it. You wouldn't come to call me or wait for me. You just ate on your own, Feyer said as she opened the tent and saw Blue Maple eating noodles loudly. The noodles are on the table. Blue Maple pointed to a steaming bowl of noodles. He had already prepared it, just to prevent himself from eating too much and leaving nothing. Feyer walked over, picked up the bowl, and started eating standing up, just like Blue Maple. She had no manners now, no longer the noble young lady of the Fox family, just an ordinary girl eating a simple bowl of noodles. At this moment, if someone entered, they would see this strange scene. Two young people, one boy and one girl, standing and eating. The boy was not unusual, but the girl looked quite surprising. Oh, you want to know how Blue Maple was eating while standing? Nonsense. He doesn't stand while eating, so it's easier for him to serve himself a bowl. Fear looked at Lan Feng eating bowl after bowl. Soon, he had finished 3 bowls, while she had only eaten half a bowl. She secretly smiled to herself, thinking, same as always. After Fear finished a bowl of noodles, Lan Feng had almost finished the entire pot. Lan Feng, you're still the same, still able to eat so much, Fear said with a smile, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. Lan Feng explained, I've been exercising a lot lately, so I need to eat more or I won't be able to walk tomorrow. Although this explanation wasn't complete, it was enough to make sense. Fear asked with a smile, are you coming to the kitchen to help just so you can eat more freely? Exactly, Lan Feng didn't mind admitting it. He volunteered to help in the kitchen so he could eat as much as he wanted without restrictions. That's also why he stayed alone in the kitchen. Eating outside was too troublesome. After everyone finished, they had to come back for more. Here, he could eat as much as he liked. The Fire Rose mercenary group had been at a disadvantage this time. Letting Lan Feng help in the kitchen might surprise them when they see the bill, just a small surprise though. Fear also thought of this and said with a light smile, it's a pity for Captain Hui. His budget might be in the red this time. Lan Feng said nothing, which was probably a silent agreement. He didn't care about that. Neither Fear nor Lan Feng said anything more. The scene suddenly became quiet. Maybe Fear had nothing more to say, or maybe she just wanted this moment of peace to relax her mind. After a long while, Fear spoke again. Lan Feng, in the future, can you keep making food for me? Like what little one said, dumplings, wontons, and so on. No problem, Lan Feng replied without hesitation. You're the one on this mission, and as long as it's within my ability, I can help you. Is it just because of the mission? Well, that's fine. It's better that way. Fear showed a faint smile and said, good. From now on, you'll prepare my 3 meals a day until this mission is over. Okay. Lan Feng agreed. Then I'll go now. I'll come back tomorrow morning to find you and get my breakfast. Fear finished speaking and turned to leave, only stopping at the door. Lan Feng, if in the future I could have breakfast with Qianxuan and Luna every day. No, not every day, just once a month. That would be so nice. As long as you can pay, I will help you. But after this trip, I might not come back. Still, you can have breakfast with Murong Qianxuan and the others. As for my food, the young lady will get tired of it, so don't bother. Lan Feng could tell that Fear wasn't really craving her own breakfast, just wanting to eat with Murong, Qianxuan, and the others. Young lady, sometimes I really wish I were just an ordinary girl, not the young lady of the Fox family. Fear still smiled, but her smile carried a hint of bitterness. Then she left. Seeing Fear's behavior, Lan Feng guessed that something must have happened during her return, something that made her unhappy. But he didn't ask further. These things were probably just some petty family disputes, and they didn't concern him. A few more days passed. Today was the last day in these mountains. If all went well, tomorrow they would reach the wide plains outside. During these days, the only notable events were a few small bandits blocking the road to rob them. But they were easily dealt with. No captain-level fighters appeared, just ordinary mercenaries, and they handled it smoothly. Lan Feng had to admit, these bandits were really just small-time troublemakers. Disappointing, really. He missed the chance to see a master in action. But in a way, that was good. The mission was going smoothly. Lan Feng wasn't the type to hope for trouble just to see a fight. He focused on completing the task, with other things taking a back seat. In the past few days, he had been making 3 different kinds of food daily for Fear. While giving her food, he also tasted it himself. After all, he was a professional. To really judge the flavor, he needed a lot of samples. Fear seemed to want to put her worries aside for now. Over these days, she and Lan Feng often talked and laughed. Most of the talking was from her, while Lan Feng mostly responded with, yes, uh-huh, or, He did reply sometimes, but not very often. Fear had long known about Lan Feng's personality, so she didn't feel surprised. She continued with her final indulgence, knowing that after this, she might never return to the kingdom of Qi Li. This time, she kept it a secret from Murong, Qianxuan, and the others, only saying she was going home. Therefore, everyone often saw Fear run into the kitchen during meals, and everyone knew that only Lan Feng was inside. During rest times, people saw Lan Feng playing with Xiao Wu, sometimes accompanied by Fear. Sometimes they sat quietly without talking, and sometimes Fear spoke, but few saw Lan Feng talking. This made everyone curious about their relationship. They seemed like lovers, friends, or maybe strangers who didn't really know each other. Because Fear often appeared beside Lan Feng, no one acted against him. Fear helped block any trouble without others knowing. As mentioned earlier, they expected to leave tomorrow, but surprises often happen at such times. On the morning of the second day, after breakfast, everyone prepared to finish the last part of their mountain journey, a canyon, which was also a place prone to ambushes. The mercenaries knew that their elite group could handle themselves well. Even if they didn't know this canyon, their experience told them it was easy to be ambushed here. Many had been ambushed in this place before. So, the whole group moved carefully through the canyon, watching both sides closely to prevent sudden attacks. At this moment, Lan Feng also started paying close attention to both sides. Although he was just a helper in the mercenary group, he still had the duty to protect Fear and the princess, escorting them all the way to Baiso City. At first, Lan Feng only watched the sides. Later, he overheard 2 mercenaries talking. Knowing that this canyon had been ambushed many times before, he thought of a possibility. He then moved closer to the wagon, not to protect Fear and the others, but to find the fire wing near the wagon. As the leader of the group, the fire wing should be here at this time. Sure enough, Fire Wing and his little sister-in-law, the deputy captain, were together, looking ahead with serious expressions. Lan Feng, why are you here? Are you worried about me? Before Lan Feng could speak, Fire leaned forward and asked. She was just asking out of curiosity and didn't expect Lan Feng to really come because he was worried. But to her surprise, yes, Lan Feng nodded. Fire was a little surprised and couldn't believe it. Your safety is my duty, Lan Feng simply said, also showing her why he was worried. Oh, Fire understood but felt a little disappointed. Lan Feng didn't continue talking to Fire. Instead, he went up to Fire Wing and asked, Captain Fire Wing, I want to know, how would you feel if we get out of this canyon? Fire Wing looked confused but answered, I think I would feel relieved, like we've passed a test. He always spoke honestly, saying what was on his mind. In that case, the others would feel the same, Lan Feng said with a slight frown. Probably. Is there a problem? Looking at the end of the canyon, Lan Feng said, what if the enemy isn't hiding inside the canyon but outside? What do you think would happen? Going against the usual, attacking suddenly when everyone is relaxed. This scene is very familiar. Lan Feng has seen it many times. Everyone on Earth knows this. But the people here are hearing about it for the first time, and it's the first time someone has suggested such a plan. That, Firewing started to think deeply, and the beautiful young woman next to him also frowned. They weren't fools. Once someone pointed it out, they would consider this possibility. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. This canyon was known as a good ambush spot, so everyone was on alert when they arrived. Under such caution, a successful surprise attack would be difficult. But outside the canyon was different. After the tension, when everyone's mood relaxed, an attack at that moment could cause heavy casualties. Thinking of this, they felt a chill run down their spines. "Thank you for your warning." Firewing politely spoke to Lan Feng, which made the Fire Rose nearby feel annoyed, but she didn't act because she knew it wasn't the time to cause trouble. She grew up in the mercenary group, has a fiery temper, but is definitely a capable mercenary. Firewing began giving orders to each team leader, insisting they stay alert when leaving the canyon until they reached a safe place. At the same time, Firewing started to value Lan Feng more. His keen observation skills show he's talented. He didn't realize that this was not just Lan Feng's achievement, but also the result of many enthusiasts' efforts. As the saying goes, reading more books can help you. Initially, the team leaders were confused about the orders, but they soon understood that there was an ambush outside the canyon. It was truly a coincidence. There was indeed a group waiting to ambush them outside, and I knew someone was hiding. But this is too many, Firewing cursed loudly. This was the first thing he said after the mercenary group retreated into the canyon. Lan Feng guessed correctly, but he didn't expect the ambushers to be so many. Thousands of soldiers dressed in black armor and clothing. They are probably soldiers, as no bandits could form such a neat formation. If not soldiers, then trained military personnel, almost like an army. Fortunately, Lan Feng warned them, or they might have been cut off from retreating, unable to go back through the canyon. Now that the team sensed danger, they retreated. Suddenly, a large group of people appeared out of nowhere, though no one knew where they came from. Despite the large number of enemies, the mercenary group showed no fear. Instead, everyone was full of fighting spirit. Yes, your side has many people, but in this narrow canyon, having more doesn't help. Only the front line can truly make a difference, which limits your effectiveness. We are different. No matter the environment, we mercenaries can unleash our strongest power. So even though we are only a few hundred, we will ultimately win. This is the mercenaries' belief, and the fierce close combat in front of us proves it. The mercenaries completely blocked the attack of the black armored army, and in the fight, the black army suffered far more casualties than the mercenaries. Regarding this result, the black-clad army did not expect it. Their original plan was to surround Blue Fang's team and use their advantage to wipe out the mercenary group. They didn't really think about setting an ambush. They just wanted to fight the mercenaries head-on. With their numbers, they believed they could definitely destroy the mercenary group. At least that was their own assumption. However, things turned out differently. Blue Fang's suggestion unexpectedly hit the mark. The mercenaries ahead discovered the black-clad army and, under their command, retreated into the canyon. They did not let the black-clad army surround them on the plain outside, preventing the black-clad army from gaining the upper hand. "Trying to ambush me? Watch me wipe you out." Hua-Yi drew his sword and shouted loudly. Ignoring the beautiful young woman's attempt to stop him, he jumped out. The flame sword is a fire element magic crystal weapon of 7th rank, which he obtained with difficulty. He named it himself. Now, Blue Fang was not only a bit excited, but also eager to see real skill in action. Roar! Hua-Yi leapt into the air and roared loudly. He held his sword with both hands, striking with the force of thunder toward the frontmost black-clad soldiers. Suddenly, flames erupted from the sword's edge, forming a huge fire blade in the air, roaring as it pressed down on the black-clad army. At this moment, there was no need for magic crystal skills. Why wait? Magic crystal skills have a wide attack range. When fighting in groups like this, using them is very effective. No, extremely effective. Loud screams echoed. A large scar appeared where Hua-Yi's sword had cut, with black-clad soldiers burned nearby. In the middle, they had already been charred and killed. Based on Blue Fang's estimate, this single strike killed between 50 and 70 people. The power of one strike can cause such damage. No wonder he is considered a top expert. Blue Feng secretly thought that this single move showed the gap between himself and the top 100 experts of this continent. He could also perform such a move, but at most, it would kill 10 people. Blocking this attack is simple, either that or just avoiding it altogether. This move shook the hearts of the black-clad soldiers. Although they knew about the fire wing, seeing it in person was different from their imagination. If they weren't soldiers, they might even start doubting whether their mission today would succeed. Despite their large numbers, they faced many skilled opponents, including someone like Fire Wing. Unlike the black-clad soldiers, the Fire Rose mercenary group was full of high spirits after this move. Everyone wanted to show their full strength, and their attacks became much more deadly, causing many more casualties. In this situation, the mercenaries didn't lose their minds or rush forward blindly. Instead, they slowly retreated, leading the enemy into the canyon, deeper and deeper. The black-clad soldiers behind didn't know what was happening ahead. They followed the front line into the canyon, but the front fighters kept fighting the mercenaries. They didn't realize they were gradually moving deeper into the trap. If someone were watching from above, they would see a canyon that looked like it was absorbing something. Black energy was being pulled into the canyon, and the blackness outside was getting less and less. The battle continued. Fire Wing was fighting at the front, showing his terrifying power. Almost every strike he made added a new ghost to the world. His swordsmanship was practical and efficient. He aimed to kill with one strike, never wasting time with fancy moves or unnecessary actions. His skills had been honed through countless battles. By the standards of this world, he was undoubtedly a top expert. He was the strongest person Blue Maple had ever seen, and his use of sword techniques was also the best. Still, Blue Maple could see that there was room for improvement. Some of his strength was wasted, and he could be more efficient. But being able to do what he did was already very impressive. If Blue Maple fought him directly, he would definitely lose. The gap between them was too big, so he knew he still had a lot of work to do. What? An unofficial fight? That was something to think about. The black-clad soldiers were losing men quickly. Hundreds had been injured since the fight started, and this was just the beginning. If things continued like this, they would be completely wiped out by the mercenaries. Another person fell, this time a mercenary. In battles like this, it was impossible for one side to suffer only minor injuries while the other remained completely unharmed. That simply wouldn't happen. The mercenaries had already lost 10 men and dozens were wounded, mostly lightly. About 10 or so were seriously hurt. Step back on both sides, Firewing's voice rang out. He could no longer let the situation continue. Even if they won in the end, many of his people would be dead. After hearing Firewing's command, the mercenaries on both wings began to retreat, forming a triangle with Firewing at the center, directly facing the black-clad army. Fire Dragon Frenzy. A fire dragon shot out from Firewing's flaming sword, claws bared, attacking the black-clad soldiers. The Fire Dragon Frenzy is a common fire magic crystal skill. It allows the user to summon a fire dragon to attack in a specific direction. The size and range of the dragon depend on the user's ability. Don't think that common skills are weak. Often, they are the most refined, chosen from many similar options through careful selection. Firewing's fire dragon seemed different from the usual. Besides being large and long, the flames faintly emitted a white glow. Blue Feng, who understood fire magic, knew that white flames are hotter than yellow ones. Even with the same magic crystal skill and the same fire element, the temperature of the flames can vary. For example, Blue Feng's ice magic can theoretically reach absolute zero, freezing everything. But reaching absolute zero is impossible. The chance of achieving it is zero. No one can actually reach that point. More screams echoed. But some of these victims were fortunate enough to scream. The worst were those who had no chance to scream. They were instantly incinerated by the fire dragon, turned to ashes. It was terrifying. Is this what a high-level warrior looks like? High-level warriors wielding magic crystal weapons seem like gods, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if we have more people, it wouldn't matter unless we also had high-level warriors or powerful mages. When the black-clad army was truly stunned by this scene, Firewing did not stop. Instead, he shouted wildly, Everyone saw Firewing erupt with powerful fighting spirit, his aura surging fiercely. His momentum was so strong that everyone could feel it, pressing toward all of them. This is bad. He has another move. All members of the black-clad army began to change their expressions. The first attack was already so powerful, and now Firewing's next move was already making a loud noise. Its power would definitely be unimaginable, several times stronger than the first. He must not let him use that move. All the black-clad soldiers desperately rushed toward the Firewing to stop it, but it was already too late. The soldiers who had been in front of the Firewing had turned to ashes, and no one was left beside him. The soldiers on the wings had been held back by mercenaries, abandoning their opponents to stop the Firewing. Doing so was like risking their lives, leaving their fate to the mercenaries, and going ahead to meet the gods. Because of this, they were already killed by the mercenaries when they tried to leave. Wild Flamestorm, the Firewing shouted loudly and swung his sword. Flames immediately appeared in front of him, spreading outward. Blue Fong saw that after the Firewing swung his sword, it looked like a flamethrower constantly spewing fire. The flames quickly filled the narrow canyon in front of him and rushed out beyond the canyon. The entire canyon became a sea of fire, swallowing everything in its path. This was a powerful weapon capable of causing massive destruction. Blue Phone watched the scene and could only think to himself that this was the strength of the top 100 experts in this world, powered by the magic crystal stone, which could unleash terrifying power. More than 2,000 black-clad soldiers were destroyed, just by one person and one sword. Although they also had the advantage of terrain, the narrow canyon, allowing this move to reach its full potential. If it had been on a plain, even 10 times the power wouldn't have been enough to wipe out all the soldiers. Still, such power was truly shocking. Blue Phone felt a deep sense of awe. He knew that magic crystal techniques could achieve this level, but seeing it with his own eyes was much more impressive than reading about it. Training, intensify your practice. Martial arts truly are endless. I can do this too. This is a pure pursuit of martial arts, not about being invincible in the world. As long as I break through my limits and keep surpassing myself, I, as a martial artist, have the character of a martial artist. Martial arts must be pursued, and promises must be kept, helping others in need. Of course, this would never happen to Blue Phone. He was content with just mastering the first 2 points, and once he decided to do something, he would stick to it and never give up halfway. That is his nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't persist in practicing the turtle breathing technique or hypnotism. Once he starts something, he will see it through, no matter what. Firewing has fallen. He used all his fighting spirit in that last move and now has no strength left to stand. Captain, the mercenaries shout in surprise. Blue Maple is speechless. This is the decline behind a glamorous appearance. He was so brave before, but now he's fallen to the ground. It's unclear whether Firewing is a master or a fool. Well, maybe those two are not mutually exclusive. So he must be a full master. He exhausted all his strength. If someone wanted to kill him now, it would be very easy. Of course, Blue Maple knows that Firewing did this to prevent his brothers from getting hurt. He also trusts that his team can protect him. No matter the reason, the immediate problem is solved. Blue Maple has seen Firewing's moves and knows his strength. He can remember any move after just one look. Firewing is completely exhausted, so there's no way he doesn't understand his own power. But the next problem is a bit tricky. The black-clad army has been defeated. Who can they ask about who sent them and what their purpose was? Brothers, do you have any monthly tickets? In the days after the ambush in the canyon, everyone has been relatively calm. The exhausted Firewing is now lively again, especially after he woke up and faced the strict criticism from the beautiful young woman. It was mainly about not knowing how to cherish himself and lacking self-control. Blue Maple couldn't hear these words, and he didn't ask who these people were or why they came here. He trusts the mercenary group to consider these things. The most important thing is teamwork. Everyone should do their own part. Unless there's a special situation, no one should interfere in others' affairs. That's not helping, it's just causing trouble. Blue Maple continues to do his usual chores, preparing 3 meals a day for Fire. Recently, he's also increased his training intensity, adding 50 pounds of weight to his practice, reaching a total of 650 pounds. At night, he intensifies the poison's toxicity to speed up his internal energy cultivation. His internal strength is already surpassing the peak of his previous world and is beginning to break through to a new level. Before sleeping at night, or before practicing internal energy, he finds a quiet place to train martial skills, aiming to perfect his sword techniques and make his magic crystal skills more flexible and spontaneous. On such a night, no one is with me except for Xiao Wu, who is either in a tree, on a rock, watching Blue Maple, or playing alone. Xiao Wu is used to sleeping with Blue Maple. Every night, she lies on Blue Maple's chest. This makes Blue Maple feel a bit strange. Usually, if she liked sleeping on someone, she would be on their head, since her hair looks more like a bird's nest. Regarding the Black Clothes Army, Feier and Princess Nafei Xian have some idea about it, but they haven't said anything. Such matters are not for outsiders to know, and the mercenaries don't need to know either. A mercenary's job is just to complete the task. They don't ask about things outside the mission, and there's no need to. As long as you honestly report the difficulty level of the task, without hiding anything, that's enough. Don't claim an A-level task as B-level. This mission was originally a B-level task. The enemies now appearing are also of B-level difficulty. The world isn't that extreme. There are no S, SS, or even SSS levels. The highest is A-level, which is very hard. The Fire Rose mercenary group wouldn't dare take on an A-level mission alone. Similarly, mercenary ranks are also similar. Those above apprentice are F-level, up to the highest A-level. Getting back to the main point, since Princess Nafei Xian's reported mercenary level matches the reality, the mercenary group won't interfere in other matters unless something is inconsistent. Also, the dead mercenaries have been buried near the canyon, which is a rule among mercenaries. If someone dies somewhere, they are buried there. Otherwise, it would burden others. No mercenary wants to be a burden to others. From the initial request of the deceased, this rule was formed naturally. Perhaps because of these sad events, or because everyone now understands the situation is serious, Miss Fire Rose hasn't come to bother Blue Maple these days. Unlike before, she would slow down to see Xiao Wu specially. Maybe she's tired of it. That's just one possibility. Although Blue Maple doesn't mind her wandering around, overall, he prefers not to see her. That's the best way. At dawn, the mercenaries are enjoying a delicious breakfast. Blue Maple is also having breakfast, accompanied by a beautiful presence. Blue Maple, if I get into trouble, would you come to save me? Feier asked while eating a steamed bun. During this time, although she deliberately indulged herself, she found that it was not so bad after getting used to it. Gradually, she grew closer to Lan Feng, and their relationship was no longer just connected through Murong Qianxuan. Before this mission is over, I will, Lan Feng replied while biting his small bun. After swallowing, he responded, not liking to speak vaguely while eating. Fear asked again, and after that, no, Lan Feng answered directly. Fear smiled and said, you really still won't, but at least you didn't lie to me. That's good. It's better than pretending. Being honest makes me feel like this is real. If you really can't do something, why say you will? In big families, she had seen many fake people, so she liked Lan Feng's straightforwardness, even if it made her a little sad. No need to lie to you. The truth might hurt for a while, but it's only temporary. Lies, however, can cause pain for a lifetime, Lan Feng said, his answer long and a bit full of unnecessary words, but those words made her think. Fear paused for a long time, then softly said, you're right. Lies can indeed cause lifelong pain. Her expression clearly showed she was relating her own experience to Lan Feng's words and feeling a connection. Sometimes, letting go can be a kind of happiness. Let go of yourself. Let go of what you have. Let go of what you carry, and let go of everything, Lan Feng added, speaking more nonsense, perhaps because he had some free time today and was just chatting. Fear looked down and thought for a long time, then said to Lan Feng, thank you. I don't know if you see me as a friend, but I will be one. After saying this, she left. From her expression, it was clear that she had let go of some things. Although Blue Fang's words didn't change the situation, they did change her view of it. Sometimes, how you see something can affect your mood. If the event turned out to be true, there's no need to worry anymore. Just accept it. But if it wasn't true, then what are you worried about now? Feier, you look very happy today. Did something happen? Princess Feishuan asked when Feier returned to the carriage. Nothing special, just the same as before. I want to have breakfast. This time, he called it steamed buns. I brought you a little, Feyre replied with a smile, taking out a small portion of steamed buns for Princess Feichuan. Since Feyre started eating at Bluefang's place, Princess Feichuan became curious. After learning about it, she wanted to try Bluefang's food. Because of her status, she didn't go with Feyre but asked her to bring some back for her to taste. Unexpectedly, she also began to like Bluefang's food. She had never eaten such things before. When she was at the academy, she never went out, so she had never tried Blue Lin's cuisine. This was her first time, so she felt very fresh and asked Feyre to ask Bluefang for a portion. Feyre had no problem, and Bluefang was fine with it too. An extra woman's share didn't matter much. It's all the same, made the same way, with no difference. It's very tasty. But how is this different from the buns he used to make? It just looks smaller, Princess Feichuan asked, raising a question Feyre had also asked before. He said there's no difference, just a different way of eating, Feyre replied. Actually, Bluefang wasn't sure what the difference was either. He made them based on his memories, so only heaven knew if they were authentic or not. Oh, Princess Feichuan continued. So, what happened where you just were? I feel like your mood is different from when you went out. You seem happier, Feyre smiled slightly and said, I've come to understand some things. It's because of his words. Heaven has been kind to me. At least in this moment, I'm glad he's here with me. I think you've fallen for him. If that incident hadn't happened, would you be with him? Princess Feichuan asked with a playful smile. Feeler smiled softly and said, We are just friends. Besides, even if I liked him, we couldn't be together. It would be the same whether or not that thing happened. Why? Princess Feichuan asked curiously. Because he wouldn't like me. To him, I'm just a stranger. Without this mission, he wouldn't care about me at all. He already said that just now. Princess Feichuan immediately replied. So, it's just what he said. That's how boys try to chase girls, using tricks like playing hard to get. I've seen many boys act indifferent at first. Then when I ignore them, they become clingy, Feeler calmly said. That's how other boys are. Bluefang is different. His personality is like that, a bit cold, but very sincere. If he likes someone, he likes them. If he doesn't, he doesn't. He won't pretend or be polite just to impress. That's why I like talking to him. Princess Feichuan thought to herself, now you're defending him, even though you said you don't like him. Now I'm interested. I want to know more about him. Since there's nothing else, just tell me. I don't know much about him, actually. I can say very little, just tell me what you know. I like hearing your stories. Feeler shook her head, but still shared everything she knew with Princess Feichuan. After listening, the princess couldn't help but say, Wow, you really don't know much. Originally, Feeler and Bluefang didn't have many interactions. Plus, Bluefang was always mysterious and hard to find. She finished telling what little she knew quickly. Recommended a super good fantasy novel, Iron Fist Mage. If you like exciting stories, go check it out. Just a heads up, this is a quote from someone. Fans of good books can click directly on the recommendation in the book page, Iron Fist Mage. After 20 days, Bluefang's team successfully reached the border of the Beast Kingdom. It was only 4 or 5 days' journey to Beast City. During this time, the team's progress can be described with 2 words, smooth. Since the attack by the Black-clad army, nothing else had happened. Not even small bandits. They traveled safely through several countries and finally arrived at the Beast Kingdom. This surprised everyone. They had been ready for a fierce fight, but instead, everything was so calm. This was completely unexpected. Lanfeng also felt a bit surprised. He couldn't understand what the other side was trying to do. Usually, the hardest part is the journey before reaching the Beast King's kingdom. After that, things should become easier. Because whether the other side came from the Beast King's kingdom or another force, they would choose to attack before Feyre and Princess Feixian arrived at the kingdom. The reason is simple. Other forces would find it easier to attack outside the kingdom's territory. They would avoid fighting on their own land to prevent trouble. Based on Feyre's behavior, Lanfeng guessed that the attack came from her country, probably because of their return trip this time. As for the exact reason, Lanfeng didn't ask or think about it. He just wanted to finish his task and then explore the Beast King's kingdom. So his only goal now was to follow the team and Feyre and the others to Beast City. As long as they got through the next few days safely, it would be fine. However, the chances of success were small. Based on the previous attack, those people definitely wouldn't give up easily. If they continued, the next attack would be even more intense. Since those people dared to attack inside the Beast King's kingdom, they must be confident they could strike it deadly without leaving traces. Not only Lan Feng thought this way, but experienced mercenaries also knew it. Their anger grew even more serious, and they became more cautious. In this tense atmosphere, the mercenary team kept moving forward. 2 days had passed, and in at most 3 days, they would reach Beast City. That means, during these 3 days, there would definitely be ambushes or direct attacks. Either way, it would be very fierce, like a storm. If they weren't careful, they could be badly hurt. It was very likely that the attack would happen today. After one more day, they would be closer to Beast City. As the capital, only the king's orders would make someone risk doing such things nearby. Now, everyone is facing a perfect ambush spot in a snow-covered mountain area. This is the only way to reach the Beast City, with snowy forests on both sides. Under the snow, there could be many hidden dangers. No one knows exactly what, but everyone understands this is a necessary path. Even if it means risking death, they must pass through here to deliver Phi and the others to Beast City. This is the duty of mercenaries. During this tense moment, someone in the team suddenly spoke. Northland scenery, 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow drifting. When everyone heard these words, they felt it suited the scene perfectly. The Beast Kingdom is in the north of the continent, where most areas are covered with snow all year round, and the rest are mostly icy most of the time. This phrase was unfamiliar to everyone, but it sounded beautiful, as if spoken by a skilled bard. However, it was just a spontaneous thought from someone. Everyone could guess it was Lan Feng, but he wasn't the one speaking now. He remembered this line when they entered the Beast Kingdom area earlier, just recited it casually, not expecting anyone to notice. The voice was very young, like a little girl's. Of course, this wasn't Lan Feng's voice, but that of Xiao Wu beside him. Feng, it's snowing again. Xiao Wu happily fluttered in the air, carefree. She didn't know the problems everyone faced, and Lan Feng naturally wouldn't tell her. Even if she knew, she wouldn't understand. Yes, it's snowing again. Lan Feng smiled slightly, looking at Xiao Wu. He still couldn't understand why Xiao Wu didn't seem affected by the cold weather and remained so lively. How could her feathers withstand the cold? Even relying on his internal energy, Lan Feng could feel the chill in the air. Xiao Wu was truly amazing. As Lan Feng reached this conclusion, others felt the same. Now, everyone was wearing 1 or 2 more layers of clothing than when they left Chili City. But Lan Feng still dressed as he did before. Keeping warm is also a way to practice qi cultivation, which is why Lan Feng chose not to wear extra clothes. Xiao Wu, who taught you that poem just now? Fei asked, leaning forward with a smile at Lan Feng. Lan Feng has been walking near the carriage these days because he is worried about something happening. Since he is Fei Er's friend, no one pays much attention to him, thinking he's just a lonely person who doesn't affect anything. Moreover, having one more person to protect is good. He can also serve as a shield if needed. That's how everyone sees Lan Feng. Just a shield, nothing more. Not telling you. Xiao Wu still refuses to tell anyone except Lan Feng. Even though Fei Er has often been with Lan Feng these days, Xiao Wu, like Lan Feng, has no feelings for Fei Er and completely ignores her. Fei Er has experienced this many times, so she naturally continues, I know you won't tell me. It must be Lan Feng who taught you. Lan Feng, is that true? Besides Lan Feng, Xiao Wu wouldn't talk to anyone else or learn from others. Yes, I said that line, but I didn't teach her, Lan Feng replies. Hu Fei Er, you should pull your head back. It's dangerous to stick it out like that. If you have something to say, just say it inside the carriage. No need to peek out. What's dangerous about that? Fei Er doesn't understand. She doesn't know what sniping means, and others don't understand it either, so they didn't stop her from doing this. Although Fei Er doesn't understand, she follows Lan Feng's advice and pulls her head back, then asks, Can you write poetry? Lan Feng knows that when she says, write poetry, she doesn't mean the kind he understands. On this continent, wandering poets write lyrics, and there's a difference between writing poetry and lyrics. But here, they are mixed together. I can't. I learned that line from a book, Lan Feng replies. He's not worried that Fei Er will ask which book. Books on this continent are not like in other places. They are published in countless copies, but many are unique or handwritten copies. so no one asks where you saw a certain line. Even if they do, you can just say you saw it in any book, and no one will know which one. Even if you can't, you should try. I believe you can do it. Why not make a poem with snow? In this environment, Fei Er needs to relax her mind. She believes Lan Feng can definitely do it. Okay, since you see my potential as a poet, I will make you one. Lan Feng had already thought he was talented in poetry and songs. Now that someone appreciates him, he wants to create the perfect one. Ah, Snow, oh, you are so white. So white, so white. White, white, white. Boom, everyone falls down. Ha ha, ha ha. Fair, your blue maple is so interesting, so talented. Princess Feishuan couldn't help but laugh loudly inside the carriage, even forgetting her status because Blue Maple's poem was so powerful. Fair couldn't find words to speak. But Blue Maple said seriously, "Thank you for the compliment. I will keep working hard and become a great poet in the future. How about that? My unbeatable talent has defeated you all, and everyone is probably so impressed they are lying on the ground." Now everyone was speechless, not just Fair. Although the talent of that person is still questionable, after this, everyone's tension eased a little. Being too nervous isn't good. Fair and Princess Feishuan also felt much better and stopped worrying so much. As for who appreciated Blue Maple at the scene, it was only Little Dance. First, because she thought everything Blue Maple said was the most beautiful. Second, because she simply couldn't understand him. Fair, after we get to Bee City, can you introduce your Blue Maple to me? Princess Feishuan asked after a while. Fair replied annoyed. I've told you many times, he's him, I'm me. We're just friends. Don't keep mentioning my. I can introduce you, but you'd better be prepared. I think he definitely doesn't want to see you. As long as you ask, is there anything you can't do? I can't make him do anything. I've told you many times, in his eyes, I'm just a client, nothing more. Humph. I don't believe there are men in this world who can ignore your appearance and status. Believe it or not, I warn you, don't get too deep into this, or you'll trap yourself. You know what we need to do when we go back. You better behave. Hee hee, I got it. I will never get trapped. I want to tear off his cold mask, Princess Feishuan thought to herself. Continuing forward, Lan Feng sensed danger and quickly drew his bow, knocking an arrow. Be careful, stay alert. Not long after Lan Feng sensed the danger, the mercenary group also realized something was wrong. Their scouts had not returned for a while. The mercenaries had clear roles. Some agile fighters were sent out as scouts to explore the way. They would report any signs of trouble and do so regularly to prevent the group from being caught off guard if a scout was killed. Usually, when such a situation occurred, they would immediately send someone out to check. But now, they didn't need to. Everyone knew they were ambushed, and with the evidence in front of them, there was no need to investigate further. Whoosh, whoosh. Don't misunderstand. This isn't Lan Feng shooting arrows. Instead, a barrage of arrows was flying toward them. This was why they didn't send anyone out. There was no point, and they couldn't send anyone now. Based on the number of arrows, everyone knew that the ambushers in this silver forest were at least as many as last time's black-clad soldiers. The arrow rain also told them one thing. The enemies didn't intend to capture Fei and the others alive. They wanted to kill them all, as the arrows were aimed directly at the carriage and showed no mercy. Such a storm of arrows could turn the carriage into a hedgehog, but the mercenaries didn't care about the carriage. They quickly raised their shields to block the arrows. Those without shields hurried to hide behind shields or found cover behind obstacles. The seasoned mercenaries reacted quickly and responded swiftly. Despite the surprise attack, no one was injured. They all managed to avoid the arrows. As for why no one protected the carriage, it's simple. Do you think the carriage could be easily pierced by such arrows? No, definitely not. The carriage was made of special, extremely hard materials. If it were Lan Feng, perhaps with special arrows, it might be possible to break through. But these ordinary arrows? Impossible. The doors and windows were similar. Though not as tough as the body, they still couldn't be pierced by arrows. In Lan Feng's words, this was a bulletproof carriage made with alchemy from this world. But such a carriage was very expensive. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. Retract. The mercenaries began to move closer to the carriage to better defend against the arrow rain. Even a bulletproof vehicle needs protection. Right now, everyone was busy with their own tasks and didn't notice Lan Feng. If anyone had noticed, their jaw would have dropped in shock. Lan Feng was moving skillfully through the arrow storm, dodging the dense arrows with his agility. Of course, part of his success was because he was not the main target, so the enemies shot fewer arrows at him. Still, his movements seemed almost unbelievable. Even more amazing was that while dodging, Lan Feng was also drawing his bow and shooting arrows. The arrows he shot were directly taken from the incoming arrow barrage. This kind of skill was already incredible. He was not only avoiding attacks, but also fighting back and catching the arrows in midair. It made people's brains freeze in surprise. Bah, catching arrows is nothing special. When I was at home, I often caught hidden weapons that were much smaller and trickier. This is just a small thing for me. Although everyone couldn't see this right now, it wouldn't be long before they realized Lan Feng's special ability. Not because they had time to watch after forming a shield formation, but because, a series of screams echoed one after another. Who is it? The mercenaries initially thought it was their own people, but then they realized the sounds were coming from somewhere else, not nearby, but from the woods. At this moment, they saw a scene they would never forget. A young man dodging the arrow rain while catching arrows and fighting back against hidden enemies. Every time he shot an arrow, he let out a scream. How did he do it? Forget his agility and the way he caught arrows. His archery skills could be set aside for now. But how did he find the enemy's positions so accurately, killing one after another of foes who had no idea where he was? They might never know the answer because Lan Feng wouldn't tell them. He wouldn't reveal that this was just a skill needed to catch hidden weapons. If you can catch hidden weapons but don't know where the attacker is, then you shouldn't learn it. Without counterattacking, you will definitely fall victim to the attacker's hidden weapons. Hidden weapons are a common trick used by the Blue Maple family to deal with Blue Maple. When Blue Maple arrived in this world, he realized that although he hadn't learned many skills, he had picked up a lot under the influence of his family. These skills could save his life. Maybe they did it on purpose, trying to make him learn these skills unknowingly. Although these skills are no longer useful in this society, they might still come in handy someday. That's why they did it. They were afraid he might need them in the future. Thinking of this, Blue Maple felt a warm feeling inside. Getting back to the main point, since he can tell apart hidden weapons, he can also easily figure out where an arrow is coming from. The arrow travels in a straight line, which makes it easier to identify. If someone were there and could see everything clearly, they would realize that Blue Maple often simply catches the arrow shot at him and then returns it to the shooter. Most of the time, that's what happens. The mercenaries couldn't see this, so they thought Blue Maple was shooting randomly. Luckily, he was so lucky that each shot hit someone. Although this explanation is a bit far-fetched, many people believe it's the only possible reason. Despite that, everyone's opinion of Blue Maple's skills has improved a lot. People thought he was just an apprentice mercenary, but now they see he's much more capable. Even Miss Rose, who never liked Blue Maple, shared this view. Fire Wings could block these arrows, but he couldn't dodge like Blue Maple did. Blue Maple knew that after today, his true strength would be revealed. But he wasn't afraid of being discovered. At this moment, he didn't want to hide his abilities. Hiding them would only cause trouble and put the mission at risk. Hiding one's strength is only useful in normal times. In life and death situations like this, unless you want to die or cause others to lose their lives because they think you're weak, it's better to be open. Even if everyone saw his archery skills now, they wouldn't connect it to the assassination attempt, because he used ordinary arrows and was very close. Since those people could shoot here, it means others could shoot at them too. Therefore, revealing one's true strength is not dangerous at all. Also, current strength does not determine future ability. Blue Feng's strength will continue to grow. If anyone judges his future based on his current power, they are making a big mistake. Soon, Blue Feng stopped dodging the arrow rain because he was protected in the middle by a shield formation. He wouldn't be foolish enough to stand in front without cover, pretending to look cool. However, he still shot arrows. Many arrows had fallen near the carriage, so he could easily pick them up and shoot at enemies through gaps in the shield formation. He was not the only archer. Inside the shield formation, the mercenaries had already started fighting back. Even without Blue Feng, they would still attack. Would they just stand there taking hits without fighting back? While defending and counterattacking, the mercenaries were also slowly moving toward what they thought was a safe place. Fear, is he really that Blue Feng? Princess Feishuan asked. She hadn't met Blue Phone before, but she had heard of him. He was known as the most useless person in the school. What do you think? Teacher Emily said long ago, during his duel with Bill, that he would surpass us. We didn't expect it to happen so quickly and to surpass us so completely, leaving us far behind, Fear said, feeling a mix of jealousy and disappointment. She had been working hard for a year, but was still easily overtaken by Blue Phone, who taught him his agility and his archery skills. They seemed flawless. If I faced him, I would surrender immediately, Princess Feishuan said. She didn't want to admit it, but she had to accept that Blue Phone was a nightmare for mages. Fast movement could counter magic, and his archery made mages afraid. All of his skills come from his own practice. No one taught him. Teacher Emily is his mentor, but she never taught him anything directly. He never asked questions, only occasionally inquiring about some theoretical aspects, and not often, Fear explained. Fear continued, skills that are self-taught are the best suited for oneself and the strongest techniques. This was Blue Fang's original words, but he had said them to Emily. Later, Emily used them as a lesson, so Fear often heard them. Then, Fear and Princess Feishuan both fell silent, remembering their current situation. They wondered if they could safely return to the 100-Beast City. The mercenary group was steadily moving forward. At this moment, Firewing finally had time to look at Lan Feng. Fire Rose still looked displeased with Lan Feng. He's just a better archer, nothing special. Darling, you're wrong. He's not just a better archer. His strength is definitely not weak, Firewing said with a slight frown. Look at his bow. He's only pulling it a little, yet he can shoot such a long distance. After hearing this, Fire Rose carefully watched Lan Feng draw his bow. He hadn't even pulled the string a third of the way, but the arrow's speed and distance traveled were faster and farther than others who pulled their bows fully. Now you see how powerful his bow is. It's definitely the strongest I've ever seen. Since he can carry such a bow, it's very likely he can pull it fully. And from his relaxed stance now, this possibility is quite high. Firewing continued. With such strength, plus his quick dodging and catching arrows just now, it shows his skills are definitely above yours. With such strength, why is he still an apprentice mercenary? Why does he do menial tasks? He must have some secret reason, Fire Rose speculated, doubting Lan Feng's motives. She thought the biggest possibility was that Lan Feng was here to pursue Fire. From how he often stuck close to her recently, she believed this was true, according to Fire Rose. I don't know why he's still an apprentice mercenary. Maybe he's a new recruit who hasn't taken the test yet. I also don't know if he has other motives, but one thing I can be sure of is that he's a good mercenary, Linda suddenly chimed in, then quickly returned to the fight. She was famous in the group for her archery skills. Among the mercenaries, no one dared claim to be better than her. Being a good mercenary was enough. Even if he had other motives, as long as he completed his tasks, it was fine. The battle continued. Every minute and second of fighting could cost some lives. Mercenaries fought, and so did the hidden enemies. But from the screams, it was clear that the hidden enemy's death rate was much higher than that of the mercenary group. From this, it is clear that quality is more important than quantity. Even in this difficult situation, they managed to do so well, which shows that the Fire Rose mercenary group is not just famous for nothing. Well, that's the truth. Soon, the mercenary team stopped moving because the road was blocked by a few large trees. Maybe people could go through, but the wagons definitely could not. It was obvious they would set an ambush. They must have cut off our path, said Firewing. Vera, what should we do now? Vera is Firewing's younger sister-in-law. When Firewing saw her temper, he knew she was better at planning strategies. Most of the mercenary group's plans are made by Vera. Looking at the situation now, it's very hard for us to retreat safely. We can only try to break through. Someone should take the wagons and Princess Feishuan and escape, while we stay behind to hold off the enemies. Our lives are in their hands. Vera suggested a plan that seemed suitable for now. The wagons are well defended, and the 4 horses are also armored. If they run fast enough, there's a good chance to escape. Of course, this plan is very risky. When running at full speed, others won't be able to help. If something happens, they will have to handle it themselves. But in this situation, the risk is worth it. Running away now has a much higher chance of success than staying here. If you don't mind, I'll take charge of driving the wagons to break through, Lan Feng said, stepping closer to Firewing. He had been watching their plans carefully. No, you can't. Fire Rose immediately objected. You just want to escape yourself. This task is too dangerous for someone like you who's afraid of death. If you run away and abandon us, all our sacrifices will be wasted. Yes, at this moment, if Lan Feng volunteers, people might think he just doesn't want to die and is trying to escape. That's why he took this job. According to Lan Feng's personality, he's not exactly a coward, but after escaping, he probably wouldn't care about the others. No, it's very likely he would just leave them behind. As long as he can safely get Princess Fei and the other girl to their destination, he wouldn't care if the Fire Rose mercenary group is wiped out. At that point, it's better to focus on completing his own mission. If such a situation were to happen, Hui and the others would share the same idea. Focus on the mission and temporarily set aside other matters. This is the responsible choice for brothers who might be injured or killed. Although I can't say my driving skills are top-notch right now, I believe I am the best person for this. If you want to carry out this plan, it should have the highest chance of success, Lan Feng said directly to Huang Mei and Vera, ignoring Huang Mei's words. While it's true that we want the success rate to be as high as possible, your abilities are unfamiliar to us. How can we trust you and hand over this task? Vera asked without hesitation. You don't need to trust me. Just leave this to me. Only I know how many enemies are waiting to ambush us and which places are safe. Xiao Wu, Lan Feng called out to Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu was flying above Lan Feng in a safe area. Hearing Lan Feng's call, Xiao Wu descended. Tell me, how many people are nearby, and where are they? Lan Feng asked Xiao Wu. Initially, Lan Feng had Xiao Wu fly into the air not only for her safety, but also to act as a scout, to gather information on enemy numbers and locations. Feng, Xiao Wu sees about 4,000 or 5,000 people nearby. 200 or 300 are in the woods not far to the left, and Xiao Wu began describing the ambush points. From her words, everyone learned that this ambush was truly a big operation, with so many enemies. Indeed, after the last attack where 2,000 or 3,000 were defeated, they had to send more people this time. Everyone was watching Xiao Wu, this amazing little bird. Not only is she adorable, but she is also very useful, more useful than 100 top scouts. Who would notice a tiny bird in the sky? Even if someone looked up, they might not see her. Even if they did, they wouldn't think much of it. Who would know she can talk and tell others what you're doing, revealing your plans to the enemy? 4,000 or 5,000 is just the beginning. I think this ambush involves 7,000 or 8,000 people, if I'm estimating correctly. Blue Feng calmly said that he didn't doubt Xiao Wu's words, nor did he think Xiao Wu couldn't count people. The longer Xiao Wu stayed near him, the smarter Blue Feng felt she became. Although she couldn't match humans, her behavior and speech showed she was quite capable of conveying information. He mentioned there were 7,000 or 8,000 people instead of the 4,000 or 5,000 Xiao Wu said, because Xiao Wu wasn't a real scout. She couldn't see through walls or hidden people, so she didn't include those in her count. That's why she initially said she saw only 4,000 or 5,000. Now you know what to do, right? You don't need me to remind you. If I were you, I would make the best escape plan based on what I know. Since time is short, I'll help you come up with a plan now, Blue Feng said directly without politeness. After a while, all the mercenaries suddenly gathered into a small group, surrounding the carriage with shields, forming a giant turtle shell. From outside, no one could see inside, and because they all held shields, they couldn't be attacked easily. This situation could be described as a shrinking turtle. After a moment, the enemy scouts outside heard a loud shout from inside. Then, the turtle shell broke apart into pieces, and the mercenaries inside scattered in different directions, revealing their position again. Blue Feng was sitting on the driver's seat of the carriage. A tall man with a sword stood in front of the carriage. When the others moved aside, he swung his sword, cutting out a fiery dragon that split a large tree and cleared a path. The only person in the mercenary group capable of creating a fire dragon with his sword was a man with fiery wings. He was opening the way for the carriage. After swinging his sword, he quickly moved away. Get ready, Blue Feng, with fiery wings, pulled the reins at the same time. The 4 horses immediately galloped forward, rushing ahead. The carriage sped away, leaving the mercenaries behind. Once the carriage was gone, they split up into several groups to break through in different directions, all targeting gaps in the enemy's defenses. This was thanks to Xiao Wu's clever planning. Blue Feng couldn't see what was happening anymore. He was just driving the carriage through this icy, snowy world, enjoying a wild, fast and furious ride. Brothers, don't forget to vote for the monthly tickets. Who is this kid? Is there anyone who drives a carriage like that? It's just too crazy. Most of the ambushers, over 90%, cursed Lan Feng with similar words because his driving skills are truly extraordinary, almost unbelievable. After Lan Feng drove the carriage out, at first, only half of the ambushers chased after him, while the other half stayed behind to deal with the remaining mercenaries, aiming to kill both. But soon, they realized that this half couldn't catch up with the carriage. Don't think they only chased on foot. They had prepared cavalry in advance to handle any surprises. The cavalry's agility could solve the problem. Everyone, including the mercenaries, thought Lan Feng wouldn't get far before cavalry caught up. They believed they could rely on the carriage's strength and size to knock down the pursuing riders. However, no one expected that Lan Feng could actually drive the carriage to leave the cavalry behind. On this winding road, even the cavalry would slow down slightly to avoid hitting nearby objects or tipping over, but Lan Feng never slowed down. He kept the fastest speed, rushing forward. And that alone wouldn't be so amazing. What was truly incredible was that he could pass through many obstacles while maintaining the same speed. Remember, there were ambushes everywhere along the route. Even if they couldn't cover every spot, they could set up ambushes at intervals. They couldn't catch Lan Feng, but they could create obstacles for him. Yet, Lan Feng surprisingly managed to pass through these obstacles. Some seemed impossible to get through, but he did it. They wanted to block him on the road, but he ignored them completely. If someone stood in his way, he would crash into them and send them flying. Who would dare to block the way of such a speeding carriage? It would be a death sentence, not worth even a little effort. The carriage's speed couldn't be slowed down at all. Watching the carriage rush forward, the pursuing team behind grew larger and larger. The scene was spectacular. Such a pity that all anyone saw were the ambushers. A person standing at a high point watching Blue Maple break through obstacle after obstacle said, "It seems he is the last defender at this ambush, the farthest from the trap point, and also has the most time to prepare." Blue Maple ran wildly all the way and unknowingly reached the final barrier. At the edge of the woods, beyond it, there is an open area. Once he crosses, he can run as he wishes. With the power of the carriage's impact, very few people or things can stop him. Along the way, no one had not thought about killing Blue Maple directly. But to everyone's surprise, he kept passing each obstacle without trouble and still kept racing forward. He kept running. Finally, the last obstacle appeared in front of Blue Maple. Blue Maple cursed quietly, feeling annoyed at the exaggerated obstacle ahead. Was it necessary? It was just a carriage. Are they trying to block a tank? This obstacle was still trees, but there were many more of them, laid across the road and stacked together. It was nearly 10 meters long and about 1.5 meters high. This was probably because they saw Blue Maple repeatedly jump over tree obstacles and deliberately made it bigger and higher. Unless his 4 horses were flying horses, it was impossible to get through. At least, that was what the ambushers thought. If the carriage couldn't pass, only death awaited. There were pursuers behind, and the woods beside. No matter how skilled the driver was, it was impossible to steer such a large carriage through the forest. It seemed that only abandoning the carriage and fleeing might give a tiny hope. Look at where you can run to now. Even if your carriage is full of people, we can easily eliminate you. Abandoning the carriage is also a dead end. Everywhere here is filled with our people. In this snow and ice, it's the easiest to track you. These ambushers thought that whether Blue Maple abandoned the carriage or stayed to defend it, he should slow down. But Blue Maple still charged forward without slowing down. Is he trying to seek death? Everyone thought the same. At this speed, if he crashes into the trees ahead, the driver would be either dead or seriously injured. The people inside the carriage would be the same. Keep going. Blue Maple continued this high-speed run as if there were a smooth road ahead, with no obstacles at all. The carriage is getting closer to the obstacle, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Just when everyone thought a terrible crash was about to happen, an unexpected scene appeared. Lan Feng suddenly jumped up, landing on the horse in front, then swung his already drawn magic crystal sword forward. In an instant, frost formed at the front of the obstacle and quickly turned into ice. creating an icy go. Lan Feng urged the horse to speed up, charging onto the ice and then leaping into the air. Wow, he really flew. Everyone was stunned at this moment. They had never seen or imagined such a daring stunt in a racing scene. Bang! The carriage hit the ground hard. Luckily, the carriage was very sturdy. Otherwise, it would have fallen apart from Lan Feng's daring stunt. But could the people inside withstand such a jolt? It's hard to imagine anyone surviving such a wild ride. Go! The carriage continued rushing forward without stopping, speeding ahead again. The magic crystal sword isn't just for attacking. Lan Feng proved that once more. Meanwhile, behind him, the others were in trouble. The obstacle meant to block Lan Feng had now become a barrier for them. No one dared to try flying over like Lan Feng did, because a brave rider had recently attempted to do so on a flying horse, not a car. Unfortunately, he didn't time it well and fell, tumbling and injuring both himself and the horse. Although someone quickly came to clear the scene, it still caused a delay, leaving the pursuers with only the last line of defense, some hidden soldiers, while the others fell far behind. This gave Lan Feng a chance to run even farther. The more he could run, the better his chances. Maybe he could reach the territory of the justice fighters, where he might be rescued. At the very least, he could escape their reach. They probably can't chase him all over the world. Their range is limited. Oh well, that's all he can think about now. For the moment, Lan Feng has no other plan. Just run as far as he can. He is now in a wide, icy mountain plain. This kind of place has both advantages and disadvantages for his escape. The advantage is that he doesn't have to worry about ambushes or obstacles. The disadvantage is that no matter how far he runs, the people behind can still see him. So Lan Feng needs to reach the end quickly to the other side of the mountain. Lan Feng really misses cars from the old world. Even though they use more and more expensive gasoline, they don't get tired like this. Of course, this doesn't include car breakdowns or other issues. As he neared the end, Lan Feng's horse started to tire and slowed down more and more. He wasn't blaming the horse. After all, running so fast and pulling such a big cart is normal for the horse to get tired. Fortunately, the people behind were still a bit far away and couldn't catch up yet. But it was only a matter of time. If the horse could hold on for half a day, Lan Feng was confident he could shake off the pursuers and reach a safe place. But now, that was impossible. There's no choice. Lan Feng turned his cart in a new direction. The new path was a dead end, a steep with dense trees on the side. The pursuers behind were very happy. They thought Lan Feng didn't know about the trees and that he had blindly entered a trap. In fact, Lan Feng didn't know about the trees. There was just and the trees were only a good thing for him, with no downsides. So, when he quickly stopped his cart at the edge of the pursuers were also very happy. But this happiness didn't slow him down. He quickly got out of the cart, opened a hidden door on that the pursuers couldn't see, and did a few quick things. Then he got back into the cart, still holding a big shield in one hand, though he had thrown it aside. In his other hand, he carried a box of arrows. Yes, a whole box, with at least 80 arrows inside. He placed the box nearby, so he could easily grab it with his right hand, then pulled out 3 arrows, knocked them on his bow. 3 shots, all at once. 3 screams of pain followed. The 3 people at the front were hit by Lan Feng's arrows, 1 arrow for each person. Immediately, the others stopped and kept their distance, spreading out to surround him.